This is an audiobook by authors Megan Linski and Alicia Rades. To maintain content guidelines, certain scenes have been removed from this audiobook. Summaries of these deleted scenes can be found within this audio. To listen to this full audiobook with deleted scenes, please visit hiddenlegendsbooks.com. Chapter 14. Ava-Marie. I knew what had happened before anyone told me otherwise. I shot upright in bed, breathing hard. It was just after daybreak on the first day of February. I'd only been sleeping for a few hours, gone to bed after I'd threatened Cameron, but I hadn't been able to sleep. My back had been aching all night, signaling some harsh arrival of a new reality. The sun still shone, and I heard birds chirping, but I knew this beautiful day was for nothing. There was a decaying rot in my gut that made me feel so sick I could barely stand to sit up straight. My intuition told me the truth before a single person had to say a word. The Elven gate was gone. My friends had lost. I sensed it, somewhere deep within my soul, that everything we'd worked for had been destroyed. Did that mean they were all dead? I pulled myself into my chair and got dressed in a hurry, throwing on a loose sundress before racing out of my suite. The ladies' court was deserted. I entered the main halls of the palace, and everything appeared calm. Guards did their morning patrols, and elvish nobles greeted me, which I ignored. No one had gotten any bad news yet, but I knew it was coming.
Ava?
I heard Ez's voice, and stiffened. He had the same stark, dreadful look that I bore. "What do you know?" I demanded.
Nothing, but something's not right. I woke up about 10 minutes ago and I never get up this early. It was like I was shocked out of bed, Ez replied. The world just doesn't feel right today. Something's way off.
I feel it too. Whatever had happened was big. He joined me as we searched the palace together, looking for someone, anybody. We found them in the gardens. Marcus, Danny, and Charlie, thank the ancestors, Charlie, were near the giant fountain, covered in a variety of mud and bile. The swollen bruises and blood coating Charlie's face confirmed that something terrible had happened. Marcus was tearing at his hair, and Danny was on his hands and knees, vomiting up the remnants of his last meal of blood. Oberoi had his tail tucked between his legs, ears flattened in defeat. Charlie shook. He barely looked able to stand as he wrapped his arms around his torso, lip trembling. Everyone was sobbing. That's how I knew it was bad. Charlie never cried unless things were as terrible as they could get, and he was bawling now. My eyes searched everywhere for my best friend, but she wasn't around.
Fuck you, Charlie!
I never heard Marcus sound so broken. He was screaming at the top of his lungs, his hands balled tightly into shaking fists.
I need to find her! There's nothing we can do for her, Marcus, Charlie whispered, his tone signaling we were at an end. She took off on her own. Locating her now would be impossible. How dare you drag me back here? You had no right. Marcus fell to his knees, covering up his face. This is the first place she'll come back to. There's nothing else we can do, Charlie pleaded. Panic strangled my heart to the point it couldn't beat. Where the fuck is Callie? She portaled off, Marcus whimpered. She's in Malovia right now looking for Kaz, and Charlie wouldn't let me go after her. He just had to portal us back here. You're damn lucky I could, Charlie shouted back. Do you know how hard it is for my elf powers to work against the ocean's surface? Be grateful I could get us off that damn island at all. We never should have left, Marcus growled. We should have stayed and waited for Callie to return. We don't know where she went, Marcus. Malovia is an entire country, and she could be anywhere, Charlie insisted. We need to stick together right now.
If Callie was in Malovia, that was better than her being hurt. She could take care of herself, but I was terrified that she wasn't with us now. Something awful must have happened to make her run off to look for her brother. What's going on?
We lost, Ava, Charlie moaned. The warden opened the Elven gate.
A cold chill knotted inside of me, wrapping around my waist and dragging me down to a place where I couldn't fight back, and there was no escape. I knew, deep down, it had happened, but I didn't want to believe it. No, you're lying. You're still here. He didn't kill you.
I'm certain he let us live so we could tell you what happened, how we lost. The warden hates you more than any of us, and he wouldn't be satisfied with merely wiping us out. He's got to play his mind games with you because that's the kind of sick fuck he is. Charlie gasped between his tears. We're basically insects to him now, too weak and insignificant to bother dealing with.
The warden wouldn't have left my friends behind if I was there. He cared if I lived, the queen cockroach in his eyes. He'd have blown us all up if I had been there, but since I was absent, he'd rushed off to the afterlife without bothering to care about what happened to my friends. Maybe it was a good thing I hadn't gone after all. It was probably the only reason my friends were still here.
He took the keys from us and went through the gate to the afterlife. It was destroyed once he crossed through, so the gate is useless to us now, Charlie moaned. There's no way for us to mend the broken boundary. Souls can't get into the afterlife now, ever. He ascended to godhood. He's unstoppable.
We got the keys from the wreckage, but they're worthless. There's no magic in them anymore. They might as well be artifacts, Danny croaked out, tossing the divinity keys onto the grass. He sounded completely heartbroken. He wiped his mouth to shakily stand, drying away tears with the heel of his palm. I stared at the keys, all 7 of them together, and lost all hope. I wasn't magical anymore, but even I saw that the keys had lost their powerful sheen. They were nothing more than hunks of metal now. Dread consumed me until I was colder than a corpse. I wasn't sure how much time we had left, now that the warden had achieved his goal. There was nothing standing in his way from coming to Elamanth and turning the city to ashes. We were all fated for death. It was only a matter of minutes until we met it. Shadows elongated against the sunrise. I felt relieved as I saw Callie rush into the gardens, followed by her twin brother Chasm and his mate Sigrid. Chasm and Sigrid were supposed to be stationed in Malovia, leading the Fae against the mission. But it looked like Callie had left through a portal to bring them to Elamanth as soon as she could. The moment he saw her, Marcus grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her.
Callie, what the hell were you thinking? You can't just run off like that and not tell me where you're going. Do you have any idea how terrified I was for you?
I had to get my brother, Callie snapped, pushing him off. I wasn't going to leave him to wait for the warden.
You just yanked us through a portal with no explanation, Chasm burst. What's going on, sis?
The warden beat us.
That's what.
Callie broke, her voice snapping as her eyes watered.
We couldn't stop him. He opened the Elven gate and took all its power, which means he's going to wipe out everything. I had to get to you before he reached Linski because he's going to crush it to pieces if he hasn't already. So you save us and leave everyone else behind, Chasm demanded. Our friends are back there.
There was no time, Kaz. I had to make a choice, Callie cried. I didn't have time to find all of you, so I took who I could. Tears shone behind Chasm's glasses, and he bitterly turned away.
I'm no king worthy of the name if I flee my country and my people are left behind to suffer. I should be going down with them.
You'll get your turn, Danny said, sounding sick. My heart collapsed into my abdomen. I only bought us a few minutes. Callie put her face in her hands. But I had to take the risk so I could see you again one last time. I didn't want to die without you. Chasm's face fell, and he reached out to pull Callie into a hug.
I'm sorry. If the world has to end, at least we'll be going out of it the same way we came in. Together.
Callie nodded. Marcus was crying harder than before.
Callie, Marcus said weakly. I thought I wasn't going to be there with you.
Marcus knew better than to hope Callie would survive what was coming. He just didn't want her to perish without him being there to hold her. Callie's face crumpled, and she reached out to Marcus. He took her into his embrace, while Chasm enclosed his arms around Sigrid. None of us wanted to face the end alone. At least if we were all together, maybe it wouldn't be so scary when the warden finally came for us. All of us jumped as we heard an earth-shattering boom echo through the air. It sounded like someone was dropping nuclear explosions overhead, and the bombs were going off over the city. Boom, boom, boom. I looked up. My guts twisted as I saw the shimmer of a ripple ricochet across the surface of my shield, which held as fire rained upon it from above. The palace awoke with wailing cries. Screams could be heard from the city as the explosions continued, growing in volume and intensity.
What's happening?
Marcus's voice shook as he looked up at the shield, watching the ripples swarm across the magical surface like crashing waves.
It's the warden. He's trying to get in.
Charlie clenched his fists as he said the words.
He's destroying the shield as we speak.
Everyone's faces paled. I acknowledged the truth with a grim acceptance. The warden had come here first to try and break my shield down. Once he did, he'd cast his magic over the entire city. Every building, structure, and person inside Elamanth would be reduced to dust. Millions of people gone just like that. We'd be gone, and it would be our fault once the warden ruled over our remains. My brain couldn't comprehend the swell of panic that was pressing against my psyche, so it just shut down. I accepted our inevitable fate, knowing we'd done all we could to stop this. At least, my friends had done all they could. I hadn't gone with them, and now I wish I had. I wasn't sure what I could have done in my current state, but something inside stubbornly said if I had been there, things would be different. It was a foolish way to think. The warden had us beat the minute I chose to end the world. Charlie was forced to stop me, and that was when we'd lost everything. Though it wasn't that long ago that I'd decided to bestow this fate upon the realm myself, now I saw it for the twisted end it really was. It was disgusting to think that there would never be another world where the warden didn't reign, because he'd live forever, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. Obereye whimpered, jumping up so he was leaning into my lap and giving soft whines.
I've got to get to Opal.
Ez ran away from the rest of us. We let him go, standing around uselessly while the warden continued to pummel the shield outside. Boom, boom, boom. We have to do something, Callie pleaded. Fight back.
It doesn't matter now. There isn't anything left to do but wait to die.
Charlie sniffed. Everyone looked to me, as if expecting me to make a plan. They wanted me to rally them against the inevitable. Not even I was that delusional. This only had one conclusion. The warden would kill us all within hours. Then we'd all be stuck in the in-between together forever. A jail without an escape. A thought crossed my mind. Charlie had destroyed my half of our soul, so maybe I wouldn't end up there after all. For the first time, I was grateful he'd taken our bond away. I'd rather my soul be destroyed and cease to exist than be locked in another cage ever again. I would not return to the Institute, no matter what I had to give up. And an eternal institute I couldn't escape with the warden at the helm would be a fate far worse than being erased completely. It just sickened me that my friends had to suffer that fate. But maybe they didn't have to. Marcus, I need to ask you to do the hardest thing you've ever done, I started. You need to use your death magic to— No! He cried, before I had a chance to make my devastating request. That's worse than suicide. You don't understand the implications of what you're asking. This is the only way, I demanded. The warden is going to imprison our souls in the in-between for literally all of time. A fucking eternity. That's the worst punishment that could ever be given, and there's only one way out of it. I'm not going to— Stop being a coward, I screamed. Use your death magic, yank our souls out, and destroy them so we no longer exist. If you can't find mine, fine, but at least do it for Callie and Charlie. I'll go first, Danny offered weakly, raising a hand. What you're asking me to do is basically the same thing you did when you tried to destroy the world, Marcus insisted. You regret that decision. It's not a choice I'm willing to make for any one of you. I refuse to do it. I won't be locked up for anything, and I won't let my friends suffer behind eternal bars either. It's the only thing we can do, I argued. This is our last option. And what? We no longer exist and Marcus is meant to be stuck in the in-between alone for all of time? Callie snarled. That's not fair to him, Ava. None of this is fair to any of you, Charlie rasped. This is my fault. Charlie. What could I say to that? It was his fault, but he wasn't the only one to blame. All of us were. We demigods had screwed up for the last time, and because we had, the entire world was paying the price for it. Marcus wouldn't erase our souls, so I supposed we were all going back to prison together. This time, there'd be no breaking out of it. I gave up all hope at the thought of being chained up once again. But even so, my friends were still looking to me to lead. I couldn't let them down one final time, even if our last efforts would be futile. I had to give my friends something to do, some sort of hope, while accepting this was our final farewell. I would rally the Firebirds to fight, while knowing that it was useless. We have to station troops around the city, I said. If the elves feel the need to fight, let them try. It's not going to do any good, Danny said dryly. It's what people have to do, to feel some sort of hope. My shoulders dropped. Enjoy these last moments, because this final taste of freedom is all we're going to get. Nobody else had any other plans. I need to hide you, Kaz, Callie said frantically. Cameron can't know you're here. Why does it matter? The warden's going to kill us all anyway, Chasm snarled. Kaz, please, Callie pleaded, and her twin's face fell. Hide out with Mom and Dad. It's the only thing we can do. He nodded. Okay, I'm with you. Marcus and Callie left the garden holding hands, and Chasm followed them with Sigrid. Danny staggered away, alone. I felt so bad for him, that he had no one to indulge in these last seconds with. But maybe he was luckier than the rest of us. He didn't have to watch someone he dearly loved die, because all of us would, before we perished ourselves. I wasn't sure who would go first, me or Charlie. I prayed that the ancestors would be merciful and Charlie would die before I did, because I didn't think he could handle watching me die again. He already had once. It was my turn to carry that particular burden. I didn't want him to go through any unnecessary pain. I could handle his death. I would carry it. The weight of that responsibility was heavy, but it wasn't as heavy as letting Charlie be without me, even if it was only for a few moments after my demise. If I wanted to protect what little was left of his wounded soul, I had to die last. There was no other way. Charlie fell to his knees before me, his head hanging low.
I let you down. Again.
I rolled forward, cradling his head in my lap. Charlie, let's go.
Where? There's nowhere to go.
Just take me back to our room. Our room, not his room. The impending divorce meant fuck all in this light. He sniffed again, nodded, and got back up. He wheeled me into the palace. Oberoi followed with his head hanging low. The palace was in a state of chaos. Nobles, servants, and council members mobbed the halls, crying out for family members and pleading with the gods to save them. I'd never seen the elves in such a state of disarray. As the noises against the shield grew louder, boom, 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 boom. He was getting pissed off. I could tell the warden was infuriated that my shield hadn't broken yet, because his magical blows against it had grown more severe. It caused a slight smirk to spread across my face, that my spell was giving him this much trouble. I hoped he choked as he was forced to swallow the realization that I really had been better than him once upon a time. Cameron was running around the halls wailing. It was to be expected. He couldn't lead on a good day, let alone during impending doom. Generals and council members asked for orders, but all he could do was babble and blubber in response. Drea watched him panic, a thin scowl of disgust written across her face. Drea noticed me venturing by and ran to my side. "Princess, what are your orders?" "Get the Firebirds ready. Station them around the shield's perimeter and have the rest of the army posted around the city. We attack once he gets in." Drea nodded. "Right away, Your Highness." Drea raised her sword, crying out directions. Several guards noticed. The soldiers in the room moved to follow her lead, ignoring Cameron's screams. Nobles and servants cleared the way for them, grabbing anything they could get their hands on to use as weapons, as they followed Drea into the city. I only gave the order because I knew the desire of the elves was to die with a sword in their hand. All I wanted to give them was their last wish. The elves seemed to be relieved that somebody was taking charge, even if my commands were all but useless. People wanted something to do once order broke down and destruction was imminent. Standing around doing nothing was the worst way to wait for death. I wasn't sure if my soldiers would be able to do a thing once the warden got in, or if they'd just be fodder for his deadly spells once the shield fell. But at least they weren't going quietly.
"When did you start giving orders around here?" Charlie asked, curious.
"When your dad proved he's about as useful as a kumquat? But I don't want to spend our last moments talking about him."
"I don't either."
It was a pretty silent trip back to Charlie's quarters, save for the deafening explosions that kept hitting the shield. There were so many now, it nearly sounded like background noise. Once we got there, Oberai laid on the area rug by the bed, letting out a long whine. I know. I'm sorry, boy. I reached down to pat his head. Kind of a crappy way to end several millennia of your existence, stuck in a room with us. Oberai huffed, his floppy lips sputtering outward. I had to laugh a little. Charlie lifted me into the bed. I didn't have to ask, but he knew that's what I wanted. Some small part of that familiar intimacy between us reignited, but instead of pushing it away, I went to grab onto it. If today was my last day, I was going out with a smile on my face. Charlie crawled into bed beside me. I nestled against his chest, and he folded his arms over my body. We sat there for a long time, listening to the tumultuous blasts that were the only sound to break the unrequited quiet. We hadn't cuddled since I'd asked for a divorce, and this felt so good. We were seeking some kind of comfort in each other, now that we'd lost everything, and I refused to feel bad about it. I wasn't giving him the wrong idea about what we were because we only had a short time left to enjoy what was left of our lives. I wasn't strong enough to tell him that I still loved him, though we were on the precipice of the end. And I had to admit that I did love him, because with my own death staring me in the face, I couldn't lie to myself about it anymore. Being with him in this bed was the only thing keeping me calm. I wouldn't apologize for seeking refuge in his arms, when I knew that's what we both needed to pass time, at least until we woke up in a grave. Should we be doing this? Charlie asked, his lips brushing my hair. We're not together. The ache in his voice broke me. We don't have to acknowledge that anything happened. We can just pretend. What are we pretending to be? A happily married couple, because that's everything we're not? We were never happier than when we first got married. That short period between when we'd said our vows for the first time and before the infernal underground were probably the best days of my life. The smile was clear in his tone as he remembered. We didn't do anything back then but go to class and have sex. Yeah, it was great. My head fell onto his shoulder as I recalled the memories. If we weren't forced to go to school, we were naked in between the sheets, tangled up in each other's arms. You made me the most fortunate man alive. Charlie squeezed me tighter. I was so lucky to have you. I wanted to tell him that he had made me feel like I was the lucky one, not him. But I couldn't manage to say the words. So let's act like we're still back there, in our crappy institute apartment. You can touch me, and I'll touch you. We can just forget. It can't hurt now. Nothing can hurt us. Not anymore. There were literally no more surprises that would make this situation any harder than what it already was. Might as well make the best out of the worst. Charlie chuckled softly. Is it a good idea to not have our clothes on when the warden's trying to get in here? Too bad. I'll fist fight him naked. Maybe he'll get weirded out and leave. Charlie gave another sad laugh. Here's hoping. Charlie shifted against me. Will you let me kiss you? My throat got so tight, I had to choke out my reply. Yes, and make it a good one. I never want to forget it. What I was really saying was I never wanted to forget him. I hoped he knew that.
Okay.
Charlie's lips brushed against mine, softly at first, before he pressed the kiss deeper. I accepted his tongue into my mouth, sucking his lower lip lightly before softly biting the tip of his tongue. Charlie moaned, his hands running down my back and through my hair as he drew me closer. I'd forgotten how good of a kisser he was. He could make my whole body glow with just his lips alone. I forgot about everything. Forgot that he was supposed to be my ex-husband. Forgot that I hated him. Forgot everything wrong he'd ever done as his hands wandered across the front of my gown, caressing my breasts. I moved to slip my hand inside his pants, wandering my fingers down his length. He sighed in gentle relief, and I felt my broken heart relax. Soft, kind feelings of passion and endearment kept building until I swore I felt the tiniest bit of myself connect to him again. We moved slowly together, him massaging between my legs and me stroking his length. The intimate moment wrapped around us like a protective blanket until I could slip away and make believe that we were the only people in the world that existed once again. This felt so sweet and innocent. It nearly resembled our first time. We'd done so much in the sanctuary together, so many erotic and devious things to satisfy each of our dark desires, and I'd enjoyed every second. But this moment was different. It was nothing but pure, devoted love, a reminder of what we'd once been as husband and wife, and I was willing to accept it. There wasn't any weight hanging over us about what I'd done and what he did. Our mistakes were pointless. The only thing that mattered was acknowledging we were going down together. While Charlie was touching me, I felt warmth seep outward, though the sensation was off. I felt wetter than I ever had before. I opened my eyes for a moment and noticed his fingers were streaked with blood. I felt a chill sweep across my cheeks as my face went pale. I yanked up my skirt, looking down. Below me, I sat in a puddle of blood, which was quickly soaking my thighs. "Charlie, I'm bleeding." He stilled.
What? I just thought you were.
"No, that's blood. There's a lot of it." Oberai popped up from the floor, panting and looking panicked. He began barking his head off, pacing around the room and emitting loud whines. "What's he saying?" I asked.
I don't know, he's just freaking out.
Charlie shook his head.
It's just a bunch of jumbled words. It doesn't make any sense.
"Well, he wouldn't be acting like this if there wasn't something wrong with me." My heartbeat pounded as I felt an innate instinct that I'd missed something in a big way. Charlie jumped up from the bed. My throat tightened when I realized that his clothes were soaked with blood, my blood, and I hadn't realized until now.
"Let's get you to the hospital."
He didn't even put me in my chair. He just stooped down to carry me. Charlie lifted me into his arms, and he hurried to leave the apartment as Oberai ran ahead of us, barking the whole way. The halls were pretty empty at this point. It looked like everyone had run out into the city to fight the warden, who was still banging on the shield outside. At this point, I barely heard it. My mind was racing to come up with explanations. If I was bleeding, why didn't I feel any pain? I hadn't noticed anything different when I got up. Everything seemed normal. We passed Eddie in the hallway. He was fully armored, carrying a sword like he planned to personally battle the warden head-on. He dropped it when he saw Charlie carrying me through the halls and the blood trail I was dripping behind on the floor.
"Princess!"
"Come with us. We might need you," I ordered. Eddie dropped whatever he was doing and hastily went to follow, Oberai barking at him to hurry up. The hospital was nearly deserted because most of the staff had run out to deal with the current crisis. Even so, a small group of doctors and nurses looked up when Charlie nearly kicked the door in. They blanched at the blood droplets accumulating at his shoes.
"Ava's hurt," Charlie told them. "We don't know what's wrong."
A nurse glanced at the blood staining the skirt of my dress. "We have a room prepared at all times for members of the monarchy in case of emergencies. Come." They got me into a bed, where a group of staff started poking and prodding me, checking the area I was bleeding from. I didn't tell Charlie to leave. I needed him here, to be some sort of anchor within the chaos. Oberoi sat with his head on the side of the bed, his eyeballs shifting left and right as the staff moved to figure out what was going on. Eventually, the doctors left to run some tests. Eddie waited outside, anxiously poking his head in every few seconds, like he thought news of my condition would pop into the air of its own accord. I didn't know what was wrong, but I was dreading the idea of going through another treatment or spending a couple of weeks in the hospital. Maybe the warden had picked a good time to show up after all. I would rather die than go through another surgery. I'd had my fill of them. It wasn't like I would wake up from it afterward anyway, because the warden would get here by the time they were done operating. It only took a few minutes before a couple of doctors entered, and nobody looked happy. On the contrary, they appeared worried I'd order their heads to roll once they delivered whatever bad news they had. "What's wrong?" If I was corking off, I needed to hurry up and get it over with. Since the warden was coming, there were more important things for these people to worry about than me. The first doctor swallowed, coming forward. "You're bleeding from your cervix." "Okay, so stop the bleeding." The doctor shook her head. "We can't. You're too far along in the process." "What are you talking about?" My mind went blank. "Cervical bleeding is a sign of preterm labor, Princess," the doctor said in an apologetic tone. "Did you not know you were expecting?" Oberoi laid down on the floor, covering his eyes with his paws. Charlie stood stock still. I blinked a few times, because I didn't think I'd heard her right. "I'm sorry. You said you can't stop it. Why?" "If you had come in sooner, we could have given you a progesterone shot or a cerclage to stop the cervix from opening, but it looks like the fetus has already dropped and is on its way out of the uterus," the doctor replied. "This far along, there's no way for us to avoid a premature birth." Was she speaking a different language? I didn't comprehend any of it.
"Are you saying she's pregnant?" Charlie asked hoarsely.
The doctor nodded grimly. "Yes. By the looks of things, the princess is in active labor." Something struck me. Active labor. Those two words made me understand exactly what was happening. "What the fuck?" I screamed at the top of my lungs. The doctors cringed and Charlie blanched.
"How? This can't," Charlie stuttered. "This can't be happening, right?"
"Yep, this is what we do. The worst possible thing at the worst possible fucking time." I'd never been madder in my entire life. If I could punch Charlie's lights out right now, I would. Armor clanked in the halls as Eddie ran away. I could hear him screaming bloody terror as he yelled, "Mr. and Mrs. Mido!" Thank the ancestors somebody was looking for my parents. Good luck finding them in the mess outside. Charlie tore at his hair.
"I don't know how this could have happened."
"I do, seeing as how he used to screw multiple times a day, every day," I hissed.
"It shouldn't have been possible. I was on birth control," Charlie shot back.
"Awesome, because that worked." Now here I was giving birth to this idiot's demon spawn because he'd knocked me up. "Now's not the time for arguing. We need to keep the mother calm, the doctor said gently.
I can't keep calm. I'm having a spontaneous baby.
I was sure they could hear me yelling halfway across the palace. The doctor continued to soothe. We're fully prepared to handle a high-risk labor, and we have equipment prepped and waiting for an unexpected delivery. Elvish women give birth in this hospital all the time. As the princess, you'll be given the best of care. We have a midwife skilled in the labor and delivery of women with spinal injuries, so this process will be as easy for you as possible. I barely listened to her, because this situation was just about perfect. We had nothing ready, no nursery, no crib. The walls in the baby room would probably be the wrong color, and none of the outfits would match. What was I thinking? The warden was pounding down our door, and here I was stressing that the onesies wouldn't be coordinated for the baby I didn't want. This was it. This baby announcement had broken my brain in half. I was officially nuts. An Elementai woman with long white hair entered, wearing scrubs. Her Luna moth familiar sat on her shoulder, softly batting her wings. I was instantly put at ease when I recognized her gentle smile and brown eyes. She moved her hands quickly, signing, "I'm very happy to see you again, Ava." Charlie sensed someone else had entered and asked, "Who's this?" "This is Chieftess Luana. She's the leader of the Anachi tribe in the city of Hokavale, and the greatest healer there is. She was my mother's midwife when she gave birth to me," I said. "She's deaf and communicates through sign language. She can read lips, though, so feel free to talk as you usually do, though try to speak a bit slower." I'd known Luana all my life. She was a family friend who'd watched me grow up, and she'd taught me sign language when I was little. I knew I could trust her to get me through this, and that I was safe in her capable hands, which dulled my terror a little, but not a lot. I didn't know Luana had been in Elamanth. She must have noticed my confusion because she signed quickly, "I had Hokavale evacuated shortly after Emperor Cassiel perished. Most of the residents came here to Elamanth to take cover from the mission." That was working out spectacularly. Luana came forward and gently touched Charlie's arm. He froze, then extended his hand to hers. She grasped it and squeezed it firmly, to reassure him that she had this under control. With him being blind and her being deaf, this was one of the few ways of communication they had in the very precarious situation we were in. I watched Charlie's tense shoulders slacken. Luana stepped back and began to explain further. I knew sign language, so I understood what she was saying, but Charlie obviously couldn't see what Luana was signing. I didn't want to play translator at the moment, but we didn't have a lot of options. Luana says it's not unusual I didn't notice, as it can be common for women with spinal injuries to have a cryptic pregnancy.
Cryptic what?
Charlie's eyes widened. In cryptic pregnancies, sometimes the uterus tilts, so the baby is laying toward the spine rather than toward the bladder. A woman wouldn't necessarily notice her stomach getting larger because the baby's growing upward, not out, I said, translating Luana's words quickly. And cryptic pregnancies aren't unusual in women with spinal injuries because it's harder for people like me to recognize we're pregnant. Luana nodded. She gestured to the other doctors to give her some space, and they left. Luana asked for permission to perform her medical duties, and I gave her the go-ahead to do whatever she needed to. She lifted the blanket to check me, then frowned, shaking her head as she signed again. She says I'm 6 centimeters dilated. I've probably been in labor since the play started last night. If I had waited any longer, she says I would have dropped this baby on the palace floor and not noticed. My lips quivered slightly at the joke. Luana got my type of humor. Charlie didn't seem to think it was very funny.
I don't know a lot about having babies, so what does that mean? I'm learning on the fly here.
You aren't the one doing the work, asshole, I shot back. He didn't respond to my banter. The worry in his eyes was too pressing. Luana hurried to inform us further. "We have a bit of time," I noted, watching Luana's hands. "But she says we have to get me hooked up to an IV and to an electric fetal monitor, and we need to get an epidural started right away. I don't understand why." I wasn't sure why an epidural was important, since I couldn't feel anything below my hips. Obviously, seeing as how I was literally having contractions and I felt close to nothing. My back had been cramping since yesterday, but that was the extent of it. Luana was moving so quickly, I didn't want to pester her with questions right away. I trusted her to make the right medical calls for me, as she'd helped to deliver hundreds of babies in her time, and I didn't know I was pregnant at all until 5 minutes ago. I'd never been interested in having a baby, so frankly, I didn't know much about giving birth, so I expected her to handle everything right now. Processing anything beyond the bare minimum was too much. Honestly, my body felt fine, but emotionally I felt awful. I didn't comprehend how I wasn't in any sort of pain, or didn't notice any pregnancy symptoms whatsoever for months. Was I a total moron? Luana and a few nurses hooked me up to an IV and wrapped 2 bands around my stomach to monitor the baby's heartbeat, which felt like a big joke. My stomach was still flat, none of my limbs were swollen, and I hadn't felt a baby move. I didn't look pregnant at all. How could there be a baby in there? It was impossible. This was a huge prank, and for some reason, nobody was calling it off yet. "We need to roll you on your side, Princess, to place the epidural," a nurse said. I didn't want anyone touching me, which sucked, because I knew a bunch of people had to right now. But before any of the nurses could move, Charlie jumped into action. "I'll help." He aided the nurses in rolling me onto my side, then knelt at the side of the bed so we were face to face. I didn't ask him to, but he grasped my hands in his and held them tight. I heard the anesthesiologist moving behind me. He might as well have been doing a dance back there because I wasn't aware of what was going on. "The epidural is placed, Your Highness," he noted. "You'll want to reposition yourself every 30 minutes to help the labor along, though you shouldn't get out of bed now that it's been placed." "Great chance of that. Let me walk around the room," I bit back. He blushed. "I apologize, Princess." "It's fine. I'm just giving you a hard time. Humor's the only way to get through this, right?" He bobbed his head quickly. "Yes, of course, Princess. Whatever you say." Damn. The elves were terrified of me even when I was this helpless. Good. I was prepared to go on the warpath the minute this kid was out of my body. I'd been ready to give up, but I was a badass who'd been assembling the Firebirds and holding a dagger to Cameron's throat while I was going into labor. If I could handle that, I could do anything. Let the warden come. I was so pissed off right now, I'd fight him even without my magic. And when I died in the process, I'd be in the back of his mind for all eternity. He'd never get rid of me. "Did you feel anything?" Charlie asked. "Nope. If the doctors were doing anything at all, I wouldn't be aware of it unless someone told me." Obereye gave a small woof, and Charlie scowled. "What?" I asked. Charlie's frown got deeper. "Obereye's trying to make jokes to lighten the mood." "Well, was it a funny one?" Charlie mumbled something under his breath, and I asked, "What was that?" Charlie dropped his voice to an embarrassed whisper. "He said, the only thing you can feel down there is my dick because it's so big." I snorted. "Good one, Obereye." Obereye panted. He knew exactly how to make me smile, even if this whole endeavor was just crazy. Charlie helped me move onto my back, and several nurses lunged out of the way as my mother charged into the room. Her face was knitted with worry, though her anxiety eased when she saw Luana was there. Mama took one look at me and said, "Don't worry, honey, I'm here." My mother had been trained as a doula after she'd married my father, and had helped many Tawakwa women give birth alongside Luana. It had been part of her role as the female head of the Tawakwa tribe. She knew a lot about having kids, too, since she'd pushed 4 out herself, so I felt safer when she was nearby. If anyone could handle insane circumstances, it was Sophia Mido. She'd brought an end to the Hawkeye Civil War, so she could help me have a random mystery baby, right? Right? "Where's Daddy?" I really wanted my dad right now. He'd either tell me everything would be all right, or rip Charlie's head off, and both were great options. "Near the edge of the shield, getting the soldiers ready to push the warden back." Mama brushed my hair. "I promise, everything is going to be all right." I don't know what happened. I was getting by before my mother came in, but once she started to reassure me, I immediately burst into tears. "I'm so stupid." "Oh, Ava." Her cool hands were reassuring, but it wasn't enough to calm me down. "I should have noticed. I don't know why I didn't." Tears pooled from my eyes. Charlie's expression wavered, like he was seconds from breaking down alongside me. This was the last thing we needed to deal with when our marriage was crumbling. Now we were having a baby in the middle of a divorce? How in the world were we going to fix this? "This isn't your fault, Ava. Any symptoms of pregnancy would have mimicked the symptoms of your spinal injury, and you wouldn't have been able to feel the baby move well," Mama explained. "You already have urinary issues, chronic pain, fatigue, and so many other things that go along with pregnancy, so nothing would have appeared unusual to you. Any pregnancy signs would seem to be nothing more than spinal injury complications to you." I supposed that was true. My periods hadn't been consistent before I got injured, and since I'd broken my spine, they only showed up every few months or so. I guess I had skipped them for a while, a long fucking time actually, but I never kept track of them because they were so random and spread apart. I often felt unwell, so anything that might have been a result of the pregnancy I would have brushed off, because I would have assumed it had something to do with my spine. I had been gaining more weight, but that had been happening since I'd gotten hurt. I used to be too thin, because back at the Institute, I'd exercised to the point of exhaustion and starved myself for days. I'd finally recovered from disordered eating in the past year, so I didn't consider it abnormal that I was heavier now, when I was actually finishing my meals. I'd figured the extra weight gain had been because I'd spent my days sitting around in my chair and very little time exercising my upper body. Apparently, not. "But a whole baby? How did I not notice until now?" Mama shook her head. "The doctors think the baby is very small, Ava." Luana began to sign again, and Mama watched her carefully. "If Luana's guess is correct, and it usually is, you're barely 7 months into your pregnancy." A cavern of dismay opened inside my gut. "The baby's going to be premature?" Mama nodded. "Yes, they're preparing the NICU for the delivery now." My mind calculated numbers quicker than my thoughts could race to catch up to them. "If I'm 7 months along, that's only 28 weeks. Will it survive?" I didn't want this baby, had no desire for it, but that didn't mean I wanted it to die. This baby had to live, because if it didn't, that meant it was my fault it died, because I didn't get the right prenatal care. I'd already killed so many children when I tried to end the world. I couldn't let the death of this child be on my hands too. "We're going to make sure we do everything possible for the health of this baby," Mama said. But this baby has Mito blood, and if there's anything we know about this family, we can survive the worst this world throws at us. Disease and death have tried to kill me, you, your father, your brother, and everyone else in our bloodline, and we've all remained strong through the worst of it. This baby will be strong, too. Okay. I pulled myself together. Now wasn't the time to lose it, even though all I wanted to do was cry. I guess I'll try my best, though I have no idea what I'm doing. Your body will do the work for you. Mama continued to stroke my hair. And I'm determined to give you a better first labor than I had. You're in the right hands. Why did I need an epidural? I asked. I can't feel anything. You can't feel labor pains or your uterus contracting, but your body can. Your autonomic nervous system is still registering the contractions and responding, Mama said. Because your brain isn't sensing the pain, your body could go into shock and create a sudden rise of blood pressure, which could cause a heart attack or stroke. The epidural is a safeguard against that. But what if I can't push? I asked. I don't have great control over anything that's lower than my hips. The contractions will push the baby out. And if you can't push yourself, we have tools to help you deliver. That helped ease some of the tension. I didn't have to do this all by myself. Mama glanced Charlie's way. Charlie, you look rather guilty. I want to remind you that even though you and Ava are having marital problems now, you weren't when this baby was conceived. This child was made out of love between two married people. It's okay that this is happening. It's not that, Charlie started. I mean, I know Ava didn't want this, so sorry in advance. I laid down and asked for it, so it's not on you. It takes two, you know, I replied. Yeah, but you never wanted kids. You made that known, he said achingly. I wouldn't have been with you if I didn't accept that as a possibility, Charlie, I said quietly. I wouldn't have let you lie down with me if I hadn't been willing to carry your baby. I wouldn't sleep with any man who I wouldn't want to father my child. Charlie's face crumpled as he struggled to hold it in, and Oberai gave a tiny whimper. It was clear my words hit him hard, blowing up whatever was left of his heart I hadn't ruined. Well, it was the truth. Maybe there had been a time when I'd been okay with the thought of Charlie getting me pregnant, having kids, enjoying a normal family life. I'd always been wary of the thought of being a mom, but I'd never been completely opposed. If I had found out I was pregnant before Charlie had broken our bond, we would have been excited about this. It would have felt like a celebration instead of a tragedy. Something to pull us closer instead of something to fight over. Charlie shivered. Okay. I still feel like this is my fault, though. That the baby's coming, I mean. How? Mama asked. I was touching her when she started bleeding, Charlie babbled. Did I do something to cause this? Mama shook her head. No, Charlie. Nothing you could have done would have made this happen. In fact, it was probably a good thing you two were being intimate, because there's no telling if Ava would have noticed she was bleeding until it was too late. It feels like it's too late already, I complained. You got here before this became a life-threatening medical emergency, Mama said. Now you're in the proper place for the doctors to take action if it does. She glanced at the heartbeat monitor before she asked, Do you need anything at the moment to make you more comfortable? I don't know what's allowed, but my mouth is really dry. Ice chips would be best, Mama noted. I'll get some. Charlie was already moving out the door. I allowed myself to smile just a little. He was being so helpful, or at least trying. I think it was his way of telling me that although I was doing the work, he wanted to be here to help me. Nothing to say about me screwing around with my ex-husband? I asked Mama, dropping my voice low. I'm not going to judge, and he's not your ex-husband yet, Mama whispered softly. You might want to think about putting the divorce on hold for a moment. Yeah, Mama, no shit. Thanks for stating the obvious. She reached out to grasp my hand. I know, this is frightening, but I'm not leaving you, and I'm going to be here every step of the way. I didn't want to be a mom. My voice cracked on the last word. Now I don't have a choice. We can figure that part out later. All you have to focus on is getting this baby out, Mama said. We take this one step at a time. But giving birth is so scary. You nearly died when you had me, I whimpered. Your birth was traumatic, Ava, but I had wonderful births with all your other siblings. They came easily, without much pain at all. Birth can be frightening and painful, but for some it can be simple, even pleasurable. Like that's going to happen for me, seeing as my lower half's not working as it is, I grumbled. This is a complicated birth due to your injury, and there may be struggles, but you're powerful enough to get through this, because you've gotten through everything that's come before. Trust yourself, Mama said firmly. We're all here to support you. And who knows, this might be a fond memory of yours someday down the line, when all of this stops being so frightening. The sudden nature of it is what's scary, Ava. But we're Hawkeye. We chase the unknown. It's what you've always done your entire life. You go out searching for new experiences to enjoy. You find mountains, and you conquer them. Just think of this as a new exploration you get to take together with Charlie. That was a cool way of looking at it. Charlie came back with the ice chips, and I took them, popping one into my mouth. Thank you. Charlie went to respond, but I grabbed his wrist when I realized the room around me had gone silent. Moments before, all I could hear beside our conversations were those incessant booms rattling over Elamanth. Now, there was only silence. Hold on a moment, I said. I don't hear it. Hear what? Charlie asked. The explosions. Everyone in the room froze. We waited with bated breath, counting on the warden's next strike. It never came. Holy shit. Did the shield drop? I asked my mom. I don't think so. She pursed her lips, pausing to listen closer. Nothing happened. When we didn't hear the screams of civilians, the cries of battle, or the sounds of the dying, I was finally able to take a breath. He's stopped, Charlie marveled. Mama's tone was triumphant. He can't get past Ava's shield even now. Ha! Fucking loser. Even after becoming a god, he still couldn't best what I had been. If he can't get through the shield, he can't hurt us. Charlie's voice rang with some semblance of hope, and it gave me courage. There's a hole in it, though, I pointed out. If he finds it, he can get through. He hasn't found it yet. Charlie's voice became victorious. Maybe he won't. We're going to run out of supplies eventually. The city only has enough resources to last us for a few more months. If he doesn't get through the shield, he's going to starve us out, I replied. That's a problem to solve later. Your shield has bought us some time. Mama moved to braid back my hair. You just focus on getting this baby out. Mama was right. My shield still stood. I didn't know what the future held for any of us, especially between me and Charlie. But what was important was giving birth to this baby and making sure the three of us got through this. Although, I was pretty damn good at pissing the warden off. We were going to lose this war and lose everything, that was for sure. But who said we had to make it easy on him? We couldn't fight against a god, but we could give him one hell of a show on our way out. At least when he blew our corpses to pieces, he'd be irritated that we hadn't groveled before our demise. He wouldn't get the satisfaction of us stroking his ego, that was for sure. In the back of his mind for the rest of eternity, he'd always remember that Elamanth never gave in, no matter how much power he displayed. And being a thorn in his pitiful self-image was the best I could strive for. Luana and my mother kept checking on me, but it seemed like the labor had slowed down since I arrived. The bleeding from my cervix had stopped, so I didn't need an emergency C-section, though the waiting now was worse than the panic. Everyone departed from my room to wait for the baby to drop lower so I could start pushing, giving Charlie and me a moment alone, which was the last thing I wanted, because I didn't want to talk about all of this right now, but what else were we supposed to do? He sat beside my bed in an armchair, keeping steadily silent with Oberoi at his feet. Throughout it all, he never let go of my hand, and I didn't pull away. I needed his hand in mine to ground me to reality right now, because honestly, what the fuck was this life? Are you scared? Charlie's tone was so understanding. It reminded me of the soft dom he'd once been. It triggered a response in me to hang on to every word he said, spellbound by each syllable he spoke. I hadn't felt like that in a long time. But I'd been hurt by him, so my wounded side came out first. Of course I'm fucking scared. I'm more terrified than I've ever been in my life, and I can't run away from this. Then it's my job to help you be less scared. Charlie's hand moved to rub between my shoulders. We'll do this together. I'm not leaving you. You'd better not. You put me here. Charlie smiled at my bratty response and continued to rub my back. I know I can't do much, but you don't have to go through this alone. I'm here. That meant more to me than he would ever realize. I don't know what to do about custody or... Let's make sure the baby's healthy. Then we can figure it out, Charlie offered. I didn't like that we were tabling so many important discussions, but he was right. If the baby was as premature as Luana expected, it wouldn't be leaving the hospital for a while anyway. We could take turns visiting or something. We didn't have to be in the same room just because this baby shared a part of me and a part of him. That thought ripped me apart. We'd made this baby because we'd loved each other. Dual halves of ourselves brought together like our souls had been. Now we were splitting up before this child was even born. I knew what I really wanted was to visit this baby as a couple, though we'd never be one again. But at least we were going through this as a unit. We might not be together, but we were doing this together. He hadn't run scared when the doctor told him I was pregnant. He'd stayed, and he'd promised me he wasn't going anywhere even though I'd shoved divorce papers in his face. There could be no greater gift. I wish we could figure out how this happened. We were always careful, Charlie said, baffled. I counted back 7 months, then scowled. We escaped the Institute at the end of June. You weren't on any birth control until we arrived in Elamanth in July.
Are you sure that's right?
Charlie furrowed his brow like he was still trying to believe this was happening. Well, when did you have your last treatment at the Institute?
I don't know. We got thrown into cell block 9 around the time I would have taken it.
Well, did you take it or not? I growled. He gaped.
I don't know.
So you didn't. That means we weren't covered for a few weeks before we got to Elamanth. I rolled my eyes. The one fucking treatment we skip, we conceive on the first try. At least we know we're super fertile. Charlie gave the slightest of smirks.
I'm not so sure it was the first try. If you remember, we had nothing else to do with our time while we were in that cabin.
He managed to get a smile out of me with that one.
Marcus and Callie were always complaining they could hear us.
Not like we didn't hear them. We knew what they were doing in the room next door. They were loud as fuck.
Yeah, Marcus in particular.
I snickered. It was always after midnight when they thought we were already asleep. They woke me up every time the headboard banged against the wall. I don't know how they accomplished that, because they didn't go all the way until they got together officially, but whatever they were doing in the room next door made a hell of a lot of noise. Callie's illusion walls didn't cover any of that up.
Maybe they were just jumping on the bed innocently, and your perverted little mind turned it into something it wasn't, Charlie joked. It was just a slumber party.
Must have been one damn good slumber party. I used to whisper, "Touchdown," every time I could hear Marcus moan, which was half the fucking night.
Charlie smirked. I remember. If we could hear Callie 3 times, we used to say it was a home run.
We broke out into giggles, which turned into rapturous laughter. I grasped his arm and squeezed it as the two of us cracked up, unable to hold it in. Obereye's tail blurred as he wagged it as fast as he could, giving a doggy grin. Recalling old times helped me remember just how good our lives together had been. It took my mind off of everything that was happening and made me realize that when this baby had been made, we'd been madly in love. I wanted to get that feeling back again. Whether it was possible, I wasn't sure, but the smallest spark ignited in me, telling me there might be a way. Time passed by so slowly. I continued to dilate, and Luana assured me the baby was moving downward, though it didn't feel like it. This kid sure was taking their sweet-ass time in showing up. I guess the baby took after me, because ancestors knew I never got anywhere on time. Charlie never left the room, just did whatever I asked. The lights were too bright and pissing me off, so he dimmed them until they no longer hurt my eyes. He kept cool cloths pressed to my head and moved me to shift positions every half hour. I knew some women didn't want anyone around them during labor because it made them feel overstimulated or claustrophobic. But that wasn't me. I needed constant touch, and Charlie seemed to sense that without me asking for it. Charlie's hands were always on my body, rubbing my back, holding my hand, or playing with my hair. Obereye's black eyes observed us both, a slight sparkle in them I hadn't seen in a long while. We slept in short sprints here and there, me in the bed and Charlie on the chair, but I don't think either of us got much rest. We were too preoccupied with what was to come. Once it was dark again and night had fallen over Elamanth, Luana checked me one last time. When a host of doctors entered the room, one of them pushing in a clear incubator, I knew it was time to get this show on the road. The baby's fully dropped. It's time to push, Mama said. Let's move you onto your side, Ava. It'll be a better position for your spinal injury. So far, despite the frantic beginning, everything had seemed to progress smoothly. But this was the most complicated part, and the bit I was most worried about. Charlie helped my mom turn me onto my left side. Then she pulled my leg up before saying, "Charlie, come here." He moved closer, and she hooked his elbow underneath my right knee. "Pull up gently on her leg. You need to widen that pelvis." Mama smiled slightly, like what she'd said was an inside joke to herself. She moved to place Charlie's free hand at the right spot on my back, adjusting his arms so he could pull my leg up higher. "Like this?" Charlie pushed down behind my hip, and though I couldn't feel much, I sensed relieved pressure. "Yes, just like that. You're doing wonderful, Charlie." "Some praise for me would be nice," I grunted. Charlie didn't respond to my joke, but remained focused as he continued to hold my leg and widen my hips. Throughout this whole labor, he'd moved to do whatever was needed, whenever he was asked, without too many questions. Mama just showed him what to do, and he did it. I hated that I was falling for him all over again. I wasn't supposed to. I'd promised myself not to. I did. Luana was seated on a stool beside me. She ducked her head to prepare for delivery. If her hands were on me, I didn't feel it, but just witnessing the intensity of her features made this all too real. I couldn't watch. My eyes stung, worried that this was really happening, and there was no turning back now. I'd made so many terrible mistakes in my life. How was I going to be a decent mother? Obereye saw my teary eyes and moved to the side of the bed beside Charlie. He pressed against the side of it. I grasped onto his fur, stroking his soft coat, and trying to focus on the sensation of his hair instead of the all-encompassing demands of my body. Obereye nosed at my arms, giving me a soft lick. "Breathe. Charlie's here." My throat tightened. Had I just heard Obereye? No, couldn't be. I was making it up. It was just the voices in my head that were messing with me. Voices or not, they were right. If Charlie was here, I could get through it. I just had to look into his eyes and be reassured. He wouldn't know I was gazing into them, so I could look all I wanted. Somehow, this would be okay. "Go ahead and start pushing, Ava," Mama encouraged. "It's time." I tried, but I wasn't sure if I was actually doing anything. I didn't feel any bodily sensations to start, just did what my mom said. I could tell my body was starting to experience the blowback of labor, though. I was growing exhausted, wanting to sleep more than anything else. A part of me wished to give up and quit, though I knew that wasn't an option. I had to see this through, for myself and my child. "Is the baby coming out?" I asked weakly. I wasn't sure how much longer I could keep up my feeble attempts at pushing. "Yes, you're doing very well," Mama said. "It doesn't look like we'll have to use forceps. Keep going." Despite my body being so weary, I felt so strong. The women of my tribe had gone through this ritual for thousands of years, and now I was joining them, becoming a part of something sacredly ancient. I did my very best, falling into a trance as I pushed whenever my mother said to. I had to. I couldn't feel the contractions coming, so verbal commands were all I had. I felt entirely grounded into my body, and was barely cognizant of the people rushing around me. All I could focus on was the effort to keep pushing, the sensation of Obereye's fur, and Charlie. Though it was tough going. I'd been pushing for an hour, and yet no baby. "She's getting tired, Charlie," I heard my mom's voice from somewhere far off. "You need to encourage her." "I'm not going anywhere," Charlie said, hugging my leg closer. "I've got you." "Do you?" I managed to breathe the words out. He'd let me down before, so who knew if he'd come through now, even after sticking with me through all of this.
Of course I do. I'll always catch you before you fall, Charlie insisted. We're a team, right?
We were. The best team that ever was, me and him. And the worst.
The head's out. You're nearly there, Mama coaxed. Push one more time, Ava.
I couldn't. I was worn out and throwing in the towel. I didn't care anymore if I died here because I was so tired I felt like I would. I just wanted to close my eyes and rest. My mother slightly shook me, but I didn't care.
Come on, Pidge, I heard Charlie plead. One more time.
Pidge. I tried with everything I had left. Although I hadn't registered any pain, my body instantly sagged into the mattress, as if it could sense the hardest part was done.
He's here, Mama said.
He? I struggled to sit up from my laying position. Charlie noticed, and he carefully helped to maneuver me onto my back. Hoarsely, I asked, "It's a boy?"
Yes, a boy, Mama said.
But her voice wasn't as joyful as I expected it to be. There was hesitation there. Fear. I expected the baby to be placed onto my chest, but nobody moved to do that. The room was too silent. I grew still. Why isn't he crying? Nobody answered. Charlie had gone stiller than the grave, stuck in a moment in time. Luana was holding something, but it was so small, I couldn't see what it was. I knew it had to be my baby. I reached out my arms for the child. I didn't know why, until I realized that I was this child's mother. And there was an instinctual reaction that if something was wrong with my baby, I could make it right, no matter what was wrong with them. She didn't put him into my arms, but instead into the incubator. So many doctors and nurses were crowding around it, maneuvering tubes, calling for supplies. I saw the light of Luana's healing magic and the crease between her eyes, trying to heal whatever was inside that glass dome. He still didn't cry. The medical staff moved as a unit, whisking my baby out of the room before I even had a chance to see what he looked like. My arms were still outstretched. They felt so empty. The rush of powerful feelings dampened and died, curling inward and curdling into sickness. My child was yanked away from me, and I'd never get this moment back. Whatever spring of new life that had arisen within my heart decayed into a cold and harsh wind. I expected to experience a surge of love so strong it made me feel like all other types of love were inadequate, that this was what I'd been waiting for my entire life. I waited for the one thing that validated my existence and made living worthwhile. After all, that's what everyone had told me to expect from the experience of becoming a parent. I felt nothing. People were poking and prodding at me, but I was disassociating so badly, I couldn't register what they were doing. I wished they would all leave me here to die. "Get out of my way!" I heard Callie yell as she entered the room, shouldering her way through doctors and nurses and refusing to let anyone stop her. Charlie numbly stood in her way. Callie pushed him aside, roughly shoving him into the wall like he was nothing more than an obstacle in her desperate path to get to me. "Ava, are you okay?" No, I wasn't okay. This was my fault. I didn't notice I was pregnant, and I didn't get the right prenatal care. This baby was born 2 months early because I'd been ignorant. Now he might die, and his death would be on my hands. I knew my whole life I'd be a terrible mother, and I was proving it on the first day of my child's life. The doctors knew it too. They knew I was a monster that couldn't be saved. That's why they'd taken him from me as quickly as they could. The truth was a poison, but one I eagerly drank all the same, because it was my penance. If this baby was going to stay alive, he had to be as safe as possible, which meant he needed to be kept far away from me.
Chapter 15. Charlie. A baby. Ava and I had made a baby. This had all happened so suddenly. I couldn't wrap my head around it. I sat in the hallway outside the labor room, knees curled to my chest and fingers tangled in my hair. I tugged on the strands, but no matter how hard I pulled, I failed to sense the pain I expected. No, needed to feel. I had to feel something, because right now I was wholly detached from my body. The distant sounds of hospital staff down the hall seemed muffled, and the solid floor beneath me didn't register. I wasn't sure there was conversation coming from the labor room, because I couldn't process any of it. Sophia, Callie, and Oberei were in there, and I was alone in the hall trying to stay out of the way. It was for the best. They could comfort Ava better than I could. She'd given everything she had to give birth to our baby, and I'd done nothing to help. Any aid I'd supplied meant little to nothing, because it couldn't compare to everything Ava had done to bring this baby to life. It didn't make sense how things could change this quickly. We'd fought as hard as we could, yet the warden had still ended up with the keys, and now we'd return home to this. It felt like I'd left my own reality and stepped into someone else's life, because this couldn't be the same world I'd been living in yesterday. It didn't matter how hard I tried to make sense of it. Between the sound of Ava's frightened pleas as she asked for Luana to give her the baby, and Callie storming into the labor room to shove me aside to get to her, I'd felt the last bits of what I'd been holding on to crumble. I didn't even know where the kid was right now. They'd rushed my son away without letting me hold him, without telling me why. My son. Ancestors, if anything was going to break me, it would be this. I'd had zero time to get prepared for the idea of being a father, and I'd become one in a matter of hours. Ava was the only person who knew how this situation felt, because she'd become a mother in the same amount of time. But I couldn't talk to her about it, comfort her, or even be in the same room so we could get through this together, because despite those papers still sitting unsigned in my drawer, we were basically no longer married. This wasn't fucking fair. I pulled harder on my hair until several strands broke free, and still felt nothing. I thought I might be rocking back and forth, but I couldn't be sure. How much time had passed? I had no fucking clue. A heavy hand landed on my shoulder, and I gave a start. I hadn't heard anyone approach. What is it? I stumbled over my words, my voice cracking as I teetered on the brink of tears. I didn't even realize how broken I felt until that moment. I didn't have it in me to fight back anymore. "Charlie," Liam said, "how are you holding up?" The weight of the question felt monumental. I was unable to manage a shrug, let alone an answer. I had no response planned, but even as I tried to choke out a reply, the words caught in my throat. It practically suffocated me. "Yeah, I get that," Liam said, even though I hadn't answered. My silence was enough of an answer itself. Liam groaned as he lowered himself to the ground beside me, pressing his back against the wall. I knew it took a lot of effort for him to do that, and I appreciated the gesture. I didn't want to be alone right now, though I'd never admit it. Neither of us spoke for a long time, and we didn't need to. I focused on the sound of Liam's breath beside me, allowing his presence to drag me back to reality. Liam didn't prod, and I spoke when I was ready. "I don't know how this is happening," I said in the smallest voice I'd ever used. "Believe it or not, I can relate," Liam replied. I gave a skeptical huff. "You don't know how this feels. None of this was planned." "Neither was Ava-Marie," Liam said, "and she's been one of the greatest joys of my life." I lifted my head. "You and Sophia didn't plan to have Ava?" "We had hoped to have children someday, but when the time came, it was a shock. And it all happened during the middle of the Hawkeye Civil War," Liam explained. I'll never completely understand what you're going through, because we had more time to prepare for Ava's arrival. But I feel for you two. I really do. This wasn't the Liam I knew. He'd always been a hard-ass who demanded that if he couldn't keep Ava-Marie away from me, I had to take care of her. And I hadn't. I expected him to berate me, tear my head off my shoulders for putting his daughter in this position. But instead, Liam seemed to be supportive of the arrival of his grandson. My shoulders sagged and words tumbled out of my mouth. This is different. Ava and I are getting divorced. We can't be parents. The warden will find a way through that shield eventually. And if he doesn't, you're welcome to do the honors yourself and get rid of me for letting this happen. I know you want to. Liam chuckled, like it was funny we could both agree on something. I thought about it, kid. What good would that do? You're the father of my first grandchild. He needs you, so I'll put my distaste for you aside for now, so long as you step up and do what needs to be done. Sophia and I will be here to help out as his grandparents, but that's not enough. That baby needs his dad. I shook my head. I can't be a dad. This can't be happening. Liam placed a hand on my shoulder again, pulling me back into myself. Charlie, I know, but you are a dad now, and this is happening. My eyes burned with tears. Why doesn't it feel real? Because these things take a minute, Liam said gently. You and Ava didn't have time to prepare, but that doesn't make you less of a parent. Your introduction into this journey is rough, but you still get a chance to do things right, no matter how it started. It takes a moment to get adjusted to these changes. What no one tells you about becoming a parent is that it's a practice, something you learn by doing. All you can do is take it one step at a time. Becoming a father happens abruptly, but now you get to choose if you want to be a dad. That doesn't happen overnight, but I promise that if you choose to walk this path, you will gain clarity with time. I don't know if I want to do this without her, I whispered. It's okay not to know, Liam said. You don't have to decide anything today, or this week, or this month. We're all here to support the two of you, so you can make the decision when you're ready. What do I do in the meantime? Like I said, you take it one step at a time. Nothing feels more real than meeting your child for the first time. So if you're struggling to make sense of your son's arrival, that's where I'd start. Go to him. Talk to him. He's just a baby. He won't understand me. But he'll feel you, Liam encouraged. And in turn, you'll feel what you need from him. Maybe it won't give you any answers just yet, but it should set you on the path to them. I shook my head. I don't even know what answers I'm hoping for. None of it matters, since the warden's going to wipe us all out anyway. Liam sighed. If you're right and we're out of time, then our only option is to make the most out of the time we have left. That means you need to be there for your son. A door clicked open beside us, and I jumped. Soft footsteps emerged from the labor room, followed by the sound of padding paws. Ava is resting now. She needs to sleep, Sophia said. The baby is in the neonatal intensive care unit. He's being closely monitored. Liam pushed himself to his feet. Soph and I will give you some space. You think about what I said, okay, Charlie? Okay, I mumbled. Ava's parents started down the hall, exchanging quiet whispers I couldn't hear. Oberoi nuzzled his nose into my shoulder. I wrapped my arms around his neck, pressing my face into his warm fur. Only when Liam and Sophia's footsteps had faded down the hall and I was alone with my familiar did the tears begin to flow. Sobs rocked my body as I dragged Oberoi closer, clutching him so tightly as if he were my only lifeline. Charlie, Oberoi practically whispered. I responded telepathically because I couldn't bring myself to speak. I don't understand how this is happening. If this had happened in another timeline where the warden never got the keys, maybe things would be different. But I don't know how to welcome a baby into this world when I'm just going to lose him. We're all going to lose each other. I just wish there was more time to figure this out. Oberoi gave a shudder. Charlie, I'm so sorry. The way he said it made me pause, because I sensed guilt in his tone, as if Oberoi himself had done something to steal our time away. Then I realized. You knew, didn't you? I said aloud, pulling away. Familiars can sense when women are pregnant. Why didn't you tell us? We could have had more time to prepare. I wanted to tell you both, but things kept getting in the way, Oberoi pleaded. I could sense that Ava was pregnant, but I could also tell that the baby, not to mention Ava's body, was weak. The spirit inside the child wasn't strong. I didn't believe it would survive the first few weeks. I thought Ava was going to have a miscarriage, and I didn't want to upset everyone with the news until it actually happened, because so much was going on. We were on the run, then we just got to Elameth, then you two had this big wedding. I tried to tell you after the wedding in my own way, but we rushed into getting the vampire key, then moved on to the camps shortly after. You threw us into that fountain on our wedding night to try to get us to make heirs, I reminded him. Why would you do that if you already knew Ava was pregnant? You guys were unsure about becoming parents, and I knew it would happen eventually, with this baby or another. I was just trying to warm you up to the idea. Oberoi nuzzled his wet nose into my shoulder. Then you two were so upset once Cassiel died. Ava was getting further along, and I knew at this point the child would survive, so I pushed myself to say something. But by the time I was ready to, you pulled that coup, and Ava tried to end the world. Then the divorce papers happened, and I didn't know what to do. Oberoi whimpered. I wanted the two of you to mend things, and knew the chances of that happening were low if I dropped this kind of news. I could tell you that this baby was coming. I tried to tell you both by insisting Ava give you those baby clothes over Christmas, but things just kept getting worse between you two, and between us. I couldn't tell either of you, not when everything between us all is wrecked like this. My chest tightened. He was right. Everything kept getting worse, no matter how hard I fought to fix it. I tried to tell Ava, but she couldn't hear me after the bond was broken, and she didn't understand what I was trying to say, Oberoi continued. You were the only one who could hear me, Charlie, and you kept blowing me off. I tried to bring this up, but all I ever heard was, Not now, Oberoi. It just wasn't enough time. The baby's here early, and I missed my opportunity to say anything at all. Oberoi sounded as broken as I felt. I should have been mad at him, but he was right. We'd had an insane time since we'd left the Institute, and there hadn't been a spare moment that would have been a good time to drop a bomb like this. And now that we were out of time, I didn't want to spend the rest of it hating him. I scratched Oberoi behind the ears. You're right. The baby's here. I don't want us to miss any more opportunities. Can you take me to him? Oberoi nodded, and I stood on shaky feet as he led me down the hall. I felt like I was floating all the way to the NICU. Your Highness, I heard Eldon's voice. She stood outside the door, guarding our baby. She must have heard Ava was in trouble, came to help, then stationed herself here. There's a doctor inside tending to the new heir. Who is it? I asked. I don't want anyone in this room I wouldn't trust with my life. I didn't have a lot of sway as prince anymore, but this was my kid, and it was my job to protect him. Her name is Dr. Onyx Fox, Eldon said. She was sent by the demigod guardians themselves. She's a neonatal doctor and a midwife, as well as the witch representative within the United Supernatural Union. She's the most qualified individual in Elameth to care for your child. Marcus's parents recommended her. She took care of him when he was born early. That eased my wariness, though only slightly. I entered the room, and Oberoi followed. Dr. Fox stepped aside. He's doing well, Your Highness. You may have a moment with him. Can I touch him? I asked. You may, though there are several tubes and wires. He has a feeding tube, an IV, and is hooked up to a ventilator, so be careful when you insert your hands into the incubator. There are gloves nearby that you can use. Still, wash your hands first. He's very small, and we can't take any chances. I nodded. I can do that. The incubator is meant to mimic the womb. You won't be able to leave it for another 2 months, but you should be able to hold him for short periods in a day or two. Hold him. It sounded wonderful. My hands shuddered at my sides. I'll be okay, I told myself. The door clicked shut behind me as Onyx left. For a second, I wanted to turn around and run, to pretend like none of this was happening, because I wasn't even sure I wanted it to be real. Then the most delicate, precious squeak met my ears, and everything I'd ever known dissolved and rebuilt itself in a single moment. An explosion erupted in the middle of my life, blasting all the walls I'd ever built to pieces in a split second. At the same moment it all imploded, something miraculous replaced it. A warm sensation brushed across my arms, sending magic tingling up and down my limbs. I had no words for what it was exactly, because I never felt anything like it before. It was similar to a sapling rising from the earth after a great and terrible destruction, signaling hope and renewal. Whatever this magic was, it was welcome and cherished, and I knew there was no turning back. The world outside faded as an unwavering force drew me closer. Machines whirred around me, but all my attention was stolen by a single incubator in the middle of the room. My footsteps echoed throughout the hospital room as I approached the incubator carefully, and my heart swelled with every stride. I splayed my hands over the top of the incubator, where the child slept soundlessly. He was so small that he couldn't breathe on his own, and yet my magic had never felt as strong as it did now. I could feel every molecule of air filling the tubes that connected to his lungs, and sensed his tiny body fighting to hold on to life. Fabric rustled as he wiggled slightly, like he knew I was there and was trying to reach out for me. Oberoi nudged my leg. "If you want to touch him, go ahead." Oberoi guided me to a nearby sink, where I nervously washed my hands. I fumbled to turn the faucet off, nearly dropping the towels that I used to dry my skin before I steadily approached the incubator again, feeling every part of me trembling. Here it goes. I shook as I put the gloves on, realizing I couldn't help myself. Oberoi guided my movements, and I reached my hands inside the holes on the side of the incubator. I placed one hand beside his head, which was soft with a tuft of hair. He was barely 16 inches, and by my estimates, couldn't be more than 2 pounds. My heart nearly burst. "It's okay, baby boy," I whispered as tears filled my eyes. "Daddy's here now." Saying the words out loud caused a profound shudder of restoration to travel through my entire body. For so long, I felt like I was dying, like pieces of myself were withering away one by one. Being here in the presence of my newborn son was an entire soul awakening, as if he wasn't the only one who'd just been born, but I'd been reborn alongside him. His pulse was weak, but I could swear I felt his little heart pumping to match the rhythm of my own, like he and I were connected and always had been. And I realized we were. This child was my blood, my baby. I'd made this baby with her. This, I realized, was what family felt like. For so long I'd been searching for a family I could call my own, blood that was bonded to me, and here he was, my child. Tears streamed down my cheeks as his tiny hand brushed against my fingers. When that happened, something shifted. The initial shock was replaced by a wave of magic that hit me full force, nearly knocking me down. I'd only experienced something like this one time before. "Oberoi," I breathed. The power emanating from my son was so strong I couldn't bear to pull away. "What is it?" Oberoi asked, sniffing the air. Then he stilled as he sensed exactly what I was feeling, and whispered, "By the gods, Charlie, he's a narrated." The words breathed out of me. I told myself it wasn't true, that I was misreading things, but the magic signature coming from my son was unmistakable. Even so, I didn't understand how it was possible. This was the end of the world, wasn't it? The warden had opened the Elven gate, but my son had appeared on the very same day. Prophets were born when there was a great future to foretell, weren't they? What kind of future would exist when the warden was the one ruling over everything? "I didn't know you would be a prophet, Charlie," Oberoi marveled. "If I had, I'd have said something sooner." "It changes nothing," I told him. "We just have to figure out what this means." "A great destiny," Oberoi hushed. "That is the only thing it can mean." "Get Maddie," I told him, and Oberoi ran off. I continued to lightly touch my son's skin, trying to keep myself standing, although all I wanted was for my knees to buckle so I could hit the floor. My son hadn't been alive for more than a few hours, and already destiny was claiming him for itself. I wouldn't let the gods have him. I'd been through hell and back trying to fulfill what was destined for me. I wouldn't let fate take away that choice from my son. Maddie must have already been on her way to the hospital, because it wasn't long before Oberei returned with Ava's aunt in tow. Maddie entered the room with such grace, as if she had no concern in the world. I wondered if my son would be the same, moving through life knowing that he could see the future, but not change the outcome. It was a monumental responsibility, and a great curse, one I wasn't sure I wished upon anyone, let alone my own child. "Maddie," I said when she entered the room. I still hadn't moved from the incubator, my fingers stroking my son's head. "You summoned me before anyone else, which, in my opinion, can only mean one thing. Your son is an Audiobook," Maddie stated simply. "It appears so," I replied. "I need to know what this means. The warden has already won. I thought this was all over, but the gods send prophets when they're needed, don't they?" "Yes," Maddie said gently. "If your child is truly a Audiobook, then this gives us hope. It means the gods are preparing for something even bigger than the warden. A turn of events that will be incredibly relevant in your son's time, when he comes of age." Tears leaked from my eyes. "We can't handle the warden. How are we going to handle something even bigger than him?" "You won't, but your child will," Maddie explained. "He's just a baby," I protested. "I don't want him anywhere near the warden." "You're misunderstanding," Maddie said. "This fight with the warden is yours, not your child's, but your son won't be a child forever. He will grow up to fight his own battles, and whatever he will face when the time comes will be something we can't foresee yet. But this means the gods anticipate a future, one that they are already preparing for." I furrowed my brow. "So this is a sign we'll win against the warden? How?" "Perhaps we won't win, but your son's birth is a sign the world will live on. Nothing is for certain, not even Audiobook visions," Maddie said. "But if the gods are preparing for something new, then it means they see a way out of our current struggles, even if we can't see it ourselves. It means there's a chance we could win, but the fight isn't over yet. Your child isn't promised a future, but the gods are promising him, promising all of us, a shot at a better life." One last shot. It seemed impossible to believe, after my friends and I had fucked so much of this up. I shook my head. "We're out of options. There's nothing we can do but sit around and hope the warden leaves us alone. Even as an Audiobook, I can't promise you the future, but what I can tell you is that as long as you have something to fight for, you stand a chance. Ava just gave you the best reason to keep fighting." My son shifted against my touch. Though he couldn't understand what we were saying, maybe it was like Liam had said and he could feel it. It was like he was confirming everything Maddie was saying. Deep within, I knew this child had appeared in our lives at the right time for a reason. I'd given up before. I lost everything. My family, the divinity keys, my hope. I'd been ready to lay belly up and let the warden take us. But the gods weren't willing to go down without a fight, and so they'd sent me something worth fighting for. For so long, I'd fought to create a better world for Ava and I. If Ava didn't want me fighting for her anymore, I understood. Yet I had a renewed sense of purpose and a reason to fight. My son. He was born with the opportunity to have a better life than I'd had. It was my job as his dad to give him that future. The gods must have really big plans for him, I noted. He shouldn't even exist. At the Institute, Professor Mazur taught us that demigods are supposed to be infertile, and even if they do have children, those kids can't be magical. I don't know how he was born in the first place, let alone with the powers of an Audiobook. "The supernatural world does not always abide by its own rules," Maddie replied. "Not that long ago, the Hawkeye believed interhouse children would be weak, and clearly that's not the case. This could be a fabricated lie to keep demigods from breeding because people are afraid of how powerful their children could become, or merely a misconception because there haven't been enough demigods throughout history who gave birth to magical children. It might be the case that some children of demigods are not magical, but that's not the case here. The gods specifically chose him." "It's going to be hard for him, isn't it?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "Being an Audiobook is guaranteed to be a difficult journey," Maddie confirmed. It is a long, painful road full of much sadness. No one can quite understand the difficulties of being a prophet and carrying the burdens of the future but a prophet themselves. But just because the road is winding does not mean it is not worth traveling. I promise to be here every step of the way, to help raise your child and teach him how to control his powers. That is, if you and Ava wish for my help. I was almost too quick to respond with an enthusiastic yes, but when she spoke Ava's name, something within me retreated. This decision wasn't mine alone. Ava and I weren't together, but we were still this child's parents, and we were going to have to make these decisions as a unit. No matter what our relationship status was, I wouldn't take any choices from her. That didn't mean I wouldn't stop fighting for my son in the meantime, doing whatever I thought was best for him. Right now, he needed his dad to keep going, and that's exactly what I was going to do. Thank you, I told Maddie. Ava and I will reach out when we're ready for more guidance. Of course, Maddie replied. I'll be here whenever you and Ava are ready. I withdrew my hands from the incubator, though it nearly ripped me apart to do so. Will you stay behind with Aubrey to keep an eye on him? I'll be back soon. Of course. It is my duty to safeguard the next prophet, she said. He will have a great destiny. Those words yet again. Great destiny. They sickened me. It took everything within me to drag myself away from my kid and into the hall. I ordered Eldon not to allow anyone into the room but myself, Maddie, or my familiar. Then I drew a deep breath and started back to Ava's hospital room. How was I going to do this? It had been easy to talk to her when she was in the middle of labor, fighting to get this baby out. But now we were through that, and the distance between us had come racing back. This was worse than awkward. It was tremendously heartbreaking. I didn't think this baby would bring us closer together, but push us farther apart. I wouldn't know unless I tried. I waited outside the door for a few seconds, gathering the courage to face her. Then I lightly knocked on the wood. Come in, a blunt voice called, though it wasn't Ava's. I pushed the door open and stepped into the room, where the atmosphere was chilling. I sensed a powerful surge of fey magic as Callie leapt to her feet, planting herself firmly between me and Ava's hospital bed. I just want to talk, I said weakly. Ancestors, she had to hate me right now. Callie huffed. Your time for talking is done. You need to leave. It's okay, Callie, Ava told her, and hell, she sounded more fragile than she ever had. Can you give us a minute? Callie hesitated, then started for the door. 1 minute, she warned me. That's all you get. She shoved her shoulder into mine on the way out, practically slamming the door behind her. I turned to Ava, not really sure where to start. How are you doing? I finally asked, and immediately regretted it. Ava couldn't be doing well. I knew that. I'm fine, she answered. Her tone was hard to read. Do you want to meet him? I asked. No, Ava said hollowly. Her blunt response shocked me. She didn't care to see him. At all? How could she feel that way? She didn't understand yet that he was the most special thing in the entire world. Once she saw him, I just knew she'd fall in love like I had. Right? Despite how stunned I was, I didn't let it show. I'm here to help in any way I can. I want to be his dad and be involved. I'll do anything you need me to. Ava scoffed. I didn't want any of this. I wanted a clean break. Now I'll never get one. My heart ached. She'd wanted to cut and run, to get away from me and leave me behind her. She desired a new life where I wasn't in it, so she could forget about me. Now there would always be something tying us together, and we'd never heal. I'd made this so much worse on us. We don't have to figure it out right now. I just thought you should know. He's a Natterai. I didn't expect Ava to jump for joy or claim all hope was restored, but I expected some sort of reaction. Instead, the only reply Ava gave was an empty, oh. I had no idea what she was feeling or how to help. Without our bond tugging me one way or the other, it was impossible to feel her. She was right here in front of me, yet she might as well be on the other side of the ocean. If you don't want him, I'll take him, I offered. I know you didn't ask for this. No one's going to make you be a mom when you don't want to be. I'm fine with being a single parent. Really, if you want your clean break, it's the least I could give you. I'll take the baby, and you can move on. I can never move on from you. The words weren't affectionate, but cold. She spoke them as if they were a life sentence she couldn't escape from. An unending silence followed, as if Ava had vanished on the spot. It was like she was refusing to answer me. You don't have to decide anything right now, I added. I just want you to know it's an option. I don't care what you do, Charlie, Ava snapped. Take him or don't. It really doesn't matter to me. I just don't want the public to find out. Nobody can know I had this baby except those who have to. Make sure the people in the palace know that's a royal order from the princess. Ava could be blunt at times and harsh when she wanted to be. Still, she'd never been this cruel. Her words cut deeply as I struggled to comprehend she wanted nothing to do with this child we'd made together. Didn't she care at all that he was a part of me and her? The last piece of us that still existed and would last? Maybe she was no longer the woman I'd married. Maybe she'd never been the person I thought she was. I stepped back. Okay, I understand. I wanted to thank you. My fingers twitched. I desperately desired to hold her hand, but I restrained myself with everything I had. Thank me for what? She sounded irritated. Why was she pushing me away like this after the incredible moment we just shared? It was breaking my heart. For this. For the precious gift you gave me. It means so much to me. My arm slightly lifted to stroke her hair, but I held myself back. Those few hours when I'd been allowed to touch her during labor had been a precious gift. She seemed like she couldn't get enough of me then, but she clearly desired nothing more than to be as far away as possible. No problem. She spoke plainly, with disgust. I had to hold myself back from gaping. Ava, you didn't do me a simple favor. You had my child. I didn't have a choice, and it was what I had to do, she said shortly. We don't need to keep talking about it. It's not going to change anything between us. Right, because why would it? Our marriage wasn't salvageable. I needed to pull myself together and force myself to realize that, though a bitter hope inside of me had pleaded, just maybe, that this baby could be a way to bring us back together. Ava smacked her hand against the bed. Why are you still standing around? Do you need me to give you directions on how to leave? I don't know what to call him. I shrugged uselessly. It doesn't feel right picking a name unless you like it too. He's not just my baby, even though you don't want him. I could imagine her rolling her eyes right now. He needs a name that starts with a C. It's Elvish tradition. All your male ancestors from the beginning of your family's reign have had one. You never cared much about tradition. She didn't care about this baby at all, so why was she throwing a fit about what he was called? I didn't get it. It's important, okay, she bit. Might as well try to follow one rule around here, since we've broken all the rest. A C name. Okay. I scuffed my shoe against the floor. I'm drawing a blank here. Ava drew a long, annoyed sigh. There was a tense quiet before her voice finally softened. His name is Casey. It's always been my favorite boy name. Casey. I like that. It sounded short and perfect. I don't know if Prince Casey sounds formal, but I don't really care. The monarchy can like what we pick. It's a nickname. Gently, with the only sliver of grace she'd shown me since I walked in, she added, His royal name will be Cassio II. I staggered backward, too far away to reach out for her, and wholly unable to, even if I tried. Every shred of hope that had bloomed within my heart since Casey's birth shattered all at once. I should have been honored by the gesture, but instead it was my complete undoing. Even though Ava and I weren't together, I'd foolishly thought we'd do this together, in some capacity at least. Ava didn't have to be there if she didn't want to be. She didn't have to raise him, but I thought she'd at least play a role in making decisions for this child. But that wasn't what this was. His name wasn't the first of our decisions to make together as parents. It was our last, and her final goodbye. Hot, heart-wrenching tears that I failed to choke back began to leak from my eyes, because Ava knew how much my grandfather had meant to me. This was her final gift to me before we parted for good. She could pretend she didn't give a damn all she wanted. With that small gesture, I knew this meant a lot to her, too, though she didn't want to allow herself to accept that. Ava shifted on the bed, rolling over to face away from me, and I knew I was no longer welcome here. I bolted. I shoved past Callie, running from Ava as fast as my legs could carry me.
"What did you do?"
Callie yelled after me, but she didn't follow. She hurried back into the hospital room to console Ava, which I was grateful for, because Ava needed her right now. She certainly didn't need me. I'd already done more damage than I could ever fix. I loved her too much to keep causing her pain, and all I was doing was breaking her, over and over and over. I ducked into an empty room and broke down completely. My chest tightened and sobs rocked my entire body, while the sound of Ava's voice speaking our son's name echoed in my mind. Casey. What a lovely name. A beautiful homage to the only family I ever had. I'd had Ava for a moment, my wife and my world, but Ava and I didn't have to be parents together if she didn't want that. Still, she'd given me the greatest parting gift I could ever ask for. I didn't have her anymore, but I needed a family, and I needed someone to fight for. Now I had Casey. If he was all I had left, I was going to do everything I could to live for him. He needed me now, so I would be the best parent I could be and give him the greatest of my life, because that's what he deserved. I heard shouting from down the hall. There was an argument going on. Hell, what now? I quickly dashed away my tears. I staggered upward, getting to my feet to figure out what was going on. I heard my best friend's voice, speaking every word as if it were a threat and not a request.
"You shouldn't be here!"
Marcus seethed.
"You need to leave! I'll do whatever I damn well please!"
Cameron shouted.
"I am the Emperor!"
For fuck's sake, not him. I'd be damned before I allowed my useless father to get anywhere near my son. I raced down the hall to the NICU, where Eldon was thankfully blocking Cameron's path into the room. "You will not enter here," Maddie's voice rang out, bold authority ringing in her tone. "No one is permitted inside except his parents," Eldon added. "I'm afraid that includes you, Emperor Cameron." Eldon deserved a reward for being so brave. No elf ever refused a request from the Emperor, but here she was, standing her guard. My hands shook at my sides. "What are you doing here?" "I came to see my grandson," Cameron stated. "Why else would I be here? The arrival of the next heir must be announced. Ava's given an order that no one is to know about Casey." Cameron scoffed. "Casey, that's the best you could come up with. It's not a suitable name for a prince." I bit the inside of my cheek to hold my temper back, though it wasn't working. And Cameron he's named after my grandfather. Cameron guffawed as if incredibly offended. "It seems I cannot escape that man's shadow no matter what I do, but he's no longer in charge around here. I am, and if I want the whole world to know about this child, then it shall be so. The Holy Mother gave this command, so you will respect Ava's wishes." I made sure to imply, or else. Cameron stomped his foot. "I'll do no such thing. Announcing the heir is how it's done. You do that and you put him at risk. If the warden finds out about him, he'll come after this baby for the simple reason that he's Ava's son. You need to keep your big mouth shut." Cameron sulked. "Fine. I guess I see the wisdom in that. After all, this is my grandson. Even so, I must approve of the next heir." "Funny, you start caring about family when it benefits you," I sneered. Cameron snorted. "You always think the worst of me, Charlie." "Yeah, I do. Because you've proven that being horrible is all you're capable of," I spat. "I know your balls are being held in the royal vault. You can't make another heir, so you're trying to take mine. What did you do that was so bad that my grandfather had to castrate you for it?" "Whatever I did is none of your business, seeing as you won't be taking the throne," Cameron hissed. "The only reason I didn't take your balls is because I needed you to produce an heir. You've done that, so now you are of no use to me. Expect to find another pair of royal jewels in the vault by tomorrow evening. Then we'll see what you have to say.
You can't have him. He's not yours to control. He'll be whatever I require him to be,
Cameron blustered.
You will have no say in it.
I'm saying you can't have him because the law won't let you, I snapped. Casey's a Natterai, and by law, prophets can't ascend to the throne.
I am the law,
Cameron bellowed.
I'll change whatever rules I must to secure our future.
Charlie isn't talking about elvish law, Maddie cut in. This is supernatural law. The magic in this child's body will not let him claim any empire, throne, or kingdom. He may keep his title as prince, but that is as far as the magic will allow him to go. His purpose is to warn the people of this world, not rule over them. I don't believe he's a prophet, Cameron argued. It's a lie you made up to keep my grandson from me. You'll know he is one the moment you walk into that room, but I'll never let you get close, I snarled. By the laws of his magic, prophets are forbidden to rule, and I don't want him to have anything to do with this monarchy anyway. All it does is ruin people. Cameron sniffed. Fine. If he can't become emperor, then perhaps his visions will be useful. If you think you can use his powers for your own gain, you're wrong. You're not going to dictate my baby's life or have a say in how my son is raised.
And you certainly aren't going to get any visions out of him. This boy is a child. You'll leave him alone, or so help me. I'll make sure you regret every waking moment of your life.
Cameron guffawed. I shouldn't be surprised you managed to fail me spectacularly once again. If the boy is truly a Natterai, he's useless to me. Your balls have managed to fashion an improper heir, so you could keep them, and your life, for now. You cannot even fuck a princess properly to make a suitable heir, so once she's fertile again, you can use that cock you love to wave around so much and stick it in her, so you can produce another grandson that's not as disappointing as this one. My fist cracked across my father's jaw, and Cameron went flying to the floor. I'd failed to hit him before this moment, but what he'd let fly out of his mouth was my breaking point. Punching the Emperor was an offense punishable by death, but no one in the hospital moved to arrest me. I knew there had to be guards all around the area who were watching the scene, but hardly a soul moved to take action. Everyone just stood there and let it happen. Nobody respected Cameron's power anymore, and if the Elvish court had dissolved into a wild mess where anything was permissible, I was taking advantage and making sure my son was safe from my old man. Ava's not some whore meant to do nothing but give birth to elvish babies, I raged. Her shield is the only thing keeping all of us alive, and the sole reason you're not sucking the warden's cock right now. You talk about her like that again, I'll fucking kill you. Leave. Cameron scrambled to get off the floor, fumbling for the exit. I pinched the bridge of my nose. I was so tired. Oberoi was growling his approval. About time you put him in his place. Imagine the hilarity that would ensue if Cameron attempted to castrate you. Ava would raze this palace to the ground for daring to try. There was no doubt about that. Ava had gone feral over Cameron taking my finger. Married, divorced, or otherwise, I was certain Ava still considered that part of my body hers. She'd crumble every structure in this place before she allowed Cameron to go forward with his ballsy threat. Marcus approached cautiously. You okay, man? No, I answered honestly. This morning we lost the keys, and now I have a kid I wasn't prepared for, with a wife that's made it clear she's leaving me. Yeah, it's kind of shit right now. But I gotta admit, watching you punch Cameron in the face was pretty satisfying, Marcus said in approval. I'm glad you told him to shove the monarchy up his ass. He needed to hear it. I don't know how you could shove anything up his ass, seeing as how it's so tight already, Oberoi grumbled. I shrugged. I don't care about the Elven throne. I just want to be the great dad I never got. Casey won't grow up like I did. I'll make sure of it. My whole body slumped. I just don't know what we're going to do now. I gave up when the warden beat us, but now I have to figure out another way. For him. I don't want my baby to exist in a world with the warden in it. Oberoi put a paw on my shoe. Charlie, that's a great idea. Perhaps there's a way to end the warden's existence entirely. I gritted my teeth. That's so useful and encouraging, Oberoi. Now's not the time for sarcasm. I'm serious! Hear me out. We've been going about this all wrong and trying to kill the warden, but he's proven himself indestructible. What if there's another way to get rid of him? How? I demanded. He's stronger than we are now. He could turn anything we throw at him against us.
He is strong, but not all-powerful. We have a power he doesn't have, and therefore can't manipulate. Time.
I frowned, which you've consistently forbidden us from using due to how dangerous it is. Even if Callie had access to her time powers, which she doesn't anymore after losing her wings to the doll maker, going back in time is a risk. Every time we've tried before, it makes things even worse. We could erase Casey from existence. I wasn't willing to risk that for anything. Casey hadn't existed moments ago, but already he'd become my entire world. I'd give up everything to protect my son, so we had to be more careful than ever before.
That is not what I'm suggesting,
Oberoi said.
What you said about existing in a world without the warden, and it made me realize we have power we aren't using correctly. We don't have to go back in time to change things. We just need to kick the warden off this timeline. Completely.
My heart gave a start. I wasn't sure what he was suggesting was possible. I couldn't dare to hope, so I proceeded with caution. How would that work?
There are breaks on the timeline where nothing exists called time vortexes. We could utilize these voids and send the warden to a place where time doesn't exist at all. Therefore, he'd cease to exist. The time vortex would destroy him, and he wouldn't be able to escape once he's in it.
What good would that do? I asked. The boundary to the afterlife is broken, so everyone will be stuck in the in-between for all eternity anyway.
Spiritual rules can be bent, but until we're rid of the warden, we can't find ways to bend those rules. There may be other ways to repair the broken boundary, but we must get rid of him first so we can explore our options. He'll get in the way of anything we'll try, so he has to go.
I tried to wrap my brain around the concept, praying Oberoi knew what the hell he was talking about. If this is real, how are we going to achieve this? Callie doesn't have access to her time powers, so we'll have to find another way to reach one of these vortexes.
I don't know,
Oberoi admitted.
We will have to conduct some research.
You don't know, I balked. Oberoi, how can we be sure this idea is even worth pursuing? We can't waste more time chasing down dead ends.
The details are fuzzy, but I'm sure I'm onto something,
Oberoi insisted.
I'm a Mutabicha. I've told you before that there's information that's been blocked off to me that I can't access in my earthly form. This is one of those things. I don't know where this information came from or how the details work, but I could say one thing for sure. Callie isn't the only one with the power to manipulate time. There are others out there who can bend reality, but I can't be certain who they are or whether they are friend or foe. But I'm telling you, if we want to get rid of the warden, we have to figure out how to destroy him in a way he can't come back from. We must pursue this.
Oberoi seemed so sure of this idea that I had no choice but to believe him. He was right that we'd been going about this all wrong. Every attempt to kill the warden had failed, and he'd only come back stronger each time. If we managed to kill his mortal body, he'd find a way to continue his work from the spiritual plane. If I had any hope of raising my son in a world where the warden no longer existed, I had to listen to Oberoi and find a way to blast the warden out of the timeline entirely. We had to learn where this information came from and how to access a time vortex before the warden broke through our shield and annihilated us.
Do you want to tell me what you two are discussing?
Marcus demanded. My heartbeat pounded out of control as I considered the possibilities. We'd lost Ava's powers, but we still had 4 demigods among us. We'd reshaped reality before. Maybe we could do it again. Oberoi might have found a way to defeat the warden, but we need more information. We'll be in the archives looking for answers, I said, already leaving him behind. I'll summon you and the others when we figure out exactly how to beat this bastard for good.
Chapter 16. Ava-Marie. I'd call myself a monster, but that would be inadequate. There wasn't a term in this world that would describe the kind of heartless, deplorable lack of a person I was. The child sat inside 4 clear walls, lying upon a soft bed. 2 days had passed, and I'd finally rolled into the NICU once I'd received my discharge papers. I hadn't been sure I wanted to visit, but I couldn't put it off any longer. The baby was getting Anachi healing treatments to keep his strength up, but it wasn't enough for him to forego modern medical support, so he'd be stuck in that incubator for weeks. He was still hooked up to so many wires, feeding tubes, monitors, IVs. His chest rose up and down as he took soft breaths, a strange alien life force. Though many mothers would tear up at the sight of their baby inside an incubator, I felt as if I was watching him from somewhere outside my body, observing a screen instead of my life. It reminded me of my recovery after I'd gone into the infernal underground. I bitterly hated it. The baby stirred. I expected some sort of rousing of emotion, but my heart remained cold. All I could conceive was emptiness and shame. I was completely detached from this baby, from any idea of parenthood whatsoever. I didn't feel any different from before I'd given birth to now, which made me feel broken, because everyone around me had said parenthood was a life-altering experience that changed who you were forever. They'd all lied to me. I came closer, looking intently into the incubator, and trying to convince myself that if I stared hard enough, I could find something magical about this baby that would suddenly invoke feelings of deep, all-consuming love. It didn't work. It was just a baby, like anyone else's baby. It could be stolen away from me, and I wouldn't feel anything but relief. Tears burned my eyes. But it was more out of confusion than it was the idea that I didn't care for this child. How could I look at this little baby and not have any sense of compassion? It was heartbreaking to see any child fighting for their life. But this baby was supposed to be mine. I could barely register how sad it was that he was such a small thing, let alone how terrible it was that I wanted nothing to do with him. I couldn't even breastfeed. The baby had to take formula through his feeding tube because I hadn't produced any milk and couldn't manage to make any, even though I'd secretly tried pumping on my own. Breast milk would help him recover as a premature baby, but I couldn't even give him the natural medicine he needed to survive. My body had let me down once again. I was a complete failure of a parent all the way around. The intense guilt was the only thing I could cling to. It was the one feeling I experienced toward Casey that wasn't complete apathy. I had to be some kind of sociopath. Maybe all I cared about was myself, and I only valued love based on what the people around me could offer. This baby couldn't give me anything, only take away, so I didn't value him. Perhaps I felt the same way toward Charlie. He'd stopped being useful, so I'd thrown him aside. My worst fears about how cruel I was had finally come true, and I couldn't avoid them any longer. I should have stayed dead. It would have been better for everyone. At least I wouldn't have brought this child into this world, cursed to live with a mother that despised him. My mother silently entered. She stood by me, placing a gentle hand on my shoulder. A few more weeks and he'll be out of the incubator and feeding on his own. Not like it matters. He'll have to take a bottle. He's getting fed, which is what's most important. I can't even feed him, I cried. My body doesn't work right. I can't walk, cast magic, make breast milk, or even grow a baby to term. All it does is malfunction and fuck up. You made a beautiful baby. He doesn't have to be fully grown to be perfect, Mama insisted. You've been working on getting better for yourself. Now you can focus on him. Mama squeezed my shoulder. I'm proud of you for coming to see him. It's progress. Progress? I don't feel anything for him, I burst. What kind of a mother looks at her child and doesn't experience any love? He might as well be any baby, not my baby. I was defective, like everything else in my life. I couldn't be human because no one who was normal felt like this. Some sort of cavernous hole without a bottom had opened once he'd been born. It had swallowed me up, taking away all light and blocking escape. But he is your baby, and he can sense that you're around, Mama encouraged. Just being here with him is helping both of you. It's not doing anything but hurting us. I wasn't given the opportunity to bond with him at any point. The nurses did everything for Casey that he needed. I was just an outlier in his life, the vehicle through which he'd entered the world, and not an important piece he needed to survive. Visiting him didn't feel like a priority. It was just a chore, an obligation I couldn't get out of. Devastation was a word that other people would use to describe my mental state, but it wasn't close to what the truth was. Destroyed was more like it. The fact that I couldn't love a baby I made proved I was unfixable, so broken, nothing could heal me. Bipolar women have a high risk of experiencing postpartum depression. It's not unusual for women like you to struggle to connect emotionally to their children once they're born. It's common for someone with your condition. That doesn't mean you can never bond with him at all, Mama encouraged. Your father and I were prepared for this whenever you chose to have your own child. We worried this would happen, but since we did what we could to look into it, we're equipped to help if you let us. I didn't ask for this. I didn't want him. I turned my back on the incubator, unable to look at the baby any longer. It was suffocating me to keep watching him. You may feel that way, but he's here now, and you can choose to want him. He didn't do anything wrong. His existence isn't a crime. Her words rattled me. My entire life, and Charlie's, had been about proving our innocence to the world, whether we were guilty or not, because the world always chose to blame us anyway. It didn't matter if we were the victims or the perpetrators. But I was taking on that role by blaming this baby and declaring him guilty for the simple act of being alive. It wasn't fair to make him a criminal when he'd barely taken his first few breaths. I'm afraid to love him. If I do, I'll go back to Charlie, and I don't want that. You're afraid of getting attached because of what this means, Mama said. But you can choose Casey and not stay with Charlie. They're not one and the same. Choosing motherhood doesn't mean choosing marriage. He deserves a family with two parents who are together. He deserves a mother who is happy, Mama insisted. That's never going to be me. My lip quivered, but I held it in. I was so sick of crying. If I shed any more tears, I'd dissolve into mist and fade away. This child deserves more than what I can give him. He'd only be a burden to me, and he shouldn't feel that way. If I can't give him what he needs, I need to find someone who can. I owe this child good decisions. You have the ability to make them. No, Mama, I can't. There are so many people who can't have babies who desperately want them, who'd give their lives to have kids. But I got stuck with one that I don't have any feelings for because I was stupid. I dashed away moisture on my lashes with the back of my hand, and Mama stared. Have you held him yet? I scoffed. No. I didn't want to, and nobody had bothered to ask either. I won't push you into doing anything you don't want to do, but it might help, Mama offered. You can't make me. Just try, Mama pleaded. If it's too much, I'll take over. I allowed myself to glance at the baby. He'd probably been longing to be in my arms the minute he came out, and I wasn't able to give him that. I could give him that now, though. My shoulders slumped in defeat. Fine. 1 minute. Mama reached into the incubator, carefully withdrawing the baby. She nestled the child into my waiting arms, being careful not to snag the tubes. She hovered over me, watching me carefully. I could feel her eyes on me. She didn't trust me not to hurt him. She wanted to believe this baby was safe with me, but she wasn't sure. I wasn't either. I didn't feel any rush of love or powerful feelings. Casey felt like a warm, light weight in my arms, something that had a tiny heartbeat and little hands he waved in the air. I didn't want to harm him, though, and no thoughts crossed my mind of doing so, which was more than what I expected. I let out a short sigh of relief. "How are you doing?" Mama asked cautiously. "It's fine," I said. "Though he's just a baby." Mama nodded. "Progress, remember?" I stared at the baby, taking in his soft wisps of black hair. "When I was born, Eagle Spirit took Charlie's soul to you. He saw you giving birth," I said. "You guys couldn't see him, but he was there. He felt my part of our spirit dying and knew he had to do something to save me." My throat felt like I'd swallowed razor blades as I choked. "He gave up his eyes." Mama nodded, biting her lip, a tell that she was struggling to remain calm in the light of emotional news. "That would make a lot of sense. We knew that someone on the other side intervened, and that your birth was supernatural." The baby wiggled slightly, which made me stiffen in discomfort. "You think Charlie and I should work things out?" "I don't want to tell you my opinions. You deserve to make your own calls." "You're terrible at hiding things. I can always tell what's on your mind by looking at your face." Mama gave a misty smile. "All I know for certain is that Charlie deeply loves you. His sacrifice shows that." I snorted. "I'm sure Daddy has the same opinion." "You'd be surprised what your father thinks. That doesn't mean he wasn't calling for Charlie's head after what happened. He can be a complicated man." I shook my head. I was a gift from the gods, but Casey wasn't planned. You guys got this beautiful birth because of what Charlie did. This baby just appeared, and I don't know what to do with him. "You don't have to do anything," Mama stated simply. "It's enough to exist alongside him." "How? I'm the worst mother ever. I can't feed him, I can't care for him properly, and I don't love him. I'm failing in all the ways that matter." "He doesn't know that," Mama pointed out. "To him, you're the best mom in the world, the only one he wants." That statement wrecked me. I was slowly becoming captivated by the sight of his tiny nose, his soft lips, and little cheeks. He looked so much like Charlie. I didn't see much resemblance of myself in Casey's features. I struggled to believe I'd birthed him, but did he ever take after his father? I couldn't hold him anymore. I lifted him up to my mother. "He needs to go back." Mama took Casey from me without any protest, setting him back into the incubator. She stepped away, murmuring, "It'll get easier as he grows." "And what if it doesn't?" "You can love him without feeling anything for him, Ava. The love of a parent doesn't solve every problem. Sometimes your head has to do what's best when your heart can hardly bear it." She got the baby settled, then turned to me. I barely saw her. I was still staring at the baby trapped in the incubator. My doing, what I'd done. I looked up at my mom. "I want you guys to take the baby." Mama's eyebrows narrowed in surprise. "Ava, you guys are great parents. You raised 3 amazing kids out of 4, and I was a dud from the beginning. It's not your fault I turned out this way." "Ava, it's for the best. You can get a second chance and raise him to be better than me. It'll be like fixing the mistake I became." I left it at that, leaving the room and refusing to look back. I didn't know where to go, so I just wandered. I found myself by the fountain in the gardens, staring into the water and watching the fish swim in circles. This fountain had provided such a magical moment. Charlie and I had fallen into it after our wedding and made love here, under the stars and the heavens. Oberoi had said after he'd thrown us in that the time for us to have kids had arrived. I guess fate had taken its course on that one. What do I do? I didn't have any answers, and a tear dropped into the water. The ripples spread, creating small waves. "Look, Ava, I'm not going to let you do this." Callie's voice was blunt. My sorrow turned to annoyance as I yanked my chair around to face her. She must have overheard the conversation with my mom. She had a no tolerance for bullshit look on her face. But I was planning on throwing all the BS I had at her that remained. And for fuck's sake, there was a lot of it. If she wanted to do this right now, she could help me shovel the shit, because I was done. Do what? I was so tired of the judgment. People kept telling me this was my decision, so when were they going to let me make it? You don't want to give up your baby. I'm your best friend. I know this isn't what you want, Callie said, putting her hands on her hips. You're just overwhelmed, but you don't have to be because everyone's here for you. Yeah, sure. That's what everyone says when someone has a baby, but does anyone ever follow through? I challenged. You guys just want me to stick with Charlie and be miserable so we can raise this baby together, and if that happens, he's going to turn out more fucked up than either of his parents were. You really think me and him can raise a child together? Casey will be committing felonies by the time he's 5. You don't have to stay with Charlie, Callie insisted. You can pick and choose what you want. I can't raise a baby with this many health complications by myself. I'm disabled as it is, so how can I handle Casey's care and mine all on my own? I demanded. It would be better if his father wasn't a lunatic, but unfortunately, both of us came straight out of the discount section at the loony bin. I'm surprised this kid isn't hearing voices and plotting homicide. Marcus was a preemie, and his parents went through this. Maybe you can ask them for advice, Callie offered. Callie, there's only one realistic option, and it's to give this baby a family who isn't completely insane, I argued. If my parents can't take care of him, I want you and Marcus to raise him. You guys would be way better parents than Charlie and me. Callie shook her head. I'm not doing that. This is your baby. I'd take him if you didn't want him, but that's not the case. You're not letting yourself have him. There's a difference. I was fed up with people telling me what to do and how to feel. Who are you to dictate what I do and don't want? You're not in my head. You can't tell me where I'm at or how I truly feel because you haven't lived my life. You need somebody to clap back and give you a reality check every now and then, and this is mine, Callie growled. Friends don't let each other get away with whatever they want. It's time to wake up. I'm still sleeping, so go away. I tried to turn away from her, but she stomped in front of me and blocked my exit out of the gardens. You're not a bad person. The fact that you're upset you can't bond with him is proof that you do care, Callie argued. I'm not letting you throw this away without thinking it through because this could turn into something you really want. I can't let my best friend live a life of regret. None of us are long for this world anyway. It'd be better to give this baby up now and give him a chance of getting somewhere safe, instead of trying to hold on to him until the warden finally has a big enough tantrum he breaks the shield down. That was my real worry, That we wouldn't get Casey away from the city in time, and I'd take too long to make up my mind because if I did, I'd be putting him in danger once the warden got through. The rest of us couldn't hide forever because the warden would always find us. But if I gave Casey away now, whoever had him could go into hiding and raise him out of sight of the warden's eye. He didn't know Casey existed yet, and he couldn't. Do you really think the warden is never going to find out about Casey? He's a Natterai. The minute he hears that this baby has seer powers and that he came from you, he's going to scour the earth searching for him, Callie demanded. Yeah, that was another thing I blamed myself for. I couldn't have made a sick baby and been done with it. I had to make a sick baby that would one day grow up to be extremely valuable and turn him into a target for evil people to use. I couldn't forgive myself for that. Callie caught the look on my face and read my mind. You didn't choose to turn him into a prophet. The gods did. Well, the gods are stupid. I could strangle them right now if I had them in front of me. We have a plan. It's not a great one, but if it works out, you have a chance to live the life that you want. I gave an obnoxious laugh. Sure, because the plan you guys came up with isn't completely delusional. Callie had told me that Oberai had the bright idea to find a time vortex to throw the warden into. I thought it was stupid, and didn't care much if it worked. It didn't matter if we got rid of the warden, because no matter if it was this world, another world, or no world at all, there wouldn't be any place for me to fit into it. Let the warden burn down this reality, and the next. Though, Casey didn't deserve that. If there was one reason for me to believe that Oberai's crazy idea was a good one, it was so our baby could grow up in a place that wasn't totally fucked. Our baby. That was a lie. We'd made him, but he wasn't ours. I wasn't sure who he belonged to, but it certainly wasn't me. This plan is the only chance we've got, Callie insisted. I know we can do amazing things. If we can get the group back together and get our friends to unite as one, we can find a way through this. There's no more villains club. I blew that up when I tried to end the world. Our friend group is the one thing that's in a worse state than my marriage. Because it relied on you and Charlie being in love, Callie pointed out. Our group has always fallen apart whenever you two aren't getting along. You guys are the glue that keeps everyone together. Why do you care, Callie? I groaned. Callie crossed her arms. You never gave up on me and Marcus, so I'm not giving up on you and Charlie. You two shouldn't be separated. Great, so you're on his side. I thought you hated him. I don't hate him, I'm really mad at him. There's a difference. Callie hunched inward. I was so pissed when everything went down that I could have killed him on the spot. But enough time has passed to make me realize that you two shouldn't be apart. You're both miserable without each other. I wouldn't admit it. Our bond is broken, so there's no point in trying to save our marriage. I can hope for things to change all I want, but that doesn't mean they will. Me and Marcus didn't get better until our bond was broken. Maybe this is an opportunity for you guys. I scoffed. An opportunity? Like you wouldn't be crawling on your knees barking if there was a way you could fix your bond with Marcus. If there was a chance for me and Marcus to restore our bond, I'd take it now, but we needed to break it to get to a point where we could be together, Callie insisted. Losing your bond is terrible, Ava. It's the worst thing I've ever gone through, and I'd do anything to get mine back. But we had to lose that bond so we could come back to each other again. It's what we needed. Callie shrugged. And maybe losing your bond is what you guys needed. I stayed silent, and Callie added, You weren't exactly in a great place before everything happened. Charlie was getting out of control, and you were being purposefully ignorant so it didn't put any tension on your relationship. You were so scared to lose him by confronting his behavior, you ended up losing him anyway. And he was so scared of being honest with you that when the truth came out, it wrecked both of you. Maybe the breakdown needed to come before the breakthrough. And saving a marriage after it gets to the point you guys are at is no small feat. It takes radical change. I didn't respond, and Callie said, "Come on, I'm not leaving you out here to be depressed by yourself." "Where are we going?" I asked. "My place." Marcus and Callie had separate apartments before they'd started dating, but after what happened with the doll maker, they'd moved in together immediately. Marcus's art supplies were scattered everywhere, with Callie's fey weaponry and sports gear tossed around it. They were a messy couple. I had to roll around the stuff on the floor to avoid breaking it. I pulled up to the kitchen table. Callie started distributing brushes, paint tubes, and canvases. "What are we doing?" "Painting," she replied. "I've gotten into it since Marcus has started teaching me stuff. I'm not half as good as he is, obviously, but it's a good way to take your mind off things. I could use a mental break." I dipped a brush into some purple paint, dragging it across my canvas. We worked in silence for a moment before I got the courage to ask, "How's wedding planning?" Callie let out a long breath. "Bad, honestly. Okay, not bad, but I'd rather do anything else. I'm not into planning parties like you are, Ava. It's stressing me out. Not to mention, I don't even know when the wedding is going to be, now that the warden is hanging around. It feels wasteful to throw a huge wedding when we don't know if Elamant's food supplies are going to last through the season." I frowned. "I'm sorry. I'm your matron of honor, and I'm not doing anything to help you plan." "I don't expect you to help. You're going through a lot right now. You don't deserve to have your big day ruined just because I'm getting a divorce and had a random baby. You were so helpful during my wedding, both of them, and you deserve to be celebrated on your big day." Callie nodded. "I know. I'm excited for the event itself, but I can't be bothered with choosing the menu or the guest list and all that. I just don't care. All I give a shit about is my dress and if Marcus shows up. The rest are all minor details." "Maybe you guys should have a small wedding," I offered. "If you're not into all the extras, what's the sense in making it a big show?" "Maybe," Callie grumbled. "I just want to be married already. I don't see why I have to be paraded around like a French poodle." "As long as Marcus is okay with it, do what you want." "Marcus isn't going to care. He'll go along with whatever I pick." "Yes, pretty girl," are the only words that he knows. Callie laughed. I snorted. I wish stuff in my marriage was that easy. Callie rolled her eyes. "I don't know what you're talking about, Ava. You're the real dom." "What? No, I'm not. I've always been the submissive," I argued. "You're having relationship problems because you put Charlie in charge," Callie said, sounding bored. "Who's the real sub here?" I scoffed. "Charlie is not submissive. If you think he is, you don't know him. Ava, he's been useless lately. He's done nothing since you gave him those papers but wander around completely lost because you're not there to tell him what to do," Callie burst. "He's literally waiting around for a dom to give him some instruction. What else does a sub do?" I blanked out momentarily. "I don't think you're right. He's always been the one who makes the rules for us, and I follow them. If he wasn't a dominant, he wouldn't like telling me what to do." "Cool, so he has a lot of bravado and enjoys playing the role of this dark, edgy guy who can take you past your limits in bed," Callie said. "That doesn't mean he's a dominant. He wants to make the decisions." "Yeah, because he's making a lot of decisions now without you telling him which ones to make." He wants to be in service to you. He needs to be needed by you. And now that he's not, he doesn't have a purpose. You think that you have a praise kink? Please. But this couldn't be true. But he's the one who ties me up. He likes making the calls. Yeah, but does he take charge if you don't tell him to? Is he actually a dom, or is he just playing the role you want him to play? You told him to handcuff you and call you a bad girl, so he did. Callie smirked, like she had this all figured out. He's the one who came up with the idea for all this stuff in the first place. He introduced me to the handcuffs. Because he knew you'd like them, Callie said. It doesn't count if he's tying you up and pulling your hair if you're the one telling him to do it. You told him to dominate you. He didn't ask to. Just because he gets off on it doesn't mean he's getting off on being a dom. He's getting off on giving you what you're asking for. I can't believe this. You're making this up. I refused to hear her out, because this was turning my world on its head. Ava, look at the facts. Callie laid her hands on the table. You asked him to marry you, and he jumped when you said so. You said to let the Institute burn, and he did. You told him to fight the world for you, and that's all he's been doing from the moment you met. Callie reached for my wrist and turned it over, drawing attention to Charlie's name sprawled across my skin in black ink. You don't believe me? Then whose idea was this? You two weren't even dating when you got those tattoos. But the second you suggested it, Charlie perked up like a puppy dog faster than your actual dog ever has. I know because I was there. That was your first act of dominance. You marked your man. And Charlie has been bowing at your feet like you're his goddess ever since. Oh, fuck. I thought about when we'd hooked up recently. I was the one who'd asked him to fuck me. He wasn't the one who initiated. And he'd done it without question, like he always did. He always fulfilled whatever request I asked him to do. He'd been really helpful during labor. He'd jumped in and done what needed to be done whenever I needed it. Maybe Charlie had been waiting on me all along. I don't care. It doesn't justify his actions, I argued. He tried to lock me up, so how can you say that he wants me to be dominant over him? That's totally illogical. I get that, and what he did was wrong. But you gave him that control and told him that he could make all the decisions. So, in a roundabout way, he probably thought he was doing what you wanted, Callie said. You told him to make decisions for you when you couldn't, so in his mind, he was following your commands the best he could. He's trying to take things off your shoulders and make your bipolar easier on you, so he's taken on this dom role. But he's not actually the one in charge. You are, because you have all the power and you haven't been wielding it since we left school. Callie shook her head. It can't work that way for the two of you. Look what happened when you tried. When Charlie tried to take on this dom role, it literally fucked up the world. Charlie might be next in line to be king, but this isn't a kingdom. You're queen. And as far as you and Charlie are concerned, this world is your queendom. I considered her words, and with a sinking feeling, knew that she was right. I hadn't kept Charlie in check. I'd let him run wild and do whatever because I hadn't wanted the responsibility of keeping him in line. Looks like I haven't been wielding as much authority as I should be, I admitted begrudgingly. I'm not saying it's your fault he made those fucked up choices, because it's not. But you basically gave him permission to have free reign, Callie pointed out. And what does a sub do when they don't have any guidance? They lose it. This put his betrayal in perspective. I didn't think I could forgive Charlie for what he'd done, until I realized I had to forgive myself first, because I was the one who'd enabled him to have so much control. I shook my head. This is some really deep psychological shit. And it's probably all subconscious, too. Subs need a dom. If you're not directing him on how to make you happy, he's lost. Charlie can handle the heavy lifting and get shit done, but not unless you tell him what to do. If I tell him to win me back, it doesn't count, because I'm the one putting in the emotional effort. Shouldn't I be able to drop clues to make him get the point? I've been hinting to him that if he wants us back together, he needs to put more effort in. Men are different than us. We have to be direct, Callie insisted. Women communicate through subtlety, but men typically don't. I'm not following. She sighed. Watch this. Marcus, come here. He came scrambling in from the other room almost immediately.
Yes, my pretty girl.
If I was to grab your dick right now, would you think I wanted sex? Callie asked. Marcus gaped.
With Ava here? I mean, that seems a little weird.
Hypothetically, Callie clarified. If I did that randomly, would you take that as an invitation to jump into bed? Marcus seemed baffled by the question.
I mean, if you just grabbed it out of nowhere, I'd figure you wanted to hold it or something. Touching doesn't mean you want to go all the way. Just because you want it in your hands doesn't mean you want it in you.
So, initiating touch wouldn't be enough to tell you that I'm interested, even though we're in a committed long-term relationship? Callie asked. Marcus shook his head.
No, I need direct communication. I don't understand the games girls play. If you want my dick, why don't you just say so?
My jaw nearly hit the floor. Was he kidding? This doesn't make any sense, I argued. Her touching you is the same thing as her asking directly.
No, that's different, because then I have to think about it,
Marcus said.
If she's asking, can we mess around? Then I have to consider if she's actually in the mood, if she really wants me, what kind of stuff she wants to do, if I'm going to get it right, if I'm going to last long enough to make her satisfied. It makes it too complicated. I get stuck in my own head, which makes me not in the mood. It kills the vibe. But if she just tells me, I want to have sex with you, that's a clear indication of what I should do, and it's straightforward. I know I can easily fuck her, and I don't have to think about it too hard, so I can just do it and make Callie happy. And if I don't want to, I can just say no, and it's fine.
Is this really how guys think? I wondered aloud.
Marcus spun in place. Most men don't like subtext. We can't read between the lines. We can barely color inside them to begin with.
Great, that answers our question, Callie said. I want a smoothie. Can you get me one?
Right away.
Marcus romped out of the room. Callie gestured toward the door he'd gone out of. See, he's happy. It's what they need. I scowled. They can't be that stupid. It's not stupid, it's just different. I'm not saying all men, but I'm saying our men need direct, straightforward communication, Callie insisted. This is how Charlie works, and this is how you work too, so why are you trying to go against your own wiring? I wasn't sure. All of this was just a theory, so I wasn't sure if I could believe this was true. We weren't together anymore, so it wasn't like I could test it out. I wanted more context on exactly what was inside Charlie's head. And I really, really wanted to talk to Ivy. If anyone was an expert in this kind of stuff, it was them. I wished I had a non-binary perspective on all of this. Someone who wasn't firmly in either camp but could see both sides. Yet, I was convinced that mine and Ivy's friendship was over too. So it wasn't like I could ask them for advice. I sighed, putting my chin in my hand. Okay, let's say I'm the real dom. But if we've had this backwards the whole time, how are we supposed to fix things now? You need to make up your mind. Callie tied her hair back. Then he'll follow your guidance when you tell him to. That's what a submissive does. Great, so it's all on me? That's not a lot of pressure. Charlie isn't going to make a move one way or the other until you tell him which way to go. He's waiting on you. Why do I have to do all the work of figuring this out? It's not fair, I complained. He needs to pull his weight too. That man isn't going to breathe unless you tell him which way the wind blows, Callie said. And sorry, Ava, but I don't think you're the kind of girl who'd be happy being with a man who didn't worship the ground she rolls over. Obsessive guys begging for a treat is your type. And if a real dom showed up and tried to boss you around, you'd have him crawling on his knees in 5 seconds flat, because no one can be head bitch around here except you. That much was true. But nobody likes being controlled, even if they get off on it. I don't need to domineer his every waking moment. You can't nag him or overpower his free will. You have to make your desire known, clearly, then wait for him to react and see if he'll follow you, Callie said. So, do you want to stay married or get divorced? Because we're all waiting on you. If I go through with acting like this, I'd be worried about violating his consent. I never want to do anything to him that he's not absolutely willing to do, in the bedroom or otherwise. I don't want to force him back into this marriage if he doesn't think there's anything left for us. You aren't forcing him to do anything by asking, Callie said. If he wanted to leave you, he would have signed those papers by now, but they're still sitting in his drawer. He'd rip them up today if you told him to. Or he'd put the ink onto the paper if you said to sign them right now. It's up to you. This is a divorce. It's a big, complicated decision. Can he think for himself? Not when he doesn't know how to live without you, Callie insisted. You can get by without him, Ava. I know it, because even though you're suffering, you're still surviving through your heartbreak and carrying on with life. He's just lingering. I stayed quiet for a moment, and Callie said, "Did he tell you that he'd sign the papers if you asked him to?" My voice got very small. Yes. There you go. I crossed my arms and sat back. So what? I go back to bossing him around and it's going to fix our marriage? It can't be that easy. I don't know. Maybe. Callie shrugged. It can't hurt. This could be the only way for us to get back to a good place. If I took control and started steering our relationship, we might have a way to work through things. But did I still want that? I wasn't entirely sure. This might be something to consider, but it's not like I can talk to him about this, I said. We're so far apart now, and there's no time to work on our relationship with what's going on with the warden. We don't have long to figure out how to stop him before we're backed into a corner. Callie huffed. You can work your relationship around your princess duties. Charlie's not the only one you're dominating. What do you mean? I asked. The door banged open and Rishi yelled a greeting as Marcus returned. I got enough for all of us, Marcus cheered as he distributed the drinks. Blueberry blast for Ava, tropical mango for me, and for my pretty princess, cherry chocolate. Thank you, babe. Callie took her drink. Marcus, who's the leader of our friend group? Marcus paused. I mean, theoretically, it's Charlie. He gives all the orders. But in reality, Callie prodded. Oh, Ava. Marcus gave a laugh. It's always been Ava. I nearly choked on my smoothie. What? It's not me. It's absolutely you, Callie added. Charlie was team captain for the Dark Games. Yeah, because you told him to be, Callie said, rolling her eyes. He's always been a reluctant leader. He doesn't move unless it's your idea first. Charlie's the boss. Everyone calls him that.
Okay, but who's pulling his strings?
Marcus sipped his smoothie.
Because his brain isn't working unless someone's there to turn his head.
Clearly. Callie mumbled around her straw. I'm not the leader, I'm just here, I said. Bullshit, Callie said. The whole prophecy was about you. You're taking over the Elvish Empire and keeping it alive when Cameron wants to run it into the ground. You've always been the Warden's #1 enemy, and you've guided the group whenever it's time to take action and go to war. Charlie's the one making the plans, but the big picture revolves around you.
Mm-hmm,
Marcus said. I didn't notice before, but on closer inspection, I saw that there was something wrapped around his neck. Underneath his shirt was the unmistakable sight of black leather. He was wearing a collar. By hell, Callie. I wasn't the only one dictating things to my man. Or former man. I really wished I knew what I wanted, because until I did, Charlie wouldn't know what he wanted either. Relationships were complicated because every person and couple was different. But if this was our personal dynamic, and I was sure it was now, I had to figure out where I was going to lead us.
What are you creating?
Marcus asked curiously, looking over Callie's shoulder. She'd painted a picture of a white wolf against a snowy background, and it looked pretty good. He beamed with pride. He was really into teaching her how to paint. I turned my canvas around to show him mine. On it was a depiction of a giant purple dick, the words butt stuff written across it in neat cursive.
Ugh, gross, Ava,
Marcus complained. He stomped out of the room, completely insulted that I'd used his precious paint to create such an obscene work. Callie laughed. I think it's perfect. It'll look great in your bedroom. He's just jealous that I become a master artiste with one work. I put the painting down so it could dry. Callie leaned in, giving a sly smile. Marcus is my puppy dog. Charlie's been a bad boy. It's time you train him, because that's what he's looking for. Give him some commands and see how it goes. I mused upon the suggestion. It could work, but we have a kid now. Where does Casey fit in? Callie frowned. That does complicate things. If I don't want our son and he does, what should we do? I'm not taking a child away from his father because I don't want to raise it. This is a lot to decide in one day, Callie said. Just take it one step at a time. I can't. This feels like an overwhelming decision, and there are too many options. I was cleaning the brush fiercely, stabbing it into the water cup until the bristles were bent. I can't figure out if we just ended up in a bad place or if we were toxic together. Were we bad for each other, or was it the kind of situation where it was the right person, wrong time? There's no such thing. You have to choose to be the right person for your partner, and keep choosing him every day, Callie said. How can I choose him if I don't know our love was real? I asked. We could have fallen in love because of all the trauma we went through. And if that's true, our relationship doesn't mean anything. It was just a bunch of emotional wounds bringing us together. We tried to heal those wounds through each other. Then we ripped them open to be worse than before. Callie gave me a scathing look that was completely deprecating. You weren't with him because of trauma bonding. You're just in a tough spot right now. You think so? I've been through so much with the pair of you that I know you guys better than I know myself, Callie stated. I've met a lot of couples in my lifetime. Fated mates, twin flames, but you and Charlie, you guys love each other the most, more than anyone else I've seen. You can't keep giving him or your relationship more chances, but just give him one more chance. She was right. I couldn't rule it out. I wasn't able to stop my arms from curling around her, bringing Callie into a tight hug. "What's this about?" she asked, laughing. "You've been doing so much quiet work, Callie," I whispered. "You've been performing all this silent labor behind the scenes, taking care of the Empire and the friend group. Nobody has noticed all the effort you've been putting in, but I do. I want to thank you for it. You're the one person keeping everyone going." Callie hugged me back. "I'll always take care of the people that got me through the Institute. Especially you."
Chapter 17. Charlie. 3 agonizingly long, caffeine-fueled days passed since Casey's birth, and O'Brien and I hadn't left the Hidden Legends archives once. We were determined to find a way to locate a time vortex and end the Warden's existence, but it was an arduous task that was already taking its toll. We passed out every night on the couches before rousing several hours later to continue our work. I would have forgotten to eat if the demigod guardians weren't bringing us food from the kitchens. With their help tracking down promising records and a new pair of reading glasses from Maverick, O'Brien and I pored over endless tomes and files, and got nowhere. I sat slumped over one of the tables with a huge book laid out in front of me, barely processing the hum of my glasses reading the passage. I had to turn back a page to start over, and still the words sounded like gibberish. I shoved my fingers into my scalp and tugged on the strands, wanting to rip my hair out at this point. O'Brien noticed.
"We're close, Charlie. I can feel it."
"You've been saying that for 3 days," I growled. We were alone in the archives, since Takahashi had stepped out to get us lunch. In a frustrated rage, I shot out of my chair, which caused a stack of books to topple off the table and crash to the ground. I wished there was a punching bag around, but the only damn things in this room I could possibly take my rage out on were the books or support columns, and neither of those seemed like a good idea. Instead, I pressed my palm to my forehead, where a tension headache had formed hours ago. You don't get it. Every second I spend trying to find answers is time I have to spend away from Casey. I missed the first 3 days of his life to do this, when I should have been there for him. It feels fucking awful that I'm not, and on top of it, we haven't found anything that will ensure my son will actually have a world to grow up in. Where I nudged his head against my leg.
"I understand how difficult this is. This is not how I wanted things to go either, but we must persist. There are answers here somewhere. If you wish to visit Casey, we can take a break and I'll accompany you to the NICU."
I sighed. I just want to do the right thing for my son. At this point, I don't know what that is. Let's just keep going. I knelt to pick up the stacks of books and loose papers that had scattered everywhere. As I was gathering them, my glasses picked up on a passage and began reading.
Legends of the Mutapicha indicate that their powers transcend all dimensions, allowing them to shape and manipulate reality as we know it.
I came to an abrupt halt, and the paper shook in my hands. O'Brien, exactly how much do you know about time manipulation?
"Quite a lot," he boasted. "I've told you that as a spiritual being, I don't see time as linear, but as happening all at once."
Did you happen to know you could manipulate it? I splayed the paper over the table, and O'Brien hopped onto a chair to observe the records. Is this how you knew about time vortexes? Because you have this power? O'Brien hesitated.
"I don't understand. The knowledge I possess goes beyond this earthly realm, but I didn't know I could manipulate the timeline myself. This can't be right."
Why not? I pressed. You've always been able to perceive time outside what the rest of us can. Even when Callie went back in time and changed things, you were able to witness all those timelines at once. We know your perception is expanded to higher dimensions. Why not your powers, too?
Because if I can do this, why don't I remember how?
It must be one of those things that's blocked to you on this earthly plane, but if you went to the afterlife, maybe you could get that knowledge back, I suggested. What does the rest of the passage say? O'Brien skimmed the document.
It's an ancient elementai text detailing everything your people knew about Mutabicha, which isn't much. It talks about shape-shifting, as well as the concept of us being multidimensional beings.
Does it mention time vortexes?
Not specifically, but it's coming back to me now,
Oberai replied thoughtfully.
I recall something. I remember peering into a time vortex while I was in the afterlife, surrounded by other Mutabicha.
Can you summon a time vortex? Oberai hesitated.
I'm not sure I can in my current form. If I do it wrong, I could get sucked into the time vortex too. I think it was a spell that all the Mutabicha had to do together. I can't get a clear understanding of these mechanisms while I'm in this earthly realm, but this has to be the answer.
So you're saying you can't open a time vortex on your own?
No, I don't believe so. The other Mutabicha who reside in the afterlife know how to do it, because their memories haven't been tampered with like mine. I cannot comprehend it. Not here, anyway.
What if you go back to the afterlife? Will you get those memories back? I pressed. You can still travel between realms, can't you?
I can. Allow me a few minutes, and I'll go speak to the other Mutabicha now.
Oberai jumped into the air, and I expected for him to disappear as he left our realm. Instead, he crashed to the ground and gave a whimper as he landed on his face. Oberai took a cautious step back. Oberai's tone wavered, causing my stomach to plummet out of my abdomen.
Oh, Charlie, I fear the boundary between us and the spiritual realm is so broken even I cannot cross it.
You have to, I cried. You've always spoken about how you're a higher being, free to move between the realms.
I'm trying, but I can't anymore. The Warden has ruined everything so badly that I'm stuck here, just like all the other spirits who've been unable to cross. In normal circumstances, I could make this journey, but with the connection to the afterlife broken, even a spiritual being like me could get caught in the in-between. There has to be another way. Some connection that remains that I'm not seeing.
How's that possible if the boundary is broken?
We've always looked at the boundary as a gate that is closed, and it is, but it's a bit like a bridge, too. At first, it was only crumbling, and though crossing over was difficult, it was still possible. The main entrance closed when the Warden brought the Dark Gods to Earth, and spirits have been unable to cross over since, but other entrances like the Elven Gate remained. This is how Ava's ancestors were able to show up through her compass when you were in the hospital, and how the Elven goddesses sent Ava's visions during her initiation as Holy Mother. There are pieces of the afterlife still holding on, even if the gates for souls are closed.
The war in the blessed haven between the gods has grown, I pointed out. Things have only gotten worse.
Yes, but there are powers that remain and influences at play. There's still some connection there. Otherwise, the realms would cease to stand,
Oberai said.
If we look at the divide between our realms as a river, you can imagine this bridge as the main crossing point between them, wide enough to allow passage of thousands of souls at one time. The crowd can't pass through anymore, but we may be able to find another place along the divide, somewhere downstream, where the water flows more smoothly or the rocks are prevalent enough to provide passage for just a few souls at a time. I know there have to be other crossings, because the Warden is using them to get back and forth from the Blessed Haven to Earth. It's how he showed up outside our shield after walking through the Elven Gate.
Then we have to find one of these crossings, I insisted.
It is our only option,
Oberai agreed.
This spell to summon a time vortex is going to take all the Mutabicha, so I must travel to them and request their assistance. And Charlie, if we can do this, we may still have a chance to fulfill your prophecy.
My prophecy was finished when I chose the world over Ava on that beach, I stated bitterly. I didn't know why he was bringing this up.
Not that prophecy. I'm speaking of the one that came from the elves.
Oberai recited the prophecy we'd learned of when we arrived in Forevermore.
The Emperor's legacy will return and bring light to a new dawn.
We always thought that referred to me leading the elves through the Elven Gate to their true Forevermore, I mused. But if we can reach the Mutabicha...
They might know of another way to repair the broken boundary. The wisdom of the Mutabicha is immense. They are the companions of the Great Spirit, after all. They would know how to open a time vortex to destroy the Warden and potentially have knowledge of how to repair the broken boundary. Then you could still lead the elves to the Blessed Haven and prevent the fall of all supernatural kind,
Oberai finished for me. I couldn't believe what we were talking about. It sounded impossible, but we'd faced the impossible before. we could still save everyone's soul. If there was even a chance of accomplishing what Oberai was talking about, we had to try it. Where do we start?
I don't know, but we may know others who do. We must summon a meeting between all our allies and see what the other races know. There's a chance one of them knows a backdoor way into their afterlife, so we can use it to wander through the Blessed Haven and find the Mutabicha.
I snatched the record up from the table just as Takahashi entered the room. He hesitated, clearly noticing the mess on the floor. What's going on here? Oberai and I found something. Alert the demigod guardians to round up all our allies and meet us in the Elvish council room, I told him. This can't wait. I wanted to get to the council room as quickly as possible. I hurried out the door and Oberai followed, his paws patting on the marble. Takahashi went in a different direction to summon the demigod guardians. I was unprepared for the grasp of pointed nails that dug into my neck, wrenching me off my feet before slamming me into a marble column. I panicked, flailing as I attempted to fend off my attacker, but my arms went limp as I felt the warmth of raging flames ripple up my body. The fires licked at my skin but didn't burn, signaling that a powerful Kuigni had surrounded me with their magic. The nails dug in deeper, and I caught a smell of expensive perfume as the skirts of a velvet dress swished around my shoes. A lioness familiar gave a rumbling growl, which made my blood run cold. "You absolute vermin," a spiteful transatlantic accent hissed in my ear. "It wasn't enough for you to take away my granddaughter's magic and familiar, was it? No, you had to saddle her with an infant." I'd barely spoken to her, but she'd been intimidating enough that I could never forget that voice. Eleanor Doya, Ava's grandmother and Sophia's mother, had cornered me here in this hallway. She was strong for an elderly woman. I squirmed against her hold, but I didn't think I could break out of her grasp unless I hurt her, which I wasn't stupid enough to do. The lioness at her side gave another deadly snarl.
"My dear, please, let's take a breath."
The pleading voice of an older man, whimpering as he cowered beside his wife, did nothing to ease the conflict.
"Elliot, I've had enough. I've dealt with far worse cockroaches in my time than him. He's an afterthought," Doea spat. At least Professor Bain was with her, but I doubted he'd be able to convince his wife to let me live, or step in if she committed to burning me alive. Bain was definitely terrified of his spouse, so if Doea decided to end me, Bain would stand there and allow her to do whatever she was going to do. It was hard to breathe with her hand lodged against my throat. Oberai didn't react to bite or bark, just stood there patiently. That meant he trusted her, at least to a point. My familiar could read people's intentions. I had to follow his lead. I lifted my hands in surrender, signaling I wasn't a threat.
"I failed to deal with you properly since you broke my granddaughter's bond,"
Doea snarled. "But I have my limits, and you have far past exceeded them. No one double-crosses my beloved Ava and fails to pay the price."
"It was my bond, too,"
I managed to croak the words, hoping that was the right thing to say. Doea scoffed.
"Please, men only think of themselves. The only reason I haven't seen fit to turn you into ashes is due to your ties to that poor creature beside you. I cannot take Oberai away from Ava, and unfortunately, he remains bonded to you."
No wonder Ava was so fierce. Doea's blood blazed through her veins.
"I never meant to hurt her."
"I don't care what you meant."
The heat of a fireball was held so closely to my cheek that I swore the 5 o'clock shadow on my face was melting away.
"Death may be out of the question, but there are ways to make you suffer for your transgressions without taking your life. Perhaps I'll relent sooner, if you're brave enough not to scream."
The flames around me intensified and began to burn my clothes. I stiffened, ready to enter the fire and get this over with if that's what it took. Doea was right. I'd hurt Ava, so this was the price I had to pay. I'd pay it without complaint.
"Eleanor, let him go."
A level tone broke through the chaos, and the flames died. Bain gave a simpering sigh of relief.
"Loki, I will not keep allowing this."
The fireball was drawn away, but Doea still had her hand on my throat.
"Sophia has asked me to stay out of it, but as the matriarch of this family, I cannot continue letting this infernal boy go around wrecking Ava's life as he pleases."
I recognized the name. Loki. This was Liam's mother and Ava's other grandparent.
I understand your rage, but I also implore you to use compassion, Haloki uttered softly.
Compassion! This arrogant street rat saw fit to dump a child on my granddaughter, and now he's hiding from his duties as a father to do ancestors know what, Doya barked.
I wasn't an absent parent. Far from it. I was doing all I could to build a world Casey could grow up in, but I guess I hadn't been around the hospital for the past few days due to all this research, and Doya had noticed.
It is not a crime to conceive a child, especially not a child created within a happy marriage, Haloki stated. This baby was made out of love, and love can still grow here.
She's divorcing him,
Doya sneered.
I am not a Tawakwa, meant to flow like water from one way to the next. I am Goigni. I am fire. I am destruction.
And your fire will destroy Ava if you harm him, Haloki replied simply. She still loves him.
Doya sputtered in disgust.
I cannot imagine why. She has poor taste in men. This temporary infatuation with this man is nearly a passing phase. We must correct it by getting rid of this stain and choosing someone else for her. It is the best option.
Think of your great-grandson. You cannot harm Charlie without harming Casey as well, Haloki replied.
I prefer female descendants anyway,
Doya replied casually, but her voice cracked. She was starting to break.
Eleanor, please.
Haloki reached out to withdraw Doya's hand from my throat. I was able to breathe normally, and Doya's high heel snapped against the floor as she stepped back.
Very well, but my point still stands. Ava needs to part from this filth, because he does nothing but make her life a living hell. I do not approve of it.
I truly, deeply and madly love your granddaughter. I'm doing the best I can. I pushed off the wall, standing humbly before Doya to offer the best apology I could give. I messed up. I ruined her in the worst way, and this baby wasn't planned. But if there is any chance I can make things right between us, I want to. I'm working as hard as possible to bring my family back together. Please, give me another chance. I only need one more shot to make things right.
Doya harumphed. We shall see. So far, I'm not impressed. Holy shit!
Az had been walking to the meeting, and his alarmed shout rang overhead as he entered the hall. He must have been looking at the scorch marks that were surely on the floor, and the new bruises around my neck.
Grandma, what did you do?
Ezekiel, my baby boy, this does not concern you,
Doya cooed.
This is a matter to be settled privately.
Baby boy. She preferred female descendants, my ass.
Mom talked to you about this. We literally argued about this over dinner yesterday, Az exclaimed.
Words are cheap. Action is preferable, and I do not need permission to take it, Doya replied. You have made your intentions clear, Haloki said. Charlie understands he cannot continue to make mistakes, and so does Ava. They both must work to make this marriage right again.
Ava has done nothing wrong. None of this would be happening if she hadn't chosen him.
Ava was far from a saint, but Doya didn't want to admit that. I wasn't the only one who saw her through rose-colored glasses.
This marriage is theirs to work out.
Haloki stepped back.
Ava is strong enough to handle it, because you've taught her how. Now let there be peace.
Very well.
A manicured finger poked into my chest as Doya threatened.
I'm watching you, boy. No more missteps against my granddaughter, or they will be the last errors you make.
Doya roamed down the hallway, muttering under her breath, while Bane went bumbling behind her. The lioness familiar followed, taking with her the promise of death. I breathed a sigh, feeling my body slacken. That had been really intense, and if the situation had become even more heated, it would have ended badly. Haloki brushed my singed clothes of ash.
Are you all right, Pawi?
I didn't know a lot of Hawkeye, but Ava had told me that Pawi was a word that meant little child. It softened me right up. I'm fine. She didn't hurt me. I wasn't afraid, really. I knew she wouldn't go that far.
She would, if truly provoked, but she understands Ava still needs you.
Haloki combed a strand of hair back into my messy locks. You shouldn't be so kind. You should be just as angry with me as she is.
I'm not angry at you, Pawi. I do not see a broken man, but a wounded child that is lashing out. Life has given me the experience to understand these things. Loki gently patted my chest. Tears burned, threatening to overspill at her empathy. But I've hurt your granddaughter so badly. It's incredible you're forgiving me like this. Because you were hurting, Loki soothed. You were reacting to your pain. You didn't pause to comprehend who you might hurt. Loki wrapped her arms around me, pressing her heart to mine. She was so tiny, she only came halfway up to my chest, but she tried to reassure me like I was her own grandson. I barely knew this woman, but her embrace was warm and comforting. I'd never had a grandmother, so it was nice to fall into her arms and allow myself to be consoled, for once. Thank you. I managed to get my tongue around the thick words as a few more tears slipped out. I really am trying as hard as I can. I know you are, Charlie. You aren't the only one who has to heal. This family has to heal together. Loki pulled away, and I could hear the genuine smile in her voice. Heal yourself, so you don't pass on your wounds to your son. I will. I swallowed the lump in my throat. Loki's soft footsteps faded away as she exited the hall gracefully. Ava was like Doya, but she was a lot like Loki too. Ez approached. You okay, man? I pinched the bridge of my nose. No, but I'll get through it. I just wish Casey wasn't in the middle of all these family meltdowns. Talk about the baby, man. I'll start crying. Ez already sounded on the brink of tears. He's so adorable and small and stuff. I can't even... I get it. I cut him off because if he broke down, I would too, and I couldn't walk into this meeting a mess. Do you think Doea will like Casey? I don't want anyone around my kid who isn't happy he's around. I don't know. I felt Ez shrug beside me. She wasn't thrilled when I came along, from what I hear, because she only wanted granddaughters, but I guess I cracked her hard shell. I always wanted to climb into her lap and hug her when I was little, even though she didn't like me much at first. She used to pat my head awkwardly and go, "There, there." Ez laughed. Eventually, she started hugging me back. I softened her up a lot, I guess. Everyone says she's a lot sweeter than she used to be. I couldn't tell. If Doya spoiled Ez, Casey would probably grow on her, and she didn't have to like me. I just had to quit slipping up. The council room buzzed with curious whispers when we entered. By the sounds of chatter rising to the glass ceiling overhead, there had to be nearly 20 people here. The voices quieted when I approached the round table in the middle of the room, until all that could be heard was the trickling of the waterfall that fell around the elvish tree. I just wanted to get this done so I could get back to my main focus, being a dad. If I had to travel to the afterlife and back to be with my kid, I would, so I didn't want to wait on finishing the job. My elf powers tingled, sensing magic from all supernatural races. The demigods had all shown up, apart from Ava, along with my friend's parents and the demigod guardians. Even Opal, Ivy, Chansey, and Eddie were here, huddled in the corner far away from the doors. I'd pissed enough of them off that I didn't think they wanted to be around, but this meeting was crucial. Another witch was present, sitting beside Marcus's parents. When she cleared her throat, I realized it was Dr. Mack, the seer who the warden was torturing for her visions. Doya and Bane had come along for the meeting, and I knew because I could still sense the heat coming off Doya from across the room. Someone gave an angry gasp, which I was certain had come from Ava's mom. My burnt clothes were apparent, clearly. "Mother," Sophia growled, like she'd known this was coming and was planning on lecturing Doya the minute this meeting was done. "What?" Doya's tone was scathing. "I did nothing. If I did, he would no longer exist." "It doesn't matter now," I said, cutting them off. "Let's get down to business." Ivy was the first to speak. "What do you want to discuss first, dickhead? How you lost the divinity keys we've been fighting for years to get? How you cost us the world? Or how Ava finally had a chance to leave your sorry ass and you had to go and get her knocked up?" "Give him a break, Ives," Chansey snapped. "Charlie's a dad now. I think we should be giving our congratulations." "Congratulate this, asshole," Ivy said dryly, and I was certain they were flipping Chansey off. Yeah, I've had enough of your pillow talk, baby." "I ain't your baby," Ivy muttered, but they shut up.
Chansey wrapped me in a hug, lowering his voice to say, "Congrats, man. Your son's cute. I'm real proud." "Thanks." I clung to him longer than normal, sinking into the embrace. Chansey and I were tough guys, and we didn't let our feelings show often, but I really needed a fucking hug right now. This week had been filled with the worst lows and some extremely emotional highs, and I needed some kind of support. "I don't know how to be a dad yet, but I'm going to try." He clapped me on the back before he drew away. "That's rough, buddy, but we're all here for you." Wails echoed throughout the room as Ez finally broke. He was a blubbering mess. I managed to hold it together, but it was hard as hell. "You all right over there, Uncle Ez?" Chansey asked.
"Fine," Ez stammered. "I'm excited to be an uncle, but I'm so sad for my sister."
Silence followed. Everybody knew how Ava felt about this without having to see her. She'd made her feelings about kids very clear. Danny's voice was thick as he spoke. It's been one hell of a week." Callie's dry voice echoed across the room. "I'm only here because Takahashi said you had an idea to get us out of this mess. I need to get back to Ava, so hurry up and tell us the plan. By the gods, it better be a good one." "That's adorable, Callie. What are you, Ava's new husband? Going to stay at her bedside and nurse her back to health?" Ivy asked snidely. They were clearly in a foul mood and willing to pick a fight with anyone. "And where have you been, Ivy? I could sure as hell be a better husband than he can," Callie spat back. She wouldn't even use my name. Ivy huffed. "That's not a high bar." "Guys, we aren't here to fight," I started. "Fuck you, Charlie. You pitted us up against each other in the first place, so why not?" Ivy demanded. "We aren't here to hold hands and sing campfire songs just because you told us to jump when you say so." You're killing me here," Chansey groaned. "Charlie and Ava have a child now," Opal broke in. "We need to be there for the baby."
"Here for who? That thing's gonna turn out just like him!"
Ivy shouted. I gritted my teeth, because this wasn't how I'd intended this meeting to go. "We aren't here to talk about Casey. We need to find a way to beat the warden." Once I said that, the room exploded. Dozens of people started shouting, screaming a million things at once. I wanted to quiet the crowd, but I wasn't sure how to get the situation under control, because it had already erupted. The floor shook as a spell blasted throughout the room, and the massive round table snapped as magic cracked it apart. Several people fell to the ground, and bits of stone rained down from the ceiling. The magical signature unmistakably came from Queen Emmeline, Callie's mom.
"Enough!"
she bellowed.
"Do any of you want to solve this problem, or do you want to continue to bicker?"
Nobody dared to say a damn thing. Queen Emmeline slammed her fist onto the remnants of the council table. "If there's any solution to what the warden has done, I want his head on a platter by the end of it. Now, are the rest of you with me? Because if not, then get the hell out of the way!" The queen was out for blood, and I couldn't blame her. The room remained quiet until Marcus was brave enough to ask. "Tell me you have something good," Marcus started apprehensively. "Because from where I'm sitting, the warden has already beat us. There's nothing else we can do." "Yeah," Ivy piped up. "If Charlie hadn't broken Ava, she'd have been there at the Elven gate, and she'd have taken the warden down. His fight with her fucked us all over. All we have left is Elamant, and we're gonna lose the city, too." "You think I don't know what happened?" I demanded. "I was there. I didn't call this meeting to decide who's at fault for this shit. I'm here to talk solutions, so you can either be a part of saving everything we have left, or you can go. I really don't care at this point." Chansey's tone was softer than Ivy's, edged with hope. "You really got a solution, pal?" I hesitated, because it wasn't a solution so much as an option, and our only one left. The warden had already done so much damage, but we still had a chance to stop him on his warpath. We lost the world, and we can't undo the damage. Elamant is all that's left outside the warden's control, so we have to focus on saving the people of this city, because they're all we can save. "It's not going to happen," Ivy insisted. "Our shield has protected us so far, but the warden's ascended to the Blessed Haven. How much longer do you think this shield will hold before he breaks through?" "I'm not talking about shielding ourselves from him," I said. "I'm talking about getting rid of him completely, and sending him to a place where he no longer exists." Callie's tone was no longer aggressive, but curious. What exactly are you suggesting? Oberei has knowledge of something called time vortexes. It's a break on the timeline where whatever lies inside does not exist. Period. If we can open one and force the warden into it, he'll be destroyed. Then, once he's eliminated, we can get to work repairing the broken boundary, so souls can cross over into the afterlife. The power to open a time vortex would be immense, King Ethan argued. But possible, I countered. And who are you guys going to get to do it? Callie demanded. Because from where I'm standing, I'm the only one with time powers, and I can't summon them now. Even if I could help, I've never opened a time vortex before, nor do I know anyone who has. Just because we've never seen it happen doesn't mean it can't be done, I remarked. Tell them, Oberei. Oberei propped his front paws on the table and gave a commanding bark. He spoke to me telepathically, and I repeated his words to the group.
As you all know, I am a being known as a Mutabicha, an ancient, shape-shifting creature born at the dawn of time, with powers that transcend reality. In my current form, I experience time and space as linear concepts alongside you, but there is a part of me that sees time and space as existing everywhere and happening all at once. Between the layers of reality are voids that exist outside of any timeline.
You're talking about a myth, Chansey chimed in. There's only one reality, and it's the one we live in.
That's what the angels believe, Oberei said, which I repeated. It benefits the Celestial Church to think that way, as it means to govern right from wrong and take away your choices, but it is not an inherent truth.
Takahashi hummed thoughtfully. Yes, Oberei is correct in his theory. As an astromancer, I've been studying multiple dimensions for years. The idea of various timelines existing, and various versions of us taking different paths. This idea that there are breaks on these timelines, or even spaces between realities, holds some weight. If there are versions of us in different timelines making every choice possible, then what choice do we really have in the end? Danny asked. If the outcome is therefore inevitable.
Inevitable or an opportunity, Oberei said. It only depends on how you look at it, and believe me when I say that I have a much broader view of reality than any one of you.
Don't give us that bullshit, Oberei, Ivy spat. You've told us before you don't remember jack shit of all that wisdom you were supposedly born with. Oberei remained calm while I translated.
As a trans-dimensional being, sometimes it is difficult for me to organize all my knowledge into coherent thoughts that make sense in the three-dimensional world that we live in. There are things I do not remember about my life before becoming a familiar, because it simply does not make sense in this physical state. But what I do know is that this universe is larger than we are, bigger even than the spiritual realm.
Oberei went on.
There are versions of ourselves on alternate timelines, living out various decisions and separate lives. This is why timelines change when Callie casts her time magic and causes different choices to be made. But that is neither here nor there, as it is the voids between these realities we're most interested in. We could sit here and debate spirituality all day, or we could get a move on this plan and release the people of Elamanth from the clutches of the Warden.
Say these time vortexes do exist, Danny said thoughtfully. How do we access one and force the Warden into it?
The Mutabicha,
Oberei said simply.
I know the power to open time vortexes exists, and Mutabicha like myself possess such power. However, I cannot achieve this on my own. It would require the assistance of all my brethren, together. Much of my former life is difficult to recall, but one thing I know for certain is that I am not alone. There are other Mutabicha out there. I believe that if we find them, their combined power will allow us to reshape reality and open a time vortex where we can send the Warden and end his very existence.
Liam spoke up. You're the only Mutabicha we've ever encountered. How do we find the others?
They're in the afterlife, I am certain,
Oberei noted.
I am one of the few Mutabicha that left the ancestral lands to come to Earth. The others remain there. We must go there and speak with them. Then we can convince them to help us.
As a Mutabicha, can you cross the realms and speak to them?
Nadine asked. Under normal circumstances, yes, but these are unprecedented times. That is why we called this meeting. The bridge to the afterlife has been destroyed, but we know there are always exceptions. Someone among us must know some way where the living can gain passage to the afterlife, transcending death and the usual means to get there. With the powers of all supernatural races combined, I'm certain we can find a way to reach the afterlife together.
The merfolk have no knowledge of crossing realms that I know of,
Opal said. Neither do the vampires, Danny added. If the angels got a way to cross over without dying, then I don't know about it, Chansey told us. And none of us are dying and coming back with the state the afterlife is in right now. Everyone who dies is getting stuck in the in-between, trying to get into the blessed haven. What if we sent someone who didn't intend to return? Liam wondered. Someone who could get a message to the Mutabicha.
That's not an option, Liam,
Sophia told her husband sternly. I'm not suggesting any of us go, Liam replied sourly. I'm saying we might be able to relay a message by contacting a spirit or ancestor who can help. Eddie stepped forward.
It's a good theory, but how are we going to do that with the state of the spirit realm? We can't contact just anyone, let alone make the journey ourselves without perishing. We get stuck between worlds like everyone else the warden has killed. Unless someone besides the elves has magic that can get around this, because we don't.
The astromancers do not hold a solution to this problem that I am aware of, Takahashi said. Lucas tapped his fingers on the table. I'm afraid the witches won't be of much help either. As a reaper, I can open portals to the afterlife, but only when I'm reaping a soul, and to reap a living being would damage their soul beyond repair, and that's only when the gateway to the spirit realm is open. With that doorway closed, the warden has destroyed any chance of the witches reaching the afterlife. But I believe there's merit to Oberai's idea. The witches draw their magic from their afterlife, Allura, and seeing as we're still casting magic, there must be some connection remaining. It's not one that souls can travel across, but it's an indication that there are still threads of power moving between realms.
The Fae might have a way in, Callie offered slowly, but it's going to take time, isn't it, Mom?
Everyone in the room shifted to face the Fae, and Queen Emmeline spoke up.
Maybe. We have to be prepared for the possibility that the warden will get through our shield before we can even reach the afterlife, let alone speak with the Mutabicha to seek their aid.
How much time do the Fae need? Dr. Mack asked.
Queen Emmeline drew a breath.
A month, at least. Maybe 2.
We may have a chance if we start right away,
Dr. Mack said.
My powers as a seer are a combination of empathy and foresight. I can connect with people and see the path that they're on, though I am not a prophet. I cannot see what will happen, only what could happen. From what I can discern from my visions, Dr. Taurus returned to the Blessed Haven after his attempt to get through our shield failed. He's in the afterlife now, killing gods, and the chances of him succeeding are nearly inevitable. Once he's done there and taken dominion over everything, there will be no escaping him. Elamant will be the last thing that remains, and he will return to tie up loose ends and put an end to us all.
If the world ends, we're done already, because our resources will run out, Marcus said. He got what he wanted from the demigods, so there's nothing more he could possibly want from us. What loose ends does he have to tie up? I gritted my teeth, because the answer was obvious. Ava. The warden can't stand that she's the one that got away. That's why he came knocking on our door immediately after he crossed through the Elven gate, to get to her. But her shield was too strong, so he gave up to pursue a fight with the gods. He knows that once he can take them down, there's no longer anything stopping him from reaching Ava.
But she doesn't have magic anymore, Marcus rambled. She's not a threat to him.
It doesn't matter, because he's still obsessed with her, Callie countered. As long as she lives, he can't let it go, because he'll never be okay with the idea of being beaten by her. It's not enough to let Ava sit behind the shield and starve to death. He's so egotistical he's got to kill her himself. Maybe there's more to it than that, Danny theorized. Haven't you guys wondered how Ava's so strong that even in godhood, the warden can't break through her shield? You think I haven't thought of that? I demanded. This shield is the strongest one there's ever been. Ava combined the magic of all supernatural races into it, something that's never been done before. Even you combined your blood magic into it so that anyone who attempted to break the shield would have their magic drained. That makes it incredibly strong, but it shouldn't hold up against gods. Looking back on it, though, I realized something. There's power pulsing through that shield that didn't come from us talented supernaturals or demigods. I'd felt it when I helped create that hole in the shield, but I didn't understand it then like I did now. I went on.
It's the same type of power I felt coming from the tree at my grandfather's funeral, which means there was godhood power being channeled into that shield. The boundary between us and the afterlife has been closed off, but there are remnants of godhood powers still on the earth, like the powers within the Elder Tree. I believe Ava siphoned some of that magic when she was combining everyone's magic, and some of that godhood power went into the shield. Which is why the Warden has to go to the afterlife before destroying Elamant, so he can kill the gods, end their power, and get through our shield to finish the job, Dr. Mack agreed. Killing the gods is going to take him time, so we have a short period before Dr. Taurus damages the realms completely. If we are able to reach the Mutabicha and open a time vortex, there's a chance we can end this war before he does. How small of a chance? Marcus asked. Small enough that you may want to start saying your goodbyes, Dr. Mack said regrettably. But isn't a small chance enough to at least try? What other chance is there? Callie turned to her mom. You're not going to lie down and let the Warden do what he wants with what's left of our world. Not after what he's done to the Fae. Queen Emmeline's voice was determined as she replied. If there is a way for me to get through to the afterlife, I will find it, and I will do it. I am the World Weaver. There is nothing that I will allow to stand in my path, but doing so will be no small feat. I won't be able to do it alone. This is a fool's errand, Ivy insisted. We're all gonna die trying. It's that or die lying down, I pointed out. If the Warden takes us down, then at least we went down fighting. Queen Emmeline raised her voice. There are no other options. There is a boundary that separates the Fey realm of Edenmire and the Fey afterlife of the Great Hunting Grounds, which one must cross in order to reach the land of the dead. The living can't get through it, but if we can break the boundary, we will have a chance of making it to the afterlife and back. How does that work? Chansey asked. Didn't the Warden already break the connection to the afterlife? What I'm referring to is different from our connection to the afterlife. I'm talking about a connection to a different realm entirely, though a boundary Dr. Taurus hasn't touched, Queen Emmeline explained. Edenmire is its own Fey realm, essentially its own planet, which exists physically just like the Earth. The Fey afterlife, the Great Hunting Grounds, are a spiritual world connected to the rest of the Blessed Haven, but it exists within Edenmire itself. There's a boundary that prevents the living from entering the spirit world, but if we can get past that boundary, we can reach the Great Hunting Grounds and through it, the Blessed Haven, which we can venture through in order to reach the ancestral lands, where the Mutabicha live, Sophia added. That's perfect. So it's like a back door into the spiritual plane? I asked. I wanted to make sure I got this right. From Earth, we can portal to the Fey world of Edenmire, then pass through the boundary to the Great Hunting Grounds. From there, we can go to the other realms within the Blessed Haven? Exactly, Queen Emmeline said. As you'll recall, Elamant is built off the bones of one of Edenmire's ancient cities, Ithrio. The portal between Elamant and the Fey city of Iragrad is still open, which will take us to Edenmire. Why don't we all take the portal? Marcus asked. Didn't Emperor Castiel say this portal served as an exit strategy if Elamant was compromised? Aren't the residents of Iragrad our allies, who've been sending us resources since Elamant formed? I bet the Warden wouldn't find us there. Why haven't we used this portal to provide refuge for our people yet? Because doing so has consequences, Queen Emmeline reminded him. The citizens of Iragrad have been helping where they can, but sustaining 2 cities is no easy feat. To move our entire population there would be a massive undertaking, and not everyone would make it. Fae and elves would be able to settle there permanently because of their ancestral connection to the realm, and the witches would be fine due to their ancestral ties to the Fae, but they'd be unable to return to Earth after being there for a few days. The rest of Elamant's population would go mad soon after arriving. Anyone who doesn't have ancestral lineage connected to Edenmire is unable to stay within its borders without losing their minds. No way in hell would I let that happen. Callie, Marcus, and I could tolerate living in Edenmire, but Ava only had a single Fey ancestor in her bloodline by the name of Arthur Cedric. The connection was distant, and I doubted it would be enough to prevent her from going insane while within Edenmire's borders. She had too much Hawkeye in her, and I'd get blown up by the Warden before I left her behind. Well, that idea's out, Danny said. You don't want me going any nuttier than I already am, and Ava's crazy enough. We can't move everyone to Adenmire, but we can use it to get to the afterlife, Queen Emmeline continued. I believe that my powers, combined with Lucas's abilities, might be enough to break the boundary between Adenmire and the Great Hunting Grounds. As the World Weaver, I have the ability to reach realms other Fae can't access. Lucas is a Reaper who has the power to reach realms most witches aren't able to. Together, we should have the ability to get some of us through the boundary, so we may cross over. But it will take time to weaken this barrier. I'll help any way I can, Lucas offered. Then that's what we'll do, I stated. We'll break the boundary, travel through Adenmire to reach the afterlife, and obtain aid from the Mutabicha to open a time vortex and get rid of the Warden once and for all. Then we can work on repairing what's left. Oberei placed his paw on my hand.
This is a good plan. I believe this will get me into the afterlife after all.
I reeled back, though no one else had heard him. You? I demanded. What about the rest of us?
I thought it was clear I intend to go alone. Why would I ever let you do that? Because the afterlife is a dangerous place, especially with the Warden there inciting a war.
Which is exactly why we're coming with you. You need backup, and that's final. I won't be compromising on this. I turned back to the others. Oberei and the demigods will make the journey into the afterlife. It's the safest way. Oberei grumbled, but he knew I was right. Nobody else objected, so I figured we were all in agreement.
I must warn you, Dr. Mack added. I've been looking into Dr. Taurus's future for a long time now, and his path has only become clearer over time. At this point, there is no margin for error. If we don't find a way to defeat him in a few months' time, the Warden will come here and crush everything. There will be nothing left of us at that point.
A chill traveled down my spine. I was sure the others felt it as well. Lucas and I will get started on breaking this boundary right away, Queen Emmeline said. We'll let you know when we're through, but it's not going to be any time soon. It's all we can do. We'll have to research as much as we can about time vortexes in the meantime. We don't want to make any mistakes. Yeah, it'd be a pretty big fuck-up if we managed to ruin time and cause reality to fold in on itself, wouldn't it? Callie stated as if she was already thinking this plan was a bad idea. She trusted her mom to get us to the afterlife, but I didn't know if she believed going to it was a good idea. If we do this wrong, timelines could collapse, and we'd end up creating paradoxes by running into duplicates of ourselves on other timelines. We just kill our other selves. Problem solved, Danny said. No, not problem solved. You have no idea how any of this works. You're going to fuck up the timeline worse than we're already planning on doing, Callie shot back. I bet the other me is an asshole anyway. Nobody's gonna miss him. I'm the better version, Danny boasted. You're an asshole, Callie grumbled. And somehow we got stuck with you. This meeting's over, I said, signaling everyone needed to leave. People didn't need to keep fighting. Those in attendance began to disperse. I didn't make it a step toward the door before Ivy was at my side, gripping my bicep with their strong nails digging into my skin. I get you trying to undo all the damage you caused, but fancy magic ain't going to fix this, Ivy hissed. You ain't saving nobody until you undo what you did to Ava, because she's the only one who's going to get us out of this mess. The two of you need to get it together. We can't seek out the Mutabicha and get rid of him unless you two straighten up. You hear me? I tore my arm out of their grasp. And what exactly do you want me to do about it, Ivy? Ivy scoffed, like they knew there was nothing I could do, but they sneered anyway. Maybe spend the next few months in counseling so when you do get to the afterlife, you could actually do something useful and save our asses. Get your fucked up head fixed so you don't do something crazy to screw us over again. Ivy stomped away, leaving me stunned by their words. Ivy was the last person who I wanted to be right about anything, but they weren't wrong to say my head was fucked. One wrong move and I could ruin this for everyone, like I had before. I had a bad habit of creating chaos. If we were going to pull this off, then I had to make sure everyone, including Ava, could depend on me to get it right this time. I didn't know how long it'd take for Queen Emmeline and Lucas to break through this boundary, but I knew one thing for certain. We couldn't afford to.
Chapter 18. Ava-Marie. I'd heard about the meeting Charlie had called in the Elvish council room. I hadn't gone under the guise of recovering from labor, but the truth was, I just couldn't face Charlie. Callie had filled me in on the details, and I still wasn't sure about this plan. But we also didn't have any other options. We were sitting ducks until Emma and Lucas broke the barrier in Edenmeyer, if they could even manage it. In the meantime, I knew I couldn't wait to do something about the situation with Casey, because I'd already put it off long enough. Whatever I decided had to be soon. If I was going to handle things, I had to have an uncomfortable conversation with my soon-to-be, or maybe not, ex-husband. My mother had been healing me daily for the past month. I was basically back to normal, all signs of labor gone. But my body had changed in little ways that I noticed. I'd held on to more weight, my breasts were different, my hair had become thinner. I was an invader in a foreign body that I had to get used to all over again, and I couldn't go back to my former self. Not even my body could be mine anymore, because disability and childbirth had overtaken it. This baby had snatched what little I'd kept after my spinal injury had stolen it all, and I resented him because of it. It wasn't even his fault. It wasn't Charlie's either, not really. The fault was with me, because I'd let it all happen. I hadn't paid attention, and now there weren't 2 people being hurt by this destructive marriage anymore. There were 3, and one of them was completely innocent. I wasn't the type of girl that sat around and didn't take action, but Charlie was the one person I was too afraid to face. Casey had to go somewhere, and we needed to agree on who was going to raise him. I figured we weren't going to make any progress, and this whole thing was going to turn into another vicious fight, which was the last thing I wanted. I couldn't stand yelling at that man one more time, and I was certain I'd crumble if he kept raising his voice to me. I could look for a mediator to help us work through this, but I knew Charlie would shut that idea down once I brought it up. He didn't like opening up in front of other people, and this conversation required it. I could bully him into doing what I wanted, but that would make things so much harder. I wanted him to make things easy on us, so we could find a solution that was good for our son, even if it wasn't great for us. Things in the world continued to worsen, which sickened my mood. The nuclear war that the mission incited with the humans had intensified, destroying places all over the world, while the warden remained in the afterlife, continuing to fight with the gods for control over the blessed haven. The supernatural news station was calling this the Second Great Supernatural War, an adept description of what was happening out there. It had hit incredibly close to home. Images flashed across television screens of the ruined California redwoods, destroyed beaches, the entirety of my state's natural habitat. Los Angeles and San Diego had been wiped off the map, along with countless other cities across the world. My home was basically gone. I couldn't go back to it even if the warden died, because there was nothing left to return to but a crater. Not to mention all the debris, radiation, and fallout caused by the bombs, was on the fringe of sending Earth into a potential state of nuclear winter. Humans and supernaturals were dead in the millions, and more would die due to the potential famine and firestorms caused by the bombs. We were destroying our planet, our environment, and all hope of life. And for what? So one guy could claim he ruled over it all? Rule over what? Nothing would be left. It was all so wasteful. I ended up on my parents' living room couch for days, laying around and not able to do much of anything except stare out the window and try to find a way out of all this existential dread. I'd grieved the loss of Kinnipago, but to lose all of California shattered me. We could kill the warden and stop the mission, but it wouldn't restore thousands of years of nature that had bloomed within our tribal borders. Centuries of natural progress had been ruined all around the world, and there was no getting it back in my lifetime, if at all. On my third day of brooding, Daddy came out of his office, took one look at me, and said, "Nope, we're not doing this." "I am," I mumbled into a throw pillow. "Go away." Daddy stooped down to toss a blanket off my legs. "Get off your ass. We're going to the training arena." "To do what?" I sneered. "It's not like I can cast magic anymore, so training's useless." "Guess you're going to have to suck it up and learn how to fight without magic." "Yeah, like I can fight the warden like this," I sneered. "You're going to have to learn how. You want to be the commander of the Firebirds. You need to learn how to battle alongside them. I've come up with a solution to that issue, so let's get on with it." I faked a cough. "I'm sick. I don't feel well." "Your mom says you're fine." "But my back hurts," I whined. "My spine is messed up." "That's called being paraplegic." "I'm not going anywhere. You have to accommodate my needs because I'm disabled." I stuck out my tongue. "That's too damn bad because so am I." Daddy threw a pillow at me and I smacked it away from my face. "I'm not taking your shit excuses. Get up, Peanut." He wasn't going to leave me alone until I did what he said. So I let a bunch of swear words fly as I hoisted myself off the couch and into my chair. "There. Happy?" "No. Move it." "Make me." I growled the words through clenched teeth. I hadn't challenged him since I was a teenager, but I wasn't giving in without a fight. Daddy knelt down to look me directly in the eyes. "You're not going to waste away. I know what that's like, and it's an awful existence. I'll be damned before I let my daughter fall into a pit she can't pull herself out from. So, I'm dragging you out." "Fine," I spat. "But you're wasting your time." "You're never a waste of my time, Peanut. An annoyance, sometimes." Daddy took me down to the training arena. It was completely empty. I hadn't been here since our demigod lessons had taken place. On a table sat a long black case, though I wasn't sure what was inside of it. My father opened up the case, withdrawing a wooden bow that was painted blue with elaborate Hawkeye designs, runes running up the length. I'd seen it before hanging in my father's office, but he'd never shown it to me, so I never paid it much attention. He strung the bow, which didn't look like too much effort. If Daddy could do it, I figured it couldn't be too hard to pull back. "This was your grandfather's bow," Daddy said lowly, handing it to me. "He was carrying it when he died, and he went down fighting." I'd never shot a bow before. Daddy and Ez sometimes took their bows to go hunting, but I'd never joined them because I didn't have any interest. I ran my fingers over the wood. "Why are you giving me this?" "Because it's time it was passed down to you." Daddy knelt beside me again. "Your spirit guide carried this bow. It's only right that you have it." "What am I supposed to do with it?" "Use it well." "What, you mean, like in a fight?" Daddy nodded. I sputtered. "What's this little bow going to do against 1,000 magic casters?" "More than you think it will, but only if you believe in it," Daddy replied. "The magic isn't in the power people wield. It's inside of us. You still have that spark. You just need to call upon it in a different way." The bow seemed to tingle beneath my fingers. I swallowed thickly, struggling to breathe. "I know you're scared, because you don't know how to defend yourself anymore, let alone a child," Daddy said softly. "No mother should ever feel defenseless. I'm going to help you take back your power so you can fight back again." And what if I don't want to do this? I glared at him in rebellion.
I've tried to be gentle, sweetheart, and it's not getting through to you. If you want to do this the hard way and are only going to respond to tough love, guess I gotta play the role of the hard-ass, because your mother sure won't.
Daddy reached for a set of arrows tucked into a leather quiver.
Now, let's begin.
I rolled to the center of the training arena. The old targets we'd used for our demigod lessons were still here. Daddy had me turn my chair parallel to the target, so I was shooting off my left side. He showed me where to notch the bow, then helped me to draw it back, correcting my body.
Straighten up. Balance the bow in your hand. Don't grip it too tight. Then extend your arm, leaving a slight bend in your elbow. There you go. When you draw back, you'll anchor your finger to the corner of your mouth so that every shot's consistent.
Daddy demonstrated like he was holding an imaginary bow, so that I knew where to place my hands.
Deep breath in as you draw, then steady exhale as you aim. Don't watch the arrow. Keep your eye on the target. When you're ready, release the string gently.
I had to adjust my body to lean over the side of my chair to make room for the string. I expected my spine to cry out in protest, or for this to be excruciatingly painful. But it wasn't. I didn't have to twist that far to pull back the bow, and I could adjust my body so the movement was comfortable. We were the only two people in here, but I felt as if the room was packed with my ancestors, who'd come to observe me learn this ancient art. It was as if my grandpa Maito was helping me to draw back the bow, positioning my arms and giving me strength. I wasn't magical anymore, but I swore I felt his spirit beside me, teaching me where to aim and how far to pull the string back. I let the first arrow fly. It sailed across the room and sank into the edge of the target. I beamed. I was sure I'd fail to hit anything, and that would somehow prove I wasn't meant to do this.
Very good, Daddy said in approval. Let's try again.
I let a few more arrows fly, and each one I fired got closer to the bullseye than the last. With each arrow, I felt the tension in my body ease, relief replacing worry.
You're a natural shot, Ava, Daddy stated. You'll be an expert in no time.
This was something I could actually do. I wasn't sure how much good my arrows would do against the warden's godlike power, but at least I wasn't waiting around. With these arrows, I could wound. I could kill. And I could potentially stop someone from hurting my baby if they tried to come after him. It wasn't magic, but the bow was a weapon I could wield all the same. I wasn't completely defenseless anymore. I laid the bow across my lap. I want to practice every day. I need to be as strong as possible, and if I'm going to fight alongside the Firebirds, my shots need to be accurate. I have to be able to hit a moving target with my eyes closed every time.
If that's what you want to do, I'll train you until you're the best archer in the Toaqua tribe, Daddy said.
A relieved smile broke across my face, the first in weeks. Thanks, Daddy. I don't feel so useless anymore.
You've always been a great warrior of our tribe. You've had a fighting spirit since you were born, and taking away your ability to battle tore you apart, Daddy said. If we stick with this, I can make you a warrior again.
That's all I ever wanted, to be able to defend people and be brave.
You've never had a problem with being brave, Peanut. Courage is one of your strengths. But you do struggle with being sure of yourself, even when your heart knows what it wants.
Daddy groaned as he sat on a nearby bench, taking a break. I came beside him. I can't be sure of anything. I thought becoming a parent would give me all the answers, like I'd instinctually know what to do in every situation. If anything, it's only given me more questions.
Your mother and I had months to think about becoming parents. Stepping into this role takes time, and you had none. I know you're struggling to connect with Casey. That's normal, and it doesn't make you a bad person.
Then why does it feel like it?
Because you're putting the expectations of other people onto yourself. Your life doesn't have to follow their narrative. You can give yourself time to bond with Casey and take all of that time you need. You don't need to be head over heels in love with him tomorrow.
But what if I never make that connection? What if there's so much broken inside of me that I can't anymore? That's what I was truly afraid of.
That doesn't mean you get to leave him behind.
I shouldn't be punished because I chose to sleep with a terrible man.
Casey isn't a punishment, Ava. He's a person, Daddy said firmly.
Daddy, you don't understand. I feel so empty when I look at him, I replied, voice aching. No child deserves to have their parent feel that way about them. It would be better for him if I could find someone who actually wanted him, someone who wants to be a mom and who could give him the world. What can I give him? Nothing.
You can give him everything he needs and more, Daddy insisted. That's the Ava I know.
What kind of mom can I be? I'm in a wheelchair.
That's a poor excuse, Peanut, and you know it. That chair has never stopped you before. You're looking for excuses.
Can you blame me? I demanded. What would you do in my situation?
What you want to do moving forward is up to you. But if you're going to move forward, you need to be honest with yourself about what you want. Not follow the advice of others because it's common knowledge on what you should do.
What I want is contradictory to what I think. My heart and head are at odds. So how do I know which one to listen to?
What does your head say?
I scowled. That what Charlie did is unforgivable? That I need to leave him behind and never see him again? Because I can't allow him to get away with what he did.
And your heart?
My lip trembled as I hushed. I want my marriage back. Daddy remained silent. My voice broke as I stammered. When I gave him the papers, he refused to sign them. He tried to force me into staying in this marriage because it makes him uncomfortable for me to leave him. And now... I gripped the bow tightly, willing it to give me strength. So much time has passed that he's just giving up. He's not convincing me that he loves me. He's just convincing me that he doesn't want me to leave him. Those are two different things. This divorce makes him uncomfortable, but he's got to get uncomfortable to fix this. He wants to run away instead of facing our problems. I want him to fight for me. All he's doing is allowing me to leave without giving me reasons why I should stay.
Have you given him any reasons why he should think you want him to? Daddy asked.
I shook my head. No, but I can't do that until I've made up my mind.
Why do you need to make an ultimate, irreversible decision before you've even given this a shot?
Because it's the responsible thing to do, to prevent us from hurting each other worse than we already have. Either we're going to be together and raise this child, or I'm leaving them both behind me. It's too painful to keep trying when I'm the only one who is.
Do you think it's fair Casey has to grow up without a mother because what happened between you and Charlie is too painful to face? Daddy asked softly.
I shook my head. No, I don't want to do that to Casey. But it's a far worse reality for a child to be raised in a home where they're unwanted and unloved by their parent than it is for them to be given to people who will truly care about them. Casey's going to know I don't want him. Even if I say nothing, he'll be able to feel it.
That's true. Sometimes adoption is the better choice, and the right decision for everyone. Casey deserves to grow up in a place where he's wanted, but is giving him up the right choice for you?
There's no choice to make here because the facts are obvious. I'm not fit to be a parent. I'm going to be a bad mom. I know I am. It's better if he doesn't come anywhere near me.
You are a wonderful daughter, a fierce friend, a very loving wife, and an overall good person despite all your flaws. What makes you think you'll be a terrible mother? Daddy asked.
This is a child's life. I can't make good decisions for myself, so how can I make them for a baby?
Because you don't have a choice, Daddy prodded. You're going to be the one who decides how he's raised, Ava, whether that be with you, with Charlie, or with someone else. The best scenario is with you and Charlie together, but I need to know that's what you want. Because otherwise, you're creating a broken home for that child to grow up in, and a marriage that's nothing but suffering for his parents. He leaned closer. And for as much as you say you don't care about this child, if that was true, you wouldn't be falling apart under the pressure to do what's best for him. You'd just choose the quickest method to run away, and you're not doing that.
I am running away. I can't even visit him without feeling disgusted, I said bitterly.
You're thinking about letting him go so he can get whatever he needs, no matter what happens to you because of that choice. There's no greater sacrifice a parent can make than that.
My sigh was shaky. I can't be a good mom when I'm as sick as I am. And that means sick in the head, not in the body. I'm too mentally unwell to be a fit mother. Casey needs me to be better, and I can't be. So it's best to just let him go. Daddy paused. He didn't say anything right away, as if weighing his options, before his next words shook me.
You know, I had a lot of mental health struggles too, Daddy admitted. I was worried about what kind of parent I'd be as well. And I think you guys turned out all right.
What are you talking about? You never told me about this, I said, baffled.
Because I didn't want you to carry that burden. But I think it's time you knew, Daddy said. I wasn't the most mentally stable when you showed up either.
I supposed it made sense. My dad had experienced a great loss before he met my mother, and they'd survived a war and had lost so many people they loved along the way. I shouldn't be surprised. So, what are you saying? You were depressed or something?
Or something. And a lot else, Daddy confirmed. Your mother caught me in the middle of a suicide attempt when we were in school.
I was rendered speechless. I'd never known my father had gone through something that dark. What would you have done?
Without her there, I would have jumped, Daddy said. But if I had done that, there would be no you. Your siblings wouldn't exist, and the Hawkeye Civil War would have been lost because I wouldn't have been there. Your mother and all my friends would have died because I wouldn't have been there to fight alongside them. I don't put a lot of stock in the worth of my life, even as a chief. Never have. But even I have to admit that if I had chosen to end my existence, the world would be a very different place than it is now.
My father's confession shifted my entire perspective. If I had taken that potion in the gardens, Casey wouldn't be here. My father was a great chief, a powerful man, and the best dad in the entire world. He always had been. I would have never guessed he had any mental health issues if he hadn't told me. If he could work through his trauma and get to the other side of it, so could I. You think there's hope for me? I asked.
Of course I do. You're a strong warrior, but you can't fight all your battles alone. When I was going through the worst time in my life, I had my friends to lift me up and carry me when I could no longer carry myself. Your mother was the one who got me through it all, and Charlie's the man who's always been the one to carry you.
His words were deeply true. I'd survived the Institute, my spinal injury, torture, and the worst the warden could throw at me, because Charlie had gotten me through it. I'd helped him survive too. We'd gotten each other through a lot, and that was hard to forget.
You and Charlie are fighting against each other, and that's not a marriage. When you're married, two people have to fight against the world as a unit. It's you and him against everything, Daddy said firmly. You aren't each other's enemies, but companions.
I don't know why you're advocating for him. He took my magic away and cut off my bond with my familiar. He made me lose my soul. You should want to kill him.
I know a lot about what it's like to live without a soul, Daddy said. Does the father and me want to brutally murder him in the worst way I can think of for hurting you like this? Absolutely.
Daddy moved closer.
But the father and me can also admit when his daughter has made mistakes. And you did mess up, Ava. We both know how you get when you're out of control, and you were that day. You didn't pause to think hard enough about what you were doing. Charlie cast the spell, but what happened was a consequence of both of your actions. He hurt you in the worst way an elementai can be hurt, and I can't stand knowing that. But if he hadn't, you would have killed everything else I love too. I can love you more than anything, while admitting to myself that what you chose wasn't right.
You must feel like you messed up as a dad, raising me to be this way.
I know there's only so much I can do. I helped you as best I could while you were growing up, but there's a ruthless streak in you I knew I couldn't erase. Part of me never wants that wildness to fade. But you need to learn how to rein it in and not let it consume you, because you can't keep letting it get out of hand. It's not just harming you anymore.
He was right. I'd let my pride get the better of me. I'm not sure how to feel about Casey yet, or what decisions I should make for him. I gripped my grandfather's bow tighter. But maybe Charlie and I can do this together. Though I don't know how we can. I'm pretty sure he's just as lost as I am.
Charlie needs a dad to guide him too. He's never had one, and it's led to him being the way he is now. He's had to raise himself, and with that kind of upbringing, it's a miracle he's managed to stay as good as he has. You'll always come first. You're my priority no matter what. But Charlie's a dad who doesn't know how to be one. And Cameron is a pitiful excuse for a father. If nobody's going to step up and guide Charlie, I have to. Whatever you choose, it's not fair for him to do this alone.
Daddy's voice turned gruff.
I have to thank him for saving my daughter's life. You wouldn't have lived if Charlie hadn't given his eyes to you. Yes, your mother told me about that. And he wouldn't be here if you hadn't died for him. You complete each other.
His acknowledgement of the deep affection Charlie and I once shared comforted me immensely. At least I hadn't been the only one. Other people had seen what I'd once seen. My marriage hadn't been a fantasy, but something real. I managed to shakingly say the thing that had been on my mind for months, but I'd been too afraid to speak aloud to anyone else until now. I nocked another arrow, aiming it at the target. I don't want a divorce, but I don't see any other way.
Then become the warrior that'll fight for him, Daddy encouraged. And he'll fight for you too. One of you has to start the journey. It's up to you to lead the way.
Daddy always gave the best advice. My lips trembled as I opened my mouth to thank him, the feeling of overwhelm lifting from my shoulders as incredible relief flooded down upon me. There was light at the end of the tunnel. We just had to get there. My gratitude toward my father was cut short as the door to the training arena burst open. Charlie's voice bellowed across the arena, echoing off the walls as he cried, "You're not giving away my kid!"
Chapter 19. Charlie. I stormed into the training arena. I'd been on my way to visit Casey when Marcus let it slip that Ava had asked Callie to raise our son. I found Sophia and confronted her next. She'd admitted that Ava had asked her to take him too. Oberei wasn't around because he'd been helping Emma and Lucas all day, chipping away at Ed and Meyer's spiritual boundaries. Thank fuck he wasn't here, or he might try to stop me. Sophia's confession had rattled my bones. I sought out Ava immediately. Sophia rushed to catch up with me, but I was faster and reached the training center first. Something whizzed by my head, an arrow, judging by the way the fletchings cut through the air. The arrow stuck into the wall behind me. Sophia gasped as she followed me into the room. I barely flinched. Nothing Ava could do could hurt me anymore. Nothing, except this one thing. Planning to take my head off? I sneered. That was an accident, Ava said defensively. You startled me. Liam sighed. There goes our safety training. Charlie, what's wrong now? I think it's pretty damn obvious, I seethed. Ava wants you two to raise Casey, but Ava's not the only one who gets to decide what happens to him. He's my kid too. She can't take him out of my life. Nobody's taking him away, Charlie. Chill out, Liam stated irritably, sounding annoyed. How could he ask me to do that when Ava was threatening to rip away the one thing I still had? I was a dad now, and that was all that was left of me. Now she wanted to steal him too? She couldn't just divorce me, break my heart, and leave me with my son. She wanted to give Casey to someone else, have him grow up as I had, in a home without his parents? Over my dead body. I'm his mother. If anybody's going to have the final say on where he goes, it's going to be me, Ava demanded. If that didn't light a fire in me. Yeah, she'd been pregnant, and she'd done all the hard work of giving him life, but he didn't belong to just her. I'd helped her make him. He was mine, too. Ava, watch it, Liam warned, dropping his voice. She's not going to listen to you, so why bother, I spat. All she cares about is her own comfort. It's not my comfort I'm worried about, Ava hissed. You're the one who can't get out of the little box he's created in his head to fix things between us. Bullshit! Marcus told me you wanted him and Callie to take our kid. Why are you having open auditions to place him with the highest bidder behind my back? That wasn't what I was doing, Ava said nastily. I want what's best for him, not what's going to make us feel good. You just want to give him problems so you can run away from responsibility and commitment like you always do. You didn't want to marry me either, and now you're throwing our baby away like you threw away our marriage. What, you want Casey to be kicked from home to home all his life, reminding him he's not wanted every time he has to leave? Maybe what I was saying was unfair, but I couldn't help but say exactly what was on my mind. Tears stung at the corners of my eyes as I struggled to hold them back, but I was so fucking furious. I would not let my son grow up the way I had. I'd rather die first. Let's talk about this, Sophia pleaded. No one wants to take Casey away from you, but I think we can all agree that you two aren't ready to raise a child, especially if you intend to co-parent. Liam and I are here to help until you're ready, and you won't be until the two of you can fix your problems and work together. I was certain the last thing either of us wanted to do was co-parent. Ava wanted to rip the last of my family away from me because she wanted for me to suffer the rest of my days. She hated me. I just knew deep down she had to blame me for being unable to bond with them. I sympathized with her. I couldn't imagine how insanely painful it was to be unable to feel anything for Casey. I'd fallen in love with him the moment he come into my life, and she felt nothing for him. I knew because Marcus had let that slip in his confessions too. It had to tear her up inside and be completely unbearable. I never wanted such an awful thing to happen to the woman I loved more than anything and anyone. I'd be grieving for her if she wasn't trying to give Casey away. But she was, and it was because she wanted to get back at me. In her mind, if she couldn't have Casey, then I didn't deserve him either. I crossed my arms, wishing to hear the truth from her own damn mouth. I want to know what Ava thinks, not everybody else. Ava hesitated. I just want what's best for Casey. There was no malice in her voice. In fact, she sounded shocked. I didn't think you'd fight so hard for him. I told you I'd take him, I reminded her. I figured you were just doing what you thought you had to do. I didn't think you actually wanted this, and raising him out of obligation is only going to fuck him up. My parents will do a better job raising him than we can. It's the right move to make. Your parents will be wonderful grandparents, but that doesn't mean we should give up on raising him ourselves, I insisted. Casey needs a parent there for him, and I want to be there every step of the way. I don't know how to be a dad yet, but I'm going to learn. Being a parent is more complicated than mixing formula and changing diapers, Ava said harshly. What about when he gets older and needs your emotional support? Where will you be then? I'll be there holding him, I demanded. What do you think I'm going to do, run away the first time he sheds a tear?
Yes, Charlie, because that's what you do!
Ava cried.
When things get uncomfortable, you shut down and leave.
You don't think I'll be a good dad then, I accused.
How can I? You're not a good husband.
It was as if she'd struck me. That arrow she'd shot at my head might as well have pierced straight through my heart. That's low, Ava. Really fucking low. It's true, she bit back. I don't believe you'll be a good parent unless you're a good spouse, because a broken marriage is only going to damage this kid further. I asked my parents to be his caregivers because they will be easier on him than watching us fight all the time. My hands curled at my sides.
You don't want anything to do with him, so you won't even be around to fight with, which is fine by me. But you aren't taking him away from me.
Liam had seen enough. He threw himself between us, his voice booming.
That's it! Sophia and I were going to stay out of this, but ancestors help me. You two need some serious help. Ava's at her limit, and so am I. I'm sick of listening to your arguing. For fuck's sake, it's like you two enjoy pissing each other off, and I'm sick of this game. Both of you need to get your shit together, because I'm too old for this crap. I'm done raising kids, and I'm not taking another one. So you're going to sit your asses down and work out your marriage, because Casey needs a parent one way or another, and it's not going to be me.
Daddy, a baby isn't going to save our marriage, Ava argued. Then save it for yourselves, Liam urged. You were honest with me a few minutes ago, Ava, so be honest now. I'll ask you again. What do you really want? Ava hesitated, and her tone softened. What I want is irrelevant. If Charlie and I are going to fix anything, it has to be for us, because if we tried for any other reason, nothing would get fixed and Casey would be affected. The smallest of cracks began to appear in my stone-cold exterior. Was Ava actually suggesting there might be hope? No, she couldn't be. She'd made it clear to me this marriage was done for. We weren't going to be a happy family at the end of the day, no matter how badly I wanted us to be one. But Ava went on. She sighed and added, The problem is there's no us anymore, so any hope of salvaging what was once there is already gone. For the first time in a long time, I agreed with her. She's right. Marriage counseling isn't going to help. Ava and I spent 2 years in therapy at the Institute. Takahashi's a great therapist, and if he can't fix my brain, then no one can.
See what I mean, Daddy? Ava's voice cracked. You won't even try. Funny you have excuses now, Charlie, when you used to be more than willing to share in group therapy at the Institute. That's because I had to, not because I wanted to. You'd do it if you wanted to fix this marriage, Ava demanded. You'd do it if you really cared about Casey.
Don't you ever accuse me of not caring about my son!
I shouted.
This is why it can never work between us, because whenever you aren't getting your way, you have to drive the knife in and twist it. You always want me to hurt more than you're hurting, and that's why you want to take Casey away. Not because it's what's best for him, but because you can't stand the thought of me experiencing any amount of joy. It's not working because you've given up,
Ava shouted.
Charlie, all I want is for you to fucking try. I tried everything, and you've made it pretty damn clear you don't want anything to do with me.
My voice began to waver too, but I managed to hold it together, because Casey needed me to, and I'd be damned if his mother got the best of me on this one. I'm willing to give you what you want, but you clearly don't know what that is, so don't blame me when it's literally impossible to make you happy, because nothing I ever do will be good enough for you. Ava scoffed. You're such a bastard. Typical man, willing to do everything to fix the relationship except talk about his feelings.
I've done that for 3 fucking years, and where has it gotten us? Nowhere! What more do you want from me? I want you to fight for me as hard as you're fighting for Casey!
Ava screamed, her voice echoing off the walls of the training center. The room faded to silence, and all conscious thought halted with it. Never did I think Ava actually wanted me to fight for her. Not in this reality and not the next. Since she'd served me those papers, I'd been waiting around for her to tell me where to sign them, because I thought, above all else, she wanted to be done with me. But then Hemlock died, we lost the divinity keys, and Casey came along all in a short amount of time. I figured the papers were inevitable, we just hadn't gotten around to actually signing them. When she asked me to fight for her, I realized the truth I'd been too blind to see. Ava didn't want to sign those papers to be done with me. All she wanted was to be done with this fighting, this bickering, this broken love. But maybe it didn't have to die at the end of a pen. Maybe we could end this without ending us. To be given the opportunity to try again made me want to fall at her feet and give her everything she'd ever desired. The devil himself knew I didn't deserve another chance, but by all the gods and all the pantheons, Ava-Marie was offering me this incredible opportunity I never could have dreamed would be granted. I couldn't fumble this, for it was such a precious gift to be able to serve her, to become a better man and try again. I didn't know you wanted to stay together, I stammered. I want to. I just can't anymore, Ava said softly. Charlie, this thing between us is killing me. But if you put in the work and prove to me there's still something to fight for between us, then I'll give this one last shot. Her voice developed a hard edge. But you have to be willing to get uncomfortable. You can't shut down again, and you can't give up. This is it, Charlie. No more chances. You either go to marriage counseling, or we're done. If you say no, I'll go get the paperwork, and we'll sign it right here, right now. My world had been shifted on its head once again. I never imagined Ava and I would get another chance. I thought all opportunities to fix our marriage were over. But here we were, Ava begging me to try one last time. It was more than I could ask for. But I'd been burned before, and I worried that the wrong therapist, someone like Jamin, would make things worse. What's more, I'd already hurt Ava too much. I feared what might come out in therapy would hurt her beyond repair. I want to try, I finally said. But I can't risk hurting us any more than I already have. You can't hurt us more than you already have, Ava said. Go ahead and ruin me, but at least be honest while you're doing it. That will hurt a whole lot less than you hiding your feelings and doing shit behind my back. If you want me to agree to this, you have to cut me a deal, I said flatly. You can't go off the wall and do scary shit based on whatever I say. You have to control your reactions so I don't have to worry you'll try to burn the palace down if I piss you off. Fine. Done, Ava stated simply. I promise I won't act like a lunatic. That's not. I know what you meant. Ava's tone was dry. I solemnly swear I won't resort to violence, erratic behavior, or drastic measures no matter what comes out of your mouth. Here's hoping. I sighed. I don't even know who we could talk to. Who's equipped to handle this kind of mess? This wasn't just saving a marriage now. This had turned into a custody battle along the way, and those were the ugliest types of situations there were. Casey wasn't a rag doll meant to be yanked back and forth between us until he was torn to shreds. We had to sort this out, but we couldn't do it without help. I didn't know a single person who'd be willing to get in the middle of two crazies, because that's what we were, fighting over a baby. You two aren't alone, Sophia cut in. In our tribe, the elders mentor the newlywed couples, guiding them through early marriage life. Liam and I have experience in this area. If you don't want to talk to someone you don't know, you could talk to us. Liam and I will give you marriage counseling in the tradition of our ancestral teachings as an alternative to modern counseling. That was almost worse, because there were things Ava's parents didn't need to know about us, things I was certain they didn't want to know. After all, these were Ava's parents. This wasn't a balanced situation, because when the worst came up, they'd take her side. Neither Ava nor I said anything, and we hesitated a moment too long. Liam gave a long, drawn-out sigh. For fuck's sake, I'm making an executive decision, because ancestors know nobody here can make up their fucking mind. Sophia and I are mentoring the pair of you. Your counseling starts now, separately to start, because you two can't be in the same room without melting down into dramatics. Charlie, you're with me. Liam grabbed me by the arm, digging his fingers in until it hurt, and dragged me out of the training center. I shoved him off in the hall. What do you think you're doing? Saving your marriage, because you sure as hell aren't going to step up and do it, Liam snarled. Believe me, there's no one who wants Ava to leave your ass more than I do. But she told me she wants to keep trying, and for as much as I can't believe I'm saying this, I don't want to give up on you either. I don't know why, I spat back. Being Ava's husband is the best thing in the world, but she was clear she doesn't want that anymore. She's the one who served me those papers, so I was just giving her what she wanted. If that's the last way I can make her happy, then it's worth a shot. You two splitting up isn't going to make her happy. It's going to make her miserable, as well as the rest of us, because she's not going to pull herself out of this pit of despair until this is resolved. She'll drag the rest of us down with her. I shook my head. Maybe we can learn to work together, but it feels like our marriage is already done. We can get divorced and still co-parent. We can be civil with each other. Liam snorted. Yeah, because you and Ava have always been civil, rational, level-headed people who don't make your problems everyone else's issue. Oh wait, that's why I'm here. I don't know why you're helping me. I've done just fine on my own all my life. I don't have a problem taking care of myself, and I can take care of my son now that he's here, I demanded. Charlie, you aren't listening to her, and that's the problem. You're taking the easy way out and only hearing what you want to hear. Tears stung my eyes, because how could he say that? I'm not taking the easy way out. This is the hardest thing I've ever done. I'm doing what she asked, which is all I've ever wanted to do. She's the one who wanted the divorce, and dragging this out only hurts both of us. You don't want to hurt her anymore, but you giving up and not trying is what's hurting her the most, because it shows her you don't give a shit, Liam said bluntly. Ava flat out told me she doesn't want a divorce. She doesn't want to leave you. She just doesn't see another way out. His words turned me to a statue, one that gaped like a stupid fish. I thought I might be stuck that way forever, because the revelations seemed to cause time itself to stand still. Ava-Marie had flat out told me she wanted me to fight for her, but fighting for her and trying to convince her to stay with me was entirely different from the fact that she'd already made her choice. Ava didn't want a divorce. By fuck, no wonder we couldn't work together and find a way forward. I'd always given Ava everything she wanted, and I was delighted to do so. If she didn't want to sign those papers, then no force on earth or the heavens could make us go through with it. But at the same time, it didn't seem real to hope for such a thing. I'm not sure I can believe that unless I hear it from her mouth, and she'll never say that to me. Well, too bad, because you'll have to hear it secondhand from me, Liam stated. He went on, his voice becoming encouraging. It's up to you to give her another way out of this. The only way to do that is by getting uncomfortable. The one option left is to change your behavior, because I'd want to leave you too if you kept this up. How do I convince her to stay? I asked. Liam laughed. Oh, your job right now isn't to convince her. You're going to have to convince me. Otherwise, I'm rescinding my blessing and telling her to leave you behind while I throw you in the ocean and watch you sink to the bottom. I didn't think it would work. Ava was so indecisive she'd jump in after me and yell at her dad for letting me drown, just to change her mind a few seconds later and laugh as the waves dragged me under. I bristled. What do you want me to do? Liam paused before he said, I think I know just the thing. Follow me. Ava's father led me out of the palace and into a wide courtyard. The air was far too cold for a March day in the Mediterranean, and although I wore a sweater to keep myself warm, I shivered. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky and landed on the end of my nose. Liam let out a shrill whistle, and a massive beast flew down from the skies at his command. The creature rivaled Oberai's wyvern form, and the air billowed off its leathery wings in the same manner. The beast landed in the courtyard, its long, sharp claws scraping over the paving stones. The creature let out a roar, and its hot, fiery breath brushed across my skin. It's a dragon, I realized. Liam approached the creature calmly. This is Julian, my companion. He'll take us where we need to go. I climbed onto Julian's back, settling into a spot behind Liam. Julian took off. I lurched forward, grabbing Liam around the waist to steady myself. Hell, this couldn't be more awkward. I was riding bitch with my father-in-law. The things I would still do for this woman. Can you stop squeezing my insides? Liam grunted. I'm in enough pain every day without you trying to crush my ribs. Thanks. Sorry. I loosened my hold. The cold air cut through the fabric of my sweater and whipped by my face, causing my eyes to water and my body to shiver in the frigid cold. The higher we climbed, the worse the winds became, until the churning of clouds overhead transformed into a full-on blizzard. Liam seemed unaffected by the growing storm, which made sense for a Tawakwa who could control water and freeze it at his command. Excellent. Ava's father was going to freeze me to death. Julian landed at the base of a mountain outside the city, one that was still within the confines of the shield. My earth magic sensed the rock rising high above our heads. It was a treacherous area of the island, where the uneven terrain made it impossible to build any structures. It was far away from the palace and abandoned, a place where no one could hear me scream, particularly in the middle of this raging blizzard. I dismounted the dragon and crossed my arms around myself to try to keep warm. The cold frightened me almost as much as tight spaces did. I remembered what it was like to lie awake on the streets in the dead of winter, unable to feel my limbs and praying I'd make it to morning. It was a miracle I hadn't lost my toes in the freezing cold all those years ago. I never wanted to experience that raw, bitter ache of a frigid winter ever again. Why are you doing this? I asked. This blizzard? Liam responded from atop Julian's back. This isn't me. The storm is the result of the war that's waging in the afterlife. The Fae god Tomir is responsible for bringing back spring. He summons the sun and ushers in the changing of the seasons. And since it's still colder than hell outside, I have to guess the warden's got him busy and he's not able to perform his duties due to the war in the Blessed Haven. Great, I grumbled. Now the weather was fucked too. Liam groaned. Unfortunately for us, you're our final hope. What is that supposed to mean? In ancient Hawkeye culture, before we received our magic, men who faced the darkest of times were taken into the mountains and expected to summit to the tallest peak, Liam explained. These men had wives that had chosen to leave them. By scaling the mountain, they proved they were willing to conquer their bodies, hearts, and minds in order to bring their families back together. The wife was given her final choice to stay or go once her husband reached the top. But at least by attempting the climb, the man proved he was willing to put his life at risk to conquer the mountain for her. So what, you want me to climb this stupid mountain so I could prove to Ava I'm willing to fight for our marriage? I demanded. Gee, that might have been the point of the story I just told you, Liam replied sarcastically. You're learning fast. If you want to fix this, you'll hike to the peak of this mountain, no matter what it takes. The wind picked up again, raging around us. I could calm it for a few moments with my air magic, but I couldn't ward off the chill. This was not the type of marriage counseling I was picturing. You must be insane, I cried. By the time I get to the top of this mountain, I could get hypothermia. That's too damn bad, Liam said fairly. You don't want to climb this mountain? Fine. You could trot your happy ass down to divorce court. Or you could prove you want to save this marriage and hike your happy ass up this hill. I don't really care either way. I'll make sure my child's okay, but this is my last chance at trying to make sure you're okay.
You've already blown every shot I gave you with my daughter, and it's more than a miracle that I'm giving you one last chance. For as much chaos as you've caused, I see something great in you, and I think all you need is some tough love to show the world what kind of man you really are. So prove me right and make it up this mountain, or give up and I'll kick you off the side of it without another thought. Hurry up and make your decision, because I don't have all day. This isn't fair! Stop acting like you're my dad, because you're not! I've always handled everything alone! But you don't have to. This forever alone shit stops right now. Cameron isn't competent enough to guide you, so I'm doing what I would do with both of my sons by being a dad and giving you a reality check. You want to learn how to be a good father to Casey? This is your first lesson. I'm not dressed for this kind of weather. I could freeze to death out here. Kid, there will be many situations in life where you aren't prepared for what you're about to face, and working things out with Ava is one of them, Liam replied. I've dealt with Ava-Marie half my life, and you never know what she's going to throw at you. I'm telling you that figuring things out with her is going to be a hell of a lot harder than climbing this peak in the middle of a little snowstorm. You can either show me you can handle this, or return to the warmth and comfort of the palace, where you'll prove to me you can't handle her, nor take care of her through all of her seasons. So are you going to be a man and prove you could weather her storms, or are you going to run? I wouldn't run. That much was certain. I'd had so many opportunities to leave, and I'd never gone through with it. I wasn't going to let something as simple as a mountain stop me. I'd climb Everest and more to prove to Ava that I was willing to do whatever it took to fix this. Freezing to death was one of my greatest fears, but if that's what it took to convince Ava I loved her, then I'd gladly lay down upon this mountain and be buried in a block of ice for the rest of eternity. Then she'd know how much I truly cared, because I'd have given it my all until the very end. I turned toward the summit, drawing my shoulders back to brace for the cold and the climb. I won't leave her, I told Liam. Not ever again. Liam remained on Julian's back, and the dragon took long strides beside me to follow me up the mountain. There was no trail here, so I used my earth powers to navigate around jagged rocks. I hate this, just so you know, I told him. Liam snorted. What convinced you? Though your methods are ridiculous, it's clear this is what I have to do. For her, I clarified. Ava's given up on me, and she's never done that before. I need to do something to prove that I still want her to keep believing in me. If this will help, then I'll do it. You really think she's given up on you? Liam asked. What Ava says and what she wants are two very different things, and you should know that better than anyone. I skirted around a huge boulder. I can't assume I know what's best for her. I did that once, and it ruined us. I just wish we could reach a middle ground. That's not how Ava works. She's an all-or-nothing person. We talked about this. I warned you this was going to happen when we spoke on the terrace before your wedding. You made me a promise then. Are you going to keep it or break it? That conversation on the terrace seemed like a lifetime ago. Liam didn't want me marrying his daughter then, and maybe he should have stopped us. But Liam wasn't one to take away what Ava wanted, and I didn't wish to either. I didn't answer, only focused on navigating up the mountain as fast as possible. The temperature was dropping quickly, and the tips of my fingers were starting to go numb. Ava wants to fix things with you, Liam continued. If you don't, she won't be around. I tried to explain this to you before, but you didn't listen to me. After talking to my daughter, I have a clearer view of the situation and why you guys are having problems. And what's that? I asked. That you're hurting just as much as she is, Liam said. You can either accept my help or keep on hurting, because it won't get better until you face the worst of your darkness. I shook my head. The further I climbed, the steeper the incline became, until I was using my hands to climb over the rock. I wish it was that easy. It's not easy, but it's simple. You have two choices. Either you work this out so you can raise this baby together, or you could go your separate ways and raise this child on your own. I thought raising Casey by myself would be the best choice for everyone, I replied. I don't believe you. Can you live with never seeing her again? To even suggest it made me want to give up my entire existence. Even before I met her, I'd always felt Ava's presence on this earth, an undeniable energy drawing me in and making me want to stick around for a future I had no guarantee would be there.
There were so many times I thought I'd die from the unforgiving cold, or be taken out by a bullet, or bleed out from a knife wound during a drug deal gone bad. But I clung to life regardless, because whether I knew it or not, there was someone out there who wanted me to stay. And hell, that hadn't changed. Even without the bond, Ava's presence was a beacon tethering me to this very existence. Not just this life, but every lifetime that came before it, and every one that would come after. If Ava didn't want me anymore, and she really meant it, our soul wouldn't survive it. It couldn't. What remained of our soul would shrivel up and die inside of me like a candle burning the last of its wick, leaving no trace behind. And by the gods, the candle flame that sustained our connection was barely an ember as it was. Meanwhile, I was the brainless idiot who'd been blowing on that ember to speed up the process and make it die completely, thinking that's what Ava wanted, when in reality, she wished for me to coax that flame back to life. If that fire went out for good and Ava was no longer in my life, then I was certain I would burn out with it. I couldn't handle being divorced from Ava, and it seemed I was the last one to fucking figure that out. I paused with my hand on the boulder I was climbing over. How can I give her what she wants if she can't tell me the truth about how she feels? You have to understand her perspective. She's being dishonest because she's trying to protect herself, not because she's trying to be deceptive, Liam said. She wants to give Casey away. How can I forgive something like that? Charlie, she just lost her magic, her familiar, and her marriage. She's in the process of a divorce and is in the throes of the worst postpartum depression that Sophia and I have ever seen, from a pregnancy she had no idea was happening. Give her some fucking grace. I continued pulling myself up the mountain as I digested his words. I hadn't considered what Ava was going through was a mental health issue and not a reflection of her true desires. She had to be suffering terribly right now, and I wasn't there to help her through it. If anything, I was making everything harder. She was right. I wasn't a good husband, because that's not what a good husband did. If Ava was struggling with postpartum right now, I needed to be there for her, and let some of the things she said slide off my back like they didn't mean anything, because in the grand scheme of things, they didn't. I just don't know if I could get over the fact she doesn't want our baby. How could she ask someone else to take him away? Ava says a lot of things when she's feeling lost. You have to learn to read between the lines with her. She's afraid that neither of you can be the parents Casey needs. If anything, she's trying to put your son first. I didn't think of it that way. Ava always tried to do the right thing, even if it was in the most twisted way there was. If there was a choice between someone else suffering or Ava taking the blow, Ava would choose to put herself in harm's way every time. In her eyes, she wasn't giving up on our son. She was trying to protect him from us. She was being wiser than I was at the moment. All I was considering was my pain at losing him. Ava was considering Casey's pain if he had to grow up in a family that was broken, with two parents who couldn't get along. I had to work on understanding her. I'd been misreading what she really meant, because it had been masked behind what she said. It's true, but how can I trust her word if she's saying she wants to fix our marriage in one breath, then saying she wants to give up Casey in the next? How do I know what she really intends? By trusting she's always going to do the right thing by the both of you. She loves you. She doesn't want to hurt anyone, especially not you, even still. Ava told me what she wants, and I'm repeating it to you because as much as I think you're terrible for my daughter, I also think that you're good for her too. How could we be good for each other? Look at what we've done, I pointed out. I was shivering at this point. The cold was starting to get deep down in my bones. You two are the same. I can't say much about how you've treated her, because she's dug a knife in your back just as deeply, and I don't think either of you do well on your own. You both need each other. I wish I didn't need her, I stuttered. I didn't even try to say I could get by without her. I didn't think I could, not really, but that wasn't a great reason to stay together either. I believe Ava deserves a chance at what she truly desires. Unfortunately, that means you. But you don't get any more chances. Change your behavior, or I'm going to tell her to leave you behind. I can't help but wonder if that's what's best, I insisted. I focused on putting one foot in front of the other. My fingers plunged into layers of fallen snow as I climbed the rocks, causing shooting pains to travel up my arms as the first stages of numbness began setting in. I moved quicker, trying to reach the summit before I could no longer feel my fingers at all. The only warm sensation I could feel was hot blood trickling down my fingers as I cut myself on the rock. Liam commanded Julian to continue following me, and the dragon effortlessly scaled the mountain.
Best for who? Liam challenged. For some couples, going their separate ways is what's best for them, but you two are not the standard couple. You have a soul connection that makes you different from everyone else on the planet. We don't anymore. I broke our bond, I snapped. Why did everyone have to keep rubbing that in my face? I knew I'd made a mistake, but continuing to hear about it every day for the rest of my life was carving me to shreds. Bullshit. The magic is gone, and the two pieces of your soul are no longer connected. But your ties to each other are still there, Liam replied. Neither of you want this relationship to end. You two just want the problems to end. She's not the only one who's lying, Charlie. She's an expert at deceiving people, but you're an expert at deceiving yourself. I don't know how to stop lying to myself about what I want. I'm not doing it consciously. It's for survival. I'm not intentionally trying to lie to myself. It's just easier that way. The boulders I'd been scaling ended when we came upon a flat rock face that rose hundreds of feet above my head. It was a giant cliff, and the only thing standing between me and the summit. To reach the top of the mountain, I was going to have to climb a wall, though I barely had any feeling left in my fingers to grip the small handholds in the rock. There was a good chance I'd die, either from a tumble off the side or by freezing straight to the side of this cliff. It didn't matter. I either made it to the top, or I would die trying. I shook out my hands, then faced the sheer rock face head-on, and began climbing straight upward. Julian dug his massive dragon claws into the mountain to scale the cliff beside me. Where did this habit come from? Liam pressed on. I didn't have to think about it. My cold lips flattened as I rambled on, talking more to myself than to him. When I was a foster kid, telling myself lies about the future was the only way to get by. I'd tell myself everything would be okay when I knew it never could be, or that I didn't like the people I was staying with, even though I'd gotten really close to them, because I knew I would be ripped away from them the next day without even a goodbye. Telling myself stories was the only way to survive, because I wouldn't have otherwise. If I had faced the truth as a kid, it would have killed me. So I just told myself whatever I had to, and that habit stuck, even when I got to a safe place where I didn't have to lie anymore. And what's the story you're telling yourself here? Liam prompted. I took a ragged breath, the bitter cold piercing sharp shards through my lungs, because this conversation was pissing me off. Me and Ava aren't going to work out. That this marriage is over, and that I need to take my kid and get as far away from her as possible, because the only way I'll stop hurting is if she's out of my life for good. That was the biggest lie I'd ever told. I never stopped being in love with Ava. Centuries could pass without me hearing a whisper of her name, and I'd still want her. Why are you telling this to yourself if it's not the truth? Liam pressed. Because Ava has the capability to destroy me, and I can't let her! My feet slipped, and so did my grip on the next handhold as I tried to pull myself up. I fumbled against the cliff, hanging on by one hand as I became suspended against the rock face. I hung there, my arm on fire as it supported my whole body weight, crying out in pain as the mountainside dug into my palm. Liam didn't move to help me. He merely watched as I dangled there, on the precipice of death. If he dies, I guess. I was pretty high up. If I lost my grip, I'd go tumbling to my death. I could use my air magic to save me, but that would be cheating. I could prompt the earth magic inside of me to move the rock so I could climb the mountain easier, but I wasn't going to do that either. My ancestors had climbed mountains without the use of magic to finish their ceremonies, so I had to do that too. Many of them had probably died in the attempt to do so, and I wasn't a coward. I gritted my teeth, then let out a yell as I forced my arm to lift me higher. I grabbed onto the next handhold, and my feet managed to locate a place to land. I continued climbing, sweat droplets freezing on my face as I scaled higher. Liam watched me, dropping his voice. I know you love Ava, and continuing to lie to yourself isn't going to help. 100 years could pass and you're still going to want her.
She's going to destroy you either way if this marriage ends. Trying to protect yourself isn't going to prevent that pain from coming. So which story do you want to keep telling yourself? Are you going to choose the lies or the hope, even if the hope hurts more in the process?
Even if I did this, I'm not the only one with problems.
My breaths were labored. I shivered, struggling to find handholds, using every ounce of strength within me to maintain my grip as the icy cold overtook all feeling. I was going to develop frostbite if I didn't get to the top of this mountain, and Liam was such a hard-ass I figured he'd leave me here. The thought of making things right with Casey's mother was the only thing keeping me going, because if my son wasn't alive, I'd have given up already and let the mountain take me. Life felt like this, endless climbing with no summit in sight, and I just wanted to get to the top by now. Why couldn't I manage to overcome the storms in my life? They never got better, only got worse.
You're right, he said. Ava hasn't been honest with you about what she wants, and she has to work on that too. But can you understand why that would be terrifying for her, to be honest with you after what you did?
I shivered again, only this time it wasn't from the cold. I clung to the side of the rock face, Liam's words skewering through me like a blade that held me in place. I'd given a lot of thought to what I'd done by breaking our bond. The guilt had consumed me, causing me to lay awake for many sleepless nights, wondering how I could undo the damage. But I never looked beyond the guilt. It hadn't occurred to me that Ava wasn't just hurt or angry. She was wholly and utterly afraid. Afraid of me. Afraid of being left defenseless without her powers, left without her protector. Afraid that being honest with me and asking me to return might destroy her all over again. Reality crashed into me as I realized the truth. Ava was afraid of men. She always had been. It had been obvious from the beginning. She never wanted to date, get close, never wanted to put her heart on the line after what had happened to her, but she'd made an exception for me, because she'd believed in me. She knew that I was stronger than her, able to hurt her in whatever way I wished without her being able to do a damn thing about it. Without her magic, I could overpower her easily, without even trying. If she couldn't trust me anymore, how could she be sure I wouldn't do something to hurt her again? Not just emotionally, but physically and otherwise. Things had been great between us for years, and she'd eagerly given me her body. That had been a very precious gift she'd been afraid to give away. But she knew in the back of her mind that if I wanted to, I had the capacity to take that gift by force, and she couldn't do anything to stop me. I never forced myself upon Ava. It went against the very core of me to even think about it. I prefer to slit my own throat, but I'd forced her to do other things, and she feared what else I was capable of. Too many terrible people had done things to Ava without her consent, from the warden to John to the supernatural world itself, and I hated to find myself among their ranks, because I'd forced my will to rule the world upon Ava when she didn't want it. I was still forcing her into things. She was seeking a divorce not because she wanted one, but because I'd convinced her I'd given up and there was no other way. It was clear. She was terrified of me. I'd been stuck in my pain, too hurt to look through her eyes and understand just how frightening I was to her. That wasn't the role of a husband. I was supposed to be her hero, the person she looked up to and the man who always kept her safe. She was supposed to be my top priority, but I left her alone in the middle of a deserted world with no one to defend her, or even be her friend. If Ava didn't feel safe with me, how could she continue to love me? She couldn't. It was impossible for a woman to love someone she was afraid of, no matter how hard she tried. And I'd been doing nothing since she'd thrown those papers at me except insult her, blame her, and accuse her of wanting to wound me, when really she just wanted to feel safe in my arms again. For the first time, I really thought about the situation without looking through the lens of guilt and without placing blame upon myself. I saw what had really happened, the truth of what I'd done to her and who she'd been forced to become in the aftermath, what her fear of me had turned her into. People rarely did things to hurt others, and Ava never did. If she did something bad, it was because she was scared. Ava had been afraid all her life. How could I blame her for doing whatever it took to get by? If she'd made an agreement with herself to do anything to get through the day, and I'd threatened that peace, maybe I deserved what I got. I couldn't blame her for serving me those divorce papers.
I'd have done it too if the roles were reversed. I understood then why Ava wasn't able to be honest with me, and why I couldn't blame her for it. Ava couldn't admit what she wanted to herself, let alone to me, because to do so put her in danger. It meant opening her heart to the monster who'd already consumed it once before, and by hell, I didn't want her to feel unsafe anymore. I'd spent so long clinging to the demon I'd become as a way to punish myself, and it was only perpetuating harm to us both. I promised to protect her. I needed to become that shield again. "You're right," I whispered, giving a shudder against the rock. "I feel terrible. I didn't just break our bond and shatter our world. I failed to pick up the pieces in the aftermath, and failing to repair what I broke is worse than what I did in the first place. I ruined our marriage, but I haven't tried to fix it." "You're almost there," Liam encouraged. "Keep going." I couldn't feel my fingers anymore, but I kept moving forward, using my connection to Earth to feel where my hands landed on the rock. My arms were on the verge of giving out, and my legs shook as I climbed higher. "Ava knows if I leave, I'll be taking her heart with me," I choked out. "She believes that no heart at all is better than one that's been torn to pieces, so it's better to send me away with it. She doesn't want to feel anymore, because it's safer to feel numb." I forced down a lump in my throat. I thought that to make this right and give her heart back, I had to remove myself from this relationship. But she had to give up her heart to me long ago. I can't leave without taking it with me. One hand over the other, I told myself, because that was the only way past this shitty situation. Through. I kept climbing, talking aloud to organize my thoughts. The only way to restore her heart is to put it back together one piece at a time. And once it's back together, once it's hers again, she can decide what to do with it. It's up to her to take me or leave me, but at least I can give her back what I took before I go. I can make her feel safe again. I shook. It will never be restored to what it once was, but at least it'll be hers, and she'll get to decide what to do with it. Not me. I reached a ledge, something high and flat. The air up here was thin, and I could hardly breathe. I climbed over the edge and collapsed onto my back, gasping for breath that only burned my lungs. "You're done," Liam said. "No," I rasped, reaching out with shaking hands for the next rock. My hands meant nothing but empty air, freezing sky that felt like needles in my chest. "I won't stop until I make it to the top." Liam slid off Julian's back. "It wasn't a question, kid. You're done. You've made it to the top." He grabbed my outstretched hand and pulled me upright to a sitting position. Dazed, I turned my head from one direction then the other to listen to the wind. Reaching out with my earth magic, I sensed only rock beneath me and air above. "Hell, you aren't messing with me," I breathed. "I made it to the summit." Liam clapped me on the back, and something inside of me broke. I'd built up so many walls that came tumbling down all at once, causing a flood of emotion to release in a series of racking sobs. I was a blubbering mess, with tears and snot running down my face, but I didn't go to wipe them away. I desperately needed to get it all out here on this mountaintop, because I couldn't return to the palace the same man I left it. I had to come back as someone new, for my sake as much as Ava's. This fight had gone on for too long, and we couldn't keep it up. It had already broken us. Our family had been shattered, but Ava and I had always been two broken people. It was time to stop trying to stab each other with the jagged pieces and learn how to fit our broken shards together to create something new. We'd done it before, but this time would be different, because previously we'd clung to all the pieces trying to make them work. This time there were pieces we needed to throw away entirely. And the rest, we had to break them down even further if we were to fit them back together again. I'd already broken myself into millions of pieces, but now that I was pulverized to dust, it was my job to fill in her missing cracks. Julian curled his massive body around the two of us, shielding us from the wind. My back pressed against his warm scales, and his hot breath warmed my numb fingers. "Look what you did!" Liam exclaimed. "You made it! That wouldn't have happened unless you allowed yourself to get deeply uncomfortable. How does it feel?" I leaned my head against Julian as the discomfort of the blizzard melted away. "It feels like I just climbed a mountain in the middle of a blizzard," I said with a laugh. Then I paused to really think about it. It feels good. Good to know I made it. And a good reminder that discomfort doesn't have to last forever. Good that I at least tried. That's enough for me, Liam said. You've convinced me you're willing to do what it takes. Now let's get you back to the palace and warm you up. We climbed onto Julian's back again, and he took off. The snow had turned to sheets of ice that pelted us from every angle, but Julian navigated the skies with ease. Though it was cold as fuck, I allowed myself to sit in the discomfort, because I knew it wouldn't last forever. We landed in the courtyard, but I hesitated to depart. What is it? Liam asked. I wrung my hands together. I don't know if I have what it takes to be a good husband and a good dad. I'm trying my hardest, but I still feel like I'm failing. Liam spoke gently, and I knew something had changed between us. You can't fail unless you stop trying. My voice cracked. We're so broken. That's the thing, kid. You can't really be broken, so long as you don't give up. He squeezed my shoulder, then left me there. His words nearly shattered me. I hadn't given up, and if my climb up the mountain proved anything, it was that I wouldn't. I had to keep going. I returned to my quarters. I changed into warm clothes and stopped in my tracks before I left. Casey didn't have anything to wear apart from what the hospital supplied, because we hadn't been able to prepare for his arrival. He had nothing, except the tiny onesie Ava had gifted me at Christmas. I pulled it out of the drawer, then headed back to the NICU. I spent most of my days there now. I hardly left Casey's side, and if my next step was to wait on Ava, then this was where I'd be until she decided to talk to me. I found coffee in the lobby and poured myself some. I warmed my hands on the cup and sipped the hot liquid until the shiver subsided. Once feeling had returned to my fingers, I threw away the empty cup and returned to the NICU. Eldon stood guard outside the room, while Dr. Fox tended to Casey inside. I'd become acquainted with her over the last few weeks. I trusted her to care for my son, which was more than I could say for most people. How's he doing? I asked when I entered the room. His healing treatments are working well, Dr. Fox said. He's strong enough now to handle longer periods outside the incubator. Would you like to hold him? Her words caused my heart to lift, driving away any remaining chill lingering in my body. Yes, please. Dr. Fox worked to rearrange tubes, then opened the incubator. He's all yours. With steady hands, I reached for my son and lifted him for the first time, cradling his head as I took him in my arms. I hadn't held him until now, only touched him through the incubator, because I'd been afraid of harming him with how frail he was. But after climbing that mountain, it became clear to me that I hadn't refrained from holding him because I was worried for his safety. It was because I'd been too afraid to get uncomfortable. The thought of holding him was terrifying, because I feared I might unintentionally hurt him like I'd hurt Ava. I realized then that Ava wasn't the only one afraid of me. I was afraid of myself, too, but I couldn't keep running from the discomfort of my own fear. Doing so only hurt everyone around me. To be the father I desired to be, I had to put my child first and become the dad he needed. Casey wiggled against my chest, and an overwhelm of emotions washed over me. Tears streamed freely down my cheeks, and I let my love for him pour out. I pulled him closer, running the end of my nose across his smooth forehead. "I'm here, baby boy," I whispered. He curled his tiny fingers in my sweater and clung on tight. My heart nearly burst out of my chest. It felt like he was asking for my warmth, which was something I would always provide him. I laid him down on a nearby changing table. Carefully, I placed his arms and legs into the onesie and secured the buttons around the tubes before picking him back up again. I rocked my son side to side. Ava had sewn this onesie for us, stitch by stitch, and now I was using it to envelop our son. She wasn't here to have him in her arms, because she couldn't right now, but Casey was still swathed in her love. My tears fell onto the fabric. Every painful moment of climbing that mountain, every second of numbness seemed like a distant memory, because the joy of holding my son was all that mattered. The discomfort I'd felt earlier today was no longer bothersome, because this moment of bliss was far more powerful than any hardship could ever be. Why would I ever deprive myself of such joys, just to avoid the pain it took to get here? Everyone was right. I kept running from my problems.
I'd been forced into uncomfortable situations all my life, but I'd never walked into them willingly. This time I had to, and it had to be my choice. And I knew better now, so I had to give Ava her choice too. Ava needed a hero, someone to be her champion and be willing to battle for her when she wasn't strong enough to fight for herself. If she wasn't able to keep fighting for our marriage, I'd have to be strong enough to fight for the both of us. I needed to get uncomfortable and climb this damn mountain, because that's what Ava was asking me to do. Whether she wanted to pursue this marriage or not would be her decision. At least I know I did everything I could instead of throwing in the towel. I'd try to save what we had left, and if it couldn't be saved, then so be it. But I wouldn't let it die until I'd tried everything. Then Ava would know how I truly felt about her, and how deeply I cared. Then she could make a choice from a place of safety, instead of being forced to stay or go. I leaned down to kiss Casey's head. I'm going to fix things between me and your mom. Or at least I'm going to try. I promised I'd be the best dad. Now I have to make that same commitment to your mom and be the best husband I can be. Casey's fingers brushed my cheek. I'd sworn to protect this family. From now on, that's exactly what I would do.
Chapter 20. Ava-Marie. I didn't much care where my father had dragged Charlie off to, but I had bigger problems, because Mama made it clear I needed to follow her. I wasn't given a say about it. I put the bow away in its case, then trailed behind her through the palace, until I found myself at the base of the holy elder tree within the elvish temple. I looked around, feeling forlorn. This place had once been a reverent hall, rich with culture and treasured memories. Now it loomed as a chapel of emptiness, devoid of any meaning. Charlie and I had taken our vows underneath this elder tree, and a few short weeks after, we'd burned our oaths to ashes when it had taken so long to forge them. The tree was still bearing fruit from Cassiel's funeral, something the elves considered a miracle. Now that some time had passed, I wasn't convinced it hadn't just been an elaborate coincidence. After all, I had no magic left. But the tree had responded to me like I did, or at least it had appeared to. I was certain the fading of Cassiel's power was what had made the tree bloom, not me. "Why am I here?" I asked, pushing a branch out of my face. The leaves brushed over my skin anyway. "Charlie has to be mentored. So do you," Mama said, taking a seat on the bench beneath the tree. I scowled. I wanted Charlie to go to therapy, not me. He's the one who needs it. You need it too if this marriage is going to work. I scoffed. Yeah, like this won't end up like all the therapy I've had before. This isn't going to be normal counseling. Talk therapy doesn't work for you, it never has, Mama said plainly. This is more than counseling. It's an ancestral right. Now, do you want to start saving your marriage? I sighed. What do you want me to do? You know the traditions of our tribe, Mama replied. When Hawkeye women choose to divorce their husbands, they would pack all their things and move out of their husband's home and into their own. Yeah, and that's what I did, I replied irritably. In the eyes of our tribe, my marriage was over as soon as I took my stuff out of Charlie's quarters. The paperwork is just a formality. But you overlooked the second part of that ritual, Mama said, which means your marriage is still valid. A sour feeling curdled in my gut. You aren't suggesting what I think you are. Are you serious about ending this marriage or not? Mama said. Because I think you know what Charlie's doing right now. I can't help that he's climbing a stupid mountain to try and win me back. I hoped he fell off. It would make things easier. But he's not the only one that has to make sacrifices. If a Hawkeye man must take the journey up the mountain to show his wife he's willing to risk his life for her, A Hawkeye woman must show sacrifice in return, Mama replied. You know the traditions. Once the climb up the mountain is made, a Hawkeye wife must make a choice. She must show that she's willing to put faith in her husband and relinquish all her possessions to give her spouse the chance to provide them for her once again. She has to trust wholeheartedly that he won't abandon her, leaving her in poverty. If she cannot give him that trust, she must cling to her livelihood and leave forever and never speak of him again. You want me to give up everything I have so I can have a chance to be with Charlie? How can you ask me to sacrifice so much? Because it's what will make up your mind. You'll know if you're truly willing to try again, if you're comfortable with the idea of sacrificing all you have in the hope that he can get it back. And if you can't trust him to provide for your needs and desires, to restore to you everything you've lost, then he's not a man worth being married to, and you'll have your answer. Do you trust him or not, Ava? Because that answer will tell you if you should stay in this marriage or go. This was a harsh, yet quick, way to understand exactly what I was willing to risk. Did I trust Charlie enough to know he wouldn't let me down? Or was I too afraid to put any expectations on his shoulders? It had to be one or the other, and if fear won, Mama was right, and we shouldn't be married. Either I was willing to trust him again and knew deep down he could protect me from the world, despite his mistakes. Or I no longer thought he had the capability to be my defender, and I needed to leave. My ancestors were brutal, and they didn't mess around. In the ancient world of our tribe, decisions like this were life or death. A Hawkeye woman couldn't stay with a husband that couldn't shelter her from the harsh weather, hunt for her dinner, or defend her from outsiders. She'd die if she put her faith in the wrong man. Things were a little different in these modern times. Except I realized that staying in a poor marriage could mean a fate worse than starvation, the death of your spirit. What good was it to survive if you were trapped in a relationship where your very soul was withering away because you couldn't escape the person you no longer loved? At that point, you were simply praying for the end. It was still a very harsh choice to make, but at least there was no languishing or indecision. The choice was simple and obvious, one or the other, though both options were terrifying. Did I choose to make the sacrifice and give up all I had so Charlie could restore it back to me? Or did I shield myself from the fear that he'd let me down, take my things, and never speak of him again for the rest of my life? I don't understand what our ancestors were trying to teach us through this ritual. What's the point of this lesson? I asked. A woman has to feel safe within her husband's arms, but a man desires to feel needed by his wife, Mama said wisely. Women seek protection, and men are driven by the need to become that shield. Charlie wants to provide for you, but he doesn't know how. You haven't been letting him. I hadn't. I wanted to protect what I had left from him, but I couldn't if I wanted to save this marriage. It had to be about us, not about me. Do you really think this will work? I can't say. It's a risk no matter what. You have to be vulnerable and trust that he'll be there to return everything you've lost. There's no way to protect yourself in this situation. Either he'll step up and be the man you want him to be, or he won't. Who he truly is will reveal itself through the situation as it plays out. You won't have to keep asking yourself what kind of husband he is anymore, because his actions will speak for him. Words mean nothing when a marriage is falling apart, Ava. Actions do. Observe what he does, then you'll understand where his heart lies. And what if I give him this chance, and he completely fails me? Then the tribe itself will come in to protect and provide for you. As it always has, for all the women of our bloodline, Mama replied. But you have to give Charlie his chance first. I groaned, throwing my head back. You're really not making this easy. This is your decision, Mama insisted. I'm only here to guide you. I scowled. Never could be simple, could it? I grabbed my wheels and wrenched them around, saying, well, you can guide me back to the ladies' court because I can't carry all this crap by myself. Mama smiled as she came to join me. She remained quiet as we entered my special closet, being nothing more than a silent mentor, as I paused to observe all the things I'd collected, my dozens of dresses, the pool of diamonds, rows of precious necklaces, bracelets, and gems. You'd better be worth this shit, Charlie, I grumbled. I started yanking things off the shelves, tossing them to the floor. If I was giving up my entire closet, he'd better not fuck this up again. Mama started helping me, placing things in neat piles on the floor. She was soundless, but I was loud, mumbling swear words under my breath as I tossed everything within reach onto the carpet. Elrie was nearby, and she heard the commotion. She rushed into the room. Her eyes widened as she watched me toss my things, jaw-dropping as she became speechless. She was followed by a large group of elvish ladies who were staring at me like they figured I'd gone mad. Princess, what is all of this? I need boxes, I demanded. As many as you can find. Elrie blinked. But, Princess, why? I'm giving away all my things. Elrie gaped. It was an appropriate response. Everyone in the palace knew how obsessed I was with my closet and everything in it. If you wish to divorce the prince, you need to know that you still retain ownership of everything you've been given. You don't need to return any of our possessions. These things were the Empire's gift to you. And I'm giving them all back. I'm not leaving Charlie. I'm following the traditions of my tribe, I stated. I want everyone who's willing to help me grab whatever they can. The jewels, diamonds, all my dresses. Leave nothing in my closet or quarters. Elrie failed to respond for a moment or two. Princess, are you sure? I didn't pause, because I absolutely was. Everything must go. I won't hear any more questions about it. Elrie nodded. Very well. Whatever you desire, we shall do. She clapped her hands, and the astounded elvish ladies gathered around her jumped. You heard the princess. Grab everything in sight. The room became a flurried mess as ladies hurried to nab items, their arms overflowing. Baskets and boxes were brought in, and chatter bustled throughout the space. Apparently word had spread throughout the palace about what I was doing, and every elvish female who had overheard the gossip had shown up to help in any way they could. There were almost 100 women here, but I had so many things, the extra hands were needed. Everyone had something to do. I found tears blurring my vision, as everyone stepped in without having to be told what I needed. These women had shown up to help me without being asked, and it was one of the most precious gifts I'd ever been given. I didn't even look at any of it. I grabbed things and threw them, scooping up all my shoes, trinkets, and valuables and throwing them into baskets. If anything, just the act of all these women showing up to support me was enough to pay back what I was losing. This was worth it. Charlie was worth it. I believed he was, so he would be. I wouldn't accept any other alternative. I could give up all these things and it wouldn't mean anything, because I'd get them all back and more. I had total faith in that. My best friend had heard the commotion and came by to see what was going on. When I explained the situation to her, the scowl written across her face was similar to a wolf's sharp sneer. I'm not okay with this, Ava. It seems really messed up. Callie said in disapproval, shaking her head as boxes were carried out. You're a fae. You're not going to understand Hawkeye traditions, I replied. Ancestors knew a fae wouldn't part from their treasures if the gods above demanded it. Why do you have to give up all your things? It seems misogynistic, Callie argued. All Charlie has to do is climb a big rock. Without any ropes, climbing gear, equipment, or safety precautions. Callie rolled her eyes. Big deal. He's risking his life once. You're risking your entire fortune, your livelihood. That's the point. The closet was nearly empty now. It was eerie, standing in this huge space with absolutely nothing left in it. But, to be blunt, there wasn't anything in here that was of more value than my family, and I was willing to give it up for the chance to get it back. I wasn't just doing this for Charlie. I was doing it for Casey, too. Mama said I didn't have to feel anything toward him to show that I loved him. Might as well start here. You know, you could give some stuff to me to hold on to, just in case, Callie hinted. It's still giving your stuff away if I have it, right? Can't. It's cheating. Stop being a villain and looking for ways to get around the rules, I teased. It's an old habit. One I'm not getting rid of anytime soon, Callie said. If I'm going through with this, I have to be completely honest and commit to the process 100%. Trying to save things and skirt the rules proves I should have decided differently and chosen to leave. I can't have any backup plans or one foot out the door. I'm either in or out. This proves that I'm in, at least for now. Callie gave in. Okay, fine. If this is what you want to do, I'll back you up. But if Charlie fails to get all this stuff back to you, we're going on a huge shopping spree with my royal allowance the minute you're done with him. And you're not allowed to say no to whatever I buy you. I grinned. I consider you family and part of my tribe. As far as I'm concerned, that's the tribe providing for me in Charlie's absence. So it's a fair trade. Great. Then I'll help. She rummaged through a nearby box and yanked out a collection of jewelry. I'm keeping these, though. They're all yours. I wouldn't miss those things. But I knew what I was missing, and I wanted him back. He just needed to prove to me he could be the man I needed him to be. You know, I'm kind of glad I don't have to follow any Hawkeye traditions. A sorceress can't be expected to part from her sword, Callie said, as we left the vacant closet. My bedroom was being cleared out too, though there was less inside here, so it was almost vacant by this point. Poor Marcus wouldn't make it up the mountain anyway, I pointed out. Callie cringed. Yeah, you're right. My poor clumsy fiancé. He has such bad luck. He'd probably make it to the very top, then let go on the last stone. I mimicked Marcus, panicking as he tumbled through the air. Callie let out a snort, then a cackle that turned into a snickering laugh. Her snickers made me crack up. Then we were laughing so hard we couldn't breathe, imagining Marcus floundering his way up the mountain until he eventually tumbled off. Oh, gods, Ava. Callie wiped her eyes of tears. We're terrible people. The worst. All of my things were spread out across the courtyard. Hundreds and hundreds of boxes. It was overwhelming staring at it all. The expectant eyes of the elvish ladies lingered on me as they waited for me to tell them what to do next. I didn't have a single second thought. Into the city, I ordered. Follow me. The ladies picked up the boxes and followed me as I wandered through the palace halls. We only stopped for a moment so I could leave a ravishing red dress hanging on Ivy's door. I didn't know if they still lived here anymore, because I hadn't seen them around since our argument, but I dropped the gift at their quarters anyway. The dress was super revealing, with a low-cut neckline and an open back that draped down to the hips. I'd been dying to wear it for some time, but never got around to it. That was fine. The dress would look better on Ivy anyway. It wasn't a peace offering or a bribe, more like a farewell parting gift. I was sure we'd never be friends again, not after how we'd spoken to each other last. But I wanted Ivy to know that I wasn't mad at them anymore. Maybe the dress would show them that. The citizens of Elamanth were astounded once we reached the city. It must have been quite a sight to the elves, watching their princess roam throughout the devastated streets of Elamanth, followed by her ladies, who were carrying baskets of her things. I spotted an elvish woman standing outside of a home, one that had been partially ruined by my destruction. By the state of her tattered dress, she didn't have much to spare. Elamanth was meant to be a city without poverty or suffering, but since the war had started, some of its people had been struggling within the fight against the Warden. The once previously wealthy elves were falling upon hard times after Cassiel's death, due to the war taking up resources and Cameron's irresponsible squandering. The people were suffering for it. I dug inside the basket on my lap, withdrawing a diamond necklace with dazzling gems. The woman's eyes dazzled as she watched me outstretch the necklace to her. "My holy mother." "It's for you," I said, genuinely, pressing it into her hands. The woman gaped, trying to give it back to me. "You can't gift this to me, princess. This necklace is worth enough to provide for my family for several lifetimes." "Good. Use it for the next generation, and the next, and the next." I refused to take the necklace back, and moved on, giving a large ruby to a teenage girl standing behind her. "Hand out everything," I ordered the ladies. "No woman in this city goes without a gift." The ladies obeyed my orders immediately, distributing whatever they carried. A crowd began to form around us, and hundreds of people appeared in the square to take an object from the baskets. As I overheard conversation around the square, a smile began to spread across my face. A group of young girls were thrilled they'd have new outfits to wear to the club tonight. A family of 7 rejoiced that the gems they'd been given would be enough to pay off the debt they had carried for generations. The shoes one girl had grabbed were her only pair. She'd lost the rest of her belongings when one of my fiery meteors had struck her house. These people deserved everything they received. There'd probably be articles in the paper tomorrow about how the princess was a generous soul who was willing to commit herself to a life of destitution for her people. But I didn't want them to see it that way. It was the least I could do to try and make up for what I did to them. A slim girl stood at the back of the crowd looking unsure, like she didn't know if she was allowed to be there. I moved toward her, noticing her hesitation. She saw me coming and blanched, fumbling into a curtsy. "Holy Mother, it's an honor to be in your presence." "No one needs to bow to me. We should all be equal in this empire," I said. The girl kept her eyes on the ground. "Forgive me, princess, but even if you weren't the monarch of our people, you would still glow with an illustrious light. There is something special about you that none of us can compare to." I didn't believe that, but pressed onward. "You're looking for something. What do you need?" She flinched. "Anything will do, princess." "That's not true. You want something specific. Ask it, and I'll do my best to give you whatever you ask." The girl hesitated before she confessed. "I am due to be married tomorrow, but have nothing to wear. Do you, by chance, have anything that would be suitable for a simple garden wedding? Even a plain white dress will do." I looked around. I don't know if I have any... My heart fell as I noticed Mama holding up a soft pink gown, giving a knowing yet heartbroken smile. "Oh, My wedding gown. My grandmother had made it especially for me, love embroidered in every stitch. I hadn't realized it had been brought out here, but of course it was. I stared at the gown. I loved that dress so much. It was my favorite thing, memories and love wrapped within the bodice and skirt. My resolve wavered. I nearly told Mama to take it back before I thought of what my wedding meant. That was more important than what I'd worn. I changed my mind. Here, take this. The girl's eyes nearly popped out of her skull. Your wedding dress. Princess, I saw you wear it on television during your wedding to the prince. I could never be worthy of such a beautiful gown. That is yours entirely. Not anymore. Now, we share it. I gestured that she should take the dress, and Mama pressed it into the girl's astounded arms. It belongs to you now. The girl sniffled. I thank you, Princess. I lost my parents in Forevermore's siege. My fiancé lost his, too. We have nothing and no one to help us pay for our wedding. I was so worried I wouldn't be able to afford a dress. Well, now you get to wear the wedding gown of the princess herself, I replied. Just take care of it once you're done with it. And if you meet another girl who needs a gown, pass it on to her, and tell her to pass it on to the next girl, and on and on. I agree. Such a pretty dress shouldn't be worn for just one wedding. Mama spoke up, knowing just what to say. It should be a gown passed throughout the ages to many brides, a new tradition amongst the elvish people. Such a beautiful thought. That was a better option than it sitting in my closet unworn for the rest of my days. The elvish girl wept tears of joy. You don't know how much this means to me, Princess. We were left with nothing after Forevermore was destroyed, and even less after Emperor Cassiel died. Then let this dress be a new beginning, I said, grasping her hand. Now go start the rest of your life with my blessing. She ran off sobbing. I watched the dress's skirts flounce up and down, saying goodbye, before I continued to hand off the rest of my items. But they weren't mine anymore. Not really. They belonged to everyone. The people had given me these gifts, and now I was returning them to where they belonged. As I watched my ladies give away the items, and overheard the profound gratefulness of Elamant's citizens and refugees, something dawned on me. Elvish monarchs were a reflection of their people. So many of these elves weren't just desperate, they were terrified. That fear was giving way to courage because these gifts were giving them hope. Charlie had needed hope, and because he couldn't find any, he tried to make some out of what little he'd been given. He hadn't tried to take over the world because he was an insane dictator or a deranged maniac driven mad by power. He wasn't like the warden in that way. He'd tried to become a tyrant because he'd been scared. He was frightened he was going to lose his empire, lose his friends, lose me. So he'd resorted to violence and control. He wasn't an evil person hell-bent on world domination. He was just afraid. He had a reason to be. The warden was an absolutely horrifying person, and he had the power to take everything away in the blink of an eye. I had to show Charlie there was nothing to be afraid of anymore. Maybe there'd been a time long ago when the warden had frightened me, but I couldn't find it in myself to be scared of him anymore. He had infinite power, but I'd lost it all and was slowly finding my way to being better than I was before. I wasn't even afraid of him taking Charlie or Casey away, because I knew I'd rain hell upon this earth before I'd ever allow the warden to harm them. I'd lost my magic, my familiar, and nearly everything else. He would not take anything more from me, because I would stay strong and refuse to let him. People couldn't be broken unless they decided to break. And even if the world burned, the warden would not break me. Evening fell, and soon there wasn't anything left to give away. The square cleared and sunset fell across our faces in shades of red, orange, and pink, bathing the city skyline. "That's everything," I said, looking at the empty baskets. "We should return to the palace." "Excuse me." The tiniest voice interrupted me. I turned back around. The littlest girl, with long tangled hair and a stained dress that looked more like an oversized t-shirt, stood across from me, a small speck of blood on her lip and a cut on her chin. A girl too young to know that she shouldn't speak when an elvish monarch was talking. Where were her parents? She was too little to be wandering the streets alone. I came close to her. "What is it?" She bit her tiny lip. Guess that's where the blood had come from. "Do you have anything for me?" This girl had shown up too late. We'd already given up everything, but I didn't want to turn her away. "What are you looking for?" The little girl's eyes watered, and she rubbed her face. "Everyone picks on me. I was wondering if you have a friend?" My gut felt like it'd been punched. "No friends at school, huh?" "The other kids are scared of me." Her little lip wobbled. "I'm always picked last for games. They never let me play." I could relate. The kids in my class had been scared of me too. I'd been a weird kid obsessed with dark stuff who was the daughter of a powerful chieftain. Nobody wanted to play with me unless they were my siblings or cousins. Until Monica. I realized there was one thing left I hadn't given away. My fingers had subconsciously wandered over the string bracelet Monica had made me over a decade ago, the one I never took off. And this bracelet was the last thing I had left of her. I swallowed. Everything meant everything. My fingers fumbled to untie the bracelet around my wrist. I moved to take it off before I gave myself the chance to reconsider. "Ava," Mama whispered, telling me I didn't have to give up this. I shook my head quickly, and she said nothing more. I unwound the bracelet from my wrist, gritting my teeth as I pulled the string band. Cutting off my arm would be less painful, but I did it anyway. Monica had died years ago. It was time to let her go and be at peace. She didn't need me holding on to her so tightly anymore. We both needed to be free. This was my way of telling her, and myself, it was okay to move on. "Here. This is a friendship bracelet." I stuffed my tears down, speaking thickly through my tightened throat, as I tied the bracelet around the little girl's wrist. "When you show it to the other kids in your class, you can say the princess gave it to you, and that we're the best of friends. Just remember that friendship isn't something you force. It's something you find when you least expect it." "You mean it?" The girl started bouncing up and down. I found a laugh somewhere through my choked voice as I struggled to tie the bracelet on. I thought of all my friends, my institute family. I wouldn't have chosen any of them from the start, but I marveled as I looked back at everything we'd made together. Of course, I finished tying the bracelet. "Keep it safe. It's the most magical bracelet in the world." "I'll treasure it forever and ever," she said sincerely. She hadn't been taught not to touch elvish monarchs either, because she gave me a hug. I hugged her back. then smiled as I watched her skip off, yelling at the top of her lungs that the princess was her first ever friend. Mama put a hand on my shoulder. That was the bravest thing you've ever done. I'm so proud of you. The lump in my throat dissolved as I whispered. It was time. We returned to the palace. I didn't feel sad any of my stuff was gone. If anything, I felt lighter, like a heavy burden had been lifted off my shoulders. I couldn't do anything to retrieve any of my things or buy anything new to replace them. According to ancestral tradition, Charlie had to restore it all. Please let this man have good taste in fashion. He didn't. I'd be wearing potato sacks for the rest of my life. But think of how beautiful all the women of the realm would look in my gowns. We'd be the most gorgeous empire in existence. Even me, in my potato sack. I could make anything look good. A small basket sat on my lap as I headed back to Charlie's quarters. The only things that were inside were things that were originally ours. My journal, anything we'd shared, and a songbook of ours that was still packed with all our old songs. I'd kept my daily wheelchair and my all-terrain one I'd gotten at Christmas, because those were accommodation tools I needed for my disability, along with Hemlock's anthropology book and my mother's compass. But nothing else. The only clothes that I still had were the ones that were on my back. Guess I was sleeping naked. Didn't know if that would help much in the fixing my marriage department, but it couldn't hurt, or backfire, I hoped. I entered Charlie's quarters alone, then took in a deep breath and looked around. Something about the moment almost felt right, like starting over. I could use a new beginning. I gave a resolute nod. All right, Charlie, your move. Charlie hadn't returned that night. I think he'd slept over in the NICU to be with Casey. I figured that was fine. I didn't want him rushing back here right away. I needed a little bit of adjustment time to be back here. The hours had passed in our old bed, and I'd found myself more comfortable than I had been in months, falling asleep easily to Charlie's scent that was written into the pillows. Everything, the old bed, the soft sheets, felt so comforting. It felt good to be back here, though I was still wary of this being the place I was meant to be. In the morning, I checked on the progress of the Firebirds before I decided to do some training myself. I headed down to the arena, picking up my bow to fire off some shots. I'd kept that too because it wasn't technically mine. It was my grandpa's and belonged to my dad. I was just using it for now. The arrow hit the bullseye. It was the only perfect shot I'd managed to make all day, but at least I was making progress. I laid the bow on a nearby table, moving to wrench the arrows out of the target so I could try again. Daddy had promised to teach me archery as often as he could, but I still wanted the extra practice. The door to the training room creaked open, and I heard Obereye bark as he ran across the area, wagging his tail as he came to me. "Hey, boy," I scratched his ears. "What are you doing here?" The answer came when Charlie entered. He heard my voice and stiffened. "I'm sorry, I can come back." "Don't leave," I said. "I'm just practicing archery. The arena's big enough for the two of us." Please let that be true. "I just wanted a quiet place to think. The hospital's really loud today and Casey needs to rest." He crossed his arms. "How's he doing?" I questioned, wondering why I was asking. "Great. He's gotten a lot bigger." There was no accusation or resentment in Charlie's tone. He didn't blame me for not being around for Casey. I blamed myself. I'd abandoned him. I pushed Casey out of my mind because I couldn't stand to think about him, lying alone in that incubator all by himself. and went to nock another arrow.
"You're really invested in archery," Charlie said, coming closer.
Not close enough for us to touch, but certainly closer than we'd been since I'd given birth. "I'm trying to find a way to fight," I offered. "This is the one way I know how."
"You're not safe if you're in a fight. You should stay out of whatever happens," Charlie said.
But I don't want to sit back and stay out of it. I want to do everything I can to help the people I care about. I blew out a breath. Besides, I don't want to be a sitting duck when the warden comes for me. Might as well learn how to do something, even if it doesn't work. Charlie let my words settle into him before he offered,
"I can teach you."
"Huh?" My head jerked to the side. "Teach me what?"
"How to fight."
I stared, then gave a small laugh. I'm not going to be winning boxing matches anytime soon.
"Basic self-defense is good for everybody to learn. I can at least teach you that much."
The moment was crystallized as I carefully said, "You don't have to do that." Charlie shook his head.
"I took away your ability to defend yourself, so I should help you get back that ability in whatever way I can. You deserve to feel safe at all times."
I didn't know what my dad had told Charlie when he'd been climbing that mountain, but I felt he'd come back a changed man. Did my dad rough him up or something? Or did something big happen to change his point of view? Okay. I felt the stupid dead butterflies in my gut begin to flutter again, lightly lifting their wings. "We can try." The door to the arena opened again, and Chansey stood awkwardly in the gap.
"Oh, shit. You two are here."
"That's a greeting," I teased, though I wasn't sure if I should. Very few of our friends, or former friends, were on great terms with either of us.
"I didn't mean it like that. I just came by to lift some weights."
Chansey wandered over, though cautiously.
"What you working on?"
"Charlie wants to teach me self-defense," I offered, though it sounded ridiculous to say out loud.
"Just the basics. Only what I think she can reasonably do," Charlie explained. "I want to adjust the techniques so they can accommodate her, though it might be a bit of a challenge." "If you're teaching her how to fight, I want in," Chansey offered. "You're gonna need help adjusting things to suit her." "You sure?"
The edge of hope in Charlie's voice was heartbreaking to hear. He'd missed Chansey too, terribly.
"Yeah, man. I ain't doing anything important."
Chansey gave a grimace Charlie wouldn't see, though his eyes watered. I was pretty sure this was the first time they'd spent time together since everything had happened. Charlie and I weren't the only ones who were making progress. "But how can I defend myself if everyone is stronger than me, and I can't walk on top of it?" I asked. "It's not like I can win in a fist fight. I'm physically weaker and smaller than most people."
"It's not about who's stronger. I've beaten the crap out of a lot of guys who were stronger than me, because I knew what to do," Charlie said. "He's right," Chansey offered. "I'm an angel, and I'm stronger than Charlie, but when we get in scraps, he'll kick my ass any day of the week, because he knows how to fight well. It's about using your opponent's weaknesses against them."
"I'm still in a wheelchair. That puts me at a disadvantage," I pointed out. "I can't run away, so I have to incapacitate my enemies or kill them to stay safe."
"You're thinking in black and white terms, considering a fight winning or losing," Charlie objected. "When you're struggling to survive, it doesn't matter who wins. All that matters is getting through to the next moment and buying yourself one more minute. The longer you stay alive, the greater chance you have of someone coming along to help. It doesn't matter if you come out on top
What matters is you keep fighting long enough to stay breathing. Even if it's just one more second, you keep buying yourself another shot at life. I supposed if I didn't have my powers now, learning this stuff would at least keep me alive. Magic or not, some dipshit was always trying to kill me. Sometimes, if you put up a struggle, the guy going for you will consider you too much work and leave you be, Chansey put in. Bad guys like easy targets, not ones that fight back. But I didn't always fight back every time. Dark memories flooded my mind, and though I tried to push them down, they rose up like a crashing wave. I had to let John do whatever he wanted just to stay alive. Oberoi gave a low whimper. I reached out to pat his head, and he licked my hand. Not every situation is going to be the same, Charlie said. You did the right thing back then by not fighting back, because if you had tried, he might have killed you. Exactly. Fawning might have been the best thing to do in that situation. The point is to live on to fight another day, in whatever way you can, Chansey said. But the next fight that comes along might be different, so you'll have to pick a different strategy. There's always another guy, Ava, Charlie added. You get rid of one, another's waiting there to take his place. You have to promise yourself no matter what it takes, you're going to outlive the guy trying to harm you, even if it means others get hurt. Or if it means you get hurt in a way less than what he's trying to do to you, Chansey added. I nodded. Okay, so what can I do to defend myself? The goal is always to de-escalate and escape. You wound them badly enough so you can get away if possible, Charlie started. He moved closer. He took one of my arrows and said, If someone gets close to you, you take one of your arrows and hit them here and here. Charlie pointed to the artery in his neck, then his eyes. The throat is always your best choice. Eyes are a close second. They can't see you, they can't follow. It's going to be hard for me to reach their face if I'm sitting down, I argued. Then go for the gut, either here between the ribs. Charlie lifted up his shirt to show me. Or a gut wound. You fuck up an internal organ, they're bleeding out and not getting back up. If all else fails, you stab at the groin. You cut a man's balls off, he's not coming after you. Other good points are the nose and the ears, Chansey added. It's hard to give chase if your nose is broken or your head's spinning because your eardrums got busted. Try it on me. Charlie placed the arrow in my fingers, then clasped his warm hand over mine. My heartbeat thrummed as he slowly moved the point to a place between his ribs, then to a soft spot on his side close to his liver. That's what you're aiming for. He knelt down, raising my hand so I was pressing the tip of the arrow against the artery in his throat. You don't have to apply much pressure for this to burst. You slash this, you kill me. You could end my life right now without even trying. His vein pulsed against the arrowhead. I swallowed and said, They could knock the weapon out of my hand or take it away. And if they've got supernatural strength like an angel or a vampire, I'm done for. Angels and vampires still have weaknesses, like everyone does. Chansey extended his arm, showing me his wrist. You put pressure onto these points and twist, they're gonna drop whatever they have. Try it on me. Charlie handed Chansey the arrow. He swung it slowly at me to demonstrate. I grasped his wrist and twisted it, pushing pressure onto the points he'd shown me. He gasped in pain, then dropped the arrow, rubbing his wrist. Damn. Little sloppy, but you learn quick. So I stabbed them and the threat's neutralized? I asked. It's not always that simple. Without the use of magic, it's rare for anyone to deliver an instantaneous death. It's going to take them a while to die, even if you get a good spot, Charlie said. Minutes to hours, depending on the wound. A centimeter can mean the difference between life and death for some people. But you just need to get far enough away to find help. Charlie talked about this like he knew, and he probably did. He'd lived life on the streets for years without magic. I knew he'd been in enough brawls and knife fights to understand what he was talking about. What if they knock me out of my chair? I was terrified of getting pinned. Being held down was my worst fear. It had happened to me one too many times, and I never wanted it to happen again. That's gonna be a bit of an issue. Usually, you'd put your legs against the ground and push up to throw them off, but that's not gonna work with you, Chansey stated. And pinning your wrists isn't the worst thing that can happen. Didn't I know it? I'd been punched and choked when John had held me down. I wanted to avoid that situation entirely, but if I couldn't avoid it, I at least wanted to know how to fight my way out of it. Charlie put a hand to his mouth as he thought it over. You're gonna want to shoot your arms out to the sides, straight out, to get them off balance. Then, you're going to sweep your arms back around in a circle, grab onto their middle, and twist until you're on top. Then you can grab whatever weapon you can get your hands on and keep striking until they're done. That sounds impossible to do without any leg movement, I replied. I can't use my legs as momentum to propel myself over. You've still got a bit of strength in your hips. You're gonna have to use it. Charlie scowled, like he already thought the chances of me pulling this off weren't high. She does that. She's gonna have to move fast. She doesn't have a second to make a mistake, Chansey said. What if I only get one hand free? I asked. You start striking, Charlie said. Go for the eyes and throat again. If you can, take your hand, find the outline of their windpipe in their throat, and crush it. If they're not breathing, they can't hurt you. There was silence for a moment before Chansey asked, You okay with doing all this, Ava? I did a lot of this before in Cell Block 9, I said quietly. It's not all that different. You shouldn't have to, though. Charlie's protests were faint, like he considered himself personally responsible if something happened to me, because he'd failed to stop it. It's the world we live in. The warden and his cronies aren't willing to play nice. I grabbed an arrow and held it like a blade. Let's practice. We rehearsed the self-defense techniques for a little while, until I demanded that we try the escape method for pinning. I climbed out of my chair and lowered myself onto an exercise mat until I was flat on my back. Charlie stood at the edge of the mat, hesitating for a beat. Well, I pressed. Are you going to pin me down or what, Charlie? I couldn't understand why he was holding back, because I had to learn this shit. It could literally save my life one day. Chansey leaned over to whisper something to Charlie that I didn't hear, then nudged him in the ribs. Charlie snapped to attention. He carefully stepped onto the mat, then lowered himself on top of me. By the ancestors, when his weight pressed into me, his hesitation made all the sense in the world. Every muscle in my body reacted to the memory of his proximity, causing my heart to race, not out of fear of being pinned down, but out of an unsatiated desire to have him close to me once again. The scent of bergamot surrounded me. His weight was so familiar that a million memories came flooding back through all the senses of my body as passion came springing back to life. My nipples hardened against his muscled chest. Charlie let out a wavered breath. For a moment, I swore I could feel his heart rate pulsing across our bond, before remembering that was impossible. He was so close, I could sense every heartbeat, and I was sure he could hear mine. What had I done? I was insane to think I could fight Charlie off. when all I wanted to do now that I had him in this position was drag him closer. Charlie moved slowly to wrap his fingers around my wrists, applying soft pressure as he lifted my hands over my head to pin them to the mat. My body shuddered beneath him. I hoped he hadn't noticed. "This okay?" Charlie asked. So gently I could swear the training arena had disappeared around us and we were somewhere else entirely. Heat pooled between my thighs. For fuck's sake, it was the most sensation I'd felt below my hips in months. Instinct told me to arch my back and press into him, to let out a moan and beg for his cock to satisfy my aching need. He'd pinned my wrists over my head like this 1,000,000 times, but we were never in a training arena. We were in bed, tangled between the sheets while he was inside of me, and his mouth was fused to mine. It took everything within me to hold myself back. I couldn't be sure what I would have done if we didn't have an audience. Yeah, I couldn't say perfect. Fine. He remembered too. There were ghosts in his eyes, but they faded as he murmured, "Get your wrists free, then sweep your arms around and twist me off." At least one of us was thinking straight. My head was spinning so fast, I'd forgotten I was supposed to be fighting him off. I didn't want to push him away, but this wasn't a game. I had to learn this if I wanted to know how to protect myself. I attempted to yank my wrists out of his hold, but they didn't budge one bit. It was like trying to drag my arms out of concrete that had already set. Fuck, he was so strong. I wasn't able to wrench my wrists free. I didn't know how I could. I began wriggling my torso to give myself some leverage, which undeniably made my hips move. Instinctively, he sank downward onto me, pressing himself against my body. Without thinking about it, I pushed my hips upward to meet his. Shit. My mouth ran dry, and I watched as he swallowed. This was all I wanted. Him to make me feel like I was being dominated, while I knew he was fully under my control, trapped within my spell. His skin heated against mine, and my breast strained against his chest as he held me down. His soft breaths turned into gentle pants, and I was certain mine did too. I pretended not to notice, still doing my best to fight out of his hold. "Well, Ava's doing great, so long as she never gets pinned by anyone but you and you're both in the mood," Chansey drawled, clearly unimpressed. Eventually, I gave up. All I was getting as a result of my struggle was frustrated and horny, and that was never a good combination. I can't do it. I laid there uselessly, figuring if anybody else got me in this position, I was done for. "Get clever," Charlie said. "What can you do that's going to force me to let go?" I tried using my head. Without pausing to overthink, I sank my teeth into his wrist, and he gasped as he let go of one arm. "There you go," Chansey praised. With one arm free, I wrapped my hand around his throat, finding the soft length of his windpipe. I didn't press, just simulated pressure. Charlie let go, and I managed to wrap my arms around his waist, using my upper body strength to pull myself up, so my face was tucked into his stomach. I did what I could to twist my hips, and felt him give way as he fell under me, though I was pretty sure he'd let me do it. If he'd been resisting, I wouldn't have been strong enough to turn him over. We repeated the process a few more times, with Chansey and Charlie alternating spots. Even Oberoi joined in, though it was hard to focus when he kept licking my face and making me laugh while I was trying to grab him. Chansey was a lot harder to push off, because he was bigger and heavier. I didn't know how Ivy didn't get squashed underneath this guy. They needed vampire strength to do missionary with this monster. Chansey was more professional, though. He kept his body off of mine, hovering over me instead of pinning me, lecturing me on all the ways I wasn't striking him right. Charlie was different. Each time he pinned me down, became more forceful yet more seductive. His grip tightened on my wrists, and his lips drifted across my hair as he forced me to the floor. I was aware this was far past being appropriate for training, but I just wanted him to touch me again. I wanted it so badly. If I could use this as an excuse and pretend we weren't using this session as a simulation for something else, and if he ignored what was obvious just as plainly as I did, I was taking the opportunity for my body to feel acknowledged. Charlie pressed harder into me, grinding into the area between my legs. I didn't think he did it on purpose because I noticed the flash of surprise and hesitation across his face. Shit, he was getting hard. Even though all I wanted to do was beg him to rip my pants off and get inside me right now. Fuck that Chansey was in the room or not, I needed to back off. Charlie knew it, too. There was a haze in his features that I'd long missed. But he did what he was good at doing, shoved it down. He propped himself upward off of me. I reached up to grasp his middle, twisting him back under me again. I laid on top of him, looking into his deep brown eyes. He couldn't look back, but the quickened breaths he gave as his chest rose up and down told me he wished Chansey wasn't here, and that we were alone, if only so he could try to make a move, even if I rejected it. Maybe I wanted him to. Maybe that was okay to accept. "What have we here? Marriage back on?" Danny's Irish brogue cut through the training arena. I swept my hair out of my eyes, trying to catch my breath. This was a lot of work. "Go away, Danny," Charlie growled. "We don't need you here." "Apparently you do." Danny frowned as he shoved his hands in his pockets, looking me over. "What's all this?" "What does it look like? We're teaching her self-defense," Charlie spat. Danny threw his head back toward the ceiling. "You gobshite! Do you have any sense? She's a little thing with no legs. Any brute is going to be able to toss her around like a doll. Hand-to-hand combat should be our last resort, you big thugs. Thinking with your cocks and not with your heads, I see, as usual." "What do you suggest?" Charlie snapped. He helped me up from the floor and back into my chair. Danny smirked. He dug in his pocket, tossing a tiny box into the air. "Throwing knives. They're faster to draw than a bow, easy to carry, and she can dual wield them with both hands if an opponent gets close enough for her to cut. My personal weapon of choice." Danny's logic was hard to argue with. Even so, I could practically hear Charlie's teeth grinding as he said, "Fine. Show her how." "I'm working on it. Bollocks for brains." Danny knelt by me, placing a knife into my hand. It was smooth, fit easily in my palm, and was so sharp, I was certain it could cut through the stone skin of vampires. "First things first, you'll want to relax, but have a straight posture. Know where you're throwing. Pick a spot, draw the blade back behind your ear, and throw it with enough force to hit your target, but not so much you fail to be precise." He demonstrated the movement, pulling my hand back and moving my arm in a distinct, seamless flow. "There you go, princess. You have nice skin. Such pretty hands are made for killing." I was keenly aware of Charlie absolutely seething behind me, but I ignored it. "What do I do with my wrist?" "Keep it straight. Throw with a smooth overhand motion. You'll want to let go once your arm extends." Danny demonstrated, taking out a knife from the box and tossing it at the target. It sank smoothly into the bullseye. "Now you try." I did, tossing one of the knives. It fumbled out of my hands, nearly cutting my fingers before falling near my feet. "Ah!" "She's going to hurt herself," Charlie snapped. "Let her have a go," Danny scolded. "I know she can do this." Charlie huffed, but didn't say anything more. I kept at it. I fumbled the first few tries, and the knives clattered against the floor. I learned a few new Irish curse words before I finally sank my first knife into the target, and it was close to the bullseye. The grin on my face widened the minute the knife sank in. "There, see? You're already a professional. But of course you are, because you've been taught by the best." Danny yanked the knife out of the target and handed it back to me. "These will be a lot quicker to wield than those arrows you're shooting. Arrows are great for long-distance targets, but the knives will be useful for close combat." It would be a lot easier to wield the knives than it was to try and push the guys off of me. "Thanks, Danny. Hopefully I'll never have to use these, but if I do, this helps. Always keep one of the knives on you, in a concealed place nobody will take a look," Danny said, and his voice turned serious. "It's always good to have at least one hidden knife, so if they think they've taken all your weapons, they haven't. Then when someone rolls on top of you that you don't like, instead of trying to toss them off, you just stab them like so, and keep stabbing. Where do you keep your secret knife?" I raised an eyebrow. Danny's fangs glistened as he laughed. "Right next to me cock." I wrinkled my nose. "No, you don't. You're lying." "You're always welcome to check." "Ugh, go away," Charlie growled. I spared a quick glance at Charlie. He was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, acting like he wasn't listening to us, but I knew he was. His expression was absolutely fuming. Was he jealous of Danny? Or, more likely, jealous of the attention Danny was getting from me? He couldn't be more obvious about it. Obereye wagged his tail as if he thought it was funny. I studied the knives again. These are pretty useful. I should get myself a set. "Keep them, sweetheart. I've got more than enough extras. They aren't even my main knives." Danny gave me a wink, alongside a dazzling fanged smile, and I rolled my eyes in annoyance. Danny flirted as a hobby, and for no other reason. He could philander with a cactus if it never talked back. We practiced drills for a few hours until I started to get tired. Danny had moved on to teaching Chansey the throwing knives, though the angel was clumsy with them and kept giving himself little cuts on his palms as he dropped the knives over and over. "They're too small for my big hands. I need a meteor weapon," Chansey argued. "I've got one for you, if you're willing to see red hair in a place you never have before," Danny teased. "You know I'm spoken for." Chansey's voice was rough, nearly on the edge. "You and Ivy? They told me you'd broken up for good," Danny said skeptically. Even he didn't believe they were over. "Doesn't matter. Can't get over them," Chansey said. Danny let it drop. I glanced at Charlie and gave a sigh. He was still leaning against the wall, ignoring the rest of us. "Yeah, me too," I whispered quietly. I rolled over to where Charlie was. "You can stop pouting now. Danny isn't touching me." He couldn't suppress a bitter smile, shaking his head. "I can't tell you what to do, and I don't want to." I knew what he was trying to pull, and his attempt at pretending to not give a fuck was pitifully obvious. I'm not into red-headed men who speak exclusively in sarcasm and sexual innuendos. "A pity for you, dear. I'm dashing," Danny called across the training arena. His vampire hearing had allowed him to overhear, but I didn't care. Danny and I were just friends, and we knew that, but apparently Charlie had convinced himself otherwise. Charlie scoffed.
Yeah? And who is your type?
Nobody but you. My heart whispered the words quietly. But the words that came out were, I'm never getting married again if this doesn't work out, actually. So consider me permanently off the market. The confession dawned on him slowly, softening him up.
You really mean that?
That's what I said. You've ruined everyone else for me. Thanks. I grabbed my wheels and turned around, heading for the exit. He didn't mean for me to hear him, but I did anyway as he whispered,
I'm not getting married to anyone else either. Nobody compares to you.
My heart ached when he said those words. One of Danny's throwing knives could have pierced it, and the blade wouldn't have struck as true to the core of me. I put on a cheerful demeanor, moving to exit the arena. Well, if nobody compares to me, then you'll be thrilled. I've moved all my stuff back.
He froze in shock. Wait, you're moving back in?
Yep, came back last night, I called over my shoulder.
Last night, Ava!
He hurried to catch up with me as I rolled out the door.
When were you planning to tell me you were moving back in?
I'm telling you now, I said. I figured you wanted me to move back.
Charlie gaped. Of course I do, but...
But what? But nothing. We're in counseling, we're trying to work it out, so I put my stuff back. End of story. I continued down the hall, and he moved to keep up with me, I tell you. Charlie babbled on, completely baffled.
Okay, so we're back to living together. Are you sure we're ready for this? We've only had one counseling session.
I didn't know why he was hesitating if we both wanted this. If we're fixing our relationship, we should try to be in the same space. We've spent enough time apart. It's been months. We've gotten some distance. Now we should try to close the gap. I paused. I hope I wasn't misreading the situation. Unless you've been enjoying our time apart, then I'd understand.
No,
he said quickly, practically groveling at my feet. He obviously wanted me to stick around.
How did you move everything back so fast? You have a lot of stuff.
I just took what I needed. I wasn't ready to tell him about the Hawkeye tradition, or that I'd given all my things away in the hope we could stay together. My part of the ritual involved giving my trust to him completely, and I didn't feel like my piece of the ceremony was complete. We had to rebuild that trust before I confided in him about what I'd done, before I asked him to get my things back. That was going to take time. On top of that, I worried telling him about it now would look like manipulation, and I didn't want him to feel pressured, forced to provide for me. This was my gift to him, not a way to trap him or make him feel obligated to take care of me. For now, I could get by with what I had. Our home and our life together was all I needed. My worry caused me to come to a stop in the middle of the hall. Look, if you're upset I'm invading your space, I get it. I don't want to make you uncomfortable, and the last thing I want is to make you upset. I won't infringe on your boundaries. If it's too much, I'll return to the ladies' court, no questions asked. Though, I really didn't want to.
Don't do that.
He jumped to stop me from moving out again.
If you're ready to start living together again, then so am I. I just want to make sure it's the right thing for both of us.
I guess we'll figure that out, won't we? The corners of his lips twitched as he tried to hide a delighted smile. Clearly, Charlie was elated at the news. He practically started skipping beside my chair.
It's probably for the best right now anyway.
Good, I said. I'm glad we're on the same page.
That almost never happens, so I guess that means we're making progress.
I suppose we are. Though I have to admit, there was never a dull moment when we were arguing. By the ancestors, some of those fights had been so hot. Just thinking of those times he boxed me in, his hot breath passing over my skin and threatening an endless night of passionate makeup sex, made my panties wet. One of my greatest fears was that once Charlie and I worked this all out, our relationship would get boring. I wished there was a way to keep that passion alive without taking things too far. Charlie huffed.
Arguing never did us any good anyway, because Ava always gets what she wants in the end, doesn't she?
I was taken aback at the sudden shift in mood. What's with the attitude? I thought this was what you wanted too. Oberai barked loudly, signaling I was right. Charlie shrugged.
I just roll with whatever happens. I'm here to serve, Princess. Don't mind me.
What was up with him? He was acting so sassy. It was a far cry from the depressed, desperate man he'd been a few days ago. This Charlie had a bit of bite and fire to him, like the person I used to know. Then I realized he was acting like a brat. The world opened up to me once I realized this. Charlie was giving me exactly what I asked for and playing along, and he liked it just as much as I did, because Charlie loved giving me everything I wanted. If I said I was moving back and that was final, Charlie was going to lap it up because I finally made a decision. It was just done and we could move on. Charlie wanted to serve me. As twisted as it was, Callie had been right. This dynamic worked exceptionally well for us. Charlie enjoyed arguing, and so did I. It's what made our relationship fun. But this time was different, because we both enjoyed the game, whether he knew we were playing it or not. Being a brat was a great role. I'd gotten off on every second of tormenting him and telling him no, though his commands were secretly what I wanted in the end. It was all part of the game. If he enjoyed the bickering and the banter just as much as I did, he was going to get it. Oh, I'm sorry. Your estranged wife is giving you another chance. That must be so upsetting for you. My voice smacked with an edge of mockery. If you want to make yourself useful instead of standing around, you can get me some water and go pour me a bath, because I'm dehydrated now and my muscles are sore. We've been training for hours. Charlie made a disgusted noise, but he couldn't hide his smirk. The man was practically drooling the second I gave him orders.
Fine, Ava. Whatever.
He stomped ahead dramatically, off to do as I asked. I was nearly certain he was walking away with a hard-on. Oberai followed behind him, happily trotting on his paws with his tongue lolling out. I wore a satisfied smirk. It didn't matter if Charlie whined and pitched a fit about my requests, so long as he followed the command. After all, that's what brats did. Charlie wanted to play. Bringing the fun back into our relationship was just what we needed. Or it could blow up in our faces. Only time would tell.
Chapter 21. Charlie. I wasn't sure what was happening. Things seemed to be getting better between Ava and I, and it had come out of nowhere. What exactly had changed? I couldn't work out the solution. I tried, but didn't get anywhere. We went back to sharing a bed at night, although she stayed on her side and I remained on mine. I avoided brushing against her or touching her in any way, because I didn't want her to feel pressured into anything. Worse, I worried she might feel trapped, so even though we were back to living together, I did what I could to give her as much space as possible. She would come to me, and whatever she needed, I'd give to the best of my ability. Even so, our relationship was at a standstill. Ava and I lived like quiet ghosts, passing each other in the night. We shared a room and a bed, but we didn't do anything. There was no touching, no conversation. We laid beside each other at night, pretending the other wasn't there, getting ready silently in the mornings before we went to our separate lives, then headed back to bed just as wordlessly at night. The counseling sessions had helped us to be cordial, but I didn't feel close to her just yet. We never talked unless we had to. I continued to teach her how to fight, but it was only when Chansey or Danny were there with us. Otherwise, I left the rest of her training up to Liam, while I avoided teaching her one-on-one. We were making progress, but it was slowly. Ava cast out shitty comments made all in good fun, and sometimes I'd take the bait, biting back a sentence or two. But we never argued for long, and I missed it. I was afraid to play our games again because I worried it'd hurt us in the long run, instead of turning out to be the innocent fun I wanted it to be. I think she was afraid too. We were both being extra cautious because we didn't want to hurt each other again. I was praying I wasn't misreading her signals. I wanted to talk to her about it, but I worried about reopening old wounds, so I kept crossing my fingers and hoping one of us would be brave enough to bring it up without the other exploding. We sometimes talked about Casey, but it was small things. I told her whenever the baby made progress, like when the doctor was able to take out Casey's feeding tube. He was able to exist outside of the incubator for hours at a time now instead of short periods. The stiff dialogue was awkward and painful, but not as devastating as being apart had been. We still hadn't visited Casey together. I went by myself every day, staying in the NICU for hours while Ava busied herself with training. She popped in every now and then to see Casey, but it was only every few days, and she never stayed long. Even with the progress we were making, our relationship still felt up in the air. I figured if she was taking the lead on this one, I had to follow her wherever it led. I was with the baby in the NICU one April morning when I heard the door open. Casey was resting in the incubator, and I'd found myself dozing off in the medical recliner next to him, while Obrai snored at my feet. I was so tired these days.
Time to talk, kid. Liam's voice was gruff. You've got another session to get to.
Liam and Sophia never scheduled these counseling sessions. They just sprung it on us, like they were trying to teach us we had to be prepared for anything. You keep it down, I complained. You're gonna wake the baby.
Bullshit. That baby takes after Ez. He could sleep through a hurricane and so can that infant. Now let's go.
Well, that much was true. Casey was a pretty good sleeper. I got up, rubbing my eyes of exhaustion, and dragged myself after Liam as Obrai hopped onto his paws and trotted after us. What's next on the torture list? Gonna throw me in a pool of lava, drop me off a cliff, dump me on some deserted island, and ask me to fend for myself? I threw all the sarcasm I had into my tone.
Now you're getting it. Took you long enough,
Liam stated. I grunted in response. The stone underneath my shoes transitioned into grass, and I felt the sunshine span across my skin as we entered the gardens. Obrai sprinted to sniff the flowers, while Ava's voice rolled across the area. We're making progress, I heard her say. We can be in the same room without wanting to kill each other anymore. I think that's huge. My heart still lifted every time I heard her speak. I wanted to snip its wings and tell it to quiet down, yet still it soared. That's good news, but only the first step, Sophia replied. Do you think you two are willing to let your guard down and rely on each other? I paused, hanging on her answer. I wasn't sure how I would respond myself. I don't know, Ava mused. Maybe.
You're gonna find out today, Liam said, and we came to a stop beside them. Take a seat.
By the sound of rushing water, we were somewhere near the fountains. I sat down in the grass beside Ava's chair, and Sophia and Liam sat across from me. Oberai's goofy ass romped across the gardens and plopped into my lap. I let out an as he knocked the wind out of me.
First things first. You two are out of balance, Liam said. If we fix that first, we could start working on all these other problems.
Well, we didn't figure that out before, Ava mumbled. What a revelation.
Cut your smart mouth, Peanut, Liam said. You already know these lessons, but it looks like you've forgotten them, and Charlie's never learned, so we're going to have to start at the beginning.
I'd missed so much of my culture. I was glad to be getting these lessons now, but I sometimes wondered if I'd known all this Hawkeye wisdom before, we could have avoided the situation we were in. Maybe not, though, because Ava had this knowledge, and we'd still ended up in the same place. How do we get back into balance? I asked. Being married was like a balancing act itself, and we'd stumbled and dropped everything we'd been holding up. Our love, each other's feelings, our emotional well-being, our life together. I didn't want to watch it fall out of my hands again.
As elementi, we work with the spirits of the earth and the different energies that live inside of us. We are not separate from this land, but a part of it, a reflection of nature and the spirit realm itself, Sophia said. That means uniting the masculine and feminine within.
What does that mean? Did they want me to be more manly and Ava more ladylike? Sorry to say, I was probably too aggressive in that department already, and as far as Ava went, that wasn't happening.
These are not the traditional embodiments modern society would have you think they are. These are practices rooted in ancient tradition, Sophia explained. Feminine energy is creative. It embodies compassion, growth, and patience. It is sensitive and graceful, in touch with sexuality, with nurturing oneself. It relies on intuition, on the energy of trust. It is, above all, the energy of creation itself, of giving life.
And masculine energy is protection of that life, Liam clarified. Masculine energy focuses on providing and safeguarding. It's action-forward and logical. It summons strength, confidence, and is set on finding purpose. It centers itself on the external, on caring for others.
In our tribe, marriage is meant to be a union of these two energies as one, Sophia said. The feminine is meant to receive, while the masculine is meant to give. The masculine grounds, while the feminine takes flight. They complement each other while coexisting in the same space.
And no one is completely feminine nor completely masculine, Liam added. There are traits of both in all people. Some people are more feminine than they are masculine, and vice versa. But for a person to truly thrive, both sides have to be in balance. When these two sides are out of alignment, whether in a person or in a marriage, it can cause problems. Too much masculinity can cause a person to become aggressive and egotistical. A person with wounded masculine energy will shut down their emotions, become defensive, and seek to control whatever they can to avoid feeling vulnerable. I winced. That was definitely me. I was certainly out of balance.
And too much femininity will lead to a lack of boundaries, Sophia clarified. Love and empathy can feel overwhelming to the wounded feminine. Someone with too much feminine energy will be in emotional chaos, unable to control their feelings or the consequences of them. The wounded feminine will try to manipulate situations or reject the idea of being gentle or soft for fear they'll be taken advantage of. The wounded feminine side does not operate out of trust, but fear.
We get it. You basically read off a laundry list of everything that's wrong with me, Ava said grumpily. There are things wrong with both of us, I said, to try and help her feel better. You're not the only one in the wrong.
No one is wrong here, Sophia clarified. It's not unusual to be out of alignment from time to time if you're not paying attention, simply due to the difficult circumstances everyone goes through in life. And masculine and feminine energy don't mean male and female. No one person is meant to serve as the sole masculine or the sole feminine. Different couples can serve different roles. Sometimes the situation reverses, like you've seen with your friends Marcus and Callie.
I smirked. That was a perfect example. Marcus definitely embodied more feminine traits, while Callie seemed to thrive in masculine energy.
That makes sense. Ivy was assigned male at birth, but they have an abundance of feminine energy, while Chansey embodies the masculine, Ava said. Correct, but you also see where the different energies are out of alignment when it comes to their relationship, Sophia said. Couples are meant to live together in a flow state.
Exactly. Sophia and I typically fit into conventional roles. I usually embody the masculine, and she thrives in the feminine, Liam explained. But sometimes there are times when she needs to embody the masculine, and I need to embody the feminine. We trade off roles, existing in a state where we can match what the other needs, and what our marriage needs as situations arise. I wasn't sure if Ava and I would ever get into that kind of flow state, where we'd seamlessly match whatever the other person needed when they needed it. It was hard enough getting us on the same book, let alone the same page, but we had to learn how if we were going to make this work.
So how do Ava and I balance these energies? I asked.
Even if we balance them inside of ourselves, how do we know what roles we serve in our marriage? I really didn't want to get into this BDSM stuff with her parents, because they didn't need to know what had gone on in our bedroom, but that situation reflected these lessons. Me serving as Ava's dom and her as my sub had worked for us for a long time, but we'd gone too hard in one direction. I didn't think we could live happily without those roles, but at the same time, they'd become toxic to us too. We needed to clearly define things, because since I'd lost my position as her dominant, I didn't know what Ava needed from me or what to do in order to move us forward. That's what you're going to figure out, because we can't do it for you. It's something you two need to decipher for yourselves, Liam said as he stood. Come on, your carriage is waiting. What do you mean, our carriage? I said. You didn't think that Sophia and I were just going to help you talk about your feelings, did you? Liam said. It's time to put the work in. Sophia sighed, like she thought her husband was being too harsh. What Liam means to say is the Hawkeye believe in learning through experience. We aren't talk therapists. We're religious counselors, and in Hawkeye culture, the counselors place mentees into real-world situations they must figure their way out of. It's the only way to learn where you stand. Ava sighed. Well, if we must, might as well get it over with. I didn't want to climb another mountain, but I'd do it for Ava 100 times over. I didn't know what Liam had in mind, but whatever it was, I was up for the challenge. I stood to follow. Then let's get started. Liam led us to a carriage outside the palace. I helped Ava inside before placing her all-terrain wheelchair in a spot at the back. The driver cracked the reins, and Obereye stuck his head out the window as we made our way across Elameth. The sounds of the city quieted as we came upon a large inland lake. The air was different here, cool with the breeze from the lake, but without the scent of salt water from the ocean. We emerged from the carriage, and Liam led us to a rowboat tied to a dock. I helped Ava in, along with her chair, which Liam promised would not be too heavy to capsize the boat, because he'd be using his Tawakwa magic to steady us. The old man still made me row, though. So what trial are we going through exactly? I wondered as I rowed into deeper water. There's a small island up ahead, Liam explained. We're dropping you and Ava off there. How you get back to the mainland is up to you. So you're taking the boat and want us to, what, build a raft? I said. We aren't going to leave you empty-handed, Sophia assured me. The alone time should do the two of you good, and once you come to understand each other, you'll find your way off the island together. How long is that going to take? I wondered. That's completely up to the two of you, Liam said. The quicker the two of you decide to work together, the faster you can get off the island. Hopefully by then you'll be ready to get Ava's stuff back. I furrowed my brow. What stuff? Daddy, Ava protested. You weren't supposed to say anything. For fuck's sake, Ava, you didn't tell him? Liam demanded. No, but thanks so much for letting it slip, Ava said harshly. Well, I ain't gonna tell him, so might as well spit it out before we get to the island, Liam grumped. Sweetheart, you've been wearing that same dress for weeks now, and I've never seen you repeat an outfit twice. It's odd. If I have to break the rules a little to get you to move your ass, I'm going to. This is part of your counseling, too. I didn't want him to know! I wasn't ready! Ava burst. You weren't going to be ready until the ancestors came down and told you to do it. You need a push, so I'm throwing you off the cliff. My rowing faltered. What is this all about? Nothing, Ava mumbled, but I was certain that wasn't the truth. I stopped rowing for a second. Ava, we can't work this out if we're still lying to each other. I don't want to do that anymore. I dared to lightly place my hand upon hers. There's no reason for us to be doing any of this unless you want to get vulnerable with me. You could tell me anything. I promise I won't freak out. Ava's words bit with frustration and the edge of tears. I guess there's no hiding it now. In Hawkeye tradition, when a woman wanted to divorce a man, she moved all of her things out of his home. If he wanted to bring her back, he would climb a mountain to show her the hardships he was willing to go through for her. If she accepted his offer and wanted to live with him again, the woman would give up all her personal belongings, signifying her trust in him to provide for her. To prove himself, the man would have to go get her belongings back. So much for me promising not to freak out. You moved out, and I climbed that mountain. So that means I gave up all my stuff, she finished for me. Everything I had, all that was valuable to me.
My clothes, my jewelry, my wedding dress. I donated everything. All I kept were the clothes on my back, my journal, and a few of our things. Everything else is gone. Her wedding dress. That had been a precious gift from her grandmother, and she'd given it away from me. Why didn't you tell me? I can't get your things back for you if I don't know what's going on. It's more complicated than that. I didn't want you to feel obligated to provide for me. I was astonished by this admission. This was something we definitely had to talk out, and I didn't want her parents around for it, because this was a big conversation. After a beat of silence, Liam sighed. It appears you two have more to work out than I thought, and your work starts now. The boat bottomed out against the sand, and we came to a halt. My magic sensed a small sandy beach with a forest beyond, though the island couldn't be bigger than a few acres. Everybody out, Liam barked. I went to help Ava, but Liam grabbed me under the arm and yanked me out of the boat and down a sandy beach. Sophia and Oberoi helped with Ava's chair, while Liam dropped his voice so only I could hear. I didn't realize Ava hadn't told you about what she'd done, Liam started. And that's a problem. If Ava's kept this under wraps, that means she doesn't trust you enough to finish your part. Your job here on this island is to show her that she can rely on you. Can you do that, kid? Yeah, of course, I insisted. I'm willing to do anything. You don't understand, Liam pressed. You can't just want this. You have to do it. You've already proven your intention. Now you have to show her you're capable. She was supposed to tell you to go get her things back. It's forbidden for anyone else to do it on her behalf, but I'm a chief, so I'm making an executive decision and going against tradition, because it's clear you two still need help communicating. I hadn't realized. I'd been so cautious around Ava that I rarely touched her anymore. I didn't know what she'd been wearing for a while now. All of her things, and I hadn't known. How long was she waiting on planning to tell me? I wish I would have noticed, I said. Am I purposefully being ignorant? No. Ava is acting out of her own wounded feminine by being afraid to ask for your help, and you're operating out of your wounded masculine by hesitating on giving her what she needs. This is why we brought you to this island. Liam clapped me on the back. You two better not leave this place until you prove to her without a doubt she can count on you from now on, and she proves to you that she can trust you enough with whatever's on her mind. We might be here until we died if that was the case, but I still replied, We'll do it. We can figure this out. Hopefully. We returned to the boat, where Sophia had helped Ava out and into her chair. I said we weren't going to leave you empty-handed, Sophia promised. So here is the only tool you need to get you off this island. Use it well. Sophia placed something into my hands, and I ran my fingers over a leather cover. A spellbook? I wondered. It is a journal of sorts, a gift from Liam and me to the two of you, Sophia stated. The spell you need to complete this ritual is inside. You're not to leave the island until the ritual is complete. The empty pages are for your future, to add reminders, journal entries, or any notes that you desire to maintain balance in your marriage. Mama, that's so thoughtful, Ava said. Thank you. There's one more thing, Sophia said. She knelt at Oberoi's side, and he panted happily. This ritual must be done without the use of magic, as our ancestors did long ago. If we left you here with Charlie's powers, he'd be able to levitate you back to shore, instead of you two completing the ritual first. Damn it! Ava cried, as if she'd been thinking of asking me to do that the minute her parents left. No cheating, Liam scolded. You do this right or not at all. We're also taking the dog. No help from your familiar either. With Charlie's permission, Oberoi should be able to cut off Charlie's powers, Sophia continued. Do you consent to this, Charlie? I hesitated, because taking away my power was like taking away Ava's wheelchair. It was an assistive device for my disability. I worried about being able to navigate well enough to care for Ava out here without it. Ava must have been thinking the same thing. But that's unfair, she protested. Charlie needs his powers. It's not like he still has a cane to get around. Ava makes a good point, Liam, Sophia agreed. You have accessibility aids too. Not everyone needs to have their disability on hard mode. I will leave your connection open enough to navigate your environment, but you will not be able to cast power beyond that. Is that understood? Oberoi told me, and I repeated his offer for the others. Liam grunted, but finally said, I'll allow it.
I'm fine with that compromise, I told them. I don't need my powers to get Ava off this island. Liam squeezed my shoulder. Great, then I expect the two of you home for dinner. The way he said it told me he absolutely did not expect us home today. My father-in-law probably figured it'd be a week or more since he saw us again. Like hell. I knew Ava could survive anything, this island included, but I didn't want her to have to stay here longer than one night. I was getting her off this island in the next 24 hours, or I was signing those divorce papers myself. She deserved a man who could provide, and provide for her I would. Otherwise, I didn't deserve to have her. Oberei shoved his nose into my hand, and I stroked the top of his head. I felt my energy begin to drain, and I allowed my magic to funnel into him. The power that buzzed down to my bones, which I'd become so used to, faded away until my senses were dulled. I was left with the vague awareness of the air and earth, but no influence over the elements whatsoever.
Well, that does it,
Oberei said, panting happily. Oh, he was just loving this.
You two have fun!
He turned away from me to say goodbye to Ava, and his wagging tail smacked me in the leg. He made slobbering noises as he licked Ava all over. We'll see you soon, Oberei, Ava said, but her tone held an edge I couldn't quite read.
Whee! I'm going off to get spoiled at Grandma and Grandpa's house,
Oberei cheered. The three of them climbed onto the boat, and Oberei gave a few happy barks as they took off. Soon his voice faded, and Ava turned to me. Oberei seems particularly pleased about all this, she noted. What did he say? He wants us to have fun. He's acting like we're heading off on our honeymoon to fuck for a week and make more babies. I realized what I said after it came out of my mouth. Ava didn't seem to want the baby we already had, and I worried bringing it up would just hurt her. Sorry, that came out wrong. Ava scoffed. I mean, you're right. We never did get a honeymoon either time we got married, so he probably thinks this stupid island trip will make up for it. I noticed she didn't say anything about the baby comment. I was relieved she'd let it slide. It doesn't, though. You deserve more from your honeymoon than being stranded on a beach. It's fine. Let me see that journal. I handed it over. Ava flipped through the pages before she finally paused to read the spell. What's it say? I asked. It says here we have to look into each other's hearts to witness your partner's true intention, but the spell isn't straightforward, Ava mused. I'm not even sure I'd call this a spell. Maybe more of a ritual. There's no incantation or magic to cast. Well, if we're going to witness each other's true intentions, I need to know where you're coming from, I suggested. Why didn't you tell me you gave up all your stuff? Ava drew a deep breath. I don't know. It was hard, Charlie, and scary. Asking you to get my things back is a big deal, because it's more than just you providing things for me. This is about me putting my trust in you. I didn't feel like my part of it was completed till I was ready to do that. I wasn't lying to you. I was waiting until I was ready to trust you again before I put something like that on your shoulders. Do you really only have one dress? I asked weakly. She was basically living in poverty, like I had. Except she had accepted it willingly. That blew my mind to understand. Because coming from it, I couldn't imagine anyone choosing such a destitute state for themselves. I never wanted Ava to experience anything close to it. I mean, yeah, I don't have any night clothes either, so I've been sleeping naked next to you every night for a while. It's insane you haven't noticed. My mouth went dry at her admission. That did not help me keep on task, because I was getting hard just thinking about it. My wife had been lying beside me nude for weeks, and I was blissfully unaware. If I had reached out even a tiny bit and allowed myself to touch her, I would have noticed. Can't say if things might have happened, but maybe if they had, it would have brought us closer. Instead, I'd been so intent on keeping to myself, I was widening the canyon between us further. I told my dick to calm down and stuck to the subject. When you say you gave up everything, that can't be it. Surely you kept other things. You never give up Monica's armband. Ava's voice drew on a bitter, aching edge. Charlie, when I said everything, I meant everything. My chest physically hurt. I never wanted her to take things that far. You really gave up your armband? Ava seemed so small. Yeah, I did. Whatever it takes. Holy shit. That armband had meant everything to Ava. It was the last piece of Monica she had. But she'd been willing to part from it just to get a chance at saving this marriage. I felt so weak in this woman's stead. No matter how strong I thought myself to be, she was infinitely stronger. I knelt at her side. I understand none of this is easy for you. It was wrong of your dad to tell me. He should have let you do it when you were ready. He didn't know. It's still not fair, I pressed. You should have had the right to make that call on your own. You don't trust me, and I don't expect you to, but if there's any chance I can earn your trust back, I'm going to do what I have to do. Ava cleared her throat. Thanks, Charlie. It means a lot. It was a start. I nodded. All right, how do we complete the spell and get off this island? It says here we have to lay out your wounds and define your roles. I sighed. Some more riddles. This might take longer than we thought. Ava's tone shifted. If this is going to take a while, we should do what we can to make things more comfortable. I stood up tall, ready to take on any challenge. Tell me what to do, and I'll do it. Ava rubbed her arms. You can start by building me a fire. I'm cold. Spring was blooming here in Elameth now, but today was particularly chilly, and without Ava's fire magic, she must be freezing. The weather still wasn't back to normal, since the gods were still fighting. Of course, right away, I told her. I hurried off to the tree line and quickly found a bunch of dry sticks and logs I carried back to the beach before running off to find more. Ava stayed quiet, but I could feel her eyes on me. I couldn't tell if she was scrutinizing me or checking out my ass. I hoped it was the latter. Things were tense between us, but I could tell Ava was trying to connect with me, and I desperately wanted to connect with her. Gathering sticks was easy. I was honestly just relieved I had instruction and didn't have to guess what I had to do. I had no problem serving Ava as long as I knew what she wanted, and right now the princess wanted to be warm. Simple. I could do that no problem. It was a much easier problem to find a solution for than all the other troubles that plagued her and me. I returned to the beach with my last pile of wood and got started preparing the tinder and kindling. Ava and I had never started a fire in the wild before without her magic, but she seemed to know what she was doing regardless, because she instructed me on how to rub 2 sticks together to spark an ember, which wasn't as easy as it seemed. I was sitting in the sand with a log and a stick between my legs, rubbing them vigorously together when Ava started chuckling. It looks like you're rubbing one out. I cocked an eyebrow. You'd like to witness that, wouldn't you? It wouldn't take as long, that's for sure. Clearly, I'm edging the log, I deadpanned. Sorry, I'm not a Coigny who could shoot fire out of my dick. Have you ever tried starting a fire without your magic? That's what you're here for. I was starting to get frustrated because I must have been at this for half an hour now, and nothing was happening. So much for proving how well I could provide for her. She was going to turn into an ice block before I started this fire. I wish we had some flint, Ava mused. That would make this easier. Unfortunately, we don't. My kid was going to be an adult by the time we got off this island. My anger flared, but I realized that wouldn't help me right now. I'd spent a long time doing nothing but being pissed off, and that wouldn't spark this flame or solve my problem. Patience. I had to embody some feminine energy right now and keep working at this until I got it right. I moved the stick across the log in a different way, and to my amazement, the scent of smoke touched my nose.
That's it, Charlie, Ava exclaimed. You're almost there. Keep going.
If I was actually rubbing one out, her encouragement would have made me come right then and there. My frustration was quickly replaced with a feeling of elation, and I let out a gleeful sound. The smell of smoke grew, and the smallest bit of heat radiated upward.
You've got it, Charlie, Ava cried. Quickly, add more kindling.
I placed dry leaves atop the ember, a little at a time to keep the fire breathing. Flames ignited, and a huge smile broke across my face as I tossed more fuel on the fire. It started out small until I added the tiny dry twigs that served as kindling. With every bit I added, the fire grew until I was able to add full logs without fear of them smothering the fire. I leapt to my feet as heat billowed off the flames.
I did it! I am a master of the elements! Bow down to your Fire King!
Ah, yes, Ava said flatly. All hail the almighty King of Fire. Now make it bigger. I eagerly ran off to gather more dry logs and place them on the fire. Finally, I'd done something right for once. Ava rubbed her hands together to warm up, then gave a contented sigh. It's much better. Thunder rumbled in the distance, though I could still feel the sun on my face. What's the sky looking like? Cloudy. There's a storm rolling in, Ava said. We need to find shelter before it reaches us. I'll build it, I offered. I was still riding the high of having successfully built a fire. Shelter seemed like nothing now. I want to help, Ava offered. You shouldn't have to do all the work yourself. I'll find us something to eat while you get to work on the shelter. Sure, I'll meet you back here. We were getting along surprisingly well right now. I worried how long it could last. Ava wheeled her all-terrain chair down the beach, while I went for the tree line to see what I could find to build a shelter. If I had control of my magic, I'd command tree roots and branches to form into a small hut, but I didn't, nor did I have any tools to cut up wood to use at my leisure. I was going to have to use whatever raw materials I could find. I walked into the forest, following the shoreline as I explored. I could still feel the rocks and branches around me with the little magic Oberei had provided me, but I worried about my resourcefulness to do anything with it all. I'd do better with a cardboard box. That thought halted me in my tracks. What was I thinking? I had years of experience being resourceful in environments that otherwise wanted me dead. There had been so many nights I had to form a makeshift shelter out of whatever I found in the dumpster, or make a bed out of a park bench. This wasn't the urban environment I was used to, but I'd done more with far less. I wasn't able to give Ava a 5-star resort, but I was going to make her the best damn shelter with whatever I could find out here. I hiked the entire shoreline of the tiny island to assess what we had to work with. As I was circling back to the beach we'd started at, I came upon a fallen tree that had landed upon a tall boulder. There was a space underneath the trunk that could work to house us, and it was situated at the base of a hill that was nearly steep enough to act as a wall. All I had to do was wedge some sticks into the dirt and lay them over the log to make a ceiling, and we'd have ourselves a decent lean-to. I pressed my hands against the log and pushed on it to test its stability, but it didn't budge. It was perfect. Did you find something? Ava called from the beach. I stepped away from the log and walked over to her. Yeah, there's a good spot to build a shelter up there. What did you find? There are tons of fruit trees all over the island, and I found a patch of wild strawberries that I gathered. You want one? Sure. I held out my hand, and Ava placed a berry in my palm. I popped it in my mouth, and sweet juice burst across my tongue. Excellent, Ava said. I'll put what I've gathered here. You don't have to do anything else. I'll handle the rest, I told her. I could hear the uncertainty in her voice. Are you sure? Yeah, I've got it. Just relax. I want to do this for you. A long moment passed before Ava hushed. Okay. I knew it was hard for her to rely completely on my help, but I wanted to show her I could handle this. She didn't need to keep doing everything all by herself. Not when she had me. I returned to the forest to find fallen branches to use to build the shelter. I gathered as many sticks as I could find and got to work laying a roof over the fallen log. The sticks didn't fit together as nicely as I wanted them to, so I went searching for long, broad leaves I could use to fill in the gaps. I managed to find low-hanging olive branches that I broke off the trees, along with a patch of ferns I gathered, and I piled them over the sticks to waterproof the ceiling. Then I went back to the fern patch and used the fresh bundles to line the floor of the shelter to create a soft bedding for us to lay on, leaving a space dug out in the dirt for a fire pit. When I was finished, my shelter was made of a dirt back wall, a leafy overhang supported by a tree trunk on one end and a boulder on the other. The crawl space was just large enough for us to sit in. It was deep, like the opening of a cave. Being half Navita, it nearly felt like home to me, being within the earth. I was proud of what I'd done. I'd never made something like this before, but it was nearly more miraculous than magic. Ava came over just as the first of the raindrops began to fall. Help me in? Absolutely. I lifted Ava from her chair and set her on the ground inside the shelter, curling her legs away from the opening. The opening was tall enough that her chair fit in right under the overhang. Ava shivered next to me, and I asked, You cold again? I'm fine. She wasn't caving, but I could practically hear her teeth chattering. You don't have to be strong for me. Let me help you. Okay, yes, I'm cold, she admitted. The rain isn't making this any warmer. I was already getting up. Wait here. I'll get the fire inside. I ran to the beach and gathered what was left of the tinder and dry sticks I'd left there, then quickly got them under the shelter before the rain could get them too wet. The storm had picked up, and I could hear the fire I'd built earlier sizzling. I moved as quickly as I could, using a stick to gather embers onto a flat log. I sheltered it with my body and nearly tripped over a rock as I ran back to the lean-to. I ducked inside, praying my embers had survived. I was soaked, but thankfully there was still heat coming off the embers I saved. I quickly relit the fire until flames were crackling inside our new little home. Outside, the storm turned into a downpour. I was relieved to see that hardly any raindrops made it into our private little corner of the island. I breathed a sigh of relief. We'd made it out of the rain just in time. Thank the ancestors Ava hadn't gotten caught out in that rain. She could have gotten sick. There wasn't a lot of room in here, especially with the fire and Ava's chair taking up a whole corner. Ava and I were closer than we'd been in months, really. "How are you doing?" Ava asked apprehensively, like she wasn't sure where to start. "That looked like a lot of physical labor." I wiped the water from my brow, which was a mix of sweat and rain. The physical labor doesn't bother me. To be honest, it felt really good. Neither of us said anything for several minutes, but I could feel something shifting between us, almost as if a piece of our bond was knitting itself back together. Not our magical bond, because there was no hope of ever restoring that, but our emotional connection seemed to hold less caution than before. We'd set down roots when we decided to try working things out, but being here in her presence was like a seed we'd planted that had finally broken through the soil. We were growing into a tiny sapling, witnessing its first beams of sunlight. "What are you thinking?" Ava asked, breaking the silence. "I'm thinking how nice this is," I admitted. "Out here, away from palace duties and war threats, there are no distractions. We finally get to be alone together without all the bullshit holding us back. I'm not sure I ever want to leave this island." Ava snorted. "You'd better get me off this island, because I'm not living without indoor plumbing. I'm holding my pee all night, and if I get a kidney infection, it's your fault." I smirked. "I'll build you a toilet." "If you build me an outhouse, I'm swimming back to shore," Ava threatened playfully. "I hate camping." "Come on, it's not that bad. I could live off the land." "You say that because you're a man." "I like being manly," I told her. "Making fire and building this shelter was great. It feels like when I'm providing for you, I'm fulfilling my purpose." I heard the frown in her tone. "I never wanted to be your purpose. You know that." "You aren't my only purpose," I insisted. "But providing for you feels good. It feels like this is what the tribe would have done back before modern inventions, before our ancestors got their magic even. You want to be a strong, independent woman, and I admire that so much about you. But I want to be here for you, too." Ava ran her hand over the leather journal beside her. "My parents said all relationships have duality to them, a masculine and feminine energy we all embody. Maybe I went wrong because I didn't give you enough space to make me feel safe. I was too worried about protecting myself and providing for my needs all on my own, because that's what most women have to do in today's world. Your parents also said we all have masculine and feminine traits within us. Maybe we got it wrong. You have a lot of masculine traits, like being a great leader. What if you're supposed to be the masculine one and I'm the feminine one in our relationship, even though it's opposite of our gender?" "I don't think so," Ava mused. "I am a good leader, but I'm not convinced that's a masculine trait." I furrowed my brow. "How so? Hasn't it been the case for millennia that men rule as kings?" Ava scoffed, like the idea of men ruling was comical to her. Can't say she didn't have a reason not to think that way. "I'm not saying men can't be great leaders, but great rulers need a balance of masculine and feminine energy to reign effectively. You went too far into your masculine when you were trying to stage that coup, but in contrast, Cameron has leaned too far into his feminine. In this time of war, when his people need him to fight for them, he wants to sit in the palace gardens sipping mimosas." Ava went on. "On the other hand, there are many great rulers who come from a place of nurturing and caring for their subjects, which I'd argue is a feminine trait. I think at their core, the best rulers are rooted in feminine energy, even in times when they have to engage the masculine to get things done. In the Hawkeye tribe, women were the traditional leaders. Even when men served as chiefs, their wives had the important job of supporting and counseling them. Our matriarchal society worked well for hundreds of years, until women were pushed out of leadership roles and we took the masculine too far in the Hawkeye Civil War. My grandfather seemed to embody both traits. His energy must have been balanced, I noted. It was. That's what made Castiel so great. Ava dared to lean into me, her arm against mine, and it sent my world on fire. It's in my blood and my nature to be a leader, but I have to stay rooted in the feminine when making decisions, and I have to call upon the masculine to take action. I digested her words. I suppose, even in Elvish culture, the Holy Mother serves as a guide for the Emperor. It is the Emperor who delegates tasks, but ultimately, it's the Holy Mother who is leading the Emperor behind the scenes. It works out well to have both, Ava agreed. I think our problem is I've been playing a masculine role for so long, and it isn't working for us. We share a masculine-feminine wound. We need to fix it and reach a state of equilibrium, both in ourselves and in our relationship, before we can move forward. Neither of us can have too much of one or the other, because we need both to work in harmony. What exactly is a masculine-feminine wound, and how does it show up in our relationship? I asked. You've been taught this stuff for years, so you know more about this than me. I don't think it's just in our relationship, Ava said. I see it in our individual selves, wounds that were formed before either of us met. And because we've been hurt, we're avoiding stepping into our natural roles, because we're trying to protect ourselves from being hurt again. For me, so much has happened in my life that has made me feel like I have to take care of myself, because I struggle to believe that anyone else can. I've always been the kind of person who, if I wanted something done, I had to do it myself. My fingers wandered closer, daring to touch her skin, and she let me. I'd say that describes you pretty accurately. But that's not who I'm meant to be, Ava continued. It's a survival skill I adopted, but my struggles have reached the point where I have to admit I can't take care of myself all the time, and it's not just because I'm disabled. I need help in other ways, too, because otherwise I'm just dealing with one crisis after another without allowing my community to step in and support me. It's not sustainable. I want to let you take care of me, but I have a hard time with that because I've always had to be so strong. I want to enjoy the feminine aspects of myself, like listening to my intuition and being creative with music, but I can't because I've been so traumatized. Ava sighed. When Monica died, I wasn't strong enough to save her, so I learned that if I could be tougher, stronger, more brave, bad things wouldn't happen. I still love to shop and do my makeup and all of that, but those are the simple parts of my femininity that I can hold on to without any danger being involved. There's no risk to enjoying those things, because I won't lose anything. Those deeper parts of femininity, like allowing people to help me, forgiving others, and being gentle, is difficult for me. I love unconditionally, but my love is harsh. I don't think that's who you are deep down, I said. You keep people at a distance to protect yourself. I know, but I've come to see that by doing so, I've only hurt myself. I nudged her. You're not the only one responsible for causing hurt. If you have a feminine wound, then I have a masculine one. The masculine is supposed to be the provider, right? I grew up unable to provide for myself, and I didn't have any strong masculine role models. My grandpa was the best role model I ever had, but I didn't have enough time with him, and we both know my dad isn't a man worth looking up to. I don't know if I ever learned how to react logically and think things through, because I always had to take each moment as it came. I didn't have a future to plan ahead for, so I learned to react out of emotion. My decision to pull the coup was one out of feelings, not logic. That's true, Ava said. You think with your heart, and I think with my head. You're too far into your feminine, and I'm stuck in my masculine. No matter how pissed off I am, I'm going to calculate my response so I can stick it to them. If it was me, I'd have done that coup right, because I'd have thought it out logically no matter how pissed off I was. I chuckled. Yeah, you would have. I don't think one way is better than the other. But I don't think we've been acting in ways that are authentic to us, Ava added. Maybe that's why we both chose to incarnate here together, to learn the duality of these roles. Ancestors know it seems to be the theme of our lives. What do you mean? Have you ever heard of twin flame mirroring? I shook my head. No, what is it? It's this concept I've been looking into. Because we're Menai, we're twin flames. Or at least, we used to be. A pang cut through my lungs, and I managed to utter. Even if we don't have a soul bond anymore, maybe this still applies. I want to hear what you know. Okay, well, Ava took a breath. According to lore, when your soul incarnates in two separate beings at the same time, it's because you've chosen to come to Earth to learn intense life lessons. Your twin flame becomes a mirror for you, reflecting back your deepest fears and insecurities so you can both learn and grow at a rapid pace. I think we could feel this mirroring in our soul long before we even met, like how your issues with food security showed up in my food anxiety years before you came to Kimpago. I'm wondering if this twin flame mirroring is what's causing our masculine-feminine wound within the relationship, because obviously it's more than just an individual problem if we keep triggering each other and perpetuating the wounds. It's interesting, I mused. So how can we heal? For starters, it gives us understanding on what we're going through and what our job is moving forward, Ava said. We have these wounds because we're supposed to gain a better understanding of these energies. But we can't keep holding up the mirror to one another while doing nothing. We've exposed these wounds, and now we have to help each other find balance. I think we know what our goal is going forward. I need to work on getting comfortable with my masculine side, and you need to embrace your feminine. The challenge is going to be putting that into practice and balancing it within the relationship. I don't want to go too far to one side, because there are feminine aspects of myself I like, and masculine parts of you that work for us, like caring for Casey. I let my feminine side come out around him because I like caring for and nurturing him. But are you doing that because it's your role, or because you're trying to provide the emotional support Casey needs when I can't step up and give that to him? Ava wondered. There were no accusations in her tone, but there was an edge of heartbreak. No matter what she said about not wanting to be around him, that she wasn't able to was bothering her. I thought about it for a few moments, but I felt conflicted. I'm not sure. I love being there for him in every way I possibly can. I've never loved anyone more, apart from you, but that's a different kind of love. I never thought I'd be a good dad because I didn't have a good role model, but with Casey, I get a chance to be the man I never got in my life. That's great, but listen to what you're saying, Ava said gently. You're trying to heal your masculine wound through Casey. I was dumbstruck by her insight. I never thought of it that way. If I'm doing that, how do I stop? I still want to take care of him. I'm not saying it's wrong, Ava insisted. I think it's a wonderful thing that children can help you learn and grow, but you have to be aware of what's going on so you don't take it too far. You can become your own role model, but you can't end up relying on Casey, because he won't be able to heal what's broken. I don't want a baby to fix our marriage, because I don't think that's the right answer. I was appalled by the suggestion. No, never. To put that weight on Casey's shoulders would be wrong. He's not a miracle cure, but I'd be lying if I said this kid didn't give me hope. But that hope can only serve as a catalyst for what needs to be done, for the work we need to put in. We have to put that work in whether Casey's around or not, or this is never going to work out. I'm not doing this because we had a baby. I'd have done this work with you regardless, because whether we have a kid together or not, I want you in my life. I don't just want to be a good dad. I want to be a great husband. Ava nearly seemed like she couldn't believe it. I wasn't sure until now. I thought maybe you were doing this for him. I'm doing this for us. She emitted a soft breath. Oh. The soft admission was the reassurance she'd been looking for, even if she wasn't aware she needed it. I know this isn't easy, I whispered. Ava nearly sounded choked up, though it wasn't enough to let me in. She still wasn't there yet. Look at you. You're so good at this gentleness. I wish I had more of that within me. Maybe if I did, I could be a better mother. Ava, it's not your fault. But it feels like it is, she admitted, and the slightest bit of vulnerability came through as she started to cry. I physically can't. And it's hard to know whether that's just a state of postpartum or if I truly can't do it. Hell, if anything broke me, it would be this conversation. You can do anything you set your mind to, because you're Ava. Nothing stops you, and nothing ever has. You just have to get out of your own way. What if I can't this time? What if I'm going to be a bad mom? Ancestor, she couldn't say that. It tortured me to hear that come out of her mouth. I didn't know if this was the right move, but I couldn't let her say that to me without doing something to comfort her. I put my arm around her, bringing her close and trusting that this was the right call. You could never be a bad mom, okay? It's not in you, because you were never a bad wife. I could feel her heartbeat thrumming against mine as she whispered, "How do you know?" "Because I know who you are, and that's not you. You don't trust in yourself enough, but even after everything we've been through, I know you. You want to learn how to trust me more? Trust me with this." Ava sniffled. "I feel like shit because I called you a bad husband. That was a cruel thing to say to you." "It was, because you know what? You were right," I insisted. "I haven't been measuring up to everything I could be lately. You're pushing me to be the best I can be. That's what marriage is supposed to do. So don't blame yourself for it. If you're pushing yourself to be the best, I should push myself to be a mom too, even if it's not what I want." Her voice cracked as she wiped her nose. "You can't do that with a baby. You need more time, so give yourself some. I've got things handled until you're ready to decide where to go from here. Casey's fine. He's not going anywhere. But his mom needs to get herself right first, and so does his dad. That's the only way we're going to figure things out." She hiccuped, and it nearly broke my heart all over again. "I guess." I pulled her closer. "What do you need from me?" "I need you to keep trying," she said. "That's what helps the most, so I don't feel like I'm doing this alone." "I will," I promised. "I'm here for you always." Ava began to sob harder. Her shoulders shook with the intensity of the emotional release, and I began rocking her back and forth. I didn't press, just rubbed her shoulder and encouraged her to let it all out. After a few minutes, her sobs quieted. When she finally spoke again, her voice sounded stronger. "I feel like I've been holding that in forever. Crying is such a vulnerable, feminine trait, and I've resisted it for so long. It feels good to let it out." She wiped the tears from her cheeks and sat up straighter. "We know what I need from you, but what do you need from me?" I didn't have to think about it. The answer was immediate. "I need you to accept my help. You have to let me take care of you. It doesn't have to be all the time, because I still want you to feel independent, but we have to get on the same page about what works for us, instead of you pushing me away until you can't anymore." "I can work on letting you in," Ava agreed. "But that's still my problem. What can I do for you?" I mused on it for a few moments. I suppose I could use encouragement. Like when I was building that fire and you were telling me I was doing a good job. It really helped. I want to know what's helping you so I can keep doing more of it. I feel so lost if I don't know what you need. I haven't known, not for a long time. I just want to make you happy, Ava, and I want to make my son happy. If I can do that, I'll figure out the rest." "Well, if you're putting forth the effort, that's all I really wanted. I don't want to give up on what we are ever again, even if this really is over between us," I admitted. "We're not together yet, I know that, but I have enough hope that we might be able to build something new with the broken pieces we have. That's all I want." Almost silently, Ava hushed. "Me too." Warmth bloomed in my chest, and I drew away from Ava. Spirit magic glowed from the center of her heart space, forming into an image in my mind as the magic transcended my physical body. Ava grabbed my arms tightly as she went breathless. "Charlie, we're glowing." I scrambled to find my tongue, swallowing hard. I could see it. What's going on? "It must be part of the spell my parents left us," Ava remarked. She turned and began flipping through the journal. "It says we have to lay out our wounds and define our roles, and since we opened up and we're on the same page, it must have triggered the magic. Is the spell done then, or what do we do?" Ava read from the journal. "We still have to look into each other's hearts to witness each other's true intention. I think we have to." Her voice trailed off as her fingers trailed over my skin, inching their way toward my chest. Mesmerized by the spirit magic emanating from her heart center, I reached out to touch it. Our fingers connected with each other's heart spaces at the same time, and that was the moment everything shifted. The world flipped upside down as the solid ground disappeared from beneath us. The sounds of rain pounding through the canopy disappeared, and the scent of smoke rising from the nearby campfire vanished. I landed somewhere outside of time and space, inside some sort of vision. The scent of raspberries filled my nose, reminding me of Ava, though I could no longer feel her across from me. The only visual cues I received from the vision was the image of a pulsating light that glowed and dimmed with the sound of Ava's voice. "I didn't want to end the world," she hushed. "I only wanted to end people's suffering. I was trying to create a new realm where suffering didn't exist. I truly thought I was doing the right thing." She wasn't defending herself, merely providing an explanation, and it wasn't one I could dispute. When this spirit spoke to me in Ava's voice, it wasn't mere words. It held all of her intention and infused everything she felt into my soul until I understood her on a deeper level than I'd ever had before. Ava had tried to explain this to me before, but until I felt it the way she had, I couldn't understand. Now I comprehended the agony of what suffering had done to her, the desperation she clung to, the desire she felt to ensure no one ever had to face the horrors she'd been through. Tears pricked at my eyes, for I felt wholly devastated by the pain I caused through my misunderstanding. "I thought you were trying to kill everyone to get back at me," I told the glowing orb. "I ended our bond so I could save their lives." "I wasn't trying to kill anyone," the orb replied. "I wanted to end everyone's pain, and that was the only way I could think to do it." I squeezed my eyes shut to let the tears fall down my face, but the glowing spirit remained in my vision. "I didn't plan for anyone to get hurt either." When I spoke, the words came with a flood of emotions that spilled out of me. I was certain Ava could feel it the same way I felt her intention in my bones. It's true that I had plans to stage a coup if Castiel was unable to rule, because I didn't trust my father. But I didn't plan to lock you up. I wanted you to help me take over, for us to do it together. But when Castiel died, I got terrified of losing you. I never would have done that if he hadn't perished. I thought I was protecting you. I was afraid of losing the people I cared about most. I wanted to save everyone I loved, not destroy them." The spirit orb pulsed with Ava's voice. "We tried to save everyone, but we can't save them until we save ourselves. Are you with me?" "I'm with you. Always," I promised. The world turned on itself again, sending me tumbling out of the vision. I slammed back to the earth, and the sound of rain returned. Ava gasped from beside me, and I reached out to find her now that the spirit orb had vanished. She gripped my arms to steady herself. "Charlie, tell me that was you in that vision." "I was there with you," I gasped. "But it was more than just you. It was like a piece of your spirit had opened up to me. One I'm not sure you even have access." Ava swallowed audibly. "I don't know how that was possible. You destroyed my half of our soul when you severed our bond." "I know, but it still came through all the same. I heard everything you said. It was like your words didn't matter as much as your intention. It was so profound." "I could finally see your heart for its truth," I agreed. "It was like I was pulled out of my own mind and put into yours, unclouded by my own perceptions." "Yes," Ava's voice cleared, like she could understand things for the first time. "I understand. I accept you." I managed to speak the words, breaking upon me like the fall of night. "I accept you." Everything changed. Wind swept through the trees as my elemental powers flooded back into me. The rain let up, and the sounds of nighttime insects filled the air. Ava shifted to crawl toward the opening of our shelter to peer outside. "The storm ended. The skies are clearing to reveal the stars. I can feel it." I lifted my palm and sent tiny whirlwinds of air swirling over her skin. She laughed like it tickled, and I smiled. "My powers are back. I guess that means Oberei approves, which means so do my parents. Our work here is done. You could use your air powers to fly us off this island. Now let's get you back into a warm bed. And someplace with indoor plumbing," she added. I cradled Ava in my arms and helped her out of the shelter. She clung to me so tightly that I couldn't bear to let her go. I didn't think she wanted me to either, because she leaned her head on my shoulder and drew a deep, relaxing breath. I didn't place her back in her chair. Instead, I commanded my air power to swirl beneath my feet and flew back toward the palace with her in my arms, her chair soaring behind us. Ava snuggled against me as we flew back under the cover of night. We landed on our private balcony, and I carried her inside. I set her on the bed. I fluffed a pillow and placed it behind her back for support, then sat beside her. "Thank you, Charlie, for everything." I stroked her hair back. "Of course, I'm here to help. I know, but it's taken me a long time to trust that." "Are you saying you trust me?" My heart lifted at the hope that something between us that I'd broken had been repaired. "I always have, in a way. I could always trust you with my life. I've just struggled to trust you with my heart. But maybe that's more of a problem with myself than it is with you. It's not. You gave me your heart, and I broke it. I understand why you're holding back. Still, I can't keep holding back and expect trust to be built without giving you a second chance to take it in your hands. It'll take time to earn your trust back, because I know what it's like to break you. It's not a mistake I'm willing to make again, ever. And I need to ask you a question. Will you return the things I gave up?" I nearly burst with delight when she said that. "Of course. Just let me know what you need and consider it done." Ava paused. "What is it?" I asked apprehensively. Did she want to change her mind? "I just realized I don't need any of that stuff," Ava said. "They're just things, and I made so many people happy when I gave them away. When I donated my wedding dress, it was to a girl who needed it. I was blessed enough to share my abundance with all of Elameth. I think it's more important that I trust you enough to ask, even if I don't actually need you to restore my things." Her words felt as holy as being in the presence of a deity, because my heart expanded to unimaginable proportions. When Ava had said she moved back in and took only what she needed, I didn't understand what she meant at the time. Now I heard her loud and clear. All she needed was me. I never felt so profoundly loved. It hit me how incredibly significant this whole ritual truly was. Ava had relinquished her things because she loved me. She was a materialistic person who would never do this for someone she didn't care about, but she gave all those things away because she considered me more valuable than all of it. Nobody ever thought of me in that way before. Most people didn't even bother to consider me, but even now, I remained the son to her. As touched as I was, I couldn't stand the thought of not giving back to her in the way she gifted all her love to me. I had to make this right. My hand went from her hair to her shoulder. I could feel the thin fabric of her dress, which had worn from so many washes. "You can't wear this dress forever," Ava scoffed. "Of course not, but I can get different clothes. I don't need my old ones back. I need a fresh start anyway. We could start with a new wardrobe." I couldn't stand the thought of her wearing that dress for another day. I wished to forego my pledge to give up my illusion magic and use my elf powers again just to make her something to wear. I could create a silk nightgown for her in a second, and 100 more dresses she could choose from every morning. But resorting to magic to fix this would negate the entire point of the ritual. I had to do this in the way of our ancient ancestors and get her things back without the use of magic, just as I'd done when I climbed that mountain, and how we worked together on that island. As Ava's powers proved, magic was never a guarantee, and I wanted to provide for her without it. "There's got to be something you regret giving up and want me to get back for you," I insisted. "What about Monica's armband?" Ava hesitated, like she wasn't sure. "I gave it to a child who needed a friend. I couldn't possibly ask for it back." I picked up on the meaning behind those words. Maybe I knew her that well by now, but I saw the truth she wouldn't admit, even to herself. She could never give Monica up, and that armband meant the world to her. She wanted it returned, but she knew how much it meant to that child. She was putting that child's wants before her own, and as much as I admired her for it, I wasn't sure that was the right decision. "You don't have to ask for it back," I said. "That's my job." "Charlie, that's literally stealing from a child." "Which is supposed to be easy, right?" I teased. Ava snorted. "Just because it's easy doesn't make it okay. We're trying not to be the bad guys anymore, remember?" I held my hands up in surrender. "I promise my days of thieving are behind me. I won't be stealing anything. You better not, she warned. It's okay, Charlie. I'm ready to let her go. She wasn't. She never would be. I wasn't sure how I was going to get that armband back, but I'd figure out a way to do it that didn't hurt anyone, only help everybody involved. Ava reached out for me, and something weird happened then. Something so natural I didn't think either of us noticed. I found myself lowering myself to the bed beside her, and Ava stroked her fingers through my hair, welcoming me in. I lay near, taking in her warmth and the slow rhythm of her breath. I'll find a way to restore your possessions, I promise. Then we'll be able to bring our baby home and be a family. It was all I ever wanted, and she knew it too. Her fingers stilled in my hair, and she shifted to wrap her arms around me. By the ancestors, it felt amazing to be so close to her. I never wanted this, us, to end. It would kill me if it did.
Chapter 22. Ava-Marie. We'd made a ton of progress on the island, but now that we were back home, we had to face the inevitable truth of what reconstructing our marriage looked like in the real world. I worried a part of what we'd shared together within the woods had to stay there, because I didn't know how the pieces we'd worked to repair would fit into our lives here. On that island, I'd been so focused on restoring our love that it hadn't crossed my mind what we'd do with Casey once we got back. I hadn't held Casey since my mom had asked me to. It still felt strange every time I looked at him. It was easier to think of him as Charlie's baby, and not mine. It was getting close to the point where Casey would be able to leave the NICU and come home, and I didn't know what I was going to do then. He'd be moved into Charlie's quarters, obviously, and we'd be sharing the same space all the time. I wouldn't be able to avoid him. But I already felt like a stranger in my own home, and I worried that inviting Casey in would make me feel pushed out, like there wasn't enough room for all of us in Charlie's life. It was okay if Casey took my spot. He was a baby, and he'd done nothing wrong. If there was only so much to go around, he deserved that. I just wasn't sure how to rearrange my life, our life, so that everything would fit. It didn't seem like I could. But I had to, because that's what Charlie and I did. We always found a way. And if what happened on that island was any indication, then we'd figure it out in the midst of our healing. I had to remain optimistic about that. My worries only grew when I awoke that morning to find Charlie already out of bed and getting dressed. We hadn't fooled around last night, and I missed it. We were still too worried about connecting through intimacy that neither of us had tried. "Where are you off to this early?" I asked. Charlie buttoned his collar.
"The doctors summoned us for a meeting. They said Casey will be ready to come home tomorrow. They want us in for a consultation and to sign the paperwork to release him. Isn't that great?"
Charlie wore a bright smile that only made me crumble. He was elated that we were going to be a family, which I knew was everything to him. It worried me. I'd given him a baby, but could I give him a family? My throat closed around my words. "Charlie, I can't go." He rushed to sit beside me on the bed. He took my hand and squeezed it.
"I know this isn't easy, but we'll make it through this together."
Charlie was acting like everything would go back to normal now, like nothing had changed. But it had. Everything had changed. "I'm just not ready to deal with this," I admitted. He nodded.
"That's okay. Only one of us needs to be there. I'll go, so you don't have to."
Charlie didn't understand what I was saying, and it wasn't because I was holding myself back. I couldn't put my thoughts into words because I didn't quite understand how I felt. I wished that I could open my heart to him like we had on the island, so he could see everything I couldn't say. But all I could manage to choke out was, "Thanks."
"Don't mention it."
Charlie stood.
You can wear some of my clothes if you want. I know they won't fit well, but it might be better than wearing the same dress you have been for a while.
There was no way I was doing that. They'd smell like him, and it would drive me mad. My feminine side prodded me to say yes, but the masculinity in me demanded it wasn't safe. So I said, I'm fine. Thanks for the offer, though.
Oh, okay. I'll see you later.
Charlie shoved his hands into his suit pockets and gave an awkward nod before leaving the room. For fuck's sake, this was insane. Charlie and I had done so much work to get back to a good place. So why couldn't I just accept this and move forward with him? I needed to think. Charlie and I had to be more alike than I thought. Because if there was one thing that helped him when his head wasn't screwed on straight, it was sinking his fists into a punching bag. I figured I'd try sinking my knives into a target. I got back into my tattered dress, pulled myself into my chair, and headed down to the Demigod Training Center. I'd been training alongside the Firebirds for months, preparing for our next inevitable fight. But right now, I had to be alone. Hours passed as I threw my blades, but my head was still reeling. I didn't know if this was actually helping me think or just distracting me. Those divorce papers were still sitting in Charlie's quarters. We had the chance to tear them up last night, but didn't. What was I still waiting for? To become a mother? To rise to power? I didn't even know if I could do both. I knew many empresses had raised children before me, but this was a time of war, the worst war the world had ever seen. The realms were on the line, and so was my family. I didn't know if I could keep them safe while accomplishing what needed to be done. I practiced with my bow and the knives all day, repeating the movements until it became natural to wield them. My knives were hitting the target every time. When out of the corner of my eye, I saw Callie run by the open door. Shit, she started in a panic. Shit. I'm gonna fucking kill Cameron. Kill who? I asked, not sure if I'd heard her right. Callie? Callie! She didn't stop when I called after her, so I knew something was wrong. I hurried after her as she made a direct line for the throne room. What the hell is going on? My words fell away. Shock made it so I couldn't finish my sentence. Chasm was kneeling on the floor, bound by chains, as 10 guards surrounded him. Bruises masked his face, and small injuries dripped ichor. It looked like he'd been in a rotten fight. He must have been found while in hiding and dragged here. For fuck's sake, one of the guards had a sword to Chasm's throat. And by the look on his face, all he was waiting for was Cameron's order to swing. It looked like he was about to give it. Chasm's mate, Sigrid, was also bound, though it took half the palace's guard to hold her down. The chains around her form rattled as they struggled to contain her magic. Blood ran from her mouth and was streaked across the floor, as if she'd bitten and torn into the first guard who'd stopped her from getting to her mate. The audacity was absolutely atrocious. These were the king and queen of the Fae, one of our few surviving allies, and he had them in chains. How completely idiotic could Cameron be? The throne room was packed with people. Oberoi growled lowly, his hackles raised as he snarled at the Emperor. Marcus barely restrained himself, body quaking as his eyes flashed from Cameron, then to Callie. Charlie was here too, though he didn't know what to do. His jawline was set with an edge of rage as his fists shook at his sides, though he didn't speak up or intercede. I couldn't blame him for freezing. He didn't have any political power anymore. Cameron had stripped it all away. Callie had already ripped her sword from its sheath, pointing it at Cameron. Set my brother loose. I won't ask twice. Insolence will not be tolerated in the Elvish court, Cameron yelled, already sounding like a whiny baby. This whelping brat needs to learn when to hold his tongue.
Because I did as Fae do and called you what you are, Chasm spat. A coward emperor who hides away in his castle while his people die. Have you ever bloodied your sword? Because I would rather linger within the darkness of the underworld for an eternity and a year than allow my people to perish while I do nothing to help them. You are asking me to commit suicide, Cameron snarled. I asked you to help us bring Fae captives imprisoned by the mission back to Elamanth. There are thousands of soldiers being held in Malovia since it was overrun. Good Fae with strong magic trapped who could use our help. Our spies have confirmed they are being held in the town of Phospha, which I assure you is quite penetrable and could be overtaken. To rescue them is not just a favor to us, it is a benefit to you, as Elamanth's forces would be twice as strong if we were to save the Fae that remain captured under the mission's eye, Chasm hissed. We cannot beat Dr. Taurus without greater numbers, and this is our only chance to grow them, yet you slink away as a worm into your hole, dragging us all down into the dirt with you to become corpses. I call 1,000 shames upon your house, and spit humiliation upon your name.
I'd never seen Callie's brother so furious. Chasm was such a gentle, soft-spoken person. But a fiery wolf raged within him once confronted with another king's weakness.
Who said anything about beating Dr. Taurus? Cameron said with a wave of his hand. I find we are quite comfortable here.
This shield will not hold up forever, and neither will our supplies. We are running out of food, Sigrid cried.
You got past the shield somehow, so I don't see where that's a problem, Cameron sneered.
This was exactly why Chasm and Sigrid had been hiding with Callie's parents. Now that they were exposed, so was our hole in the shield. Cameron shrugged.
It's irrelevant, because the palace has plenty of supplies to last the royal court for some time.
In other words, if Cameron wasn't going hungry, nobody else mattered. Sigrid gritted her teeth. We must confront the mission soon, before we are on the edge of starvation, and we cannot do that without more soldiers.
And why should I take orders from you? Cameron sneered. You have lost your country, and I am trying not to lose mine. You are no longer a queen, so why do you holler like a bitch dog when hit?
Chasm burst into a fit of Malovian that sounded like curses, straining against the chains. Callie took on a defensive stance, getting ready to attack. Insult the Fae Queen again, and you won't have to worry about what my brother says next, because I'll spear my sword through your ears. It will be easy to do, as there isn't a brain in the middle to block my blade's strike.
Why should I care about a bunch of Fae prisoners? Cameron said in a sniveling tone. Queen Emmeline is not here to back you up, and neither is King Ethan. They are preoccupied elsewhere, and I doubt they will be pleased to hear their children had the gall to speak out against an emperor.
If this guy thought Emma was going to take the news well that Cameron had decapitated her son, he was a raving lunatic. She was going to cut him into pieces and scatter him throughout Elamanth by the time she got done making that hole in the afterlife for us to get through. That was for sure. My brother is the ruler of the Fae. He leads a kingdom that is equally strong in comparison to yours, with vast wealth, incredible history, and warriors who are unrivaled on the battlefield. Callie's sword glinted as she lifted it higher. He is not some jester you can order around as you see fit. Cameron rolled his eyes.
This boy does not take after his parents, and is no true monarch. I refuse to take him seriously. He has insulted me beyond repair, so I say he shall die.
You kill my brother, you end any alliance you have with the Fae, and I'll have your head before his own hits the ground." Callie took a threatening step forward. A couple of guards planted themselves in front of Cameron, but honestly, good luck. Callie would cut through them and end Cameron before this court had anything to say about it. She'd slain far worthier opponents in front of me without stopping to take a breath between. Cameron lifted his lip in distaste. "It's too bad you lost your ability to shift. Your white fur would have made a pretty cloak for me to adorn." Marcus moved the second Callie was insulted, digging in his pocket to withdraw his wand. He blasted off a battle orb that crackled as it spun. It exploded into the peak of the throne, ripping off the intricate carving at the top. I knew Marcus, and I was certain he had lost his temper and fired without thinking. The only reason Cameron's head didn't get blown off was Marcus was a clumsy shot and he'd missed. Cameron gaped at the hole above his head, which was still smoking. "You shot me! Guards!" He called for help. But even so, no one in the throne room moved to his aid. Cameron's soldiers, council, and associates hesitated, not sure whether to take action and set off the powder keg in the room that was already about to blow. Marcus strode to stand beside Callie. "You strike Princess Kalina, the witches will turn against you." "Let them," Cameron boomed. "I'll fight you two. I'll fight all of you." This was quickly turning into a battle between the Fae refugees and the elves, and the other supernatural races would join in. If someone didn't put a stop to this immediately, there'd be blood in the palace and all throughout the streets. The warden wouldn't have to do anything to destroy what was left of our army, because we'd kill each other first. Not in my city. Cameron might have taken Charlie's political power, but he couldn't take mine, because Elvish culture demanded the Holy Mother be respected in all circumstances. Cameron could order all my authority to be stripped away, and nobody in this court would take him seriously, because I was the conduit of the Elvish goddesses. In this monarchy, he was ahead of me in the power structure, but he wasn't over me spiritually. I still had a voice, and I would use it. I had failed to rise as empress because I didn't trust myself to hold an entire empire on my shoulders after the destruction I'd caused. That ended now. Cameron was a spineless emperor whose inaction had killed enough people already. No matter how shitty of a job I'd do as a ruler, I couldn't do worse than him. I needed to think this through. I could become a leader, take this position from Cameron, but if I did, it would put my family in danger. I had two choices. I could stand down, and by doing so, protect Charlie and Casey, or I could speak out and make both of them a target. Either I had to let all these prisoners die by submitting to Cameron's will in order to keep my family safe, or I had to make my voice heard. I knew what it was like to be locked in a prison and to be left helpless. It went against my values to let these Fae waste away behind bars. I didn't have a choice, because I couldn't let these people die. Allowing these prisoners to die wasn't in me, even if it required taking a risk. Even so, I doubted I could take this much responsibility on my shoulders. What if I couldn't sustain an empire and a family? Charlie stepped forward. "If you're going to fight all these people, you'll have to fight me too." Cameron waved his hand. "Very well. You shall be the first I fall." The room went silent in shock. For as vile as Cameron was, few could believe he'd say that. "You would kill your own son?" Charlie asked in disbelief. It was one thing for Cameron to take Charlie's finger, and another for him to take his life. Cameron shrugged casually, his pathetic lips in a pout.
You don't understand how much I've done to separate myself from you already. It's too difficult to run an empire and be a parent. Gods know I couldn't do both. Being a parent is hard. I had to skip all my afternoon naps to watch you while your mother was at work, and interrupt my day every time I had to feed you.
Holy shit. Charlie's food insecurities had started long before he was on the streets. By the sound of it, Charlie didn't get fed as an infant unless Kelly was there. How Cameron had gotten 2 women to marry him, I'd never know. Because this guy was a real prick, and an even worse father. I didn't know how he came from Cassiel. Cameron wasn't a good mob boss, a good emperor, a good father, or a good spouse. He'd failed in every category. The idiot rambled on.
Here you are, as a fully grown man, continuing to disturb my peace. You've learned nothing. You'll understand my position once you take the throne. You love your son now, and I loved you when you came out, but that love has dwindled now that issues of more importance have risen to the surface. You'll come to find, in time, you will discard your own son for the benefits of your throne.
Fuck that. What was I worried about? Questioning if I could run an empire and keep a family. Cameron was a weakling, but I fucking wasn't. So I could accomplish what he wasn't capable of. He was a deplorable man to speak to his son this way. I didn't even have feelings for Casey, and I'd never say any of this shit to him. I was done letting Cameron rule. It was time for me to claim my crown, because whether I wanted it or not, no one could rule this kingdom like me. Cameron wanted people to fall at his feet, but he'd be falling at mine before the day was out. I was Ava-Marie walkin'. Nobody, especially Cameron, the worthless worm, could tell me what I wasn't capable of. I could save this empire, rebuild my marriage, and find a way to love Casey, all while beating the warden, and no one was going to stop me. I could be empress and still keep Charlie. I just had to prove to myself I was capable. The goddesses are against this. I raised my voice over all the others, coming to the center of the room. The area fell silent as I sat at the base of the stairs that led to the throne's dais, staring up at Cameron with resolve and without fear. Charlie paled. He was worried about me speaking out, what the repercussions would be if I stood against his father. He didn't want me to get hurt. But I wasn't in any danger, because Cameron blanched the moment he set eyes on me. He hadn't realized I was there. His fingers turned white as he gripped the armrests of his throne, acting as if I was a specter personally come to haunt him. Everyone in the room waited for my next words. I turned my head as I spoke to them all, raising my voice so everyone would hear. Carolyn and Idril want us to have courage. We should take action to rescue the Fae.
And how do you know? Have you heard Carolyn or Idril speak to you? How could you without any magic? Cameron sneered.
I don't need to hear their voices. To know what you're doing here is wrong, and the most foolish thing you could do. The goddesses would not support this mockery you've made of their empire, I said plainly. You have a lot of nerve. Insulting one of my ladies and threatening to behead one of our strongest allies? Cameron's lip quivered, but he managed to keep a straight face. My eyes surveyed the room and landed once again on Oberoi and the glint of the metal collar he bore. Why is that collar still on my familiar?
He's not your familiar anymore, Cameron seethed.
I raised an eyebrow. We'll see about that. I snapped my fingers. Oberoi, come here. He dutifully trotted over, the collar dangling on his neck. That collar prevented him from using magic, from shifting, from being who he truly was. He would be restrained no more. I hadn't taken it off yet because I knew the moment I did, there'd be no going back. I had to be sure of the moves I was making before I made them. But I was done with waiting, and it was past time to execute my master plan. I needed to make a statement. My fingers inched to wrap around the collar. Cameron began to bluster. "Don't you dare remove that collar or I'll—" "You'll what? What will you do?" I challenged. "Anyone who removes that collar from that animal shall be put to death." He stood from his throne, daring me to make another move. I dug into my pocket, withdrawing the throwing knife Danny had given me. Then I fitted into the lock on the collar, using the lock-picking skills Callie had taught me to break it loose. The collar came apart in 2 pieces, freeing Obereye. He shook his entire body, glad to be free of it. I turned toward Cameron. I then let the collar drop from my hand, and it clattered against the floor. "Then do it." A vein bulged in his temple. The entire room danced upon the edge of a precipice. He didn't order anyone to move to kill me, and nobody dared to pick up a weapon. Cameron sat back down, fingers grasping the wooden arms of the throne. I thought so. I stared at Cameron, and he stared back. No one dared to make a sound. The Emperor cleared his throat. "Everyone, leave us. I will speak only to the princess." In stunned silence, the throne room began to clear. The guards surrounding Chasm and Sigrid looked to Cameron, but he waved his hand and the Fae were released from their chains. Callie guided her brother out, giving me a nod of thanks. She knew I had this handled. Obereye licked my fingers, thank you for setting him free. Charlie pushed through the crowd to get to me, face stricken. "Ava, I can't leave you alone with this maniac," he hissed. "My father's capable of anything." "I'll be fine," I told him. "You need to trust me. Go." Charlie balked, unsure whether to walk away. Then Obereye nudged his legs, and Charlie managed to depart the room with the others, leaving Cameron and I alone. The moment the area was empty, Cameron let out a groan, shoulders sulking as he rubbed his temple. "You have no idea the burden this realm has placed upon my shoulders." "Then step down," I said plainly. "You don't want to do this anyway. You enjoy having the title of Emperor and the glory that comes with it, but you hate the responsibility." "What do you suggest I do? I can't get out of it!" His voice, a desperate wail, echoed off the walls. He stepped down from the raised dais, coming closer to me. He took a seat on a nearby bench. I came close, daring to approach. "Pass it on to me," I stated. "Give me your council and your associates to command. I'll take over running the Empire and the task of defeating the Warden. I'll handle all the stress and pressure of winning the war. You can continue doing all the things you enjoy, the parties, the feasts, all of it. There won't be anything for you to worry about except continuing to be the figurehead people want you to be." "I would be Emperor only in name," Cameron burst. "And what's wrong with that?" I demanded. "You can return to a comfortable life. Allow me to take the pain away. You want your people to see you as a great emperor. Let me mold your image into one, without any effort on your behalf." He became a stuttering mess. But I... "Face it, Cameron. You hated this role from the beginning. It's why you ran away. But you're not some illustrious figure, and you're even worse at being a tyrant." I frowned. Everyone expects you to be your father, and you're not. Cameron's shoulders dropped.
You're right. I could never take my father's place. Cassiel expected me to become him my whole life, and I am sick of standing in his shadow. I am not my father's son, nor am I his puppet. All of this, it's too hard.
I despised the self-pity in his tone. This fool didn't realize he could have been just as strong a leader as Cassiel, perhaps even greater, if he had taken his position seriously and listened to Cassiel's teachings. The elves worshipped their monarchs. He wouldn't have had to do much to be seen as a god to them for the rest of history. But no, he wanted to whine that it wasn't fair he'd been thrust into such a complicated and overwhelming role. It's too hard. What a wretched maggot he was. I'd done a lot of hard things in my life, and things kept getting harder. I think I liked it that way. Nothing was worthy of my time if it wasn't a fight to get it. The struggle entertained me. Cameron saw his crown as a burden. I saw it as a gift. So I would take it. And this bastard was going to give it to me and think it was his idea. If it's too hard, allow me to give you a way out, I offered gently. I know you're breaking under all this pressure. The weight of an empire is too much for anyone to carry. Stunned, he rasped,
I'm surprised you know how I feel.
Of course I know how you feel. I'm your holy mother. The lie rolled off my tongue, and I was shocked it sounded genuine because in no world could I ever imagine understanding how this weakling felt. But I was smart, and I'd studied people for years, so I could make an educated guess. It wasn't a shock my guess had been right. Step aside and let me help you.
If anyone finds out, I'll be ruined, Cameron blubbered. It would embarrass me to no end if word got out that I gave all my authority to the princess.
No one has to know it's me. We can say that it's you coming up with all the plans and giving the orders. You can order your council and your associates to keep it a secret. That way the public doesn't know you've handed the decision-making over to me.
Cameron's eyes widened. And you're okay with doing that? It feels wrong to give this kind of duty to someone I view as a child.
I'm a bad kid. I grew up in the prison system. I've killed people, and I've done all kinds of terrible things. And I know how the warden works. I'm used to this life, I said soothingly. But you aren't. It would be beneath you to engage in this kind of behavior. Someone with your kind of established upbringing shouldn't be forced to participate in a war you have no knowledge of how to win.
Cameron nodded. No, I shouldn't be, should I? It's wrong that everyone is forcing me into this. After all, I didn't choose this war.
Because everyone who participated in war had chosen it. But I pretended to agree. Correct, I nodded alongside him. But I did. I've always wanted to fight the warden, and I'm good at doing it. So use me, and use my talents. That's what an emperor does, wields the people at his disposal. Let me take care of the mission, and when the war's done, everyone will see you as a hero. You'll have saved your people. You just need me to do all the hard things for you. Let me take this burden off your shoulders, and once it's over with, the elves will declare you the greatest emperor who ever lived and worship at your feet for protecting them against such a powerful threat. I'll go back to being the Holy Mother, just the Holy Mother, and no one will be the wiser. He walked right into my trap.
That's exactly what I was thinking. We're on the same page.
Cameron figured he'd be there to take all the credit once I got done doing the work. What he didn't comprehend is all his subjects had already realized who was really in control here. Everyone in this city knew. It didn't matter, so long as he didn't see it that way. Cameron wore the brightest smile that I'd seen him don in ages.
You are wise beyond your years, princess. Very well. I will give you control of my council and army, and once the war is over, you can give my duties back to me.
That's precisely what will happen. I was proud I kept any sarcasm out of my voice. If this is our plan, we might as well get started. I'll handle the Malovian business first. Cameron jumped up from his seat, already rushing off to do as I said. I waited for a short while before he came back, gesturing for me to follow. I trailed him until he led me into a council room off his chambers. His elvish associates and council members were already there, gathered around a wide table. Upon it was a map of Malovia, markers placed to indicate where the mission was holding Fae captives. Cameron cleared his throat before he spoke.
The princess will be taking over our council meetings from now on. All orders she gives are to be followed, no questions asked. I will be relaxing in my quarters, and do not wish to be disturbed. If you have need of something, ask the Holy Mother.
He fled the room, giddy to hand off his responsibilities. None of the council members tried to stop Cameron from leaving. All eyes were on me. He'd already made them swear to keep this a secret, though the truth wouldn't stay hidden for long. They were merely waiting for me to tell them what to do. I rolled up to the war table, laid my hands across the maps that were spread there, and stated, "Let's get to work." My friends were all waiting in the lounge room near Charlie's quarters once the meeting was finished. Expectant gazes landed on me as I entered, mostly Chasm and Sigrid's, who had both noticed the rolled-up map I carried. "We're moving in to save the Fae tonight," I said. "The army's already mobilizing to take a stand against the mission."
Thank the gods, Chasm moaned. And here I was thinking we'd have to assassinate an emperor.
Charlie didn't say anything, but his tense shoulders softened at the sound of my voice. He'd worried Cameron was going to hurt me. As if the fool could touch a hair on my head and I wouldn't make him pay dearly for it.
Cameron's okay with this? Marcus asked.
He doesn't get any say in it. Cameron handed his power over to me, I stated.
You manipulated him into giving you the throne?
Charlie's expression was aghast, as if he couldn't believe it. I prefer the term persuaded. I folded my hands in my lap. I pointed out he didn't enjoy the more complicated duties of being emperor, and told him to let me take over while he stepped aside. He was happy to get rid of his responsibilities. Until the war is over, the Empire's power resides with me. Until the war is over, huh? A knowing smile came onto Callie's face. Of course. And for the rest of his life, because I'm not handing it back. But he doesn't need to know that, I replied. I've already spoken with the council and looked at the prisoners' location. They're being held in the Malovian town of Phospha, which the mission has seized and converted into a prison camp. There's a lake about a mile away on the east side, which has a reflective surface. We can use elf portals to transport our army through to the lake and move large numbers of refugees back here. We'll portal there, emerge silently through the water, and sneak the Fae out of town. There are thousands of prisoners in that town. We'll be caught trying to sneak them out. A battle is bound to break out, Sigrid said. Which we must prepare for. Because our only other option is to let these people die at the hands of the mission, I insisted. We have two objectives. First, we get as many people out as we can before the guards can launch an attack. Then, once the refugees are free, we take down the guards and destroy the city on our way out. We don't want the mission to have another stronghold, especially one so close to Elamanth. So this camp has got to go. I spread out the map that I'd brought, and everyone gathered to inspect it. Here's what we're working with. Phospha is bordered by woods to the north and an open field to the south. The entire city is surrounded by a stone wall, which is why the mission picked this city to set up their camp.
That city looks huge, Marcus noted. How can we possibly get so many people out?
Because most of the town's residents died in the siege, I explained. According to our intel, Phospha is relatively deserted. The city is built for 100,000 citizens, but from what our spies can tell, there are only 2,000 refugees inside. That's still a lot of people to move, Callie said, sounding more curious than hopeless. How many mission members are we up against? There are 3 guards for every prisoner, but our army is large enough to rival theirs. We can take them. Chasm wore a thoughtful expression.
It may sound like a lot of soldiers, but we might be at an advantage here. Phospha is so big that it's actually a good place to attack, because the mission's soldiers can't cover the whole thing with the numbers they have stationed there. There will be entire sections of the city that are undefended, so we'll be able to sneak in.
Exactly. We'll start by breaking their wards, which Marcus and Callie can do without setting off any alarms. Our soldiers will scale the walls to sneak in, then assassinate the guards at the city gates and work on sneaking refugees out.
Can't we just portal through the gates? Marcus wondered.
Not without being able to see where we'd end up, I noted. If we're opening random portals throughout the city, we run the risk of being spotted too early.
Chasm gave a firm nod. Just tell us where you need us, and we'll get the job done.
Chasm, you know this city better than any of us, so I want you leading the ground troops into Phospha, I ordered. Marcus and Callie will go ahead and break the wards, and then your battalion will begin evacuations. Meanwhile, my soldiers will be hiding in the trees as reinforcements, ready to fight once the mission realizes what we've done. Oberai and I will be in the sky to assess and give orders on when it's time to move.
What about the warden? If he's around, he'll kill all of us, Marcus objected.
The warden is busy fighting the gods in the afterlife. By the time we get all those prisoners out and word gets back to him, we'll be gone, even if a fight breaks out, I said.
What about the anti-demigods? Naya, Deuce, Esther, and Mad Dog are bound to be somewhere, Marcus added.
Danny scoffed. We can handle a couple of losers.
Are we sure we've thought this through? Marcus pressed. The warden took all the divinity keys. He has ultimate power. We could be walking to our deaths just by going.
As long as I'm still alive, I will never accept defeat, I demanded. I don't care how much power the warden has. He's still alive, and so are we. So we keep fighting until he's dead or we are. I'm not giving in unless he's in the ground, even if I have to dig the hole myself. At least I'll make sure that my grave will be buried on top of his. Look, Marcus, if you don't want to fight, you're welcome to stay behind, Danny said.
I'm going. Gods, Marcus complained. I'm just saying we need to be careful.
No shit. Where'd you figure that? Danny asked. I'm with Ava. We don't need to overthink this. Let's put our cocks in our hands and go. That settled things. How are we getting there? Callie asked. There's no way in or out of Elamanth except through the hole you made, and the city is being watched. If any of the warden's spies see us leave through it, they'll find a way in. That's where you come in. I need you to create an illusion of the beach that projects outward, so any of the spies that are looking at it will just see a normal, empty beach. Once you do, we'll move the army there and slip through the hole. The illusion will conceal any movements we make. Then the elves will create a mirror portal out of the reflective surface of the ocean and will teleport through it to the lake in Malovia, I explained. Callie nodded. Makes sense. If we're going to do this, we need to move. Nightfall is approaching, and we have to be ready to move our army the minute it gets dark. People began moving to get ready for the fight. Charlie approached slowly. Obereye padding behind him.
I can't believe it, he started. Cameron gave you his power.
Words can be stronger weapons than swords. I just had to give Cameron what he wanted in return. Obereye snuggled his head into my lap, and I patted his furry ears. Charlie shook his head.
I should have relied on you all along. You're smarter than me. We could have come up with a better plan than the one I made. My idea got people killed and nearly ripped the Empire apart.
That's all in the past. We need to move forward now. I gripped the wheels of my chair. I need to get my throwing knives and my bow. I have to be just as prepared as everyone else is.
You can't go into battle. You don't have any magic. You'll be a target out there, Charlie argued.
This was my idea. I need to lead these people into battle and show that I believe in them, and you can't stop me. Help me be ready for it instead. Charlie paused. Obereye pawed at his leg, wagging his tail. What's he saying? I hated that I had to ask.
Obereye says he'll keep you safe, Charlie admitted reluctantly. I guess if you're coming with us, it's the best option.
Of course it is, I sighed. I just wish I had more gear. I'm not prepared for this. Princess, Drea's voice called from the door. I turned my attention to her. She was already in her armor and waiting to depart for battle. She approached once my eyes were on her. The Firebirds are waiting on your command.
The Firebirds?
Charlie questioned. My private military force, I explained, and his eyes grew wider. I've been training them for months, getting them ready for war.
What exactly have you been doing since we split up? Charlie asked, baffled.
Keeping myself busy. I looked to Drea. I have to gather my weapons. I'm going in along with everyone else.
Drea nodded.
If you're to lead us into battle, you need armor. I have just the solution. She indicated I should follow her, and I did, Charlie and Obereye trailing behind. She led me to an armory close by, throwing open the double doors. My jaw went slack as I entered into the armory, wandering past the swords and spears, to find a set of armor hanging upon the wall. The armor was gorgeous, the metal dyed an array of silver, red, and gold. Intricate details forged into the armor created the design of burning cinders. The shoulders flared to look like the edges of flames. A long red cape flowed behind the armor, stitched with the design of a white phoenix rising to the heavens. This was Aphane's armor, forged by Cassiel himself for his bride. As you are next in line to become empress, it is rightfully yours, Drea said. I had a few adjustments made to symbolize your leadership as the commander of the Firebirds. The armor was so beautiful that it rendered me speechless. Drea helped me put the set on. It was skillfully crafted and exceptionally light. Elven armor was meant to only cover the most vulnerable parts of the body, to leave room for soldiers to move quickly. I could maneuver in the armor easily, and any spells that weren't deadly would bounce off the metal without causing me harm. It felt as if I was wearing fire itself, a symbol of a woman emerging from the flames to bring an inferno upon her foes. Drea stepped back, observing me with an admirable gaze. You've truly come into yourself. My skin glowed underneath the weight of the armor. Obereye's eyes sparkled, and I told Charlie, come on, we need to hurry. We swung by the training room. I gathered my bow and arrows, along with my throwing knives, which fit in my armor. Charlie pulled a sword with a golden hilt from one of the racks before sliding it into a sheath around his waist. Since when do you know how to use a sword? I wondered. He'd wielded one before, but it wasn't his first choice. Charlie had always been one to fight with his fists.
Since Drea taught me. This sword was my grandfather's.
Then swing it well. He'd be proud of you. for not giving in to the warden. Charlie shook his head.
I don't know if he would be proud after everything I've done, but I plan to make him proud today.
I'm proud of you, I added, and a soft smile bloomed on his features. As long as you keep fighting, I always will be. His eyes gleamed before he nodded, taking a quickened breath.
Okay.
We left for the beach. Oberai transformed into a wyvern once we were outside the palace walls, shaking his scales and stretching out his wings with a long groan. It seemed he hated not being able to shift for so long, and finally felt relief now that he was able to take a different form. Charlie helped boost me onto Oberai's back and strap me into the saddle, then sat behind me as the wyvern took off. I left my chair behind, because there was no need to take it to where we were going. Charlie's hold tightened around me as we flew to the beach. The wind blew back my hair, and I leaned against him as we soared over the city. His arms wrapped tighter once I pressed back, signaling he was there. Why hadn't we done this more often? It was so peaceful and freeing. We often took rides on Oberai, though it was rarely together and almost never through the skies. I let myself relax, telling myself it was okay if Charlie made me feel at ease. We were working on fixing things. Might as well accept the good instead of trying to fight it. He didn't comment that this was weird, just rested his head on top of mine, and I let him. I think he enjoyed it too. I was glad neither of us were fighting this. I want to fly around more on Oberai when we get the chance, I called to Charlie. Together.
We will, Charlie promised. Whenever we can.
Oberai trailed down to the beach. Callie was near the water, her hands raised as she crafted an illusion to disguise the beach. Thousands of elvish warriors were there, waiting to go through the invisible hole in my shield. I felt a start of inspiration as I saw the shining red armor of my firebirds, every woman carrying a shield, sword, or spear. They looked brave and ruthless. I pitied anyone who stood in their way. Oberai landed, scattering sand everywhere. Callie dropped her hands and walked over to me, signaling her spell was complete. How long have we got before your illusion drops? I asked.
It'll hold until tomorrow evening, but we can't be messing around, she said. Let's get there and get back.
Danny approached, his sharp vampire eyes wandering upward.
What's your little sister doing here?
I turned. I spotted my sister's mane of red hair through the crowd. Alana was wearing a light blue bodysuit that was covered with the designs of ancient Hawkeye runes. Behind her was a group of around 50 other Tuakwa, all around her age, wearing the same bodysuit she was. She marched toward me with purpose, a blaze in her eyes that I often recognized in my own reflection. Her rainbow tigress Zareen followed with a low growl. Alana, what's going on? I asked. I heard about what you're doing, and you need Tuakwa soldiers, Alana said, putting a hand on her hip. The prison is near water. That's our tribe's weapon of choice. We can help you if you let us.
This is dangerous, Charlie argued. A battle is no place for a bunch of kids.
I snorted. Like we aren't kids ourselves. I'm of age now, and I'm tired of sitting around doing nothing while the warden destroys everything, Alana argued. This is my fight, as much as it is yours, so I'm coming no matter what anyone has to say about it. What about your friends? I looked at all the Tuakwa students behind her, but honestly, they looked more like her troops than her companions. They were all gazing at Alana like they considered her to be the one in charge. They'll listen to me, Alana promised. We'll all work together.
Yeah, it was Alana's idea to start a group of young fighting Tuakwa. One of the boys spoke up. We've been training in secret for months, and she's our leader. We'll follow whatever she says.
I'm no leader, Alana argued. Looks like you are, I replied. If you want to help, I'm in total support. I know there's no stopping a Mito woman when she sets her mind to something. You can stay by the lake and prevent the mission from coming after us as we're leaving through the portal, because it's going to happen. They're going to chase us. Your job is to stop them. Alana nodded. We can easily do that. No one is getting past our waves. I smirked. Do Mama and Daddy know you've started a secret fighting group? Alana raised an eyebrow. Did Mom and Dad know about all the crazy stuff you did until after you did it? Nope. Let's keep it that way. I shot a glance across the beach, where my parents were receiving their orders from Eldon. Nadine and Ethan were with them. The only parents that weren't coming were Lucas and Emma, who were still in Edenmire working on making that hole in the afterlife for us to sneak through. Though I'm not sure you'll be able to keep this from them for long. Alana caught sight of our parents and ducked behind a couple of her warriors. Shit, don't let them see me. I rolled my eyes. Come on, Alana. We're going to need you and your team of Tuakwa to calm the waves so Charlie can form a portal. Alana got to work right away. She lifted her hands and her comrades joined her in unison. The waves that broke the surface of the sea gently calmed until the ocean began to shimmer and develop a reflective sheen, sparkling against the starry sky. I gently nudged Charlie's shoulder with my own. Your turn. Charlie slid off of Oberai's back, wandering toward the water. He lifted his hand so his magic could feel where the hole in the shield was, then, once he found it, slipped through. I watched as he spread his hand out over the water, and a ripple of magic glistened across the reflective surface. It still gave me goosebumps whenever he cast his elf magic. He was so gifted at whatever he did. He had no idea how special he was. It was one of the great tragedies about him. The portal's open, Charlie called. Once we walk through, we'll be in the lake near Phosva. Marcus and Callie went first, to break the wards that would allow the others passage. Chasm and Sigrid followed. They were the rulers of the Fae, so they were leading the excursion into the camps to free the prisoners. Soldiers began to slip through the shield's hole after them one by one. Once they were on the other side, they walked into the waves, which swallowed them up and portaled them to Malovia. It appeared all our allies were here, everyone but Ivy and Opal. Ivy had retreated so far from our group that I wasn't even sure they'd received the message we were rallying to fight. Opal had a daughter to think about, and her skill set was better suited here in Elamanth, where she could keep children like Casey, Marina, and Maverick out of harm's way. I wasn't mad at Ivy for missing out. I didn't want to worry about them, and no matter how badly our friendship had ended, I didn't want them to risk their life in a fight that wasn't theirs. It was better if they were out of harm's way. Everyone else was poised and ready to fight, including Chansey and Eddie, the demigod guardians, our parents, and all their friends. Even Marcus's little sister Erica had shown up, along with Ghost, whose hands shook against vials of battle potions he had strapped to his waist. It took some time for the army to get through. The beach slowly emptied until Charlie, Oberai, and I were the only ones left on it. I gripped my bow tightly, excited to get back out there. I was a fighter with a warrior spirit. I wasn't happy unless I was warring against something. It was finally time for me to rejoin the battle. Time for us to go through. Charlie reached out to me from his place on the ground. Oberai wouldn't fit through the hole as a wyvern, so Charlie needed to carry me. I slid off of Oberai and into Charlie's arms. He cradled me against his body, carrying me through the opening within his strong arms. This reminded me of our wedding night. My heartbeat pulsed wildly, and a thrill rushed through my veins as I took in his chiseled jawline. He couldn't look at me, but I could gaze at him all I wanted as the moonlight reflected off his jet-black hair, soft dots of seawater hovering from his eyelashes. I still thought he was the most handsome man that had ever lived. Walking into the ocean with him like this, I could almost pretend like nothing else mattered.
Something wrong? You're awfully quiet,
Charlie said, as we walked into the ocean. I didn't take my eyes off of him, as I said, everything's perfect, so long as I stay in this moment and don't leave.
What are you talking about?
His brow furrowed because he didn't get it. Nothing you to understand. How could I explain to Charlie how in love with him I still was? I couldn't. It'd be impossible. Oberai shifted into a husky and trotted through the hole in the shield to follow us as we entered the water. The cool water graced my skin. I held onto Charlie tightly, holding my breath as he walked us into the deep. I wrapped my arms around his neck, clinging to him and my bow, as our heads sank underneath the waves. We entered the portal the moment we went underwater. We remained suspended in time, our bodies floating together as crystalline stars drifted around us, not going in any particular direction, just hovering. This felt a lot like our marriage, frozen in place, not heading anywhere or going away from anything, just stuck in the same spot, with nothing to cling to but each other. I held him tighter, closing my eyes. I felt the waters around us shift and grow darker as our heads emerged from the deep once more. When I opened my eyes, I knew we were in Malovia. It was significantly colder here, and the foliage was a different type, a coniferous forest instead of the flourishing tropics of the Mediterranean. I shivered. This lake was much chillier than the warm ocean we'd come from. In the distance were the lights of the town of Phospha, where the prisoners were being kept. Oberai came doggy-paddling by. He transformed back into a wyvern, and Charlie set me onto his back, strapping me into the saddle. You should go and join the others. They already have a head start, I hushed quietly to Charlie. We didn't know who else was out here, and it was a risk being overheard.
I'm not leaving your side. We're doing this together.
Charlie rolled his shoulders, and his body started to change. Now that Oberai was free of the collar, Charlie could absorb his powers and shift again. He changed into a black wyvern, hissing and spitting venom as his gigantic claws dug into the sand. We emerged from the lake, water dripping from my hair and my boy's scales. We must have looked like quite the formidable sight. A woman dressed in fire armor and carrying a bow, riding upon the back of a monstrous beast with sharp bared fangs, an equally menacing wyvern circling the area around them. Charlie emitted low snarls as his heavy footsteps pounded into the dirt, creating a war song. Good luck, I heard Alana whisper. She and her Tawakwa soldiers were hiding in the bushes around the lake, waiting for the inevitable moment the mission followed us out here to spring upon them. It was so dark out I could barely see her silhouette sheltered within the nearby trees. Let's get into the sky, I whispered. Oberai crouched down to take off, and Charlie followed. We rose into the air silently, quickly gaining altitude so anyone looking up would think they were seeing two birds high above, and not two giant flying reptiles. The cloud cover concealed our movements, and I looked down to watch over the town below. I could see the shadows of the Firebird soldiers moving through the trees. Drea was leading them, the general directing their movements as they approached Phospha. About a mile or so away, Chasm's battalion advanced through the stone boundary around the town. I noticed the barely discernible shimmer of a magical ward blanketing Phospha like a dome. Inside the city, mission soldiers roamed the streets, but their leisurely movements indicated that no alarms had been raised yet. I patted Oberai's shoulder, and he let out a few clicks that our soldiers would recognize, but that the mission wouldn't give a second thought to. I kept my eyes on the east wall, where I spotted two shadows approaching the ward, Callie and Marcus. The shimmering spell I'd witnessed below vanished, creating a hole in the ward where Chasm's soldiers could get through. Just as we planned, Chasm and the others scaled the walls and dipped into the shadows undetected. The guards at the gates were silently slain, and the other mission members noticed nothing. I could see a small group of soldiers and captives hurrying away from the town. We flew overhead in a circle, watching the line of captives approach the lake. I observed from above, seeing how many refugees we could sneak through. Our intel had been correct. There really were thousands of Fae prisoners trapped within the town. Some time passed, and the numbers leaving the town grew. I was almost convinced we'd be able to make it out of here without getting caught. Then, a blaring alarm sounded, ringing throughout the entire town of Phosphor, and my gut sank. Screams and shouts could be heard as the mission realized hundreds of their prisoners had snuck out of the town. Alongside the screams came spells, flashes of light within the city limits. It came. The undeniable sounds of the dying. They were accompanied by the shrillness of swords clashing, of explosions detonating in the night. The town lit up, and I knew that was our cue. "Let's go!" I pressed myself to Oberai's back, soaring downward. There was already a massive battalion of mission members flooding through Phosphor's streets. They ran after the escaped prisoners, who were flanked by the Elvish army. Before the mission could reach them, hundreds of firebirds sprang from hiding places scattered throughout the forest that surrounded the town. The two forces collided, and the mission fought back as the firebirds began to cut them down. I watched as our allies slaughtered mission members in quick succession. Danny ran at super speed, breaking necks of other vampires. Chansey and Eddie worked together to go after angel soldiers, ripping their wings from their backs before they could take off the ground. Without their wings, the angels died within moments. Ghost followed, tossing his battle potions at anyone who got past, which exploded like grenades at the enemy's feet. Nearby, the demigod guardians formed a united front, covering each other's backs as soldiers surrounded them. Takahashi summoned his astromancer abilities. Starlight streamed down from the skies, blinding nearby mission members. Professor Wyckoff used her telekinetic witch magic to lift mission members into the air and smash them against each other, killing them on impact. Professor Amber danced around the battlefield singing songs as she caused large flat rocks to blast mission members upward, sending them sailing across the field. To the east, Mama and Daddy had gathered with Nadine and Ethan to take down as many soldiers as possible so they couldn't reach the lake. I'd hardly seen my parents in battle, but they were a formidable force. Mama cast her fire magic, and 100 soldiers turned to ash. Daddy merely clutched his hand into a fist, sending the water in the mission members' blood rushing to their hearts, killing 20 all at once. Soldiers dropped dead at his feet. By the ancestors, I was in awe by their display of strength. Grandmother Eleanor and Grandpa Elliot were putting on a similar display. My grandfather summoned water from the lake and splashed it over a crowd of soldiers until they were standing in several inches of water. At the same time, my grandmother lifted her hand into the air, causing a blast of lightning to come down from the sky and strike the water. Dozens of soldiers were electrocuted at once, and they collapsed in unison. Nadine used her powers to siphon magic from enemy witches, which she turned back on them by creating massive battle orbs that exploded and shook the ground. King Ethan had shifted into a winged wolf and was aiming his fury at any enemy who got too close. Blood spurted from his fangs as he tore their throats out. Our Fae allies had shifted into their animal forms to attack with brute force, while their sorceress mates rode upon their backs and cast out deadly battle spells. Our parents had brought down hundreds of enemy soldiers quickly, but it seemed that for every soldier they slaughtered, 10 more poured out of the gates all around the city. The mission sent magic whizzing through the trees, cutting our soldiers down faster than we were taking them out. Fear gripped my throat, because we must have miscalculated. My eyes scanned the city, but I couldn't tell where all these soldiers were coming from. Something's not right here. They shouldn't have this many reinforcements. Charlie gave a growl to get my attention, and I looked over to see him inclining his scaly head to the west. I peered past the gates of the city, but there was nothing out there except darkness. Clearly, Charlie was picking up on something with his elvish powers that I couldn't see. "Get me closer, Oberai," I ordered. Oberai dipped downward to the west. Only when we were 20 feet off the ground could I see what was going on. Through the trees, the lights of Phosphor shimmered off of black tar pits, similar to the ones we'd fallen into during the Dark Games. They were pits of despair, the same ones the demigod guardians had warned my friends about months ago. Callie had said the mission had modified these tar pits into portals so that they could transport large groups of people all at once. I witnessed in horror as hundreds of mission reinforcements emerged from the pits all at once. They quickly sloughed off the tar, then raced to reach our armies in the east. Dread tightened my stomach, because our intel hadn't caught this detail. The pits were well concealed in the trees, and even better, hidden under the darkness of night. We had no other soldiers to back us up, but the mission did, which meant we were heavily outnumbered. I knew what we had to do. I pulled back on Oberai's spines, and he reared upward as I guided him over the city and toward the main battle. I found the telltale signs of Marcus's and Callie's magic whizzing through the air. At my command, Oberai landed beside them, making the ground shake. "Marcus!" I barked. "There are tar pits to the west that the mission is using to portal in reinforcements. Round up as many Navita and alchemists as you can. Earth Elementai can cover the pits, and alchemists can change the chemical composition to prevent passage. Hurry!" Marcus had alchemist powers himself and would be able to help. He gave a salute. "On it!" "I can break up the portals too," Callie offered. "Leave it to us." They would handle it. Marcus gathered a team. My Aunt Imogen ran off with him, along with his Uncle Grant, to close up the tar pits on the other side of the city. Charlie and I didn't have time to see if my plan worked, because the second that I'd come near to deliver the orders, we became surrounded by mission members. I raised my bow, but didn't fire it fast enough before an angel jumped down from a tower and tackled me off of Oberai, slamming me into the ground. Both Oberai and Charlie roared as the angel pinned me against the cobblestone. I went to smack my bow against his head, but a blur knocked the angel off of me, pale hands grabbing the celestial's wings as they yanked the appendages from the angel's body full force. The angel cried out in pain, perishing in a pool of his own blood as the body fell to the side. "Ivy?" Astonishment overcame me as I saw Ivy looming overhead, the front of their armor streaked with red-crimson liquid streaming from their fangs and a harsh glint in their ruby eyes. They were absolutely murderous. "Just go!" Ivy lifted me back onto Oberai before they took off at hyperspeed, ripping out the throats of multiple mission members before vanishing into the fray of battle. Oberai kicked off the ground again, and within moments, the mission took notice. An entire battalion of soldiers aimed their sights on us as we flew away. An arc of flaming arrows spun through the sky, and Oberai twisted to avoid them. I held on, dodging the projectiles and glancing backward at Charlie. He spun in a circle, following Oberai's lead. I was sure our familiar was giving him telepathic commands, telling him how to fly and where. Beastly shadows emerged from the center of the town and into the air. The mission had brought in more than reinforcements. They'd portaled in monsters. The warden must have brought loads of them from hell when he'd opened those portals the night we fled the Institute. I'd bet he'd just been waiting for an opportunity to unleash them on us. Manticores and other ghastly beasts that were on the mission's side rose into the sky, diverting their attention to us. They carried vampiric riders who cradled blood spells in their palms and were aiming to fire. Good. We could keep them busy up here and give the others time to escape. Oberoi began to veer from side to side, ripping creatures out of the sky with his claws and knocking them to the earth. Charlie chomped his jaws down on anyone who came near, breaking spines and ripping our foes in half. When he collided with a 3-headed dragon that was just as big as he was, he raked his claws down the monster's middle, raining organs down. The deadly rage in Charlie's reptilian eyes lit a spark in me that took hold and blazed eternal, driving me to kill anyone who'd foolishly sworn themselves to the warden and expected to survive that terrible mistake. I targeted my arrows at the riders that were on the backs of the opposing dragons, aiming straight for the heart. My arrows sank true, killing vampires on impact as they speared through the hearts of every soldier I focused my sights on. A flash of white feathers in my peripheral vision made me yank my bow to the side. Angels were coming out now, forcing their heavenly wings to carry them upward. They approached quickly, teeth bared as their fingers glowed with an ethereal light that was powerful but certainly not divine. One angel flew directly at me, his hands outstretched as he roared in rage. He was too close for me to fire an arrow. I grabbed one of my throwing knives and tossed it with all my strength. It sank into the throat of the angel, and he grasped at his neck before tumbling to the ground, vainly attempting to rip out the knife I'd thrown. Another angel cast his hand out at me, attempting to blast me apart with holy light, but Charlie flew by and snapped up the angel in his jaws, breaking his spine. He made sure to rip off the wings of the angel before he dropped him. The angel went spiraling down to earth, his body bursting into pieces as it made impact against a stone tower below. Oberoi screeched, noticing the firebirds below were becoming overwhelmed. I hung on as he flew close to the ground, opening his mouth and spewing venom out of his jaws upon the mission's soldiers. As the venom encompassed them, mission members died in pain, the acid eating away at their flesh until they were nothing but bones upon the ground. Charlie imitated Oberoi, breathing venom all over the battlefield, until it looked like the ground had become nothing more than massive acid pools surrounding the town. The mission froze at the edge of the pits, not sure where to go next, while the remainder of their forces continued to give chase after the escaping prisoners. We had to stop them from getting around those acid pits, because they'd figure it out eventually. My eyes scanned the towers surrounding the city, until something caught my eye. "Oberoi, take me up to one of the guard towers," I demanded. He did as I asked without question, and once he was close enough, I reached out to grab one of the flaming torches that had been placed on a sconce to provide light. With the torch in hand, I urged Oberoi to fly close to the ground. Once his claws were skimming the grass, I took the torch and leaned down, gliding it along the earth. As the flames hit the venom pools, they ignited as if doused in gasoline, spreading throughout the entire battlefield and causing the whole area to turn into a blazing inferno. Mission soldiers cried out in terrible pain as they caught fire, burning alive. I threw the torch down and left it there, as fire continued to spread across the town, the flames growing so high that the light illuminated the entire battlefield. Charlie roared in celebration at my quick thinking. I turned my attention toward the lake. Most of the prisoners had gotten there and were quickly exiting the area through the portal we'd made. The Tuakwa were doing their best to prevent the rest of the mission from getting through, alongside the Firebirds. creating ice walls and lashing out with water whips to slow mission members down. That bought the refugees enough time to make it to the lake, where they disappeared through the portal once they touched its surface. Pride burst through my chest as I watched Alana summon a wave that was 30 feet tall, crashing it down upon the mission to drown its soldiers. One of the angel soldiers locked their eyes on her. His features contorted into vengeance, and he flapped his wings as he flew at her full speed, magic aimed at her throat. I went to shout a warning, but Erica was quicker than I was. Marcus's little sister jumped in front of Alana and blasted out a battle orb so powerful, it pulverized the angel upon impact, turning him into nothing but mush. By the ancestors, she was strong. But it looked like the spell took everything Erica had in her, because she dropped to her knees. Alana rushed to catch her before she fell. She cradled Erica to her chest, while her gaze turned to me in the sky. "Ava, that's the last of the refugees," my sister cried. "Call your soldiers back and let's get out of here." I scanned the battlefield for my friends before I gave the signal. When I saw that Marcus and the others had returned from securing the pits of despair, I gave Charlie the signal. "Now!" The earth quaked at Charlie's command, and a wide crevice split through the center of Phosphor, breaking the entire city in two. Buildings crumbled down into the center of the earth, and the surrounding stone walls fell like dominoes as the earthquake shook the area. Mission soldiers cried out as they were crushed beneath the rubble. The entire city was destroyed by Charlie's magic in one powerful blow, completely ruined. The warden would come back to nothing more than a prison made of fallen stone. The screams grew louder, and I watched an entire line of firebirds sink to the ground as two shadows fell upon my army. Even from afar, I recognized them immediately. Deuce loomed over the bodies of the dead firebirds, his entire form soaked with blood. The vampire sneered as he brought soldiers to their knees, ripping off their heads with his bare hands and tossing dismembered skulls into the air. Naya beat her leathery wings, showing off her succubus powers as blood ran from her mouth. She was feeding on whoever had fallen, her power growing with each new sip of blood she took from every dying soldier. Marcus, Danny, and Callie were down there, trying to hold them off, but they couldn't do it alone. I watched as Callie flung out illusions, Marcus wielded spells from his wand, and Danny called upon his blood magic abilities. But all of the spells flickered and died before they managed to touch Naya or Deuce. A few of them backfired once Naya redirected them, sending my friends careening backward as their own magic exploded outside of their control. Naya laughed each time, her cackles deranged and worthless. This was what I'd been expecting. Two of the anti-demigods had made their appearance, and unless we dealt with them, they were going to stop us from getting these Fae home, if not kill us all. I wasn't going to let that happen. Deuce was destroying every spell my friends fired off, and if he missed, Naya was turning those same spells back around on our friends. Those were their demigod powers, and they were fucking strong. So there was no way to fight them and win using magic. But I didn't have magic anymore, and so they couldn't stop me. I tapped my hand on Oberai's scales, redirecting him. "Oberai, let's ride." Oberai surged downward into a dive, roaring his rage as he plummeted full speed toward Naya and Deuce. I readied my aim. When I saw the glint in Naya's eyes, I raised my bow, drew back an arrow, and fired.
Chapter 23. Charlie. Blood from monsters that I'd torn apart dripped down my wyvern jowls, and bones crunched between my razor-sharp teeth. As the town below crumbled to pieces, I sank my sharp claws into the neck of a flying serpent, then twisted to snap its vertebrae. The creature went limp, and I tossed its body aside as I surged forward to deliver a killing blow to an incoming manticore. At one time, I might have delighted in the bloodshed, but now I just wanted it over with so we could save as many people as possible. The dying screams of soldiers echoed through the battlefield below. We had to get the rest of our people to the lake and be done with it. Ava's voice captured my attention as Oberai dove downward. Air swirled around the battlefield, allowing me to track the chaos that had been unleashed below us. Ava's arrow sliced through the air, moving so quickly that it crossed 20 yards in a split second. I sensed exactly who was down there by the strength of her magic. Naya. She flapped her leathery wings and jumped out of the way, while Ava's arrow sank into the dirt and missed its target entirely. By the time I realized Naya was lunging toward Ava, my wife had already knocked another arrow and took aim, but Naya spun to the side to dodge a second attack. Ava moved quickly, yet Naya was a moving target, and a vengeful one at that. I tucked my wings in close to my body and spiraled downward, aiming my power at the anti-demigod. Hot, acidic venom shot out of my reptilian mouth, but Naya noticed me coming and moved aside. The venom landed with a splat in the dirt, burning away at underbrush, but failing to do any damage to the enemy demigod. Oberai attacked from the other side, spitting his own venom while Ava unleashed another arrow. Naya circled above the trees, letting out an evil cackle.
3-on-1, and you still can't hit me. Some demigods you are. And yet you still haven't managed to kill us.
Ava cried.
Come get me, you vile bitch!
Hell no. I wouldn't give Naya the chance. I slammed into Naya, and my claws dug into the skin on her shoulders as I rammed through the treetops. I drove her so far into the dirt that the ground shook. The blow would have killed any mortal, but Naya was among a class of strong vampires and a demigod, and even a strike this hard wasn't enough to kill her. But my wyvern venom was certainly deadly enough to do the job. Naya struggled against me as I pinned her to the ground, my teeth bared. She was powerful enough that when she pressed her wings against the forest floor, she managed to push me back a few inches. I could feel with my earth power the long spikes at the top of her wings digging into the dirt. I had to end her. Now. As searing heat rose in my throat, I went to spit the venom in her face, but the venom turned back on me as she used her demigod magic on me. The acid shot down my throat, burning away at my esophagus while I gasped for air. I reared back on instinct, desperate to cry out in pain but unable to make a sound.
Charlie!
Ava cried. Fucking Naya. I was choking on my own venom.
Shift, Charlie, before she suffocates you!
Oberai ordered. I didn't have the time to second guess it, so I did as I was told. My wyvern scales morphed into skin, and my wings disappeared as I shrank to my normal size. As I shifted, the magic sustaining my spell caused the venom to morph with my body, and it disappeared with the rest of my wyvern power. I gasped a greedy breath as air returned to my lungs, though my throat burned from the after effects. Naya leapt to her feet, completely unbothered by any injuries I'd managed to deliver. If my claws weren't enough to immobilize her, I was going to have to do something else to catch her off guard. Naya took off running, but I reacted before she could get far. I called upon my earth power and commanded the roots to rise upward. The roots curled around her feet to trap her, but a moment later the spell slipped from my grasp. Instead, the roots turned on me, curling up my body and attempting to strangle the life out of me. My arms pinned to my sides, and try as I might, I couldn't regain control. I changed tactics and whipped up a powerful windstorm to knock Naya on her ass. Intense winds swirled around her, but she blasted my spell back. The powerful winds I conjured hit me with enough force that the roots holding me snapped. I went flying backward and landed hard against the forest floor. The air was knocked out of my lungs while the sounds of battle continued on around me. Mere seconds had passed, and Oberai and Ava were still in pursuit of the succubus. While I was left momentarily dazed, Oberai surged forward. Ava shot another arrow. Though Naya tried to jump out of the way, Ava hit her target. The arrow sliced through Naya's wing, causing her flight to falter. She let out a pained scream that echoed off the battlefield.
I've had enough!
Naya sneered.
I've had my fun with you. It's time you fucking die!
Not today, Oberai said as he kicked off the ground, rising into the skies and taking Ava with him.
Is that so?
Ava shot back.
You're gonna have to catch me first!
Naya flapped her wings, but her injury impeded her flight, and she couldn't get past the top of the treetops with a hole in her wing. Branches broke as she tumbled back to the ground. In the second that followed, I realized what we had to do. I'd been trying to beat Naya with the strength it took to defeat all our other enemies, but Naya was no ordinary foe. She could turn every spell I threw at her back on me. To defeat her, I had to follow Ava's lead and forego magic altogether. Succubi could only be killed by a stake through the heart or by being burned alive. If we were going to defeat Naya for good, we had to resort to brute force. Naya's snares turned to rageful screams.
It might have fucked up my wing, but I can still use magic, unlike you!
The sound of Oberai's flapping wings halted, and I realized what Naya was doing. She was turning Oberai's flight magic against him. The power that helped keep a massive beast like him in the skies. Oberai panicked, letting out a roar as he went tumbling downward into the forest. I barely found my bearings when I heard the sound of trees snapping. The entire earth rumbled as Oberai crash-landed not far from here, causing a mini-earthquake. Ava and Oberai had fallen into the woods, and who knew if they'd survived the collision into the ground.
Oberai!
I cried, but my familiar failed to respond. Unadulterated rage consumed me, causing me to unintentionally siphon power from all those around me, including Naya. Her succubus super speed and strength flooded into me, and I didn't waste a second. If Naya was going to turn our powers around on us, then I was going to turn hers against her. Naya had her back to me as she watched Oberai smash into the trees from afar. The stupid bitch left me an opening, one she wouldn't live long enough to regret. I raced forward so fast I couldn't keep track of the battle around me. I reached her in a split second and jumped her from behind before she could react. My hands clamped around her wings, and in one swift motion, I tore them from her back. Satisfaction filled me as sinew ripped apart and bones snapped. Naya let out a blood-curdling cry. Naya whirled to face me, but it was already too late. My hands curled around the base of the long spike at the top of her dismembered wing, and I thrust it forward, straight into her heart. I told you once before if you try to hurt Ava, I'd kill you, I snarled. You should have heeded my warning. A squelching sound filled the forest at the same moment Naya's screams died in her throat. She gave a gurgle, then a cough that sprayed blood all over my face. You'll never win, she rasped, tone vengeful as she rasped a dying cry. The warden will come for you. Then she fell into a heap at my feet. I expected to ride a great high of victory when Naya died, but all I felt was relief. She'd been a thorn in our side since the day we'd arrived at the Institute, and she'd fucked with us far too many times. I should have been overjoyed to take her life, but I was merely pleased there was one less person in the world who wanted Ava dead. Now I had to go deal with the rest of these fuckers. Naya was nothing to me now that she was gone, so I didn't bother sticking around. I tossed her wings aside and took off through the forest, dodging rogue spells and falling trees to get to the crash site. I still hadn't heard anything from Oberai, which couldn't be a good sign. As I came upon the crash site, my heart leapt to my throat. I skidded to a stop. A familiar voice filled a clearing, and all the relief I'd felt moments ago morphed into dread.
Look who I found. A pretty princess to be my plaything.
Deuce. We defeated the vampire's team in the Dark Games, but I hadn't managed to beat him since. At the Institute, Deuce had been even more of a nuisance than Naya. Naya had tried to poison Ava's drink from commissary to mess with her meds, but Deuce had straight up assaulted Ava by yanking her out of her chair and throwing her to the ground. I thought I'd gotten rid of him by getting him sentenced to cell block 9, until he'd sicked his gang on us and come back even stronger. He'd won every time I faced him in the ring, and had kicked our asses whenever we'd faced the anti-demigod since busting out of the Institute. This ended tonight. I lost to him before, but I wouldn't lose again.
Where's that lunatic husband of yours now, Ava?
Deuce sneered.
Oh, that's right. He's getting the shit beat out of him by Naya. Too bad he won't live long enough to save your crippled ass.
It only took a moment to assess the scene with my earth magic. Oberai and Ava had landed in an area of the forest that had already seen a bloody battle earlier tonight. Trees had toppled everywhere by Oberai's landing, and large logs and branches scattered the forest floor. Dozens of bodies lay in the wreckage, and the blood of all types of supernatural beings seeped into the soil. Oberai lay whimpering in his wyvern form, appearing on the edge of consciousness and unable to defend Ava. She'd been tossed from his back and trembled on the ground not far from him. She'd used all her strength to pull herself over a log in an attempt to reach Obereye. I didn't know where her bow was. She must have lost it in the fall, which left her completely defenseless. Be sure to give Charlie my regards in the afterlife, Deuce taunted. That is, if you make it that far. He would not take Ava from me. I was already on the move. I conjured a powerful windstorm to buy me time, but Deuce's demigod power broke my spell instantly, and the breeze merely drifted around him. He laughed again, thrilled I'd arrived.
Ha ha ha! Looks like the blind bandit made it after all! Welcome to the party! I'll have a great time making the bandit my fucking piñata!
I had a mere moment to calculate my attack. I decided to forego magic because it wouldn't do any good, and unsheathed the sword on my hip. I lifted it overhead, but Deuce blasted out a battle spell that collided with my blade. The sword flew out of my grasp and landed in the dirt far away, too far to go searching for it while he had his sights set on Ava. Only a second had passed, and she was still within reach of this fucker. I had one last thing I could try, something I'd sworn off months ago, but we were out of options now. I vowed to never use my illusion powers again because they led me down a dark path. But I realized now it hadn't been my powers that had caused me to turn bad. It had been my own choices, and this time I'd make the choice to use these powers for good. If I could form an illusion, it'd become real, and Deuce couldn't break my spell once it was cast. Ava was in danger, so I'd do everything in my power to defend her. In a split-second decision, I chose to unleash the pieces of myself I'd locked away. My illusion magic burst out of me. 100 wooden stakes materialized in the air before Deuce noticed what I was doing, and they went spinning in his direction. I didn't think he could dodge so many coming at him all at once, but Deuce's vampire speed was faster than I calculated. He was already gone by the time the stakes embedded into the nearby trees. I bent down to grab one. Magic wouldn't do the job? Fine. I'd carve his heart from his fucking chest the old-fashioned way. I continued running toward the sound of Deuce's amused laughter.
You thought you won when you sent me to cell block 9, but you still can't beat me, can you?
I didn't entertain his taunts with an answer. I used my earth magic to curl roots around his legs and hold him in place. He broke my spell, but the roots remained wrapped around his body as I charged forward with my stake held high. Deuce yanked free of the roots with his vampire strength, snapping them into multiple pieces. My stake came down where he'd been standing, but it meant nothing except air. It happened in the blink of an eye. Deuce was already back where he started, looming over my wife. I ran faster than I thought possible to reach them. I couldn't kill Deuce. I tried what I could, but nothing I had in my arsenal would work. The only thing I could do was defend Ava from whatever he planned on doing to her. Deuce let out a wild laugh at the same time I felt the blood on the battlefield begin to leach out of the mud. Something whizzed through the air the moment I reached Ava, and without thinking, I threw myself on top of her. I immediately drew her into my arms, covering her as I turned my back to Deuce. I protected her from whatever blow he was sending her way, using my body as a shield over hers. I heard the sound of a whip crack along with the tear of fabric. A sweltering pain sliced across my back, and I gave a wretched scream, a sound emitting from my mouth that was like nothing I'd ever made before. My first thought was that Deuce had somehow lit a fire upon me, until the whip cracked against my back again. I felt the warmth of my blood seeping through deep wounds. I realized with horror what he'd done, just how powerful his vampire magic had become. Deuce had used his blood magic to control the blood on the battlefield, morphing it into a whip that sliced my back open with every strike. He struck me again, and I yelled as loud as I could at the torture, though I did nothing to defend myself. I only held Ava tighter, refusing to let her go. Ava shoved at me, her cries desperate.
What are you doing? Why are you protecting me? I don't deserve this!
She didn't think she was worthy of my love and protection, but she was. She was the most precious thing in the world to me, and I'd go down defending her. I'd put my body on the line for her, and I'd make the sacrifice freely, with no protest or objection. There were consequences to everything in life. This was my consequence, and I loved every second of it, so long as it brought me closer to her. Ava struggled to get out of my hold, but I was far stronger than she was, so she remained wrapped within my embrace even as the whip struck me, ripping open my back and splitting the muscle down to the bone. Deuce laughed maniacally, clearly gaining pleasure out of my agony.
Come on, bandit! I want to hear you scream!
I needed to fucking do something. Deuce had broken every spell I tried and dodged any weapons I attacked with. I tried the last thing I possibly could. I attempted to shift. I knew it was the only way to end his attack. His whip wouldn't be able to slice through my strong wyvern scales, and then I'd simply bite his head off and be done with him. Scales rippled across my skin, but I couldn't gain hold of the magic, and they faded away. An aching horror twisted in my gut because Deuce had caught on to what I was doing, and he ended my spell before it began. There was nothing else I could do but take this pain. And I would. For her. I gasped as he delivered another blow. It sliced so deep into my back I could swear the whip touched my spine, but I refused to give in. Twin flame mirroring. Ava's spine had been ruined in the infernal underground, and Deuce was wrecking my back now. She'd given up her body to protect all of us back then, so I would give up mine for her now. I kept my focus on Ava, making sure my body curled around her and that none of the whip's strikes touched a speck of her skin.
Charlie!
Ava protested in a high-pitched wail. She shoved her arms against my chest once again, but she couldn't make me move.
Let me die! Don't do this for me! Please stop!
Another crack of the whip and I was left trembling. Weakness overcame me and it took all my strength just to shield Ava. I tried to compartmentalize the pain, but the vicious assault caused my head to spin. Blood poured from the deep cuts and dripped onto the ground. The pools of blood were there for only a moment before Deuce gathered them with his power, turning my own blood into more strands of the whip, which he used to beat me with. A cry of pain erupted from my lungs as the next blow caused my back to arch. My senses faded and the battlefield ceased to exist entirely. All I heard were my own screams. All I felt was the sharp, ungodly pain of the whip slicing through inches of muscle and tendons. The one thing that kept me from passing out was the faint warmth I still felt from Ava's body pressed against my front. I held on to that sensation for dear life, though it was quickly fading as I teetered on the edge of consciousness.
That's it!
Deuce cheered.
Louder!
Ava's fist pounded against my chest as she sobbed, but I couldn't move. Deuce and I had been brawling for years, inside the ring and out of it, and I never won a match against him. He'd always beaten me. I just couldn't gain the upper hand on him. This time it looked like he was going to win for good. The least I could do was make sure he didn't take Ava out with me, because that's all I lived for anymore. Her. I would die and she would go on. She'd take care of Casey and my family would be fine. Despite the brutal, bitter pain, Deuce couldn't take anything from me anymore. I'd be okay. A wild battle cry filled the air and I was vaguely aware of footsteps approaching the area. Deuce drew back his whip to strike me again, and I braced for a blow that never came. Armor clanged as someone slammed into Deuce, knocking him off his feet.
You will not strike my prince!
A voice echoed across the battlefield, strong, noble, and true. Eddie. Despite our broken bond, our fragmented friendship, he'd come for me. Through the mental fog clouding my mind, I heard Deuce lunge for my former guard, but he stumbled forward like he missed him entirely, or had phased right through him. Eddie was an elvish grandmaster with the power to phase through solid objects. He must have phased himself through Deuce, which was enough to piss the demigod off and distract him for a few moments. Deuce cracked his whip, but I didn't hear Eddie cry out. The whips must have passed right through his transparent form.
Eddie, wait for us!
Callie came tearing in from across the forest, and I sensed Danny's vampiric power as he raced behind her, both of them tossing spells at Deuce like mad. While Eddie, Callie, and Danny had Deuce distracted, several other people raced over to me. I heard the clop of hooves, then the hurried footsteps of multiple people. Gentle hands landed on my shoulders. I let them peel me off of Ava while I trembled from the pain. They laid me on my side. Shit! I somehow managed to piece together that it was Ez. His ribs and spine. Deuce cut right down to them. He's lost half his blood volume. Bastard, Ava spat. Her tears had morphed from something fractured to something fierce, ruthless, intentional. Her wrath sounded beautiful. What a lovely, morbid song.
I can feel his soul separating from his body. He's dying!
Marcus cried as Rishi gave a mournful noise.
We have to hurry!
Charlie, hold on. I'm going to heal you, Ez said. He moved over me, but my lips cracked as I forced a protest. Alright. First, I managed to choke out. Ez knew I wasn't one to fight with, not even now. Keep his soul here, he ordered Marcus. I barely heard it. I was beginning to float away, losing sensation of all pain before drifting towards some kind of light. An overwhelming peace came over my soul until I found myself completely at ease. All the agony was gone, replaced by the notion of overwhelming, unconditional love. The forest faded away, taking me somewhere far off. We're waiting, Charlie. You did so well. It's all right. Ava's safe. You can come with me now. That was my grandfather's voice. I knew it better than the sound of my own heart beating. I went to run toward it, ready to let go and be free. The sense of peace was yanked away as I felt myself being slammed back into my body, causing me to gasp. All the pain came rushing back, ramming into me again. I realized it was my own fucking soul, smashing into the hunk of flesh that was my husk. I was on the edge of death. My spirit was trying to separate from my body, while Marcus's magic fought to keep it in place. Every time he pushed my soul back into my corpse, the sounds of battle grew louder around me, before fading again. I thought I heard Danny and Callie shouting at one another while they came to Eddie's aid, but I couldn't be sure. I was already dead. I just wanted Marcus to let me go, because this wasn't fair. I missed my grandfather. I wanted to be with him.
Charlie, you need to hold on, or we'll both go!
Aubrey's voice broke through my agony. Ez had healed him enough to bring him back from the brink of unconsciousness, but once I passed on, he would too. Which meant the last thing he did needed to count more than anything. Take her. I couldn't find my lips, so I spoke to Aubrey telepathically. Get her out of here before you're forced to die too.
Charlie!
Aubrey whimpered, knowing I was at my end. I managed to hold on to a singular thought, a final last plea to Aubrey. I held us together because I didn't stop trying. I'll hold us together until the second I die. Ava was still close by. Through the haze, I felt her trying to pull herself through the dirt to reach her bow. Blood splattered as she yanked it into her grasp, and I heard her hiss. Aubrey, get me on your back. Relief. She was leaving. That was all I wanted. The sounds of battle faded, and my limbs went numb. I felt nothing but the throbbing ache in my back that pierced like hundreds of glass shards with every breath. Deuce's beating had been so brutal it had taken every ounce of strength from me, and now it would claim my spirit. Someone spoke, and though I was sure they were right next to me, they sounded miles away.
Quickly! He can't survive much longer!
Hands landed on me, and the warm sensation of healing magic blossomed outward. The velvety nose of a large creature touched the top of my head, and healing magic tingled down my body. That had to be Tahoma, as his dear familiar. I tried to lift my head, but I couldn't manage even the simplest of movements. Hang in there, Ez insisted. These gashes are deep. This is going to take a minute. You weren't supposed to be here, I rasped. Me and a bunch of other doctors heard you were going to battle. We came to heal people. Thank the gods, Marcus added. If Ez weren't here, you'd be a goner. Keep his spirit in place, Ez ordered. I'm not done. As Ez and Marcus worked together, my soul began to stabilize in my body once again. I could feel my muscles responding to Ez's power, and they wove themselves back together, along with the gashes on my skin. I'd lost so much blood I wasn't sure I'd be able to move without a transfusion, but something in Ez's energy magic must have caused my body to generate new blood at a rapid speed, because I could feel my pulse growing stronger. The details of the battle began to come back in clearer detail. I heard Callie scream,
Danny, I can't move! Do something! For fuck's sake, I can't move either! What do you want me to do?
Danny cried.
He's not responding to my compulsion!
That distracted Ez, and his hands left my body. That's all I could do. My magic's exhausted. You saved his life, Marcus breathed. I don't have to hold his soul in anymore. He'll make it. Didn't feel like it, but I was here, wasn't I? My back still ached, but Ez had healed the worst of it with the help of his familiar. Marcus looped an arm under my body and yanked me to my feet. I staggered, trying not to vomit. The pain had dampened, but hadn't gone away completely. I tried to use my magic to assess what was going on, but I couldn't make sense of why Callie and Danny were just standing there. My senses searched for elf magic and noticed Eddie was on the ground, alive still, but definitely incapacitated. Marcus gulped audibly as he took a cautious step back, yanking me toward the tree lined with Jimenez. Tahoma followed. The large Perryton crouched so low to the ground I could feel his belly scraping the dirt with my earth magic. He was a healer like as and not equipped for battle. Tahoma was terrified. "What's going on?" I slurred. Everything felt off kilter. "Deuce has made some kind of blood ropes that are binding Callie and Danny," Marcus said. "I've never seen magic like this. Charlie, what do we do?" My mind went blank. Deuce was so strong now that even Danny couldn't compel him, and he could break any spell we threw at him. The only way to take him out would be to stake him through the heart like I did with Naya, but we had to get close enough to him to do it. I fell down to pick up a fragmented piece of wood, clutching it in my hand. Marcus struggled to haul me back up. "I have to keep fighting." Danny grunted while he struggled against his restraints, cursing like a madman. "I won't let you get the better of me, you fucking arse! I'm gonna find out how you're controlling this blood like this and strangle you with it!" Deuce chuckled. "Sure, strangle a vampire. See how far that gets you. Though you won't get far once I snap your neck." A stick broke under Marcus's weight, capturing Deuce's attention. He turned away from Danny and his laughter grew when he saw me back on my feet. "Looks like the blind bandit wants another go! You just won't die, will you?" Deuce cracked his whip in our direction as he began stalking toward us. My fingers tightened around my weapon, but Deuce merely laughed at the sight. "What are you going to do with that? Stake me through the heart? It's going to take a lot more than that to kill me, bandit!" Deuce lashed out his whip, and the ends hit their target square. The whip sliced across the back of my hand, causing me to drop the stake I'd been holding. My stomach bottomed out as the sickening strike of the whip touched me once again. I didn't think I could take it one more time. I'd lose my mind. Ez pressed into me on one side, while Marcus clung to my opposite arm. The three of us reached the tree, lying cowered against a thick trunk, clinging to each other. There was nowhere we could go that Deuce wouldn't follow, and running from him now meant abandoning our friends. My pulse grew so loud that I was sure Deuce could hear it. The fucker really liked playing with his food. I knew he'd been waiting a long time for this moment. He wouldn't just kill me. He'd end my life, then feed on me afterward. What a delicious victory that'd be for him. Deuce could obviously smell my fear, and he let out a satisfied cackle. "Time to end you, bandit! Say goodnight!" Deuce drew back his whip, and I winced as I prepared for the killing blow that I was certain would slice my head straight off my shoulders. Obereye's wyvern cry rang through the skies as he swooped downward and threw himself between us and Deuce. Ava screamed in revenge, and I felt the wind around her body as she flung herself off Obereye's back, tumbling out of the skies at top speed in a swift, controlled motion. She landed on top of Deuce, and a heavy thud sounded as they both crashed to the forest floor. I heard a slick sound and felt the pierce of her arrow sink into the earth beneath the weight of Deuce's body. And then, nothing. Deuce remained unmoving in the dirt. Ava had stabbed the vampire straight through the heart with one of her arrows, claiming his life. She rolled off of him, then spat on his corpse. "Good fucking night, asshole." "Ava!" I fell out of Marcus and Ez's arms, crawling toward her. Callie and Danny's restraints fell away, and our friends ran forward to come to Ava's aid. I dropped to her side, running my hands over her body in search of injuries. "Did you really do it?" I choked through tears of relief. "Is he dead?" Ava cupped my face in her hands. "It's done, Charlie. You're safe now. I took care of him." Tears cascaded from my eyes, raining upon the bloody ground. "You were so brave," I rasped as I stroked her hair. "You came into this battle without magic, but you made it your strength." "Shh, it's okay," Ava pressed, trying to soothe me. "Deuce won't hurt us anymore." Danny kicked Deuce's head, which lolled in the dirt. "There's only one way to make sure of that. We're gonna have to rip apart this fucker's body and burn the pieces." Marcus nearly gagged at the thought. "You're welcome to do the honors." "My pleasure," Danny said in a delighted tone. "I won't let this arsehole come back and best me again." Danny was obviously butthurt he wasn't the best vampire demigod around, but worse things had happened today. "You might as well finish off Naya the same way," I said. "Her body's back there in the trees." Callie was already on the move. "Let's go dismember that bitch and make a bonfire. I'm done with both of them." Our friends went to deal with the corpses of the anti-demigods, while Obereye cleared a spot in the dirt to make a fire. I heard a groan as Eddie roused from somewhere nearby.
Did we get him? Eddie asked faintly. Is Charlie okay?
Ez stumbled over to Eddie.
Charlie's fine. Are you good? He blasted back one of my illusion spells. But I'm fine now.
Eddie's words were nearly a shudder as he rose to stand.
Cursed vampire. It's a blessing he's gone for good.
Ava and I didn't move. She fell into my arms while I clutched her close. My pulse began to slow, and that's when I realized the sounds of battle had completely faded. I drew away from Ava and asked,
Did everyone else make it to the lake? Yes, we're the last ones. Most of the mission is dead, and the rest of the cowards have fled. And we have to get moving so I can close that portal. We can't risk another wave of mission members showing up and following us through. Not to mention Esther and Mad Dog haven't shown up yet. But if they're not already here, they're on their way, Ava seethed. We need to get out of here before they arrive.
We did, because I didn't think with as battle-worn as we all were, we could face 2 more anti-demigods and survive today. I struggled to get to my feet, but Oberei was there to catch me before I fell. He lifted me onto his back before he set Ava on in front of me. I didn't think I could take another step, even if I forced myself to. Our friends had dragged the anti-demigods' bodies over. Callie threw Naya's wings on the ground, while Marcus and Ez carried her body. Danny worked quickly to tear the anti-demigod's limbs apart, tossing them all into a pile. I heard the snap of Deuce's neck as Danny ripped his head clean off his shoulders.
Hang on, Ava said. Give me that. There's something I need to do with it.
Danny clicked a lighter.
Oh, I was just about to light her up.
We need to leave a message behind for the warden. Ava withdrew one of her throwing knives, and I heard skin tear open as she scrawled a bloody note on Deuce's skull. When she was done, she held the head out to the others by the hair. Put this on a stake. With pleasure. Callie's voice was gleeful as she slammed a pike into the ground, then stuck Deuce's head on the top of it. Oberei turned and began to walk away, our friends following his wake. What did Ava write? I asked Oberei, wondering what the message could be. Oberei's bitter voice made a promise as he growled. You're next. Good. I hoped the warden saw the message and knew we were coming for him. Eddie ran to pick up my grandfather's sword, and the fire blazed at our backs as we left the battlefield and returned to the lake. We passed through the portal I'd created, emerging onto the beach in Elamath. As soon as we stepped onto the sand, I closed the portal within the ocean. I felt the magic wash away, and my shoulders fell once I was confident no one could follow us through. Alana and her Tawakwa battalion were waiting for us when we stepped through the hole in Ava's shield and back into the safety of Elamath. She breathed a sigh of relief.
Thank the ancestors. We didn't know how much longer we should wait before going back for you.
We had to take care of some things first, Ava told her sister. But we're all alive, and that's what matters.
We saved a lot of lives today,
Erica said. Marcus's sister sounded confident as she added.
That's one more mission stronghold the warden doesn't have. Today was a victory.
Ava's guard Eldon approached, wheeling Ava's all-terrain chair through the sand.
We've retrieved your chair from the palace, Princess.
Ava slid off of Oberei's back with Marcus's help. I remained on my wyvern's back, unable to go anywhere, really. I was struggling to keep my eyes open at the moment. Once Ava was back in her chair, she turned to address Eldon. I need a report. Where is everyone else?
The Firebirds escorted the Fey refugees to a beach on the other side of the island, Eldon explained. It's the only place large enough to set up a camp that can house that many people. We are awaiting your orders.
Of course, Ava stated diplomatically. We'll make our way there immediately.
I want to help,
I offered weakly. I cringed as one of my hands jumped up to hold my side without me meaning to. Speaking, breathing, thinking, everything hurt right now. Staying awake was a tremendous effort, and even though I wanted to, I wasn't sure I could help myself, let alone anyone else.
Charlie, you need to go back home,
Ava said, the order gentle but insistent.
You're barely conscious. You need rest.
I won't leave you, I muttered, refusing to part from her side.
You will if I ask,
Ava replied with what I hoped was all the love she had left for me.
I can handle things, and so can the rest of us. I have enough help, but I won't be able to focus if I'm worried about you. I'll come to you when I'm done.
I had to honor her request, because my body wasn't giving me any other choice. I wasn't well enough to fly, so the guys helped me off of Oberei and into a royal van. I couldn't sit up, so I was laid on a stretcher in the back.
Oberei, go with him,
Ava commanded. Oberei transformed into a husky to hop into the back. After a moment's pause, I heard Ava add, Eddie, you better go too. Absolutely, Princess. Eddie didn't fail to follow her order, jumping into the van beside me. Every bump in the road made my stomach lurch, and the weaving of the car made me dizzy. I let out an involuntary moan at the jarring of the van. Surprise dashed through me when I felt a rough and calloused hand hold my own. I'm here, sire. Eddie squeezed my fingers tightly. I'm not going anywhere. I never will. Though my mouth was dry, I managed to rasp. I know. There were tons of medical staff waiting once we got back to the palace. I was rushed to the hospital, where a multitude of healers started working on fixing me and mending my back. It took a while, but eventually I recovered from the worst of my blood loss and was able to stand on my own. I was still exhausted, but the flesh on my back was completely clean, like I'd been remade brand new. I was thanking every god in the blessed haven for the miracle that was magic. Without it, I'd definitely be dead. I was sad I didn't get to be with my grandfather, but happier I'd made it through, because I got to stay here with Ava and my son. Eddie didn't part from me for a second. He stayed with me constantly and helped me back to my quarters once the healing was done. He helped me change out of my bloody, ragged clothes and into new ones, aiding me into bed. I lay down against the pillows, and finally, the world managed to right itself again. Spriggs jumped onto my chest. He emitted a tiny wail, then threw his twiggy arms around my chin in a little plant hug. He couldn't understand what had happened out there, but he seemed happy to have me back. Eddie sat at my bedside. Are you truly sure you're all right, sire? Through my cracked lips, I gasped. Wouldn't be if it wasn't for you. You bought me time. You saved me. Eddie sniffed. Well, sire, it was simply what I had to do. I heard you cry out, and I knew it was for me. I couldn't resist your screams. They cut into the core of my soul, so I came. I unsurfaced the one thing I'd been wanting to say to him for months. I'm so sorry, Eddie, for everything. I'm sorry, too. Eddie cried at the simplest of circumstances, but his tears were justified now. I never wanted to be apart from you. Our bond breaking was a bitter division that I regret with the fullest of my being now. I regret it, too. I wish I hadn't done it. It was a hasty decision. I tasted salt as a bead of water dripped against my mouth. I was blinded by rage when Alistair escaped. I couldn't understand that you didn't have any part in it. Eddie cleared his throat. I am upset with Alistair as well, but I cannot ask him why he did what was done. That is in the past. We must move forward now. You didn't have to come to my defense, because we're not bonded anymore. But you did. You didn't give up on me even after everything I did to you. Of course I did. I cared for you through everything, and I cared even now, Eddie insisted. I could never be truly angry at you for what you did. I was devastated that you lost your way, but you seem to have found it again. I hope so. I want to make things right with everyone, especially her. She will forgive you, as I have, Eddie promised. Our magical bond may be severed, but no one can break the bonds of friendship. I have learned the valuable lesson that the magical bonds one is born with are not nearly as important as the emotional bonds one cultivates through life. I nodded slowly. They're not. I thought I was alone, and that I didn't have anybody to help me get through this world, but I was wrong. I have great brothers that keep taking care of me, no matter how much shit I put them through. Chansey, Marcus, Hez, and you. Eddie's voice wavered on the precipice of great loss and rediscovery of what we'd once left behind. Magical bond or not, you will always be my brother. Eddie threw his arms around me, squeezing me to him. I hugged him back and knew he was right about the brotherhood we shared. I hated not having Eddie around, but his intentions were clear. He didn't serve me because he had been obligated to, and never had. He'd been here for me because he wanted to be. And to be honest, that was all I wanted in the first place. Brothers for life, I promised. And even beyond.
Chapter 24. Ava-Marie. The battle was over, but not all of us were going home without scars. Charlie had used his body as a shield to defend me. He'd taken every blow of Deuce's whip willingly, giving of himself so I would come out of that fight unharmed. I refused to allow Deuce to live the moment his lash ripped open my husband's back. He'd claimed revenge upon Charlie for all he'd done at the Institute, so I'd claimed his life. My arrow found his heart, and the sound his chest made as the shaft sank into his undying form was the most satisfying music I'd ever heard. Existing alongside Charlie was something I struggled to do. He'd hurt me too much. But I couldn't live without him either, and I would not see him dead. Ancestors help anyone who dared to try and take him from me, because I'd send them to hell for it. I made sure Charlie was on his way back to the palace before I spoke to Eldon. Would you escort us to the refugees' beach? Of course. Eldon tapped her spear against the ground. If everyone would please follow me. We trailed after Eldon along the shores of the beach. Alana took her Tuakwa troops with us, remaining as silent as I was. Callie, on the other hand, was ranting loudly. I should have been able to kick Deuce's ass. By the gods, I used to assassinate people like him. Deuce was more powerful than any of those other weasels, Marcus argued. You have to give yourself credit for how well you stood up to him. Callie scoffed. I'm only alive because Deuce decided to play games instead of snapping my neck. Well, we snapped his, Danny offered. That's not the point, Callie insisted. I lost my most powerful magic when the Dollmaker took my wings. I can't fly, shift, or manipulate time. I'm operating with a handicap on the battlefield, and we almost lost Charlie today because I couldn't do anything to stop it. I may be a demigod, but unless I can use my demigod powers, it doesn't do us any good. We won the fight, and that's enough, Marcus pressed. You're enough, Callie. You need to be certain of that. By her stony silence, I could tell she didn't believe him. Look at what Ava did, Danny offered. She has no magic anymore, but she kicked ass out there with her bow. She killed a demigod vampire none of us could. It's not about your powers. It's about how you use what the world has given to you, how you wield what you still have left. If she can do it, so can you. The reverence in Callie's tone was clear as she said, Yeah, you're right. We could all be more like Ava. If she's not letting anything stop her, neither will I. I didn't want my friends to look up to me. I'd made a lot of mistakes. But if they did, I was willing to accept it, because I wanted them to use every tool they needed to get them through this war. We came upon the beach where our soldiers had led the Fae refugees. There were thousands of people here, scattered along the wide beach, while Elvish soldiers set up makeshift tents, supply lines, and medical shelters. I started giving orders. Eldon, I want the Firebirds to gather as many Fae sorceresses as you can that are still strong enough to cast. We need to start creating illusion homes to shelter these people. Their illusions won't last long, Princess, Eldon pointed out. We will have to come up with a more permanent solution. We will, but our resources are already stretched thin, I said. In the meantime, illusions will work, at least for a few days. Let's get these people inside, no matter how temporary their accommodations are. Right away, Your Highness, Eldon said. She bowed before hurrying off to gather illusionists. I turned to the rest of my friends. Ez, you know what to do. Track down the wounded and treat the worst of the injured first. Callie, help the other sorceresses make as many homes as you can sustain effectively. Marcus, work on securing the area. We need to make sure no mission members slip through. And Danny, I need you to find a way to get these people food and water. It looks like the mission starved them. I'm on it, Danny said, already on the move. The rest of my friends rushed to help. What do you need from me? Erica asked, cocking out her hip. And me, Alana added, surrounded by her Tuakwa warriors. Find the Elvish army and help them distribute supplies. They need clothes, blankets, and hygiene kits. These people require a lot of things, and we're going to get them back on their feet again." Everyone rushed to do as I said. I didn't need to order anyone else around. I saw that most of our allies, including our parents, the demigod guardians, and others, were rushing to lend a hand wherever they were needed. Now, I had to go where I could help out. I found Abigail taking down the names of the arrivals at a medical booth, sitting in an all-terrain wheelchair of her own. "How many are here?" I asked, leaning to look over the paperwork. "Thousands," Abigail said. "Our supplies are already strained, so the city's rationing is going to have to tighten, but it's good we brought them here. We have at least 1,500 new soldiers that can help us fight the mission." That's if they choose to help. No one here will be forced into this war against their will. I hadn't saved all these Fae to bolster our army. I'd done it because it was the right thing to do. "Understood. But you should know the Fae well by now. War is their specialty, and they are eager to gain their vengeance upon Dr. Taurus the moment they're well enough to wield a blade in hand. I wouldn't expect anything else." I moved into the medical tent and started to help wherever I could. I rolled bandages, distributed medicine, and helped doctors and nurses treat the wounded. I didn't have a lot of medical expertise now that my healing abilities were gone, but I could hold the hands of those getting stitches, stabilize those who needed amputations, and hand tools to overwhelmed doctors. There was blood streaked across my face and all over my armor in hours, but I ignored the gore and kept going, refusing to tire. My disability would not impede me today. I didn't care if my spine was lit aflame. I'd deal with it, because it was what had to be done. I wasn't the only one who felt that way. My brother ran throughout the medical tent, healing who he could, until I watched his magic ebb to the point it couldn't mend a small cut. He'd already strained himself so far by bringing Charlie back from the brink of death, and he was pushing his limits, continuing to help others. "Ez, you need to slow down. You're sick too," I reminded him, as I rolled past, grabbing a box of pills. "When you quit, I will," Ez said. His arms up to his elbows were stained red. Neither of us would, so we continued long into the night. I didn't allow fatigue to touch me, though it promised to return the moment I stopped to rest. As long as I kept moving, I could keep going, so I did. "Miss, you have to let us set the bone." A couple of doctors were trying to fix the broken arm of a sorceress, but she curled away, clutching at a crying newborn in her grasp. "I have no one to hold my child," she screeched, clinging to the small infant. The baby was covered in blood that wasn't her own. This woman had been through hell and back, making sure she got her baby out of Phospha. "You can set her aside, and she'll be safe while we fix your arm," a nurse offered, gesturing to a basket that was serving as a makeshift bassinet. "She's terrified. I can't give her to just anyone. She needs me," the sorceress screeched. That baby wasn't going to calm down until her mother did, and she was currently losing her head. I came over, extending my arms. "Here, I'm a mother. She'll be safe with me." The sorceress eyed me up and down. "Why should I trust you?" "I just gave birth a few months ago. My son is close to the same age your daughter is. I know how to hold a baby. She'll be okay." The sorceress glanced down to my chest, trying to decipher if I was lying by guessing if I was breastfeeding or not. She couldn't tell, but the look on my face must have been genuine, because she gently placed the baby into my arms. "Just for a moment." I brought the baby closer, but the sorceress still looked close to screaming. If I distracted her, she might settle down. "How old is your baby?" "Only 4 weeks. I had her inside the prison," the sorceress explained. "I had to give birth alone. My mate didn't make it." That was heartbreaking to hear. I couldn't imagine delivering alone, much less without Charlie with me. That was very brave. What's her name?
Aneska? It was my grandmother's name.
The sorceress allowed the doctors to set her arm, but she didn't wince with the pain of the bone being pushed back into place. Her eyes were focused only on her child. I named my son after his great-grandfather.
Then why isn't he here with you?
The sorceress threw her words at me like an accusation, like it was insanity that any woman could bear to part with her newborn for more than a few seconds. I desperately wished I understood how she felt. He's in the NICU. It was the safe answer. But he wouldn't have been with me even if he was a healthy child.
I see.
The sorceress nodded.
He'll be strong, then, just like my daughter. Both of them have already survived so much.
The baby stopped crying, nestling into my arms like it was natural for her to be there. The sorceress finally cracked a smile.
You must have experience. She settles so easily with you. Every baby needs a good mother. I can tell you are one.
I couldn't speak. My throat had closed as I stared into the baby's beautiful eyes. The minute the arm was wrapped in a splint, I gave the sorceress back her child, rubbing my arms as if scalded. There are others I need to help, I mumbled, and I took my chance to depart from the medical tent because I had to get some air. The stars dotted overhead as I sat on the beach, taking a quivering breath. Holding that baby hadn't been awkward. It felt like the most natural thing I could do. Perhaps it made me miss Casey, though I'd never admit it to myself.
Princess Ava!
I heard Callie's brother call for me over the noise of the camp. Chasm rushed toward me with a big smile, still wearing his gory battle armor, with Sigrid following.
I cannot thank you enough.
He knelt before me, grasping my hand.
You made it so I still have a kingdom to rule over. Word will spread throughout Malovia that Phospho is liberated. The Fae now have hope. I am forever in your debt.
I didn't do it by myself. I clapped my hand over his armored glove. What's more important than defeating our enemies is being there to help our friends. Spoken like a true empress, Sigrid noted. Empress? Did people really see me as such now? Are you two returning to the palace? I'll have rooms prepared for you. Fuck Cameron. He could whine about it, but the newest king and queen of Malovia were my honored guests. It wasn't like anyone in the palace was going to kick them out even if he said so. We're staying down here with our people, Sigrid insisted. They need us, so we won't leave them. Then I'll have supplies delivered to you as well. Stay safe, my friends. I raised a hand in farewell, and the two of them hurried off to keep helping their people, which was exactly how it should be. Cameron had it all wrong. Rulers weren't meant to be served, but to serve others. They gave up the best of themselves so their people could thrive. Chasm and Sigrid understood that. Tonight I learned that too, all too deeply. I looked around the camp and saw that the majority of my friends were gathered around a makeshift military tent nearby. Chansey was waving me over. I rolled his way. My friends surrounded me, including Callie, Marcus, Danny, and Abigail. "Did you see Ivy? Did they get back okay?" I asked.
They're already back at the palace. They took out about 100 mission members on their own before the whole fight was over. I had to drag them back through the portal because they weren't done.
Chansey frowned.
Ives isn't hurt. Physically, anyway. Can't say the same about what's going on in their head.
At least Ivy had made it out. "Did you check the camp for spies?" I asked, dropping my voice. Nobody needed to overhear this conversation. It was loud in the camp, and there was a lot going on, but we still needed to be careful about people eavesdropping. We did, and we don't have great news, Marcus said, glancing to Chansey. The angel's tone was grave as he added, I think my dad slipped through. Your dad? My eyes widened. Yeah. I got confirmation he was in Phosphor and slipped through with the refugees. But if he's here, I can't find him. He ran away like a rat, to hide. Chansey spat on the sand. Is he on the warden side? Marcus asked. He ain't on ours, Chansey said. My old man don't like the warden, but he don't like us neither. He still believes angels should rule the world. He just wishes it was another guy running the show. I still can't get the truth out of nobody if he was a soldier for the mission or a captive like the rest of them. It's not clear what he's doing here. Where do you think he might have gone? I asked. Chansey snorted. A bar, probably. He'll turn up drunk in a gutter eventually, but I don't want to wait that long to figure out where he's at. Is he a threat? Callie asked. Chansey shrugged. Only if he runs his big fat mouth, which he's good at. If he does, we'll have problems, since we don't know who's going to be listening on the other end. If he struck a deal with somebody to save his own skin and pass information down, the warden's basically got an earpiece inside the city. We can't have an angel that's not loyal to us within the shield, Abigail worried. We must apprehend him, and fast. I ain't quitting until I find him, Chansey promised. I'll yank his sleazy ass out of some hole in the wall somewhere. Mark my words. I'll help you, Danny offered. It's a talent of mine to rough up deadbeat dads. Chansey and Danny took off together, and Marcus came forward with his hands in his pockets. Chansey's dad isn't the only one that got in. There weren't many, but I'm pretty sure we have a few people here that aren't supposed to be. I rubbed my eyes. Mission members? Maybe. There are rumors of a group of enemy vampires running around, but there are so many people here that it's hard to check everybody. It's going to take days to vet all the refugees. What if Mad Dog got through? Callie worried. Or Esther. My guts revolted at the thought of her. They were the only anti-demigods left now that we'd killed Deuce and Naya, and we hadn't been able to locate them during the battle, if they were there at all. We're going to know if Esther and Mad Dog show up, because they'll start causing chaos right away. But I'm more worried about these vampires. We don't know why they're here or what they're up to. Marcus frowned. The enemy you don't know is more dangerous than the enemy you do. Maybe they just want to hide from the mission and from us, but they're still unpredictable, which means we won't know what they're planning until they spring it on us. Then, we won't be able to do anything about it. They're not going to be able to move once day breaks, because they'll have to hide from the sun. It's still nighttime, so this is the only shot they have at getting away. Find them, I demanded. Marcus and Callie left to hunt down whoever had broken through. I sank against my chair, and Abigail eyed me. Empress, you've done all you can. You need to get some rest. There was that word again. Empress. I haven't been crowned an empress, Abigail. People shouldn't be calling me that. But you are one, all the same, no matter what Cameron says, Abigail stated. Word is already spreading around the city of your great deeds. Even the guards, the servants, and the council members within the palace are calling you empress. People are giving you the title without the formalities of a coronation. There hasn't been an elvish empress in many decades, but your subjects have decided you are one now. Take the title as your own. Cameron would probably throw a fit, but I didn't care. He couldn't stop it now, especially not if the entire empire had taken to making that my name. Fine, but that doesn't mean I can quit. You defeated our enemies, led the Fae out of Phospha, and destroyed one of the most powerful demigods in Dr. Taurus's arsenal. You deserve to rest, Abigail insisted. Let your friends handle the remainder of what needs to be done. I couldn't help that my bones were sagging into this chair, every thread of my muscles screaming for relief. I'd pushed myself beyond my limits, and if I kept it up, I'd pass out. Very well, I'll leave, but I'm coming back in the morning. It's nearly morning now, Empress, Abigail remarked. I sighed. Ez, I called as I passed the medical tent. I'm going home. You're coming with. You can't make me, he groaned. Though I watched him sway on his feet, he was as close to fainting as I was. Guess what? People have decided I'm the Empress now, so actually, I can. Get your ass in the car. He didn't protest because he didn't have the energy to. He dragged himself to me before placing his hands on my shoulders, a white sheen filling the air. I felt the searing pain in my spine dwindle to an end, and the ache in my muscles melt away. What are you doing? I asked. Healing you. As his eyes narrowed as he worked, a few sweat droplets dripped down his brow. You nearly killed yourself fixing Charlie. Stop, I demanded. I tried to push him off, but his hands stayed put. I have time to handle a flare-up. You don't. Ez was stubborn, but I felt his fingers start to tremble. We both have needs. You have to save what magic you have left for yourself. I can take a week to stay in bed, but there's no time for you to recover. We all need you at your best. The last of his magic faded to a tiny spark. He was completely out. I knew what Ez had given to me. He'd be stuck in bed for days recovering, unable to eat, and in unimaginable pain while his magic slowly recovered. This would be the worst of his illness, and he'd done it for me and Charlie. We didn't deserve a brother like him. Always, Ez was infinitely good. There couldn't be a more wholesome soul in all the world. There was a van waiting for us by the edge of the beach. Eldon was dutifully there, and she took us back to the palace. My bones were aching by the time I exited the military vehicle. I could barely navigate my chair through the gardens, but Ez was worse. He needed to lean on Eldon in order to make it through the front door. He'd far past exerted himself, and I was pissed at him for doing it. I need to go to the hospital, Ez mumbled, swaying on his feet. Most of the healers are down at the camp, so how do you expect to get any help? I asked sourly. The refugees need their healing magic more, but the nurses can give me fluids and electrolytes. He gagged, turning pale. A few months of medical school and suddenly you're an MD? Right this way, Dr. Mito. Screw you, Ava. Ez became green, and I was thankful Eldon was so tall and strong. She'd be able to carry Ez if he didn't make it to the hospital. Otherwise, we'd have to tie him to my chair and drag him behind me. We headed to the hospital at a turtle's crawl. We got Ez into a room fairly quickly, though I was right, and most of the doctors and nurses weren't around. I ordered a servant to go search for my mother and bring her back here, so she could heal Ez's lovable, stupid ass. He was passed out within minutes of lying on a medical bed, giving small cries of pain in his sleep. Eldon, stay with him until I send someone to get you, I ordered. He's not able to help himself right now. Of course, Empress. Eldon pounded her spear against the floor, and I left the room. Usually I'd stay with my brother, but I had a decision to make that was weighing heavily on my mind, and had been since Charlie had taken those lashes for me. I had to be alone to make it. Princess Ava. A regal voice interrupted my journey to the NICU, and I turned my chair. Queen Emmeline stood there, appearing triumphant, self-assured, and, in my opinion, on the fringe of utter exhaustion. "It's Empress now, actually," I said blandly. "At least, according to everyone else." She smiled. "Interesting how the public forms its own opinion of things, isn't it?" "I'm the ruler of this city. Aren't I the one who's supposed to be calling the shots around here?" Emma shook her head. "You'll come to find during your reign, as I did, that your subjects are more unpredictable than you realize." "I haven't seen you in a while. Are you making progress on getting into the afterlife?" "The news is better than that. I've been looking for you since you returned from the battle. I meant to tell you our job is done. Lucas and I have broken through the boundary." "You have? That's incredible!" I didn't think they'd be able to. A broad smile spread across my tired face. "Yes, we just returned from Edenmire's borders. We've managed to create a big enough gap into the great hunting grounds for you and your friends to slip through. When you're ready, I can portal you to Edenmire and help you get through the opening into the Fae afterlife, though I suggest you don't take too long. We don't know how long that hole will remain open." "We need some time to recover from the battle, but I know this can't wait. We'll leave in 24 hours. We needed to reach the ancestral lands and find the Mutabicha as soon as possible, and get their help at creating a time vortex so we could throw the warden into it. Then, this war could be done with. Thanks, Emma, for everything. Anything to help my daughter and her friends, and to be a thorn in the side of Dr. Taurus. I admit that I enjoy getting under his skin." She smirked, looking me up and down. "You appear quite bloodied from battle. Your rage is a more powerful tool than your magic, and you wield it well." "I never back down from a fight, no matter how high the odds are stacked against me." "A quality you and I share." Emma crossed her arms. "It was a very difficult process to open a hole in the afterlife, but it is done. My powers as the World Weaver go beyond limits even I understand." "She'd be proud of you," I said, knowing Emma would understand who I meant. Emma's green eyes darkened with sorrow. "Ethan and I knew Professor Hemlock for many years. We've failed to catch her killer, but we will not fail in punishing the person responsible for giving the order for her death. Dr. Taurus is waiting for you, Ava. I know more than most people about giving justice to a malevolent god." Emma leaned down, and in a spiteful whisper, she hissed, "He dared to cross you when it's your time to face him. Make him pay for it." She rose, dignified, her red hair fanning behind her as she elegantly strode away. Reassurance bloomed within me. This crazy idea just might work. If we could reach the Mutabicha, we could end the warden. We'd done the hardest part by getting through. We just had to cross the afterlife. Then we could bring a stop to this chaos. Opal opened the door once I got to Casey's room within the NICU. "How's he doing?" I asked, rolling close to the incubator. He looked as peaceful as he ever did, but he doubled in size in the past few weeks. How had I not noticed until now? Marina slept on the hospital recliner, curled up on the cushion. "He's just fine. Hasn't fussed a bit," Opal said. She looked me up and down, covered in mud and gore, unsure if she was seeing her friend and not something entirely different. "The doctors say he's ready to leave the NICU. Weren't you planning on bringing him home today?" We were, but we can't now, I said. Emma told me she was able to get through the afterlife's boundary. We're going to find the Mutabicha. That's good news. Though if that's true, why aren't you in bed? It's nearly daybreak. You need to rest if you're going to leave again. I wanted to take Casey somewhere, but I was still wearing my stained armor. I'll wrap him in a blanket, Opal offered. Then you can take him out. Opal swaddled Casey before laying him in my arms, so no stain from the battle would touch him. He slept gently against my chest. Thanks, Opal. I'll bring him back shortly. I won't be long. She was a great maidservant. I had wonderful people all around me who served me well whenever I needed them. That meant I had to be just as helpful to them as they were to me. I was able to navigate the halls by holding Casey in one arm and maneuvering the lever of my chair with another. The motorized wheels took me to the temple, which was void of all people. The sacred hall was silent and still as I proceeded toward the tree, sitting at the base and looking at all the intricate emerald leaves. Casey slumbered silently, staying just as quiet as our surroundings. Crack, crack, crack! The sound of the whip hailing fire upon Charlie's back was imprinted in my memory. I couldn't get away from it. I hadn't stopped hearing it since Deuce had delivered the first lash. That never should have happened. He wouldn't have taken those strikes for me if he hadn't been there, if I had distanced myself from him like I should have been doing for months now. My reserve had slipped, and I'd lost my way after Casey had arrived. Charlie would continue to be my shield unless I no longer allowed him to be one, and I would not let him take another blow that was meant for me ever again. From the first crack of that whip, I'd known what I had to do, and what the right decision was. I just didn't want to go through with it. I looked down at Casey's soft face. Hey, little baby. I skimmed his cheek with the tip of my finger. Aren't you cute? Casey's eyes slowly blinked open. He looked up, squirming as his mouth opened slightly in what seemed like surprise. Yeah, I'm your mama. Nice to meet you. I don't think he'd had his eyes open when he'd been in my arms the last time. He gazed at me like I was the most miraculous thing in the world. You used to Daddy, huh? I brushed back wisps of black hair, expecting him to fuss because he didn't know me. He must have recognized the sound of my voice, because his surprised lips widened into an adorable grin, awed by my presence, like I was some kind of goddess and not just a woman. I think that was his first smile. Nobody had told me if he'd done that before, but he did for me. You're so special, aren't you, little prince? I tweaked his nose. Too special for me to have. I thought I could have it all, become empress and raise a family. But my family got hurt because I chose to be empress. I tried to have both, and Charlie had nearly died due to my stubborn refusal to give anything up. That proved my dreams weren't possible. I needed to make an authentic decision, because I had to stay true to who I was. It was authentic for me to rule, to be in power, to become empress. I would also stay true to my heart by staying with Charlie. But I couldn't have both. If I was empress, Charlie would inevitably die. And if I chose Charlie, the supernatural world would perish. I had to determine what decision meant the most to me. The answer was obvious, because without a doubt, I wanted to choose Charlie. But even so, I paused on making the same choice I previously had. I'd picked Charlie over the world the last time I'd faced this decision, and the results had been cataclysmic. Though Charlie had done all the work I'd asked him to do in order to fix our relationship, I had to be honest with myself. I wasn't ready to go back to this marriage, and I didn't know if I ever would be. So what did I choose? My family or my people? Casey lifted his tiny fingers and brushed them against my face. My arms slackened, but I still managed to keep Casey close to my chest as an unmistakable spark flared. That was the touch of magic. I'd nearly forgotten what it felt like. My pulse kick-started, but it didn't last long before I found images flashing across my eyes, the temple fading around me. A woman with long raven hair, wearing a rich purple dress and a spiked black crown, sat upon a throne within Elamant's halls, hundreds of people bowing before her. Friends and family gathered at the dais of the throne, kneeling at her feet, each one thriving and alive. The sun shining through the windows was bright, and a cry of rejoicing went up amongst the room as the Empire's enemies were finally declared defeated. One person did not kneel. A man held a child in his arms, expressionless at the celebration. The woman upon the throne cast her gaze his way, yet the man holding the baby turned his back and walked out. The vision shifted. Day became night, everything turning to ash and shadow. Black clouds hung throughout the desperate night as screams rose over a bloody battlefield. Explosions sounded in the background, harboring the sounds of death. Bodies of loved ones lay scattered everywhere, torn to shreds and lying lifeless. The raven-haired woman no longer wore a crown. She clung to the baby in her arms before turning into her husband, clutching at his chest to give him one final kiss. He wrapped his arms around her and shielded his family as a wicked god spread his wings wide above the war-torn field, his nefarious laughter infecting the land. He brought his final spell down upon the world, and everything went dark. The temple slowly materialized as the vision ended. I came back into my body, feeling the sensation of Casey kicking against my arms. A solitary tear dripped slowly down my face. My son had given me the clarity I needed. Though he was so little, Natarai were natural guides, and there was no doubting his power. Idril and Carolyn could no longer send me visions, but Casey could share them with me, and he'd just experienced his first foretelling of what was to come. I already knew there were two paths ahead of me, and I'd have to choose. Those two very different choices were laid in front of me in tragic precision. I had the ability to beat the Warden even without my magic. I could lead my allies against him, use my cleverness to end his monstrous rule, and bring Elamanth into an age of peace while reigning as empress. If I did this, none of my loved ones or friends had to die. They'd all make it to the end, and we could heal this world back to the way it should be. But if I did that, I couldn't be with Charlie or keep Casey. If I decided to step into this role of empress, Charlie would have to walk away and take Casey with him. The reality crushed me to consider, until I remembered the second vision. In it, I'd clung to Charlie and fought to save my marriage, while struggling to find a way to love this child. I'd put my family first, before the well-being of the rest of the world, and it had led to the Warden winning the war. He'd killed all my friends and destroyed what was left of our world before finally taking me out, killing my entire family with me. Neither Charlie nor Casey survived. I'd already chosen my heart over the world once before, and it had nearly led to the end of all things. Charlie had broken my heart, and because I couldn't have him, I tried to destroy the universe. I had to choose differently this time. Returning to this marriage wasn't about just going back to Charlie. It would require me to become a mother to Casey, too. I could be his mother, or be the Holy Mother. I had to decide now. Cameron had been right in the worst way possible, because he'd warned we'd have to choose the Empire over our son. But he'd also been wrong, because he didn't understand what true sacrifice required. Cameron had abandoned Charlie because he didn't care about his child, but I genuinely wanted to save my son. I couldn't handle Casey getting tortured like Charlie had, his back split open by that terrible whip. I knew if the warden got his hands on my child, he'd do worse to this baby. He wouldn't hurt Casey, though, if I was in the way. To do it, I'd have to take up a crown and place my son aside. My body was nearly rendered in two by the immense heartbreak of it all, because I could hardly bear it. Charlie and I had done so much work to repair our marriage. We tried our very best to fix things, but it didn't matter. Because if I wanted to save his life, the life of my son, and all the people I loved, I still had to give him up. I had to get to a place where I loved Charlie so much I could let him be free. I had to choose to leave him behind in order to become what my people and my son needed me to be. I tried to end the world because I didn't want the ones I loved to suffer anymore. Now, I saw that suffering was unavoidable. Leaving Charlie and finally breaking our marriage would cause great suffering to both of us. Maybe all the work we'd done wasn't to unite us again. Maybe we'd done it in order to get to a place where we could let each other go. I was no longer leaving Charlie out of spite or because he'd wounded me, but out of great love. I was the Holy Mother. A mother's job was to endure tremendous sacrifice to protect her children. And the people of the supernatural community were my children now. I wanted to heal my wounded feminine side, trust that other people could take care of me, and that I didn't need to journey through this world alone. But now, I understood that I could never do it. I was a warrior, and I had to fight for what was important. I couldn't keep Charlie or Casey with me, but I could give them a life beyond me, and that's what mattered. When Charlie and I had left the island, I'd been optimistic that there was a way to find healing through softness, through intuition, nurturing, and compassion. But this latest battle made me understand reality. Mothers couldn't afford to be feminine in this world. They had to stand strong in their masculine, defend their children, and not allow anyone to harm them. I wanted Charlie to protect and provide for me, but all of his attention had to go to Casey. The best way he could support me was to raise this child because I couldn't. Not if I was to become everything I was meant to be. Charlie couldn't keep putting himself in the line of fire for me. Not if he was going to raise our son and keep him alive. I wasn't the priority anymore, and I never wanted Charlie to become the sacrifice on my behalf. He nearly died this time. The only reason he hadn't was because Marcus had kept his soul in his body while Ez had healed him. If those two hadn't been there, he would have bled to death in front of me while I remained uselessly at his side, unable to do anything about it. We'd had too many close calls in the span of our relationship. That wasn't considering the amount of death we'd escaped in the short term of our marriage alone. If we kept gambling with our lives like this, eventually we'd come up short. It wouldn't end unless I decided to change the pattern. There was always one more battle to face, and in the next one, Charlie might not come home. There weren't many lines I wouldn't bend. Burying Charlie was one line I didn't dare to cross. He would not go to his grave unless I was in one first. This, I promised myself. Ironically, the one way to save him and Casey was to save everyone else. But I couldn't have them at my side if I was going to do it. I couldn't work on fixing my relationship and saving my family if I had to commit to fixing the world for all these people, no matter how much I wanted to. I wasn't powerful enough or strong enough to do or have it all. The world kept asking me to make sacrifices. I had to choose to sacrifice my place in my family for the Empire's sake, because if I didn't, everything would die. The warden would kill everything, and there'd be no stopping him. I'd never had my freedom in the first place. It always belonged to someone else. Even so, I was willing to throw it away for the sake of my family. I'd give my life for my son and my husband, so they could have a clean slate to start over once all of this was done. There was no other decision to make. I was an empress now. It was time to spread my wings and take flight. I leaned down to press my lips gently to Casey's forehead. I wish I could have gotten to know you, little baby. You're someone I could grow to like very, very much. Casey smiled again, and I preserved the moment in my memory. Maybe one day when he was old enough, I'd have a chance to explain to him why I did what I did. I prayed not. All I wanted was for him to move on, forget about me, and have a happy life with Charlie. That's what they both deserved. They were the only future I had, and I was choosing to fade from their memory forever. But I wasn't a person anymore, as much as I was a symbol. I had been reduced to nothing more than an emblem of justice in this world's reckoning, a beacon of judgment presiding over the warden's punishment. It was all I was, and it was all the Empire required me to be. The Elvish people didn't need a wife or a mother. They needed an empress. So that's what I would become, even if it killed me to do it. It would destroy what little remained of me to leave behind my spouse, my child, and everything I dreamed I could have. I was glad Charlie had ripped apart my soul. If he hadn't, I wouldn't be strong enough to do this. He hadn't sentenced me to a cruel punishment by ripping my spirit away or by breaking our bond in two. He'd bestowed upon me a treasured mercy. Even this universe's punishments were protection. I was slowly starting to see just why suffering was so important. I once thought I could write my own destiny. Now I understood that this was what fate required, and nothing was going to change it. I knew who I was deep down, and always had. I was going to be the light in this world that was so shrouded by darkness. I couldn't afford to be wrong, so I wouldn't be. I'd rise to transfigure into everything I was meant to resemble, and there was nothing left for me to be afraid of, for no fear could stop me from making my evolution. I could clearly picture the woman I was metamorphosing into. I'd take my chance to turn this realm into everything I knew it could be, by alchemizing into the greatness I would become. Soft sunlight shone through the windows of the temple, igniting the pews with the hues of sunrise. I thought of the first line of my prophecy, the one that had far past finished, yet still didn't seem quite done with me. The balance between the light and the dark will be brought together by the light of the new dawn. I was the one who'd sent this world into chaos. It was finally my time to sink into the flames and make things right. I jostled the baby in my arms, turning him so he could watch the rising sun. Look, Bright Eyes. There it is. I spoiled myself by giving him one last kiss, nestling my lips in his feathery locks as he beamed against the break of day. The new dawn.
Chapter 25. Charlie. I roused in my quarters several hours after I'd returned from the hospital. The morning sun streamed through the windows and onto my face, but the bed beside me was cold and empty. Spriggs had snuggled into my shoulder sometime during the night and was snoring in my ear. The sounds of dishes clinking together came from the kitchen, and I sat upright. "Ava, is that you?" Soft footsteps approached. "It's Callie. Can I come in?" I groaned as I sat up, still sore. "Sure." Callie entered, and Oberai happily trotted into the room behind her. The mattress shifted as she set a tray on the bed next to me. The sweet scent of freshly baked muffins wafted upward. I realized how hungry I was. I grabbed one and bit into it. Callie had made these for me? I could hardly believe it. Oberai jumped onto the bed beside me and scarfed down 2 of my muffins.
Yummy!
I scowled, but turned my attention to Callie. "What are you doing here? Where's Ava-Marie?" "She's still down at the refugee camp. She has been all night," Callie said, sitting on the edge of the mattress. My chewing slowed. "She's still out there?" "She's been down there helping everyone get settled. If she could give these people the clothes off her back, she would." A lump rose in my throat, and I set my food aside. This isn't right. Ava's going to exhaust herself giving everything she has to these people. "You can't stop her. She's the princess, and this is what princesses do," Callie stated. I frowned. "You're a princess, and yet here you are. Because I'm checking on you so she could check on everyone else," Callie said. "This isn't my kingdom, but I'm one of Ava's ladies in her royal court, so my job is to help her in whatever way she needs. That means I need to worry about you so she doesn't have to. She's taking care of the Fae in my stead, and I'm taking care of her husband. We're best friends. We support each other, and I already know what she needs without having to guess." I shook my head. Maybe that's true, but the problem is she's Ava-Marie. She can't stand to see people suffer. That's never going to change, but maybe there's something I can do to help her. You saved her life last night. You already did your part. You need to recover. I tossed the sheets off myself and climbed out of bed. The healers did a great job, and I've recovered enough. I need to make sure that when Ava returns, she's able to rest. I went over to my wardrobe. I found a button-up shirt and pulled it on. She spent her whole night helping these people, and she doesn't even have the proper clothes to wear. She's going to be exhausted. I knelt down and pulled out the bottom drawer of the wardrobe, then felt in the very back for a velvet bag I'd left there. It was a secret stash I'd stored since I'd arrived in Elamanthe, just in case I ever got into another situation where I lost it all. That way I wouldn't be left with nothing. Some bad habits never died. "What are you doing?" Callie asked. I held up the bag, which clinked with the sound of coins. "I'm going to get her stuff back." "So Ava finally told you what she gave up?" Callie asked curiously. I stood. "She did. We're working things out." "That's great to hear. I'm really proud of you both." I furrowed my brow. I didn't think you'd be this happy to see Ava and me trying to work things out. Callie stood. "I know what it's like to have your bond broken with someone you love and come out stronger because of it. I know this hasn't been easy for either of you, but I do want you guys to get back together, as long as that's what you both want. I just wanted you to do it the right way. I think you're both finally on the right track. Do you know something I don't?" "I shouldn't," she replied, "but I was there when Ava gave her things away. I saw how much you mean to her that day. Nothing could ever break her as much as losing you did. I knew Ava wanted to keep trying, and I'd seen into the intentions of her heart, but there were still sides of her I couldn't reach. Hearing this from Callie made me certain I was doing the right thing. Thanks for the reassurance. I'm happy we're making progress. I think we all are." After a hesitant beat, Callie added, "Where'd this money come from? I thought Cameron cut you off." "I've had it for a while," I explained. Before my grandfather died, he gave me access to the royal treasury, and I set this aside right away just in case. When you don't grow up with much, it makes you terrified that you could lose it all someday. I thought it'd be a good idea to set aside an emergency fund, just in case we ever had to start over. Since my dad cut me out of the treasury, this is all the money I have in the world. How much is there? I sighed. Not enough to get all of Ava's stuff back, but enough to give her a fresh start. So you're giving up everything you saved for her. I ran my fingers over the velvet, testing the weight of the coins in my hands. My heart hammered, but I'd already made up my mind. Once I spend this, I'm back to having nothing. But I want to give it up for her, and I'm happy to do it. You said it yourself. Ava would give the clothes off her back for these people, and she already has. I don't want her to give anything more, so I'm going to do what she asked and return her things. Starting with Monica's armband. Charlie, that armband could be anywhere by now. And it's a good thing you're here. You could do a tracking spell, can't you? Of course. I always keep my grimoire on me. Hold on. She flipped through the pages. Here. These are my mother's notes. She has such sloppy handwriting. What's the spell? I asked curiously. It's a spinning arrow that locates whatever you're trying to find. One of my aunts invented it during the Malovian Revolution. I haven't been able to get the magic right until recently, but I finally perfected it. It'll lead us right to the armband. I heard the whoosh of magic, then felt a supernatural projectile materialize around me as it erratically weaved this way and that. The spell is working, Callie noted. Excellent. Let's go. Spriggs jumped onto my shoulder and slid down into my shirt pocket, while Oberoi followed behind us. Callie practically dragged me out of the suite, following the magical arrow. The armband can't be far. The arrow's really steady. We could probably walk there. Callie led us out of the palace and through the streets of Elamant until we came upon a residential area. The streets were quiet apart from a distant creaking. Should we start knocking on doors or what? I asked. I don't think that's necessary. We're looking for the kid Ava gave her armband to. Callie paused, surveying her surroundings. There's a park up ahead and a little girl alone on the swings. I think I recognize her. Come on. Spriggs peeked over my shoulder as Callie led me forward. The creaking sound grew louder, and I realized it was the chains of the swing groaning as the child swayed back and forth. The girl must have spotted us because the sound came to an abrupt halt. Small footsteps landed in the dirt. Wait, I cried. Please don't go. The child hesitated. You're the prince, she said in a tiny voice. She couldn't have been more than 6 or 7. I nodded. Yes. Callie leaned into me to whisper. It's her. She's wearing Ava's armband. The girl took a cautious step back. I've heard bad things about you. I shouldn't be talking to you. You tried to kill the Emperor. I understand that I seemed scary, I said gently. I just want to talk. I'm here for my wife, the Holy Mother. She gave you that armband, didn't she? The girl rubbed her arm. Yes? What do you want with it? I knelt beside her to show I wasn't a threat, then pulled several coins from my pocket. I was hoping I could buy it back from you. Would you sell it to me? This was from the princess, she insisted. You can't have it back. With this money, you could buy 10 new armbands. If this kid didn't want to trade for this thing, I didn't know how I was going to get it back. The girl sniffled. You don't get it. No one ever wants to play with me. The Holy Mother gave me this friendship bracelet, so she's my only friend now. My heart broke. I knew Ava cared so much about her people, but I didn't realize what she'd done for this child and just how much this armband would mean to this little girl. I knew what it was like to be the kid swinging alone on the playground. If someone had offered me a friendship bracelet back then, I'd have died before I gave it up. But this was Monica's bracelet. Nothing could ever replace it. If I failed to retrieve it for Ava, my role in this marriage tradition would be incomplete, and we couldn't move forward in repairing things until I had proven to her I could provide. But how could I take such a precious thing from such a sad little child? It wouldn't be right. I know what it's like to not have any friends, I told the child. I'm glad the princess is your friend, because she's the greatest friend there's ever been. I know this because she's my best friend. This armband means a lot to her, because her best friend in the whole wide world made it for her. I'd really like to be able to give it back to her, so if there's anything you're willing to trade in return, consider it yours." The girl sniffled.
All I ever wanted was a friend.
Spriggs jumped off my shoulder. His spindly legs felt like an extension of my earth magic as he scurried through the dirt toward the girl. He stopped at her feet, placing a leafy hand on her shoe.
What's that?
The girl asked. I reached out for Spriggs and lifted him in my palm. "This is Spriggs. He's a sentient plant brought to life by the power of earth and spirit magic. He's my pet."
A pet is kind of like a friend,
the girl remarked, her tone sounding a little brighter. "It is," I agreed as I stroked Spriggs's head. "He's a very good companion."
I wish I had a friend like him,
the little girl said wistfully.
You seem like you have so many friends.
"Yeah, I do." And it was true, because I did. The best friends anyone could ever ask for. I'd been so alone early in life, but I wasn't alone anymore, because I had my Institute family. They were all I needed. Spriggs jumped out of my hand and leapt toward the girl. I could feel him with my earth magic, giving her leg a hug. The girl giggled, then Spriggs darted away to lead her to a merry-go-round. The metal creaked as she started spinning him around, and her laughter ignited the skies. It hit me then. The answer of what I needed to do made me sick to my stomach, but I knew it was the right decision all the same. Spriggs was my very first pet, and had been with me for a while now. He'd survived our escape from the Institute and been a loyal companion during our time in Elameth. But if I was being honest, I hadn't been giving Spriggs the attention he deserved since we gotten here. I had so many friends in my life, and though I loved Spriggs, I didn't need him. Yet this little girl did. She was all alone, and maybe Spriggs needed her too. It was hard to let him go, because I had made him out of my own magic. But maybe I wasn't meant to keep everything I made. I could hear the two of them having the time of their lives on that merry-go-round. Spriggs spent most of his days in a pot inside my quarters, waiting for me to return, and he didn't deserve that. If he was with this little girl, he could run around in nature carefree. Nobody had bothered to give a friend to the sad little boy I was, and I'd really needed one. But I could fix what no one had done for me through this child. This was my second chance to make things right. Tears welled in my eyes. "I have to do this," I whispered, to talk myself through it and promise that I wouldn't turn around and back down. "Charlie, are you sure this is what you want to do?" Callie questioned. "I'd do anything for her." I walked forward, and Callie followed me to the merry-go-round. The little girl stopped running, though Spriggs kept spinning around, squealing in glee as the wind moved through his leaves. I knelt in front of the girl. I cleared my throat so my voice didn't crack, sang. "Spriggs needs a fresh bowl of water every day to soak in. He likes it warmed by the sun, so it's best to leave it outside. He wants the window cracked every morning to let in the fresh air, and he likes to be fed flower petals twice a day. Sunflowers are his favorite."
So, I can have him?
She asked hopefully. "Yes, if you give me back the armband, he's all yours." The girl threw her arms around my neck to hug me.
"Oh, thank you! Thank you! I'll take really good care of him. I promise."
"He needs a friend to play with, too. You could tell him all your secrets, and he'll never say a word. If you take care of him well and play with him outside, I promise you two will be the best of friends." I sniffed, doing my best to hold it in as I hugged her back. He's a good boy. You'll see."
"Trade ya."
She drew away and placed Ava's armband in my palm. I was glad to have the armband back in my possession, but I was heartbroken to give up Spriggs. The merry-go-round slowed. Spriggs jumped down, swaying one way and the other like he was dizzy. I plucked him up off the ground, and he steadied in my palm. "You're gonna go live with this child now, Spriggs," I told him, shattered. "Thank you for being a good friend to me. Now you get to go make another one." He clapped his leafy hands together in delight. I couldn't be sure he understood that he wasn't coming back, but he seemed really happy to have a child to play with. This was the right decision, for him and for her, even if it wasn't for me. I placed Spriggs into the little girl's hand, whispering, "Goodbye, little buddy." The girl took off, laughing as Spriggs joined in with a little squeal. Over I nudged his nose into my leg. You did the right thing. I placed Ava's armband in my pocket to keep it secure. I know. We walked away from the playground and Kelly laid a hand on my shoulder. That was the most selfless thing I've ever seen you do. Well, I wiped my face, not caring she'd seen me cry. It was for the best. He doesn't deserve to be locked up in my room all day. He should be free, even if it hurts me to let him go. You've really changed, Charlie Walken, Callie said. Are you gonna be okay? I swallowed and cleared my throat. Spriggs will have a good life with that kid, and I need to be okay with that. I forced myself to leave Spriggs behind, turning my attention to other matters. Anyway, thinking about how much I miss him isn't going to help me move forward. I just want to focus on getting Ava's things back. She said she didn't need all her old clothes, but I need to get her something, because she can't keep wearing the same dress every day. Callie perked up. Does that mean we're going shopping? Yes, we're going shopping. I started jumping up and down.
Hooray! I can't wait to help you find all of Ava's new things!
We headed in the direction of the mall. I needed Callie's help to pick out the right clothes for Ava, because I didn't want to buy anything she didn't like. I ran my fingers over the fabric of at least 100 dresses, knowing the majority of them would bunch and feel uncomfortable in her chair, while Callie gave commentary on how the color would complement Ava's skin tone. My wife needed something soft and unrestrictive. None of this was working. We went to 6 different shops and hadn't found anything suitable. Unlike before, people were ignoring me in the mall, mostly because of my bad reputation in throwing that coup, but we couldn't stay here all day. I wanted to be waiting for Ava whenever she got back, but at this rate we hadn't found a single dress. It was easy to shop for her the last time we came here. Why is it so hard now? I asked, feeling frustrated. If I couldn't do this for Ava, that threadbare dress would eventually fall off and she'd be forced to go around naked. Not a thought that I hated, but I didn't want to make her feel cold or uncomfortable. Because she hadn't been out of prison in 2 years and went crazy on a shopping spree. But honestly, most of those clothes she got didn't fit her well, Callie said. She struggled to put so many of them on. Most of her choices were stuff she wore before she became paraplegic, so a lot of it didn't work with her chair. She hadn't learned how to shop for her disability yet. I noticed. I had helped her dress most days before we'd separated, but since I'd broken our bond, I hadn't aided her in getting ready once. Though she'd moved back in, she still wasn't at a place where she was comfortable with me helping her dress again, and I didn't want her to feel forced to ask for help, from me or the servants. She didn't like people touching her body and was insanely independent, but at the same time, it was difficult for her to dress herself. We needed a solution to this problem. Is there an easier way that Ava can get dressed without having to deal with all these complicated outfits? I asked Callie as we waited in line at a local coffee bar. Ava could slip stuff over her head, but pulling on pants was all but impossible for her without help. There must be. Callie grabbed her drink. I went to leave, but she snagged me by the jacket and held me in place. Wait, what exactly were we standing around for? I waited for something to happen, but wasn't expecting it when she shoved a cold drink into my hands. Here. I blinked. You didn't have to. Shut up, because I did. Just drink it. I took a sip and my eyes widened. You remembered my coffee order? Of course I do. Tall iced, half cut with milk, 3 pumps of vanilla syrup. I always picked up the same thing from commissary before group therapy every week, and you never changed it. Not even when we got to Elamat. I was touched she'd remembered. Ava used to make my coffee every morning, but this was different. I don't like fancy shit. I know you don't. Do you still get a latte with brown sugar and salted caramel? I knew her coffee order, too. Callie became hesitant. I switched to matcha after the coup happened. I don't know. It didn't taste the same after we stopped talking, and coffee puts me off ever since the doll maker used it to poison me. I kind of avoid it now. My heart dropped. Oh. But I got it this time, because I'm with you. Callie swished her coffee, shaking the ice. Come on, let's try one more place. She took me to a boutique near the edge of the mall. It sounded pretty empty. Where are we? I asked Callie. It's an adaptive clothing store, she explained. We're idiots. We should have come here first. Is Ava going to like anything here? Adaptive clothing was one thing, but if it was ugly, she'd refuse to put it on. I knew her. It's all couture, custom made. She'll like it. That also meant it was ridiculously expensive, but I didn't care. Anything for my pitch. We started looking through items. Oberei stuck his head into a rack of clothing and refused to pull it out, his tail smacking against my leg. So what makes it adaptive, I wondered. The shirts have open backs that you can put on from the front, then button up behind you, Callie explained. The pants have an elastic waist, but the legs themselves are open, with magnetic clasps, buttons, or zippers on the sides, so it's easy to fasten them to your body instead of having to pull them on. A lot of the dresses are wraps, which are easy to tie around your torso. Plus, all of this stuff is hidden in the seams, so no one is going to be able to tell the difference between these outfits or a regular piece of clothing. They're made specifically for the comfort of people who have chronic pain or those who are wheelchair users. This was perfect. With these clothes, Ava didn't need help getting dressed. She could do it all by herself, with full autonomy. That's all she ever really wanted. My finger skimmed along a dress that was in Ava's size. I ran my fingers over the cotton fabric and knew this one would work. I took it off the rack and showed Callie. How's this one? It's pink. That's perfect, Callie raved. Get two. There's another option in floral. Finally, something this picky bitch will wear. We managed to find a few more options, a couple of pants and shirts, before Callie gave a devious snicker. Oh, I found a couple of adapted panties that you'll like, Callie teased, nudging me. These adorable buttons on the side will be great for easy access. She's not going to let me take them off her, I said, though I smirked all the same. I'll let her be the judge of that. Callie reached past me to yank something lacy over my hands. I stiffened. What is that? You know what it is. It's lingerie, Callie cheered. It's got the cutest little hearts on the nipples, and it's simple to take off. Come on, Callie. I'm getting it. It's not for you, it's for her. Callie dropped it in the basket, and I let her do it. Ava loved lingerie because it made her feel sexy, and I loved it on her. I was all for making it easier for us to take this stuff off, because usually I had to rip it off of her and ruin the garment, but I doubted I'd ever get that chance again. She wouldn't let me go anywhere near her wearing it, but if it made her feel beautiful, it was well worth the purchase. I spent almost every penny I had purchasing enough clothes to fill several drawers in our dresser. It still wasn't enough, but it would get Ava started. I'd been right, and the clothes had been expensive, but I didn't bat an eye at the price. She needed things. I provided them for her. Simple as that. We visited several more shops to gather various essentials for Ava-Marie. Things like soap, lotion, perfume, makeup, and shoes for various occasions. By the time we were done, I didn't have a coin to my name. But I had a new beginning for us, and that's all we really needed. Before we left the mall, Oberei spent half an hour looking at hats before I managed to drag him away and convince him we were here for Ava, reminding him he still had a full hat collection in the ladies' court.
But all those hats look best in my unicorn form, which I can't take anymore, Oberei grumbled. I want a fedora for my doggy form. I look spiffy.
Spiff this. I bopped him lightly on the nose, and he barked at me. We purchased a lot of stuff, but overall didn't have many bags. It was going to take a lot of work to fill Ava's closet. We should get back to the palace, I said, already turning that way. Callie grabbed me by the collar to hold me back. Hold on, Callie said. I want to take you somewhere. My treat. Take me? Yeah, dickhead. Let's go. Nobody had offered to take me anywhere in a long time, but I didn't object. I let Callie lead me out of the mall, and we walked a few blocks before we ducked into a restaurant, one that was loud with cheering. I heard grunts over the music and the smacking sound of gloves hitting against flesh. I smelled leather and heard a bell ring out as men applauded loudly. It's a boxing bar, Callie called over the noise. You can watch live fights as you eat. That sounded amazing. My blood was already pumping, but I didn't understand why Callie had shown me this place. We got a high-top table near the back that was pretty secluded from the rest of the restaurant, away from the ring so we could hear each other talk. The waitress brought us a few waters. My finger skimmed over the braille menu to read what was available, but I couldn't process the words. I was still trying to figure out why we were here. When the waitress returned, I placed an order for a burger because it was the easiest thing to get, while Callie insisted she was splitting her stack of nachos with me. Bro, eat. She pushed a plate toward me stubbornly. You have to try the mozzarella sticks. They're amazing. I sighed, doing what she said. They really did taste good, but I felt like shit enjoying myself while Ava was busting her ass in that camp. I know what you're thinking, Callie said. Ava wants to be down there. This is her choice. You need to be okay with letting her make the best decisions for her, even if they're tough to swallow. I tossed a fry down to Oberai, who gobbled it up immediately. I'm trying, but it's hard not to feel guilty that I'm relaxing and she's doing all this work. You have to take care of yourself so you can be ready to take care of her, and you'd better enjoy what meals you can before the city runs out of food and the world starves due to all the famine the warden's causing. Food rationing was imminent in the city. We were going to have to start limiting the amount of food people got to make our supplies stretch within the next few weeks, but I wasn't here to talk or think about that. I dealt with food insecurity before, and though I hated it, I was used to it. I'd do it again, as long as Casey and Ava got fed. This is neat, but why did you bring me here? I asked. This is one of my favorite places in Elameth. I come here all the time to watch sports games. Not even Marcus knows about it. I was saving it. Really, I sat back against my seat, surprised. For who? For you, dummy. Callie kicked at my shoe. For me? I couldn't help but gape. Why? Callie emitted a frustrated sigh. Because I wanted to take you here. Just us. This isn't really Marcus or Ava's scene, but I knew you'd be into it. I was going to surprise you for your birthday, before everything happened. My abdomen clenched. There was a point when we hung out like this all the time. We used to be pals. Used to be. Marcus and Ava had their thing going on, but we had ours, and I missed that. I found my throat getting tight again. Me too. A lot of our friends wanted to stop talking to you after the coup, because they all thought you were an asshole. But I'm an asshole too, so maybe I understood you better than the others. Callie's voice drifted off, talking to herself more than me. Maybe I wasn't pissed off that you tried to take over Elameth. Maybe I was pissed off that you didn't ask me to help you. That's the hardest thing of all to understand, because I would have been there with you. Instead, you shut me out, like our friendship didn't even matter. You shouldn't care about me. Not after what I did. Don't tell me how to feel. Callie's hand slammed into the table. You don't get to say if I do or don't give a damn about you. I pressed a hand on my mouth before I rasped. Callie, I was going to leave you behind. The noise of the bar was all that could be heard for a moment before she replied. I know. I failed to grasp her words. What? I'm saying I know, Charlie. The doll maker nearly killed me, and I got in the way of your plan. You were going to let me die in that alleyway so you had enough time to go after the vampire key. And nobody told me, but I know you. I've always known. I was shaking. Why do you still want to be friends with me if you know that's what I wanted to do? I don't know why I feel the way I do. I wish I did. Maybe it's because I'm tired of watching people give up on you and never give you a second chance. I have to be the one to reach out so we can repair our friendship, even if I'm one of the people you hurt the most. Her capacity for mercy was undeniable. The Fae didn't forgive easily. They held grudges and thrived on resentment. Yet Callie had turned the other cheek, even when I'd struck her hard. I wasn't worthy of having her in my corner, but she'd shown up anyway, time and again. I'm so sorry, Callie. I rested my head on the table. I was such a selfish, stupid bastard. You can be a bastard, she admitted, and she reached out to take my hands. But that's not who you are deep down. I've always hoped for the good in you, even if your darkness overshadows that light. I keep seeing that light beam out more and more in little ways. You took blows for Ava that were meant for her. We can find a way through this. All of us, no matter how bad things get. Us Institute kids are indestructible when we stick together. Callie gave a shudder. But you have to promise not to shut me out again. Ever. I've lost a lot of friends in my life. Good people. But I don't want to lose you. I nodded, grasping her hands back. I don't want to lose you either, Callie. And I swear I'm in this with the rest of you. Until he's done or we are. Good. Callie let go, then reached out to pet Oberai on the top of the head. Now eat up. You look like you just faced death. Well, I did. I gave a hoarse laugh. You think that's the worst the Warden has coming for us? Callie asked. What we've been through so far has been child's play. We haven't seen anything yet. I didn't get back to the palace until the sun was setting. When I returned to my quarters, I heard shifting on the bed. Ava gave a small noise of discomfort, and I jumped up to lay beside her. Sorry. I sat down close to her legs. I didn't mean to wake you. It's fine. I've been sleeping all day anyway. Her tone was off, but I couldn't read it well. I reached out to touch her thigh. I noticed metal plates underneath the calluses on my hands, dried with mud. Are you still wearing your armor? Yes, I was too tired to change out of it. How weary she had to be, and how much she'd given to her people, to have collapsed in bed without even discarding the armor she'd slain her enemies in. Ava hadn't been given a moment of respite to take care of herself, so I had to be here to give her that rest. I've got all sorts of things you could change into, whenever you want. I reached into the bags I brought, setting all the clothing I had on the bed. I went and got you some things. Wow. Ava ran her fingers over everything I'd found. Charlie, you didn't have to do this. I promised I'd restore all your things, so I did. I know we're starting from nothing again. I'm broke and I don't have anything to give you, but I'm going to do everything I can to return everything you gave away and far more. Her voice twisted into something that resembled grief. Oh, Charlie. I expected her to be happy, but she sounded close to tears. Did I do something wrong? If I did, I'm sorry. I'll fix it right away. No, you've done beautifully. She emitted a broken gasp. It sounded like she wiped her face. Thank you for doing this for me. Thank you for allowing me to do it. It was an honor that I could, for you. Ava cleared her throat. Emma came and talked to me, by the way. She and Lucas were able to carve an opening into the afterlife. We're leaving in the morning to find the Mutabicha. Hope elevated me, giving me a renewed sense of strength as I returned the clothes to the bags. That's perfect. We'll find them, then get this done. It seemed like all this good news couldn't last. I was waiting for the worst to happen, because I knew it had to be right around the corner. Ava gave a shudder. Where's Spriggs? I didn't see him on the lemon tree when I came in. Is he hiding? My heartbeat faltered. Spriggs is gone. Gone? I took the treasured band out of my pocket. I traded Spriggs for this. You couldn't. Ava struggled to speak further as I fastened the bracelet back on her wrist again. I did. She needed him more than me anyway. She asked her a friend, so I gave her one, and I got back the last piece of Monica that you still have. I let my fingers drift away from her skin. It broke me to speak out loud, but I knew I'd done the right thing. Ava was still. Charlie, this is the most precious thing you could ever bring back to me. I know. If I couldn't get anything else back, I wanted to return Monica's armband to you, because I know that's priceless. I could give you the whole world, but if I didn't find that, nothing else would mean anything. This isn't fair to you. Spriggs was your pet. It was a huge sacrifice to give him up. A couple of tears slipped out, but I dashed them away. We all have to let go of friends, because not everyone can come with us through our different phases of life. Spriggs needed to move on to a better home. I accept that. You had to let Monica go, but that doesn't mean you had to let go of her armband. It's yours now. Though she's gone, you can still remember her whenever you look at that bracelet, and remember she's nearby. I can't bear to lose any more friends, Ava whispered. I'm just glad everyone got home safe. What you did out there on that battlefield was impressive. I wasn't the one tearing dragons apart with my claws. I was a big beast flying through the skies, but you were stronger than me, I argued. You killed Deuce. That's something we all tried to do and failed, but you didn't let anything stop you from wiping him out. Yeah, well, she almost sounded miserable. I don't let anything stop me once I set my mind on something, no matter how hard it is. I'm impressed by your resilience, I said, still awed by her. You've been through so much that would have killed other people, but you just keep powering through it. It did kill me once, she remarked. But you kept on fighting, I told her. No matter how many blows you take or what the circumstances are, you dust yourself off and keep on going. Nothing can get in your way. I didn't have a choice but to keep going. It's more than that. You communicated with Oberoi so fluidly during the battle. It was like you two had the same mind, same heart. You didn't need to speak to him at all. I moved closer, leaning in. You've lost your ability to walk, your magic, your connection to Oberoi, and so much more. But it's like you don't need any of that. You found a way around it all, and are doing better than everyone else despite all the obstacles in your path. I went on. You don't have magic anymore, but you're just as formidable without it. Nothing brings you down, and I admire that about you greatly. I'd follow you into battle anywhere, do whatever you ask me to do. You need me, I'll be there. She shifted on the bed. A pained sound from her lips came out muffled. I think she was putting her hand over her mouth. Ava, you okay? She gave a pained swallow. I hate this part. My stomach gave a jolt. You hate what? This situation didn't feel right. I checked in with Oberoi, and he hushed back. Ava's not touching me. She's refused to even look my way since I've been here. Something was very wrong. Ava's voice got even tighter. If you promise me that you'll do anything I ask, you have to agree to what I need you to do next, even though it's the most difficult thing I could ever ask of you. You can't be the only one accomplishing the impossible. I need to be there right alongside you. I grabbed her hand. Ask it, and it's yours. There was silence before Ava slowly drew her hand away. Casey showed me a vision. I struggled to comprehend what she'd said. He's only a few months old, which shows how powerful he is already. Natterai gain their abilities long before they become adults, and Casey is already prophesying. How? I didn't understand that this was possible. I'm not sure. I don't understand seer magic, but he touched my face, and he showed me a vision of the future, one with two very different paths. And what did you see? My senses melted away, and I lost all feeling as I understood that whatever she'd foreseen, it meant something bitter for us. In the first vision, I was on the throne ruling as empress. It was the end of the war, and we'd beaten the warden. You were holding Casey, and both of you were alive. Everyone we loved made it out, and the world was at peace. I managed to open my dry mouth. And in the second, I clung to you. I tried to make a family with you and Casey, and tried to work things out in our marriage. That ended up ruining everything. Ava stuttered on the words, gasping as if she was drowning. I saw the warden destroy it all. All our friends and family were dead before he turned on us. That he killed us in one blast. There weren't any survivors. Oh, God. Oberoi sounded absolutely wrecked. Ava had stolen the air from my lungs and turned it to shards that cut me whenever I inhaled. You're sure you could trust these visions? Could they be a mistake? Something Casey created he didn't intend for you to see? There were no other alternatives. I've experienced visions from the elvish goddesses, and this one was more prominent. Casey wasn't putting his opinions onto me because he's a baby. He doesn't understand what any of this means. He's just a conduit from the gods to give me a warning about the future so I can make a decision. What have you decided? I already knew. I just needed to hear her speak it aloud so I could give my heart another reason to break. I know we want to stay together, but we need to make a logical decision, not an emotional one. Ava's throat cracked. We need a divorce, for good this time. We have to sign these papers. We can't be together, because it's the only way to save our baby. To be safe, you two have to get out of my life entirely. Once we're back from the afterlife and have obtained help from the Mutabicha, I can never see either of you ever again. What a completely demolished existence we both live. I was sad for myself, but I mourned for her. Are you certain that's what you want? It's not what I want. It's what has to be done. Her sigh was excruciating. I do love you, Charlie. You're the love of my life. You always have been. I want us to work things out, to be a family somehow. But after what Casey showed me, I know that's not possible. Not if I want to save your life. I knew better than to doubt the powers of a Natterai. Maddie's prophecies had all come true, despite everything we'd done to avoid them over the years. Trying to change what my son had foretold would only lead to more pain, and I was done with fighting fate. Obere's sentiments agreed with me, though it destroyed him to do so. Still, though, I didn't like how defeated Ava sounded. She didn't quit even when the rest of us had, and I needed to remind her of that. There might be 2 endings to this war, but there could be multiple ways to get there. What if there's an option for you to get the outcome you want without having to give up who you are and everything that makes you the incredible person you become? I can't be the ruthless empress I need to be and still be part of this family. It's too big of a distraction. Her fingers trembled as she placed them over mine. I'm one woman. I can't do or have it all, but you can. You're Ava. You could do whatever you want to, and there's nothing that'll be able to hold you back. I grasped her hand tightly. I don't want you to doubt yourself. I still believe there isn't a force on Earth or in the heavens that could prevent you from having everything you wish for, and if you let it come to you instead of fighting it, everything will work out in the end. I want there to be another way, Charlie, but I can't be his mother or your wife. I'm being forced to become something bigger now. She truly believed it. There wasn't anything I could say to convince her otherwise, because her mind was made up, and the whole world wouldn't be able to divert Ava from her path once she decided upon it. If we're not together, what happens to Casey? He needs to go to you. I'll sign away my rights to him, and you can be his sole parent. Ava, think about what you're giving up. She didn't even want visitation. If he's in my life at all, I won't be able to do this. You've proven to me you could take care of him. So do this for me and take him. Raise him to be better than both of us were. I couldn't agree to that, because I didn't think I had the capability, but I damn well try. If Casey was the only piece of Ava that I'd get to keep, I'd do my damnedest to make sure he turned out to be the best of us. We tried and tried until we couldn't try anymore, and we'd attempted to resuscitate this marriage until it had fallen completely apart and there were no more pieces to salvage. It was nobody's fault. Sometimes you both gave your all to save a relationship, and it still crumbled anyway. Oberei nudged me through the bond, told me it was okay. I knew it was, even though this was tearing me up inside. Ava sniffed. I didn't want to go through lawyers or a mediator. I don't either. I just want to get this done. There was nothing to split up since my father had taken my inheritance away. We'd both come into this marriage with nothing, and that's how we were leaving it. The only thing to work out was custody, and that would be dealt with once we got in front of a judge. It would be easy. Ava was signing away her rights to Casey, so I would get full custody, and that would be it. There would be no bitter battle, no drawn-out fight. I almost wish there would be. It might be better than this grief-filled acceptance. Without her asking, I opened the side drawer and reached into it. I withdrew the ominous papers, knowing it was finally time. I clutched the cursed, vile stack in my hands. If we sign these, won't you lose your claim to the Elvish throne and not be empress anymore? Ava held herself back before she uttered, I don't think that matters at this point. She was right. After her incredible efforts in Phosphor and everything she'd done to bring this empire out of the depths of despair, it didn't matter if we were no longer married. People would still follow her, call her empress, and sit her on the throne anyway. They discarded Cameron in favor of her because they adored her and despised him. Ava had pulled off a more successful coup than I could ever imagine achieving without having to resort to violence to get it. She'd done it without trying, without even intending to do so. She'd stolen power from my father and taken the crown so seamlessly and made the people worship her while doing it. The elves loved her. They didn't blame the ruined city from Ava's attempt to destroy the world on her. They blamed it on me, because I was the one who'd pushed her to such lengths, and unlike me, she'd worked right away on repairing everything she'd done wrong to them. She'd helped to rebuild the city, given her aid, enabled people to grieve, donated all of her things to those in need, and roamed around the city in a ragged dress for ages, playing the part of a beggar princess who was willing to become destitute for the sake of her people. Because of it, she claimed the empire. A woman had achieved through strategy and compassion something a man with brute force never could. It made my effort to claim the throne appear weak and childish in its stead. The elves followed her eagerly, while they'd done nothing but fear me. Ava was always 5 steps ahead. She'd already grabbed all the pieces and put us in checkmate without us realizing we were playing her game. Ava covered her face in her hands as she began to weep.
Oh, this is the hardest thing I've ever had to do.
I was saying so much. Ava had died, gone to the ancestral lands and back again, grieved countless friends, lost her ability to walk, her bond, her familiar, and everything that made her life meaningful. Yet choosing to say goodbye to me was the most agonizing thing she'd done. That in itself was a gift. Every time before, I had been the one to break us up, from decisions I'd made. Now Ava was making that decision, and that's how I knew this was permanent. Let me make this easier on you. I reached for a pen, laying the papers on the side table. Let me sign them first. Oberoi hopped off the bed, and I could feel his head hanging low as he started for the exit. I'll give you two some privacy. He had to depart from us, to grieve. I knew he felt like he'd failed as a familiar for not being able to bring us back together, even though none of this was on any of our shoulders. Both of us paused, her staring at the documents, and me dying inside. We could do this, I told her. We have to. For Casey. I poised the pen in my fingers before I whispered, I don't know where to sign. It's right here. Ava's hand grasped mine, and she guided me to the paper. But she didn't let go. She kept her fingers laid over my own as the pen flowed over the paper, signing my name. I felt the ink of the pen sting across the parchment, cutting my dreams to pieces. I handed the pen off to Ava, and she took it intentionally. The sound of the pen scratch against the paper as Ava quietly cried was a nightmare I'd relive every day for the rest of my existence. It's done. I'll file these once we get back from the afterlife. Ava began to shake, and it was so violent it rocked the bed. Hey, it's okay. I wrapped her in a hug, rubbing her arms. I'm here. She quieted in my arms, and I continued to hold her even as tears streaked from my own eyes. I rocked her back and forth, reaching up to wipe her eyes so she could still see through the haze of our sorrow. I just wanted her to look at me, even if I couldn't see her to do it. We would get through this. Separately, if not together, but we'd get through it all the same. I wouldn't fall apart now, because despite how hard the situation was, it was what she needed, and I would never deny her anything ever again. I want to make it clear. I'm not doing this because I'm mad at you. Ava's damaged voice cut open all of my wounds. I yearned for nothing else but her happiness. I forgive you for everything you've done. I'm not upset that you broke our bond anymore, because I'm finally seeing the light. You brought so much joy to my life and did your best to mend anything you ever did to hurt me. You truly saw who I was and held me up when everyone else let me down. You had faith in me when I didn't believe in myself, and you helped me become the person I was always meant to be. You carried me through life when I couldn't go on. With everything I've been through and everything I've done, I'm who I am today because you believed in me. I kissed the top of her head, struggling to breathe. You saw things in me I wasn't able to see in myself, and stayed strong for us when I wasn't able to. You spoke up for me when I was too afraid to have a voice, and you've always been honest about wherever we ended up. You didn't see me like everyone else did, a worthless lowlife who was going nowhere. But for everything that I had the capability of being, I'm the man I am today because you expected more from me. Experiencing your unconditional love was the greatest blessing of my existence. I've lied so much in my life, to myself, others, everyone I cared about. But you became my truth. I will always be with you. It doesn't make a difference where you go, because I'll always be at your side. Ava clutched at my arms. But this is where the path splits. It goes in 2 different directions, and you can't come with me. I know. I embraced her tightly just one more time, before finally letting her go. There were no winners in divorce, but there didn't have to be any losers either. Just us, going in two opposite directions. Enemies, lovers, strangers. Even though she was the best of my life. Ava broke out of my hold and I nearly withered away. I'm sorry, I can't do this anymore. I need to get out of this armor, get clean, forget all of this happened. I can't move on until I start over. You want any help? I shouldn't have asked. I berated myself for doing so the second I did, but still I couldn't help it. I had to keep offering whatever I could, just for her. I thought she would refuse my request, but her response was almost immediate. Okay. I stood, then reached out to pick her up. Her skin bristled the moment I touched her, yet it wasn't in reluctance, but pain. She was too sore to sit in her chair right now. She didn't have to tell me, because I was aware automatically. We knew each other so well. I cradled her against my body, moving into the bathroom. She let her head fall against my chest, and I laid her on a curved lounge chair that was beside the clawfoot tub. I got the tub running, then began taking off various plates of armor. I set them aside as I removed pieces of clothing, uncaking the mud that was stuck to her skin. Ava did nothing to help, just let her limbs hang limply in my grasp as I completely undressed her. She was so tired. I had to do what I could to take the burden off of her, because she was carrying an entire empire now, all by herself. I didn't think she had the strength to sit up in a bathtub, so instead, I dipped a cloth into the warm water and began lightly scrubbing her skin, cleaning her of the blood, the dirt, the violence of this realm. I washed her arms, her torso, and her legs, taking special care to cleanse her exquisite face and clean her long, soft hair. Nothing should ever soil her appearance, because she was radiant. I was aware of a warm sensation upon my skin as the sunset shone through the bathroom window, but not much else as I focused on cleansing her from the sins of the world. I dipped a smaller basin into the water of the tub, then knelt to wash her feet, placing them in the water and scrubbing the last of the dirt away. Ava made a pleasant sound, like she was pleased. Something amusing? I asked. You're just bathed in sunlight. The beams have made a halo around your head. It nearly looks like a painting. You're beautiful. I'm not anywhere close to being as beautiful as you are, and I never will be. I set the basin aside. Ava was clean now, and there was nothing left for me to do for her. This was where we ended. I stood. I'm grateful for everything we shared. Thank you, Ava, for all you've done for me. My feet dragged me away from her before my soul was ready to go, but before I could take another step, her hand was on my wrist. Wait. My dead heart leapt to life as Ava rasped. I just want one more time. She'd asked me for this before, but that had been different. What she was requesting now was intentional, and we both knew it was, because there would never be another time after this. Still, the jarring lump in my throat eased as I managed to whisper, "So do I."
Charlie and Ava engage in what they consider their last intimate encounter. Charlie realizes that he will never make love to Ava again, and though he tries to make it last, both of them lose control as they let go of each other for the final time.
Ava laid on the bed, silent as death. When I was finally done dressing, she asked, "Charlie?" I turned toward her because from the start she was always the worst I had to face. I knew from the first day I had met her Ava-Marie would ruin me. I just didn't know how badly. Loving you is the only good thing I've done with my life, I confessed. You're the only person I'll ever love. She was holding in a sob. I feel the same way. How devastating this was. We had this great, undying love that consistently chose to look past the worst of each other's faults, no matter the circumstance, and even so, we hadn't been able to make this work. Quietly, she reached out to grasp my hand as she whispered, "Goodbye." The very realms tore in two as I hushed. Goodbye. I had to leave now or I'd break down in front of her, and she didn't need to remember that for the rest of her life. I managed to get away, my fingers trailing out of hers as I nearly sprinted for the door. As I shut the door behind me, I heard Ava give a lament of despair. I was several halls away from my quarters before I couldn't take it anymore. I leaned against the wall, sinking onto my knees as my hands flattened against the stone floor, head hung in defeat as I began to weep. So this was how our story ended. There were no more roads to take except the one that Ava had given me. Though my knees buckled, I didn't allow myself to cower, but rose to my full height like the man she'd molded me into. This was Ava's decision. I needed to trust she would do the right thing not only for us, but for the world. I'd failed to believe in her for such a long time, but I wouldn't anymore. Whatever Ava wanted, to co-parent, to get back together, or to leave our family behind entirely to go our separate ways, I would stand behind. Ex-husband or not, I would make the decision to support whatever choices she made without running from the consequences. I didn't give her a choice when I broke our bond, but I had to give her a choice now. My marriage vows were broken, but I was still going to hold myself to them. I'd promised to love, cherish, and protect her. The greatest offering of love I could give Ava was allowing her to move on without me. If she chose to come back to me, I would welcome her with open arms. But if she continued to stay away, I would accept her choice with all the grace I could manage. She'd given me full custody of Casey, but I didn't believe she'd stick to that choice. I knew her, and she'd find her way back to us when she was ready. I just didn't get to dictate the terms of that decision. Ava had asked me to sign those papers and set her free, so I did. But that didn't mean I was giving up on her. She didn't think there was any way for us to be together again, even though she wanted it. But Ava always got what she wanted in the end, no matter what happened. And giving her whatever she desired was my greatest purpose in life. There didn't seem to be a path forward for us, yet Ava worked miracles every day, even without magic. I couldn't see the future or know what was ahead, but I knew love would find a way. Love was blind. Ava had seen the worst in me time and again, but had chosen to believe in the best. She continued to love me despite everything I'd ever done wrong, all the bad choices I'd made and the things I'd done to hurt people. She'd overlooked my faults and loved me unconditionally, no matter what happened or what I did. It was time for me to do the same for her, with no expectations of what I would receive in return. I had hoped that everything would be all right in the end. I trusted her more than I trusted anyone else, and I believed in her more than I'd ever believed in anything before. This wasn't about our relationship anymore. It wasn't even about our family. This was about her and everything she was destined to be. So I'd follow her blindly toward her destiny, because wherever Ava ended up, it would be the right place for us both. My faith in her had no boundaries. She could call me into the depths of the darkest storm, and still I would follow. Whatever she asked me to do, I'd perform eagerly, and whatever she asked me to let go of, I would. I was sanctified and washed clean by her love, and because she had blessed me with such a gift, I'd been saved, redeemed into a new person. She forgave me for everything, all that I'd done, and she didn't hold anything against me. To show her that I appreciated her forgiveness, I needed to become a better man. Having her forgiveness helped me to forgive myself. During the coup, I put my wants above hers and disregarded her love in selfish pursuit of what I thought was best. And during this divorce process, all I'd thought of was how miserable I felt without considering how deeply she had to be suffering. I wouldn't be that villain anymore. I had to put her needs before mine, and right now, she needed to be apart from me. That was fine. I would be here for anything she asked. She wasn't mine anymore, but I was hers. No matter what she asked of me, I'd be here to serve, until the end of time. Right now, she'd asked me to step into the role of Casey's parent, his only parent. My most important mission was to be the best father I could be, bestowed upon me by the woman I worshipped above all others. This was my divine purpose. Forget all the gods in all the realms. Ava was my goddess now, and I would not fail her. I started toward the hospital. I had to be there for Casey. That's what divorced parents needed to do. Turn toward their kids. I guessed when Casey came home, it would just be the two of us. I'd worried about being alone after Ava left me, but I didn't need to. I'd never be alone because I had my son. Someone stopped me on the way to the NICU, and I was familiar enough with his hand on my arm to know it was Marcus. "There you are. I just wanted to let you know that we had some people sneak through the portal when we got back from the battle. Mission members, probably. We've been looking, but we can't find them. Charlie, are you okay?" He had to notice how messed up I looked. Emptiness was all I was now. We signed the papers. "Oh, no." Marcus sounded truly heartbroken. "I'm so sorry." Yeah, I nodded, and suddenly I was crying all over again. "It's terrible." "It is." Marcus reached out to hug me, rubbing my back. I felt really guilty. I hadn't comforted him like this after his bond with Callie had been broken, even though he hadn't let me. Now he was trying to help me without asking for anything in return. I wish you guys could have worked it out. Me too. I wasn't able to tell him about what Casey had foreseen. I would, eventually, but I couldn't bear going over it again. Another day, maybe, when it didn't hurt this much. It never would. I stepped away and rubbed my eyes. Anyway, it's done, and she asked me to take custody of Casey. I understand. Do you guys need anything from us? I couldn't come up with a single thing right now, though I probably knew I needed more help than I could possibly imagine. I just want to see my son. Definitely. I'll come with you. I appreciated Marcus sticking around. I really didn't want to be by myself right now. The hospital was quiet. Almost everyone was at the refugee camp. I was glad for the silence. I opened the door to Casey's room, wanting nothing more than to hold my son in my arms. The door wouldn't open all the way. It was stuck on something. I had to push it open, and whatever was blocking our path rolled out of the way. It gave a moan underneath our feet.
"Opal!"
Marcus blurted in alarm, and my blood turned to ice. I stooped down to the floor. Opal lay there, and as I reached out, I felt a cut stemming blood from her head. She was out cold. "Marina's still here, but she's passed out on the chair," Marcus said. His tone wavered as he whimpered. "Charlie." No, I refused to believe it. My shoes kicked random items across the room as I hurried to the center of it, sending medical supplies flying. I reached where my son had been last and nearly tripped over the object in my way. The incubator had been tipped over. I fell to the ground and looked around, my hands skimming the floor to find out where he'd fallen. Marcus knelt down beside me. "Charlie, he's not here." I already knew it. Casey's magical signature was gone from the room, which meant he wasn't around. He was missing. Ava had told me to take care of him. My one job, and I'd fucked it up already. She'd asked me to care for her son, and now he was gone.
"Help! We need help!"
Marcus sprinted into the hallway, crying out for someone to heal Opal and find Casey. How had this happened? Marcus had said something about mission members slipping through during the battle. Casey going missing wasn't a coincidence. This was the work of the fucking warden. He sent people in here to find Casey and take him away from us. We didn't know what the warden wanted with him or what he would do to our baby. Casey could be anywhere by now. Who knew how long he'd been gone by now? The kidnappers might be far away at this point, and we had limited resources in tracking them down. We might not even get to Casey before the warden. Anguished wails began rising from the floors above. I knew the sound of those screams better than the beating of my heart. Ava. She knew. She'd heard the news that Casey was gone and that I'd failed. Her desperate cries could rip apart the entire universe. I felt like vomiting. I heaved, though nothing came up. Sophia rushed into the room and immediately hurried to Opal's side. I sensed her healing magic blooming, but its warmth was nearly indiscernible against my frozen heart. I thought terror had become my friend, but that was a lie, because I didn't know what true fear felt like. I'd never been so petrified in my goddamn life. The doors flew open again. Wheels screeched against the tile, and I wrecked, turned toward the woman I let down time and again. Ava grabbed my collar, shaking me. Her bow, which she held in her other hand, smacked me in the side. Over the horror within her voice was the order of a vengeful being, thirsting for retribution. "Charlie, get my son back." Her hands left me, and I fell once again. At her command, my dread erupted into rage. The warden believed he could take our son. He just made the biggest mistake of his existence. I wouldn't give up and give in like Cameron had done with me. I'd waited 20 years to reunite with my father. Casey would not wait that long for me to find him. I would turn over every rock I had to until he was in my arms again. I didn't care about my crown, my empire, or my own life. Nothing would stop me from burning this city to the ground, tearing down the skies, and bringing Casey home. I would rip the realms apart if it meant making sure my son was safely home with me, and I wouldn't give up until he was found. Ava would get her child back. I didn't care what it took, who I had to kill, torture, destroy. I'd massacre my way through this world if that's what was required of me to save our son. Playing the hero never worked, and turning into the villain wouldn't be enough anymore. I had to ascend to something greater. I'd transform into whatever I had to, so I could bring an end to the madness and create a world of peace for my family. This war wasn't over until Ava and I said it was. We were going to fight until this world found redemption. And what would that monumental battle create? Legends.
This story will continue in The Phoenix Dawning, Prison for Supernatural Offenders, Book 7. Author's note. This book features characters with the following medical conditions. Bipolar disorder. Bipolar disorder is a mental illness that causes unusual shifts in mood, energy, activity levels, concentration, and the ability to carry out everyday tasks. Moods range from extremely elevated to extremely depressive and can be intense. Psychosis, anxiety, eating disorders, and other conditions may develop. With proper treatment, people with bipolar disorder can lead full and productive lives. Blindness and visual impairment. Blindness is defined by an individual having severely impaired or absolutely no sense of sight. Total blindness is described as being unable to see anything with either eye. Vision loss typically affects an individual's ability to perform functions of daily living. Post-traumatic stress disorder. Post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, is a mental health condition that develops in response to traumatic events, such as war, natural disasters, or sexual assault. Symptoms may include flashbacks, depression, anxiety, fatigue, and trouble digesting food. Dwarfism. Dwarfism is a shortness in height, under 4 feet 10 inches in adulthood, caused by a range of medical conditions, including genetic mutations that inhibit bone growth. Common complications include crowded teeth, poor muscle tone, hunching of the back, and bowed legs. Paraplegia. Paraplegia is a pattern of paralysis that affects the functioning of an individual's legs or lower extremities. Common markers include loss of sensation, loss of certain motor functions, and loss of sensory skills. Paraplegia usually affects individuals with nervous system injuries and conditions, including those with spinal injuries or neurological conditions. Borderline personality disorder. Borderline personality disorder, BPD, is a mental health condition categorized due to extreme emotional instability, difficulty maintaining personal relationships, and impulsive behaviors. People with BPD struggle with emotional regulation, self-image, and intense fear of abandonment. Self-destructive behavior, paranoia, or dissociation is common. Deafness and hearing loss. Deafness is either a partial or complete loss of hearing, brought about by blockages, fluid, or structural issues that cause sound to be unable to pass through the ear or through damage to the auditory nerve. People with hearing loss manage deafness through hearing aids, cochlear implants, assistive technology, or other communication methods such as sign language or lip reading. Postpartum depression. Postpartum depression, PPD, is a mood disorder which causes feelings of depression, anxiety, and despair that persist for more than 2 weeks after childbirth, developing within the first year after giving birth. PPD is typically caused by a shift in hormones. Common symptoms include mood swings, paralyzing fear about the child's safety, the inability of the mother to bond with their baby, feelings of worthlessness or guilt, and thoughts of the mother harming themselves or their baby. This book features conversations in American Sign Language, abbreviated ASL. ASL is a unique language that uses hand gestures to communicate. ASL has its own rules for grammar and syntax, and does not follow the same guidelines as English. However, all conversations in ASL are shown in italics within the print and ebook version, and have been translated to English for ease of reading. We, the authors, acknowledge that the United States of America is a country formed on stolen land. We respect and honor the indigenous peoples who have lived here for centuries, and we recognize there is still much work to do to make reparations and heal the damage caused to many indigenous nations who were first here, both in the past and today. May we remember the atrocities once committed, create a better world in the present, and look forward together for our future. The Prison for Supernatural Offenders series is part of the Hidden Legends universe, a paranormal fantasy world created by authors Megan Linski and Alicia Rades. Included in this universe are the following series: the Academy of Magical Creatures series, the College of Witchcraft series, and the University of Sorcery series, with more to come. Each Hidden Legends novel features magical romances with disabled characters fighting for a better world. You can find out more about the Hidden Legends universe by going to www.hiddenlegendsbooks.com. This has been The Elven Gate, Hidden Legends, Prison for Supernatural Offenders, Book 6. Written by Megan Linski and Alicia Rades. Narrated by Taylor Harvey and A.J. Carter. Copyright 2026 by Megan Linski and Alicia Rades. Production copyright 2026 by Megan Linski and Alicia Rades.